With respect to Socrates, the thesis that virtue is knowledge can also be elucidated from another side if we remember the other thesis, that sin is ignorance, a Socratic thesis we have already referred to several times. The thesis that virtue is knowledge contains not only, as already treated, a negative qualification in contrast to the uncommitted and natural ethics, Siddelide, which in all innocence does not know what it is doing, but also an indication of the infinite consistency of the good, whereby in its abstract movement it goes beyond every finite qualification. This is seen even more clearly in the 13,308 thesis that sin is ignorance, because this implies that sin is inconsistency. Sin stops somewhere, falls away, and does not remain in the infinity that the good has. When virtue as a qualification of knowledge detaches itself from the immediate ethics, it assumes an ideal form that corresponds to the ideal infinity of the good. In the substantial ethics, virtue is limited at all times, knows in the ideality of ethics that it is taken up into the infinity of the good, knows itself in the infinity in which the good knows itself. But all these are still always abstract, negative qualifications as long as one stops with qualifications of pure knowledge, even though it is the infinite, absolute negativity. The thesis that sin is ignorance and inconsistency is true from a totally abstract, metaphysical position that regards everything only according to its infinite intrinsic consistency. Here we have come once again to the point where the sense in which Socrates had a positivity will become evident. That is, we have come back to the point we left in the discussion of his teaching. This involved letting the universal manifest itself in contrast to the particular. Thus, the first qualification with regard to the Socratic principle is the major one, even though it is still only formal, that consciousness draws from itself what constitutes truth, cp. 71. This is the principle of subjective freedom, that one carries consciousness within oneself. The universal thereby comes to be visible. But the universal has a positive and a negative side, p. 79. We shall now see how successful Hegel was in demonstrating a positive side to Socrates' conception of the universal, or perhaps we should turn back to a comment by Hegel, p. 70, that by way of a kind of caption, Die ist Kurs die Menier, und die Philosophie, de Socrates, this, in short, is the method, and the philosophy, of Socrates, has already announced itself as an observation that ought to be credited with exceptional value. To this he adds, es scheint, als hätten wir noch nicht viel von der Sokratischen Philosophie dargelegt, indem wir uns nur an das Prinzip gehalten haben, die es ist aber die Hauptsage, dass das Bewusstsein des Socrates selbst erst zu diesem Abstrakten gekommen ist. Das Gute ist das Allgemeine, es ist ein in sich konkretes Prinzip, das aber in seiner konkreten Bestimmung noch nicht dargestellt ist, und in dieser abstrakten Haltung liegt der Mängel des Sokratischen 13,309 Prinzips. Affirmatives lässt sich nicht angeben, denn es hat keine weitere Entwicklung. It now seems as if we had not yet shown forth much of the Socratic philosophy, for we have merely kept to the principle, but the main point with Socrates is that his knowledge for the first time reached this abstraction. The good is the universal, it is a principle, concrete within itself, which, however, is not yet manifested in its concrete qualification, and in this abstract attitude we find what is wanting in the Socratic principle. It cannot be formulated positively, because it has no further development. In comparison with the sophists, Socrates has taken a giant stride in arriving at the in and for itself good. The sophists stopped with the infinite refraction of the good and the multiplicity of the useful and the advantageous. But please note that he arrived at this, he did not proceed from it. Consequently, the universal has a positive and a negative side. The reality of ethics has become shaky, and this came to consciousness in Socrates. He raised ethics to insight, but this means precisely to bring to consciousness the fact that in their definiteness, their immediacy, ethical customs and laws are shaky. This ist die Macht des Begriffs, welche die unmittelbare Sein und gelten derselben, die Heiligkeit ihres Ansichtseins aufhet, is the power of the notion which sublates the determinate existence and the immediate value of moral laws and the sacredness of their implicitude. As an example of the fact that the universal has a positive side in Socrates, sagt ihnen, the young men, das Gute und Wahre in dem Bestimmten, in das Zurückging, der es nicht bei dem bloß Abstrakten bewenden lassen wollte. He showed them the good and true in what is determined, going back into it because he did not wish to remain in mere abstraction. Hegel quotes from Socrates' conversation with the sophist Hippias, Xenophon, Memorabilia, 4, 12-16, 25,558. Here Socrates generally affirms the thesis that it is the just who obey the laws, and against the argument that laws, after all, cannot be absolute since people and sovereigns often change them, He affirms the thesis by presenting the analogy that those who make war also in turn make peace. Here he says in general that the best and the happiest state is the one in which the citizens are of one mind and obey the laws. Hegel sees in this an affirmative content. But the reason Socrates has something affirmative here is that he does not carry through his position, he does not continue on to the in and for itself good, at which he does actually arrive. Here he lets the established order, best and continue, and as a result this is not the positivity that follows from his infinite negation but a positivity that precedes it. Yet by this movement he does indeed go beyond the immediate Greek culture, since he does, after all, take the laws up into reflection and thereby takes them out of their immediate givenness. But this still is actually no more than a simulated movement and is by no means the genuine Socratic movement. Thus whatever positivity there is here cannot decide anything with regard to the question of the extent to which Socrates maintained a positivity or to which the universal became concrete for him. Hegel, too, senses this, as we see from his comments on pages 79 middle, 81 bottom, and 13-310, top. Hegel also cites examples of the negative side, and since we now have seen that the positive side was not positive in the same sense as the other was negative, we see that Socrates has advanced the universal only as the negative. Hegel cites an example from Xenophon and adds, p. 83, Esehen wird die negative Seite, das Socrates das Schwank and mocked, was der Vorstellungsangst fest war. Nicht lügen, nicht betrügen, nicht Robin gilt in der unbefangenen Vorstellung vorrecht. Dies ist hier das Fest, aber durch die Vergleichung dieses Vorfestgehaltenen mit anderem, das ihr ebenso fest als wahr gilt, zeigt sich, dass sie sich widersprechen, und gens Fest wird wankend, es gilt nicht mehr vor Fest. Das Positiv, was Socrates und ich stelle fest entsetzt, ist eines Thales im Gegensatz wieder dieses, den Gesetzen zu horchen, wir sehen gens das allgemein, unbestimmt, und den Gesetzen horchen versteht nun jeder, der dies hört, eben die Gesetze ausgedruckt, wie die allgemein Vorstellung derselben sich bewusst ist, nicht lügen, nicht betrügen, aber diese Gesetze sind eben dies, dass sie so im Allgemeinen lügen, betrügen, Robben als Unrecht aufstellen, Bestimmungen, die vor den Begriff nicht aushalten. Here we see the negative side, namely, that Socrates renders shaky what has hitherto been fiat and firm to representational reflection. To refrain from lying, deceiving, and stealing is regarded as right, as something fiat and firm, to this natural reflection, but then the comparison of the fiat and the firm with something else of equal truth and fiat shows that they contradict each other. Hence, what has formerly been fiat and firm becomes shaky and is no longer valid as fiat and firm. The positive that Socrates sets in the place of the fiat and the firm, and partly in opposition to it, is once again this, to obey the laws. Here we see the universal, the indeterminate, and by the phrase to obey the laws, everyone who hears it will indeed understand the laws expressed in such a way that the universal representational reflection is conscious of them, that is, do not lie, do not deceive. But these very laws establish lying, deceiving, and stealing as universally wrong, as determinants that cannot withstand the concept. Page 85, sehen wir also das allgemein so bestimmt, realisiert, allgemeins nennen der Gesetze, in Wahrheit aber, die diese verschwindenden Momente sind, das unbestimmt allgemein, und den Mängel seiner Unbestimmtheit noch nicht ergänzt. Here we see the universal determined and realized, a general announcement of laws. But inasmuch as these laws are vanishing elements, we see in truth the indeterminate universal, and the deficiency of its indeterminateness as yet incomplete. Hegel then proceeds to show, pages 90 top ff, wie dem Socrates selbst das Realisierende des Allgemeinen erschien, the mode in which the actualization of the universal appeared to Socrates himself. Here the subject shows itself to be the deciding factor, as that which arbitrarily determines itself within itself. But the limiting of the universal that takes place thereby is one that the subject himself arbitrarily posits at every moment. It is possible for this curtailment of the universal to remain fast and not be occasional, for the universal to be acknowledged in its determinateness, only in a total system of actuality. But this Socrates lacks. He negated the state, but he did not come back again to the state in a higher form in which the infinite he negatively required is affirmed. We see, therefore, how Socrates can very well be called the founder of morality in the sense Hegel thinks of it, and that his position still could have been irony. The good as task, when the good is understood as the infinitely negative, corresponds to the moral, that is, the negatively free subject. The moral individual can never actualize the good, only the positively, 13-311, free subject can have the good as the infinitely positive, as his task, and fulfill it. If we wish to include the qualification of irony, which Hegel so frequently stresses, that for irony nothing is a matter of earnestness, then this can also be claimed for the negatively free subject, because even the virtues he practices are not done with earnestness, provided that, and Hegel certainly would agree with this, true earnestness is possible only in a totality in which the subject no longer arbitrarily decides at every moment to continue his imaginary construction but feels the task to be something that he has not assigned himself but that has been assigned to him. In Plato's Republic, 560 dialectic corresponds to the good, just as love corresponds to the beautiful. Thus it is entirely legitimate for Aristotle to declare Socrates devoid of dialectic. He lacked the dialectic that can allow the contrary to stand, but precisely this is necessary if the good is to manifest itself as the infinitely positive. It is upon this point, to show Socrates as the founder of morality, that Hegel unilaterally concentrates his view of Socrates. It is the idea of the good he wants to claim for Socrates, but he gets into trouble thereby since he must show how Socrates interpreted the good. The real difficulty with Hegel's view of Socrates is centered in the continual attempt to show how Socrates interpreted the good, and what is even more wrong in the view, as I see it, is that it does not accurately adhere to the direction of the trend in Socrates' life. The movement in Socrates is toward arriving at the good. His significance in the world development is to arrive there, not to have arrived there at some time. His significance for his contemporaries is that they arrived there. Now, this does not mean that he arrived there almost toward the end of his life, but that his life was a continual arriving at the good and having others arrive at this. But in so doing he also arrived at the true, that is, the true in and for itself, at the beautiful, that is, the beautiful in and for itself, in general, at being in and for itself as the being in and for itself for thought. He arrived at this and was continually arriving at this. Therefore, he did not just moralize but on the whole let the being in and for itself become visible in the qualifications of the manifold. He spoke with artists about the beautiful, let the beautiful in and for itself, 13:312, work itself out, via Negationis 562, of the qualifications of being in which it had been hitherto. The same with the true. This he did not do once and for all but did it with each individual. He began anywhere and quickly was in full swing clearing each one. But as soon as he had taken one person across, he immediately came back. No actuality could resist him, but what became visible was ideality and the most evanescent intimation of the slightest limitation, that is, ideality is infinitely abstract. Just as Karen 563 took people across from the fullness of life to the shadowy land of the underworld, just as he, lest his frail boat be overloaded, had the travelers divest themselves of all the manifold qualifications of concrete life, of titles, honors, purple robes, pompous words, sorrows, anides, etc., until only the sheer human being remained, so Socrates also shipped individuals from reality, realitet, to ideality, and the ideal infinity as the infinite negativity was the nothing into which he had the entire multiplicity of reality disappear. Inasmuch as Socrates continually let being in and for itself become visible, it might seem that here, at least, was his earnestness. But precisely because he only arrived at it, had being in and for itself only as the infinitely abstract, he had the absolute in the form of nothing. By way of the absolute, reality became nothing, but in turn the absolute was nothing. But in order to be able to hold him fast at this point, in order never to forget that the content of his life was to make this movement at every moment, we must recollect his significance as a divine missionary. Although Socrates himself places much weight on his divine mission, Hegel has ignored this. As for the continual temptation to attribute something more to him, this is due to the failure to see that world historical individualities are great precisely because their entire lives belong to the world and they, as it were, have nothing for themselves. But this is also why the world is all the more for which to thank them. In Hegel's description of the Socratic method, there are particularly two forms of it that become subjects for discussion, his irony and his midwifery. The space Hegel gives to irony is itself sufficient indication that he views irony in Socrates, 13:313, more as a controlled element, a way of associating with people, and this is confirmed by implicit statements. How this must be understood and to what extent Hegel is right in this will now be the object of investigation. With this, I proceed to the second part of the dissertation, namely, the concept of irony. Part 2. The concept of irony. Introduction, 13:317. The object of investigation in this part has already been given to a certain extent in the first part, insofar as this permitted one aspect of the concept to appear in the form of contemplation. Therefore, in the first part I have not so much assumed the concept as I have let it come into existence while I sought to orient myself in the phenomenon. In so doing, I have found an unknown quantity, a position that appeared to have been characteristic of Socrates. I have called this position irony, but in the first part of the dissertation the term for it is of minor importance. The main thing is that no factor or feature has been slighted, also that all the factors and features have grouped themselves into a totality. Whether or not this position is irony will first be decided now as I come to that point in developing the concept in which Socrates must fit if his position was really irony at all. But just as I dealt in the first part of the dissertation solely with Socrates, so in the development of the concept it will become apparent in what sense he is a factor in the development of the concept. In other words, it will become apparent whether the concept of irony is absolutely housed in him or whether there are other modes to be inspected before we can say that the concept has been adequately interpreted. Therefore, just as in the first part of the dissertation the concept always hovered in the background with a continual craving to take shape in the phenomenon, just so in this part of the dissertation the phenomenal manifestation of the concept, as a continual possibility to take up residence among us, will accompany, 13-318, the progress of the discussion. These two factors are inseparable, because if the concept were not in the phenomenon or, more correctly, if the phenomenon were not understandable, actual, only in and with the concept, and if the phenomenon were not in the concept or, more correctly, if from the outset the concept were not understandable, actual, in and with the phenomenon, then all knowledge would be impossible, inasmuch as I in the first case would be lacking the truth and in the second case the actuality. Now, if irony is a qualification of subjectivity, we shall promptly see the necessity of two manifestations of this concept, and actuality has indeed attached the name to them. The first one, of course, is the one in which subjectivity asserts its rights in world history for the first time. Here we have Socrates, that is, we are hereby shown where we should look for the concept in its historical manifestation. But once having made its appearance in the world, subjectivity did not vanish again without a trace, the world did not sink back again into the earlier form of development, on the contrary, the old vanished and everything became new. For a new mode of irony to be able to appear now, it must result from the assertion of subjectivity in a still higher form. It must be subjectivity raised to the second power, a subjectivity's subjectivity, which corresponds to reflection's reflection. With this we are once again world historically oriented, that is, we are referred to the development that modern philosophy attained in Kant and that is completed in Fichte, and more specifically again to the positions that after Fichte sought to affirm subjectivity in its second potency. Actuality bears out that this hangs together properly, for here again we meet irony. But since this position is an intensified subjective consciousness, it quite naturally is clearly and definitely conscious of irony and declares irony as its position. This was indeed the case with Friedrich Schlegel, one who sought to bring it to bear in relation to actuality, with Tieck, two who sought to bring it to bear in poetry, and with Solger, three who became aesthetically and philosophically conscious of it. Finally, here irony also met its master in Hegel. For whereas the first form of irony was not combated but was pacified by subjectivity as it obtained its rights, the second form of irony was combated and destroyed, for inasmuch as subjectivity was unauthorized it could obtain its rights only by being annulled. If these observations are adequate for orientation in the history of the concept of irony, this by no means implies that an interpretation of this concept, insofar as it seeks a stronghold and support in what was developed earlier, is not fraught with difficulty. Insofar as we seek a thorough and coherent development, 13-319, of this concept, we shall soon be convinced that it has a strange history or, more correctly, no history. In the period after Fichte, when it was especially current, we find it mentioned again and again, suggested again and again, presupposed again and again. However, if we are looking for a clear position, we look in vain. Solger laments that A. W. V. Schlegel in his Vorlesungen über dramatische Kunst und Literatur, 6 where, if anywhere, we would expect to find adequate information, cursorily mentions it but once. Hegel laments that with Solger it was the same and no better with Tieck. Solger's Nachlassungsschriften und Briefwechsel, ed. Ludwig Tieck and Friedrich V. Romer, 2, p. 514, in a critique of A. W. V. Schlegel's lectures, Es war Dämmerung. Hochstaffeln, der Ironie, in welcher den wahren Mittelpunkt der ganzen dramatischen Kunst herkennt, so dass sie auch beim philosophischen Dialog, wenn ein Intermezzo dramatisch sein soll, nicht zu entbehren ist, in dem ganzen Werke nur einmal Erwähnt zu finden, th. 2. Of 2, s. 72, und noch dazu mir alle Einmischungen das eigentliche Tragische zu untersuchen, Und Docker innerter zwischen früheres Errungen der Verfassers, welche zwischen diese Ideen wenigstens zusammenzuhören schienen. Die Ironie ist Bereich das geradige Gegenteil unseres Lebens, in welcher Ernst und Scherz, wie sie der Verfasser annimmt, Wurzeln. As reviewer I was stunned by finding irony, which I regard as the true focus of all dramatic art and also as indispensable to philosophical dialogue if it is to be properly dramatic, mentioned only once in the entire work, Part 2, Second 2, p. 72, and then for the sake of prohibiting irony from any and all intermingling in the genuinely tragic. And yet the reviewer can recall previous statements of this author that at least appear to approximate this idea. But irony is the very opposite of that view of life in which, as the author supposes, seriousness and jest are rooted. 5. Since they all lament, why should I not also lament? My lament is that it is just the reverse with Hegel. At the point in all his systems where we could expect to find a development of irony, we find it referred to. Although, if it all were copied, we would have to concede that what is said about irony is in one sense not so inconsiderable, in another sense it is not. 13,320, much, since he says just about the same thing on every point. Add to this the fact that he directs his attack against the particular and often disparate ideas we have attached to the word irony, and as a result, since usage is not constant, his polemic is not always entirely clear. Yet I am far from being able to lament justifiably over Hegel in the same sense as Hegel laments over his predecessors. There are excellent observations especially in his review of Solger's posthumous writings, in volume 16 of his collected works. And even if the presentation and characterization of negative positions, since loquere, ut vidimte, speak, so that I may see you, is particularly pertinent to the characterization of these positions, are not always as exhaustive, as rich in content, as we could wish, Hegel knows all the better how to deal with them, and thus the positivity he asserts contributes indirectly to his characterization. While the Schlegels and Tieck had their major importance in the polemic with which they destroyed a previous development, and while precisely for this reason their position became somewhat scattered, because it was not a principal battle they won but a multitude of skirmishes, Hegel, on the other hand, has absolute importance by defeating with his positive total view the polemic prudery, the subjugation of which, just as Queen Brunhild's virginity required more than an ordinary husband, required a Sigurd. 8 Jean-Paul also mentions irony frequently, and some things are found in his Aesthetic, 9 but without any philosophic or genuinely aesthetic authority. He speaks mainly as an aesthetician, from a rich aesthetic experience, instead of actually giving grounds for his aesthetic position. Irony, humor, moods seem for him to be different languages, and his characterization is limited to expressing the same thought ironically, humorously, in the language of moods, somewhat as Franz Bauderten at times, after having described some mystical theses, then translates them into mystical language. But since the concept of irony has often acquired a different meaning in this way, the point is that one is not to use it altogether arbitrarily either knowingly or unknowingly, the point is that, having embraced the ordinary use of language, one, 13,321, comes to see that the various meanings the word has acquired in the course of time can still all be included here. Observations for orientation. There was a time, and not so long ago, when one could score a success also here with a bit of irony, which compensated for all other deficiencies and helped one get through the world rather respectably, gave one the appearance of being cultured, of having a perspective on life, an understanding of the world, and to the initiated marked one as a member of an intensive intellectual Freemasonry. Occasionally we still meet a representative of that vanished age who has preserved that subtle, sententious, equivocally divulging smile, that air of an intellectual courtier with which he had made his fortune in his youth and upon which he had built his whole future in the hope that he had overcome the world. 11. Ah, but it was an illusion. His watchful eye looks in vain for a kindred soul, and if his days of glory were not still of fresh memory for a few, his facial expression would be a riddle to the contemporary age, in which he lives as a stranger and a foreigner. 12 Our age demands more, it demands, if not lofty pathos then at least loud pathos, if not speculation then at least conclusions, if not truth then at least persuasion, if not integrity then at least protestations of integrity, if not feeling then at least verbosity about feelings. Therefore, it also coins a totally different kind of privileged faces. It will not allow the mouth to be defiantly compressed or the upper lip to quiver mischievously, it demands that the mouth be open, for how, indeed, could one imagine a true and genuine patriot who is not delivering speeches? How could one visualize a profound thinker's dogmatic face without a mouth able to swallow the whole world? How could one picture a virtuoso on the cornucopia of the living word without a gaping mouth? It does not permit one to stand still and to concentrate. To walk slowly is already suspicious, And how can one even put up with anything like that in the stirring period in which we live, in this, 13,322, momentous age, which all agree is pregnant with the extraordinary? It hates isolation, indeed. How could it tolerate a person's having the daft idea of going through life alone, this age that hand in hand and arm in arm, just like itinerant journeymen and soldiers, lives for the idea of community? This is not meant to depreciate or deprecate the earnest efforts of the age, but it is certainly to be wished that the age were more earnest in its earnestness. 13. But even if irony is far from being the distinctive feature of our age, it by no means follows that irony has totally disappeared. Our age is not an age of doubt, either. But nevertheless many manifestations of doubt still survive, in which one can, as it were, study doubt, even though there is a qualitative difference between speculative doubt and common doubt about this or about that. 14 In oratory, for example, there frequently appears a figure of speech with the name of irony and the characteristic of saying the opposite of what is meant. Already here we have a quality that permeates all irony, namely, that the phenomenon is not the essence but the opposite of the essence. When I am speaking, the thought, the meaning, is the essence, and the word is the phenomenon. These two elements are absolutely necessary, and it is in this sense that Plato 15 has said that all thinking is a discourse. Now, truth demands identity, for if I had the thought without the word, then I would not have the thought, and if I had the word without the thought, then I would not have the word, either, just as one cannot say of children and deranged people that they speak. If I need to consider the speaking subject, I once again have a qualification that permeates all irony, namely, the subject is negatively free. When I am aware as I speak that what I am saying is what I mean and that what I have said adequately expresses my meaning, and I assume that the person to whom I am talking grasps my meaning completely, then I am bound in what has been said, that is, I am positively free therein. Here the old verse is appropriate, semel symbol irrevocable verbum, the word once let slip flies beyond recall. 16 I am also bound with respect to myself and cannot free myself any time I wish. If, however, what I said is not my meaning or the opposite of my meaning, then I am free in relation to others and to myself. 13,323, the ironic figure of speech cancels itself, however, inasmuch as the one who is speaking assumes that his hearers understand him, and thus, through a negation of the immediate phenomenon, the essence becomes identical with the phenomenon. If it sometimes happens that an ironic figure of speech such as this is misunderstood, this is not the fault of the one who is speaking, except in so far as he has come to grips with such a crafty fellow as irony, who likes to play tricks just as much on friends as on foes. In fact, we say of such an ironic turn of speech, its earnestness is not in earnest. The remark is so earnest that it is shocking, but the hearer in the know shares the secret lying behind it. But precisely thereby the irony is once again cancelled. It is the most common form of irony to say something earnestly that is not meant in earnest. The second form of irony, to say as a jest, jestingly, something that is meant in earnest, is more rare. But, as was mentioned, the ironic figure of speech cancels itself. It is like a riddle to which one at the same time has the solution. This most frequently happens in connection with a certain despair and thus is often found in humorists, for example, when Heine 17 waggishly ponders which is worse, a toothache or a bad conscience, and declares himself for the first. The ironic figure of speech has still another property that characterizes all irony, a certain superiority 18 deriving from its not wanting to be understood immediately, even though it wants to be understood, with the result that this figure looks down, as it were, on plain and simple talk that everyone can promptly understand. It travels around, so to speak, in an elusive incognito and looks down pitying from this high position on ordinary, prosaic talk. In everyday affairs, the ironic figure of speech appears especially in the higher circles as a prerogative belonging to the same category as the bon ton, good form, that requires smiling at innocence and looking upon virtue as narrow-mindedness, although one still believes in it up to a point. Just as kings and princes speak French, the higher circles, this, of course, must be understood according to an intellectual ordering of rank, speak ironically so that lay people will not be able to understand them, and to that extent irony is in the process of isolating itself, it does not wish to be generally understood. Consequently, irony does not cancel itself here. Moreover, it is only a secondary form of the ironic vanity 19 that desires witnesses in order to assure and reassure itself of, 13,324, itself, just as it also is only an inconsistency irony has in common with every negative position that irony, which is isolation according to its concept, seeks to form a society and, when it cannot elevate itself to the idea of community, tries to actualize itself in conventicles. This is why there is just as little social unity in a coterie of ironists as there is real honesty in a band of thieves. Leaving this aspect of irony through which it opens itself to the inner circle and looking at irony in relation to the uninitiated, in relation to those against whom the polemic is directed, in relation to the eistance it ironically interprets, we see that ordinarily it has two modes of expression. Either the ironist identifies himself with the odious practice he wants to attack, or he takes a hostile stance to it, but always, of course, in such a way that he himself is aware that his appearance is in contrast to what he himself embraces and that he thoroughly enjoys this discrepancy. When it comes to a silly, inflated, neutral knowledge, it is ironically proper to go along, to be enraptured by all this wisdom, to spur it on with jubilating applause to ever greater lunacy, although the ironist is aware that the whole thing underneath is empty and void of substance. Over against an insipid and inept enthusiasm, it is ironically proper to outdo this with scandalous praise and plaudits, although the ironist is himself aware that this enthusiasm is the most ludicrous thing in the world. Indeed, the more successful the ironist is in beguiling, the further his fakery proceeds, the more joy he has in it. But he relishes this joy in private, and the source of his joy is that no one realizes his deception. This is a form of irony that appears only rarely, although it is just as profound as the irony that appears under the form of opposition and is easier to carry through. On a small scale, it is sometimes seen used against a person about to be afflicted with one or another fiat idea, or against someone who imagines himself to be a handsome fellow or has especially beautiful sideburns or fancies himself to be witty or at least has said something so witty it cannot be repeated enough, or against someone whose life is wrapped up in a single event, to which he comes back again and again, and which he can be prompted to tell at any time merely by pressing the right button, etc. In all these cases, it is the ironist's joy to seem to be caught, 13,325, in the same noose in which the other person is trapped. It is one of the ironist's chief joys to find weak sides such as this everywhere, and the more distinguished the person in whom it is found, the more joy he has in being able to take him in, to have him in his power, although that person himself is unaware of it. Thus at times even a distinguished person is like a puppet on a string for the ironist, a jumping jack he can get to make the motions he wants it to make by pulling the string. Strangely enough, it is the weaker sides of the human being more than the good sides that come close to being Chladni figures that continually become visible when made to vibrate properly. They seem to have an intrinsic, natural necessity, whereas the good sides, to our dismay, so often suffer from inconsistencies. But, on the other hand, it is just as characteristic of irony to emerge in an antithetical situation. Faced with a superfluity of wisdom and then to be so ignorant, so stupid, such a complete simple Simon 20 as is possible, and yet always so good-natured and teachable that the tenant farmers of wisdom are really happy to let someone slip into their luxuriant pastures, faced with a sentimental, soulful enthusiasm, and then to be too dull to grasp the sublime that inspires others, yet always manifesting an eager willingness to grasp and understand what up until now was a riddle. These are altogether normal expressions of irony. And the more naive the ironist's stupidity appears to be, the more genuine his honest and upright striving seems, the greater his joy. Thus we perceive that it can be just as ironic to pretend to know when one knows that one does not know as to pretend not to know when one knows that one knows. Indeed, irony can manifest itself in a more indirect way through an antithetical situation if the irony chooses the simplest and dullest of persons, not in order to mock them but in order to mock the wise. 21. In all these cases, irony manifests itself rather as the irony that comprehends the world, seeks to mystify the surrounding world, seeking not so much to remain in hiding itself as to get others to disclose themselves. But irony can also be in evidence when the ironist tries to mislead the outside world concerning himself. In our day, when the civic and social situation practically makes every secret love affair impossible, 13,326, when the city or neighborhood usually has already read the banns for the happy pair many times from the pulpit before the pastor has done it once, in our day, when society would consider itself robbed of one of its most precious prerogatives if it did not have the absolute power to tie the love knot and also at its own request, not at the pastor's, to speak out against it, with the result that a love affair is first validated by public discussion, and a relationship entered into without the town's knowing about it is almost considered invalid or at least a shameful invasion of its rights, just as undertakers regard suicide as an inadmissible sneaking out of the world. In our day, I say, it may certainly at times seem necessary for someone to cheat if he does not want the town to assign itself the honorable task of proposing marriage for him, so that all he needs to do is present himself with the conventional demeanor of someone who is proposing, ad magem, in the manner of Pater Eric Madsen 22, wearing white gloves and carrying an outline sketch of his life prospects, together with other charms and amulets, Not to forget a most deferential reminder, to be used in the final assault. Now, if there are circumstances of a primarily more eternal nature that make a certain secrecy necessary, the mystification to be used becomes more and more outright dissimulation. But the more the individual sees these mystifications as episodes in his own love affair, the more exuberant he is in his joy over drawing people's attention to a totally different point, the more pronounced is the irony. The ironist relishes the whole infinity of love, and the amplification others seek by having confidants he obtains by having highly trusted associates who still know nothing. Similar mystifications are sometimes also necessary in literature, where one is surrounded on all sides by a crowd of alert literati who discover authors the way Mrs. Matchmaker arranges matches. The less it is an eternal reason, family reasons, timidity, regard for promotion, etc., that makes someone decide to play the game of secrecy, the more it is a kind of inner infinity that desires to emancipate its creation from every finite relation to itself, wants to see itself freed from all the condolences of fellow sufferers and from all the congratulations of the tender, loving brotherhood of authors. The 13,327. More pronounced is the irony. If it goes so far that one can get some cackling rooster who would so very much like to lay an egg to support imputed paternity, half evading, half encouraging people in their error, then the ironist has won the game. If one sometimes wishes to take off the garments, something someone or other can easily be tempted to do in our day, everyone obsequiously must put on and wear according to his station in society. If one now and then at least wants to know that one has the advantage over convicts of daring to appear dressed in something other than the uniform of the penitentiary, then a certain mystification becomes necessary here also. Now, the more it is a finite reason that makes someone decide upon a mystification such as this, as when a merchant travels incognito to promote the closing of a business venture, a king in order to take his pursers by surprise, a police officer for a change to come as a thief in the night, 23 a subordinate public official afraid of his superiors, etc., the more it approaches outright dissimulation. However, the more it is an urge to be a human being once in a while and not always and forever the chancellor, the more poetic infinity there is in it, and the more skillfully the mystification is carried out, the more pronounced is the irony. And if one is totally successful in hoeing people, perhaps even to the point of being arrested as a suspicious character or becoming entangled in an interesting family situation, the ironist has achieved what he desires. But in all these and similar incidents, the salient feature of the irony is the subjective freedom that at all times has in its power the possibility of a beginning and is not handicapped by earlier situations. There is something seductive about all beginnings, because the subject is still free, and this is the enjoyment the ironist craves. In such moments, actuality loses its validity for him, he is free and above it. This is something the Roman Catholic Church has realized at certain points, and therefore in the Middle Ages it tended to rise above its absolute reality at certain times and to view itself ironically, for example, at the Feast of the Ass, the Feast of Fools, the Easter Comedy, 24 etc. A similar feeling was the basis for allowing the 13,328 Roman soldiers to sing satirical songs about the victor. There was simultaneously an awareness of the prestige of life and the reality of glory, and at the very same time there was an ironical detachment beyond it. Likewise, without needing the mockery of illusion, 25 there was much irony in the lives of the Greek deities, not even the heavenly actuality of the gods was spared the sharp blasts of irony. Just as much of life now is not actuality and just as there is something in personality that at least momentarily is incommensurate with actuality, so also there is a truth in irony. Add to this the fact that heretofore we have more or less viewed irony as a momentary manifestation and thus in all these instances are still unable to speak of pure irony or of irony as a position. But the further we tend consideration of the relation between actuality and subject, which has been asserted here only occasionally, the closer we shall approach the point where the irony manifests itself in its usurped totality. A diplomat's view of the world is ironic in many ways, and Talleyrand's famous statement that man did not acquire speech in order to reveal his thoughts but in order to conceal them 26 contains a profound irony about the world and from the angle of political prudence corresponds entirely to another genuinely diplomatic principle, mundus vult decipi, decipiatur ergo, the world wants to be deceived, therefore let it be deceived. 27 Still this does not necessarily mean that the diplomatic world views existence ironically, on the contrary, there is much it earnestly wants to affirm. The difference, therefore, between all the manifestations of irony suggested here is merely a quantitative difference, a more or less, whereas irony sensu eminentiori, in the eminent sense, qualitatively differs from the irony described here in the same way that speculative doubt differs qualitatively from common, empirical doubt. Irony sensu eminentiori is directed not against this or that particular eisting entity but against the entire given actuality at a certain time and under certain conditions. Thus it has an intrinsic a priority, and it is not by successively destroying one portion of actuality after another that it arrives at its total view, but it is by virtue of this that it destroys in the particular instance. It is not this or that phenomenon, 13-329, but the totality of existence that it contemplates subspecie ironiae, under the aspect of irony. To this extent we see the correctness of Hegel's view of irony as infinite absolute negativity. 28. However, before we go on to discuss this in more detail, it seems best to orient ourselves in the conceptual milieu to which irony belongs. To that end we must distinguish between what could be called executive irony and contemplative irony. Also belonging to executive or, as it could be called, dramatic irony, is nature's irony, that is, provided the irony is not conscious in nature but is conscious only to the one who has an eye for it, to whom it seems as if nature, like a person, were playing its joke on him or confiding its grief and pain to him. This discrepancy is not intrinsic to nature, it is too natural and far too naive for that, but it appears in nature, to the person who is ironically advanced. In his symbolic De Traumas, Bomberg, 1821, Schubert has an engaging selection of many such ironic features in nature. He notes, p. 38, that nature, with profound mockery, Klage mit Lust, Fröhlichkeit mit Trauer wunderlich part, Gleichgener Nature's Stimme, der Luft Musik auf Salon, welchem Ton einer tiefklagenden, herzerschneidenden Stimme, furchtbar lustige Minuten singt, curiously joins lament with merriment, joy with sorrow, like that voice of nature on Salon, the air music, which sings a frightfully merry minuet in the tones of a profoundly plaintive, heartrending voice. 29. He points out nature's ironic juxtaposition of outrageous Tremess, p. 41. Unmittelbar den wir unfugen gemäßigten Menschen, folgt in der Ideenassociation der Nature der Tolaffe, auf den weißen, Kürsken Elefanten das Unrangefein, auf das Pferd der Esel, auf das hässliche Kamel die Schlanken Reharten, auf die mit dem gewöhnlichen Lose der Saugtierenunzufriedene, dem Vogel Naschiff and Fledermaus, folgt in verschiedener Hinsicht die Maus, die sich kaum aus der Tiefe herauswagt. In nature's association of ideas, the rational and moderate human being is immediately succeeded by the ridiculous ape, after the wise and pure elephant comes the unclean swine, after the horse the ass, after the hideous camel the slender deer, and after the bat, dissatisfied with the ordinary lot of the mammal and imitating the bird, comes the mouse, which, dissatisfied in a different sense, scarcely ventures forth from the depths. Now all such things are not in nature, but the ironic subject sees them in nature. Similarly, we can also interpret all sensory illusions as irony on the part of nature. But it takes a consciousness that is itself ironic to become aware of this. The more polemically developed an individual is, the more irony he will also find in nature. Therefore, such a view of nature belongs more to the romantic than to the classical trend. It was difficult for Greek harmoniousness to find such sarcasm in nature. I shall illustrate this with an example. In happy Greece, nature seldom witnessed anything but the soft and gentle harmonies of an even-tempered psyche, for even Greek sorrow was beautiful, and therefore Echo was a friendly nymph. But in Norse mythology, where nature resounded with wild lament, where the night was not light and clear but dark and foggy, full of anxiety and terror, where grief was assuaged not by a quiet recollection but, 13-330, by a deep sigh and everlasting oblivion, their Echo was a troll. Thus in Norse mythology, Echo is called Vermal or Bergmal, see Grimm, Irische Elfenmarken, p. 78, Forooskfter, Randers, 1822, p. 464. 30. This irony in nature has been placed in a footnote because only the humorous individual actually perceives it, since it is actually only through the contemplation of sin in the world that the ironic interpretation of nature really emerges. We shall first consider what we ventured to call executive, 13-330, irony. Insofar as irony asserts contradistinction in all its various nuances, it might seem that irony would be identical with dissimulation. For the sake of conciseness, the word irony is customarily translated as dissimulation. But dissimulation denotes more the objective act that carries out the discrepancy between essence and phenomenon. Irony also denotes the subjective pleasure as the subject frees himself by means of irony from the restraint in which the continuity of life's conditions holds him. Thus the ironist can literally be said to kick over the traces. Add to this the fact that dissimulation, insofar as it is brought into relation to the subject, has a purpose, but this purpose is an eternal objective foreign to the dissimulation itself. Irony, however, has no purpose, its purpose is immanent in itself and is a metaphysical purpose. The purpose is nothing other than the irony itself. If, for example, the ironist appears as someone other than he actually is, his purpose might indeed seem to be to get others to believe this, but his actual purpose still is to feel free, but this he is precisely by means of irony. Consequently, irony has no other purpose but is self-motivated. We readily perceive, therefore, that irony differs from Jesuitism, 33, in which the subject is, to be sure, free to choose the means to fulfill his purpose but is not at all free in the same sense as in irony, in which the subject has no purpose. Irony is interpreted in this way by Theophrastus. See Theophrasti Characteres, concerning irony. Here irony is defined as follows: simulatio dissimulatio kphia et fraudulenta, false and fraudulent dissimulation and concealment. Insofar as it is essential for irony to have an eternal side that is opposite to the internal, it might seem that it would be identical, 331, with hypocrisy. 34 Indeed, irony is sometimes translated in Danish as skalkagtid, roguishness, and a hypocrite is usually called an oenskok, I rogue. But hypocrisy actually belongs to the sphere of morality. The hypocrite is always trying to appear good, although he is evil. Irony, on the other hand, lies in the metaphysical sphere, and the ironist is always only making himself seem to be other than he actually is. Thus, just as the ironist hides his jest in earnestness, his earnestness in jest, somewhat like the sounds of nature on Salon 35, so it may also occur to him to pretend to be evil, although he is good. Only remember that the moral categories are actually too concrete for irony. But irony also has a theoretical or contemplative side. If we regard irony as a minor element, then irony, of course, is the unerring eye for what is crooked, wrong, and vain in existence. Regarded in this way, irony might seem to be identical with mockery, satire, persiflage, etc. There is, of course, a resemblance insofar as irony sees the vanity, but it diverges in making its observation. Because it does not destroy the vanity, it is not what punitive justice is in relation to vice, does not have the redeeming feature of the comic but instead reinforces vanity in its vanity and makes what is lunatic even more lunatic. This is what could be called irony's attempt to mediate the discrete elements, not into a higher unity but into a higher lunacy. 36. If we consider irony as it turns against all existence, here again it maintains the contradiction between essence and phenomenon, between the internal and the eternal. It might seem now that as the absolute negativity it would be identical with doubt. But one must bear two things in mind: first, that doubt is a conceptual qualification, and irony is subjectivity's being for itself; second, that irony is essentially practical, that it is theoretical only in order to become practical again. In other words, it has to do with the irony of itself and not with the irony of the situation. Therefore, if irony gets an inkling that there is something more behind the phenomenon than meets the eye, then precisely what irony has always insisted upon is this, that the subject feel free, so that the phenomenon never acquires any reality, realitet, for the subject. Therefore, the movement is continually in the opposite direction. In doubt, the subject continually wants to enter into the object, and his unhappiness is that the object continually eludes him. In irony, the subject continually wants to get outside the object, and he achieves this by realizing at every moment that the 332 object has no reality. In doubt, the subject is an eyewitness to a war of conquest in which every phenomenon is destroyed, because the essence must continually lie behind it. In irony, the subject is continually retreating, talking every phenomenon out of its reality in order to save itself, that is, in order to preserve itself in negative independence of everything. Finally, insofar as irony, when it realizes that existence has no reality, realitet, pronounces the same thesis as the pious mentality, irony might seem to be a kind of religious devotion. If I may put it this way, in religious devotion the lower actuality, Verklichkeit, that is, the relationships with the world, loses its validity, but this occurs only insofar as the relationships with God simultaneously affirm their absolute reality. The devout mind also declares that all is vanity, 37, but this is only insofar as through this negation all disturbing factors are set aside and the eternally existing order comes into view. Add to this the fact that if the devout mind finds everything to be vanity, it makes no exception of its own person, makes no commotion about it. On the contrary, it also must be set aside so that the divine will not be thrust back by its opposition but will pour itself into the mind opened by devotion. Indeed, in the deeper devotional literature, we see that the pious mind regards its own finite personality as the most wretched of all. In irony, however, since everything is shown to be vanity, the subject becomes free. The more vain everything becomes, all the lighter, emptier, and volatilized the subject becomes. And while everything is in the process of becoming vanity, the ironic subject does not become vain in his own eyes but rescues his own vanity. For irony, everything becomes nothing, but nothing can be taken in several ways. The speculative nothing is the vanishing at every moment with regard to the concretion, since it is itself the craving of the concrete, its nisus formativus, formative impulse. The mystic nothing is a nothing with regard to the representation, a nothing that nevertheless is just as full of content as the silence of the night is full of sounds for someone who has ears to hear. 38 Finally, the ironic nothing is the dead silence in which irony walks again and haunts, the latter word taken altogether ambiguously. 39. The world historical validity of irony, the irony of Socrates, 13-333. If we turn back to the foregoing general description of irony as infinite absolute negativity, it is adequately suggested therein that irony is no longer directed against this or that particular phenomenon, against a particular eisting thing, but that the whole of eistence has become alien to the ironic subject and the ironic subject in turn alien to eistence, that is, actuality has lost its validity for the ironic subject, he himself has to a certain degree become unactual. The word actuality, however, must here primarily be understood as historical actuality, that is, the given actuality at a certain time and in a certain situation. This word can be understood metaphysically, for example, as it is used when one treats the metaphysical issue of the relation of the idea to actuality, where there is no question of this or that actuality but of the idea's concretion, that is, its actuality, and the word actuality can also be used for the historically actualized idea. The latter actuality is different at different times. By this it is in no way meant that in the sum total of its existence the historical actuality is not supposed to have an eternal and intrinsic coherence, but for different generations separated by time and space the given actuality is different. Even though the world spirit in any process is continually in itself, this is not the case with the generation at a certain time and the given individuals at a certain time in the same generation. For them, a given actuality does not present itself as something that they are able to reject, because the world process leads the person who is willing to go along and sweeps the unwilling one along with it. 40 But insofar as the idea is concrete in itself, it is necessary for it to become continually what it is, that is, become concrete. But this can occur only through generations and individuals. In this way, a contradiction appears, by means of which the world process takes place. The given actuality at a certain time is the actuality valid for the generation and the individuals in that generation, and yet, if there is a reluctance to say that the process is over, this actuality must be displaced by another actuality, and this must occur through and by individuals and the generation. Catholicism was the given actuality for the generation living at the time of the Reformation, and yet it was also the actuality that no longer had validity as such. Consequently, 13-334, one actuality collides here with another actuality. Herein lies the profoundly tragic aspect of world history. At one and the same time, an individual may be world historically justified and yet unauthorized. Insofar as he is the latter, he must become a sacrifice; insofar as he is the former, he must prevail, that is, he must prevail by becoming a sacrifice. Here we see how intrinsically consistent the world process is, for as the more true actuality presses onward, it nevertheless itself esteems the past. It is not a revolution but an evolution. The past actuality shows itself to be still justified by demanding a sacrifice, the new actuality by providing a sacrifice. But a sacrifice there must be, because a new element must actually emerge, since the new actuality is not just a conclusion to the past but contains something more in itself. It is not a mere corrective of the past but is also a new beginning. At any such turning point in history, two movements must be noted. On the one hand, the new must forge ahead, on the other, the old must be displaced. Inasmuch as the new must forge ahead, here we meet the prophetic individual who spies the new in the distance, in dim and undefined contours. The prophetic individual does not possess the future, he has only a presentiment of it. He cannot claim it, but he is also lost to the actuality to which he belongs. His relation to it, however, is peaceful, because the given actuality senses no clash. Then comes the tragic hero in the strict sense. He battles for the new and strives to destroy what for him is a vanishing actuality. But his task is still not so much to destroy as to advance the new and thereby destroy the past indirectly. But the old must be superseded, the old must be perceived in all its imperfection. Here we meet the ironic subject. For the ironic subject, the given actuality has lost its validity entirely, it has become for him an imperfect form that is a hindrance everywhere. But on the other hand, he does not possess the new. He knows only that the present does not match the idea. He is the one who must pass judgment. In one sense the ironist is certainly prophetic, because he is continually pointing to something impending, but what it is he does not know. He is prophetic, but his position and situation are the reverse of the prophet's. The prophet walks arm in arm with his age, and from this position he glimpses what is coming. The prophet, as was noted above, is lost to his generation, but essentially that is the case only because he is preoccupied with his visions. The ironist, however, has stepped out of line with his age, has turned, 13,335, around and faced it. That which is coming is hidden from him, lies behind his back, but the actuality he so antagonistically confronts is what he must destroy. Upon this he focuses his burning gaze. The words of Scripture, "The feet of those who will carry you out are at the door," 41 apply to his relation to his age. The ironist is also a sacrifice that the world process demands, not as if the ironist always needed in the strictest sense to fall as a sacrifice, but his fervor in the service of the world spirit consumes him. 42. Here, then, we have irony as the infinite absolute negativity. It is negativity, because it only negates. It is infinite, because it does not negate this or that phenomenon. It is absolute, because that by virtue of which it negates is a higher something that still is not. The irony establishes nothing, because that which is to be established lies behind it. It is a divine madness that rages like a Tamerlane. 43 and does not leave one stone upon another. 44 Here, then, we have irony. To a certain degree, every world historical turning point must have this formation also, and it certainly would not be without historical interest to track this formation through world history. Without engaging in this, I shall merely cite examples taken from the period closest to the Reformation: Cardanus, Campanella, and Bruno. 45 To some extent, Erasmus of Rotterdam. 46 was also an example of irony. In my opinion, the significance of this formation has not received sufficient attention hitherto, all the more strange, since Hegel has treated the negative with such decided partiality. But the negative in the system corresponds to irony in the historical actuality. In the historical actuality, the negative exists, which is never the case in the system. Irony is a qualification of subjectivity. In irony, the subject is negatively free, since the actuality that is supposed to give the subject content is not there. He is free from the constraint in which the given actuality holds the subject, but he is negatively free and as such is suspended, because there is nothing that holds him. But this very freedom, this suspension, gives the ironist a certain enthusiasm, because he becomes intuicated, so to speak, in the infinity of possibilities, and if he, 13,336, needs any consolation for everything that is destroyed, he can have recourse to the enormous reserve fund of possibility. He does not, however, abandon himself to this enthusiasm, it simply inspires and feeds his enthusiasm for destroying. But since the ironist does not have the new in his power, we might ask how, then, does he destroy the old, and the answer to that must be, he destroys the given actuality by the given actuality itself, but it should be remembered nevertheless that the new principle is present within him, potentially, as possibility. But by destroying actuality by means of actuality itself, he enlists in the service of world irony. In his Geschichte der Philosophie, 2, p. 62, Hegel says, Alle Dialektik lässt das gelten, was gelten soll, alsobs gelt, lässt die innere Zerstörung selbst sich darin entwickeln, allgemeine Ironie der Welt. All dialectic allows as valid that which is to be valid as if it were valid, allows the inner destruction to develop in it, the universal irony of the world. 48 And in this the world irony is very accurately interpreted. Like water in relation to what it reflects, the negative has the quality of showing as high above itself that which it supports as it shows beneath itself that which it is battling. 47 But the negative, like the water, does not know this. Precisely because every particular historical actuality is continually but an element in the actualization of the idea, it carries within itself the seeds of its own downfall. This appears very clearly particularly in Judaism, whose significance as a transitional element is especially remarkable. It was already a profound irony over the world when the law, after having declared the commandments, added the promise, if you obey these, you will be saved. 49 Since it turned out that people could not fulfill the law, and thus a salvation linked to this condition certainly became more than hypothetical. That Judaism destroyed itself by itself is easily shown in its historical relation to Christianity. If, without entering into a study of the significance of Christ's coming, we merely keep this as a turning point in world history, then one cannot miss the ironic formation there as well. This time it is provided by John the Baptizer. He was not the one who was supposed to come. 50 He did not know it was to come, and yet he destroyed Judaism. Thus he destroyed it not by means of the new but by means of Judaism itself. He required of Judaism what Judaism wanted to give, justice, but this it was unable to give, and thereby it foundered. Consequently, he let Judaism continue, 13,337, to east and at the same time developed the seeds of its own downfall within it. Nevertheless, the personality of John the Baptizer recedes completely into the background. In him we see the irony of the world in its subjective shape, so to speak, so that he becomes but an instrument in its hand. But in order for the ironic formation to be perfectly developed, it is required that the subject also become conscious of his irony, feel negatively free as he passes judgment on the given actuality, and enjoy this negative freedom. So that this might take place, the subjectivity must be in an advanced stage or, more correctly, as the subjectivity asserts itself, irony emerges. Face to face with the given actuality, the subjectivity feels its power, its validity and meaning. But as it feels this, it rescues itself, as it were, from the relativity in which the given actuality wants to keep it. Insofar as this irony is world historically justified, the subjectivity's emancipation is carried out in the service of the idea, even if the ironic subject is not clearly conscious of this. This is the genius of justified irony. It holds true of unjustified irony that whoever wants to save his soul must lose it. 51 But only history can judge whether the irony is justified or not. But just because the subject views actuality ironically, it in no way means that he conducts himself ironically as he asserts his view of actuality. For example, there has been sufficient talk in modern times about irony and about the ironic view of actuality, but this view has rarely taken ironic form. But the more this happens, so much the more certain and inevitable is the downfall of the actuality, so much greater is the superiority of the ironic subject over the actuality he wishes to destroy, and so much more free is he also. Here he quietly carries out the same operation as world irony. He permits the established to remain, but for him it has no validity. Meanwhile, he pretends as if it did have validity for him, and under this mask he leads it to its certain downfall. To the extent that the ironic subject is world historically justified, there is here unity of genius and artistic presence of mind. But if irony is a qualification of subjectivity, then it must manifest itself the first time subjectivity makes its appearance in world history. Irony is, namely, the first and most abstract qualification of subjectivity. 52 This points to the historical turning point where subjectivity made its appearance for the first time, and with this we have come to Socrates. 13,338 The nature of Socrates' irony has been sufficiently covered in the first part of this investigation. For him, the whole given actuality had entirely lost its validity, he had become alien to the actuality of the whole substantial world. This is one side of irony, but on the other hand he used irony as he destroyed Greek culture. His conduct toward it was at all times ironic, he was ignorant and knew nothing but was continually seeking information from others, yet as he let the easting go on easting, it foundered. He kept on using this tactic until the very last, as was especially evident when he was accused. But his fervor in this service consumed him, and in the end irony overwhelmed him, he became dizzy, and everything lost its reality. To me, this view of Socrates and of the significance of his position in world history seems to be so well balanced that I hope it finds acceptance with some readers. But since Hegel declares himself against viewing Socrates' position as irony, it becomes necessary to look at the objections found here and there in his books. Before proceeding to this, however, I shall try as well as I can to explain a weakness from which Hegel's whole understanding of the concept of irony seems to suffer. Hegel always discusses irony in a very unsympathetic manner. In his eyes, irony is anathema. Hegel's appearance coincides with Schlegel's most brilliant period. But just as the irony of the Schlegels had passed judgment in aesthetics on an encompassing sentimentality, so Hegel was the one to correct what was misleading in the irony. On the whole, it is one of Hegel's great merits that he halted or at least wanted to halt the prodigal sons of speculation on their way to perdition. But he did not always use the mildest means for this, and when he called out to them his voice was not always gentle and fatherly but at times was harsh and schoolmasterly. The partisans of irony gave him the most trouble, he soon gave up hope of their salvation and now treats them as irreclaimable and obdurate sinners. He takes every opportunity to talk about these ironists, 13,339, and always in the most unsympathetic manner. Indeed, Hegel looks down with immense scorn and superiority on those whom he often calls superior people. 54 But the fact that Hegel became irritated with the form of irony closest to him naturally impaired his interpretation of the concept. Explanation is often lacking, but Schlegel is always reprimanded. 55 In no way does this mean that Hegel was not right about the Schlegels and that the Schlegelian irony was not on a very dubious wrong road. All it says is that Hegel has surely conferred a great benefit through the earnestness with which he takes a stand against any isolation, an earnestness that makes it possible to read much that he has written with much invigoration and considerable edification. 56 But on the other hand, it must be said that by his one-sided attack on the post-Fichtean irony he has overlooked the truth of irony, and by his identifying all irony with this, he has done irony an injustice. As soon as Hegel mentions the word irony, he promptly thinks of Schlegel and Tieck, and his style is immediately marked by a certain resentment. What was wrong and unwarranted with Schlegel's irony as well as Hegel's good services in this respect will be discussed in the appropriate place. We turn now to his view of Socrates' irony. We called attention earlier to the fact that Hegel, in his description of Socrates' method, stresses two forms, his irony and his midwifery. His discussion of this is found in Geschichte der Philosophie, 2. Pages 59 to 67.57. Although the discussion of Socratic irony is very brief, Hegel nevertheless uses the occasion to rant against irony as a general principle and on page 62 adds, Friedrich von Schlegel ist es, der diese Gedanken zuerst aufgebracht, hat es nachgesprochen. It was Friedrich von Schlegel who first brought forward this idea, and repeated it, and then follow the earnest words that Hegel customarily delivers on such an occasion. Socrates pretends to be ignorant, and in the role of being taught he teaches others. p. 60. Dieses ist dann die Seine der berühmten Sokratischen Ironie. Sie hat beim die subjective Gestalt der Dialektik, sie ist Beneckungsweise im Umgang, die Dialektik ist Gründe der Sache, die Ironie ist besondere Beneckungsweise von Person zu Person. This, then, is the aspect of the celebrated Socratic irony. In him it has the subjective form of dialectic, it is a way of dealing with people. The dialectic is the reasons of things, the irony is a special way of dealing person to person. But inasmuch as just before that Hegel noted that Socrates uses the same irony wenn die Männer der Sophisten Zuschanden machen will, when he wishes to bring the manner of the sophists into disrepute, 13–340, we promptly encounter a difficulty here, because in the one instance he does indeed want to teach, but in the other merely to disgrace. Hegel then points out that this Socratic irony seems to contain something false but thereupon shows the correctness of his conduct. Finally he shows the real meaning of Socratic irony, the greatness in it, namely, that it seeks to make abstract conceptions concrete and developed. He goes on to add, p. 62, Wenn ich sage, ich weiß, was Vernunft, was Glaube ist, so sind dies nur ganz abstract Vorstellungen, doch sie nun konkret werden, dazu gehört, doch sie plikiert werden. Das vorausgesetzt werde, es sei nicht bekannt, was es eigentlich sei. Diese Implikations solcher Vorstellungen bewirken an Socrates, und dies ist das Wahrhaft der Sokratischen Ironie, in saying that I know what reason is, what belief is, these remain but quite abstract conceptions, in order to become concrete, they must indeed be plicated and presupposed to be unknown in terms of what they really are. Socrates effected the implications of such conceptions, and this is the truth of Socratic irony. But this confuses everything, the description of Socratic irony completely loses its historical weight, and the passage quoted is so modern that it hardly reminds us of Socrates. To be specific, Socrates' undertaking was by no means one of making the abstract concrete, and the examples cited are certainly very poorly chosen, because I do not think that Hegel would be able to cite analogies of this unless he were to take the whole of Plato and plead the continual use of Socrates' name in Plato, whereby he would come into conflict with both himself and everyone else. Socrates' undertaking was not to make the abstract concrete, but to let the abstract become visible through the immediately concrete. In a refutation of these Hegelian observations, it is sufficient to remember two things. First, the double nature of the irony we found in Plato, for it is obviously the irony we have called Platonic irony that Hegel meant and that on page 64 he identifies with Socratic irony. Second, the principle of movement in Socrates' whole life, that it proceeded not from the abstract to the concrete but from the concrete to the abstract and continually arrived at this. Thus, when Hegel's holy emanation of Socratic irony ends in such a way that Socratic irony becomes identified with Platonic irony and both ironies become, p. 64, mehr Manier der Conversation, die Geselligkeit, als das jene rein Negation, gens negative Verhalten der Unverstanden wäre, more a manner of conversation, sociable pleasantry, and not that pure negation, not the negative attitude. This comment has indeed already been answered. Hegel's description of Socrates' art of midwifery does not fare much better. Here he develops the significance of Socrates asking questions, and this discussion is both beautiful and true, but the distinction we made earlier between asking in order to get an answer and asking in order to disgrace is overlooked. 13–341. here. At the end, the example of the concept to become that he chooses is once again totally un-Socratic, unless he intends to find a Socratic development in the Parmenides. As for Hegel's ever really discussing Socrates' tragic irony, 58 one must bear in mind that it is not the irony of Socrates but the world's irony with Socrates. Therefore, it cannot shed any light on the question of Socratic irony. In his review of the works of Soldier, 59 Hegel again points out on page 488 the difference between Schlegelian irony and Socratic irony. That there is a difference we have fully conceded and shall point out in more detail in the appropriate place, but it is by no means to be concluded from this that Socrates' position was not irony. Hegel upbraids Friedrich Schlegel because, with his lack of judgment with regard to the speculative and his neglect of it, he has wrenched the Fichtean thesis on the constitutive validity of the ego out of its metaphysical context, wrenched it out of the domain of thought, and applied it directly to actuality, zum Verneinen der Lebendigkeit der Vernunft und Wahrheit, und zur Herabsetzung derselben zum Schein im Subjekt und zum Scheinen vor andere, in order to deny the vitality of reason and truth and to relegate these to an illusory status in the subject and to illusion for others. 60 He then points out that in order to designate this vitiation of truth into appearance, the name of innocent Socratic irony has been allowed to be vitiated. If the similarity is based particularly on the circumstance that Socrates always introduced his inquiry with the declaration that he knew nothing, in order to disgrace the sophists, then the outcome of this conduct is always something negative and without any scientific scholarly conclusion. In that case, Socrates protesting that he knew nothing is given in dead earnest and consequently is not ironic. I shall not at this point become further involved in the issue that arises here from Hegel's showing that Socrates' teaching ended without a conclusion, if we compare this with what he advanced earlier about Socrates making the abstract concrete through his ironic teaching, but on the other hand I shall in a little detail investigate how earnest Socrates really was about his ignorance. As pointed out earlier, when Socrates declared that he was ignorant, he nevertheless did know something, for he knew about his ignorance. On the other hand, however, this knowledge was not a knowledge of something, that is, did not have any positive content, and to that extent his ignorance was, 13,342, ironic, and since Hegel has tried in vain, in my opinion, to reclaim a positive content for him, I believe that the reader must agree with me. If his knowledge had been a knowledge of something, his ignorance would merely have been a conversational technique. His irony, however, was complete in itself. Inasmuch, then, as his ignorance was simultaneously earnest and yet again not earnest, it is on this prong Socrates must be held. To know that one is ignorant is the beginning of coming to know, but if one does not know more, it is merely a beginning. This knowledge was what kept Socrates ironically afloat. When Hegel Nietzsche hopes to show that Socrates' ignorance was not irony by pointing out that Socrates was in earnest about his ignorance, it seems to me that here again Hegel is not consistent. To be specific, if irony is going to advance a supreme thesis, it does as every negative position does, it declares something positive and is earnest about what it says. For irony, nothing is an established order, it plays helter-skelter ad libitum, at will, with everything, but when it wants to declare this, it says something positive, and to that extent its sovereignty is thereby at an end. Therefore, when Schlegel or Soldier says, actuality is only appearance, only semblance, only vanity, a nothing, he obviously is saying this in earnest, and yet Hegel assumes it to be irony. The difficulty here is that, strictly speaking, irony actually is never able to advance a thesis, because irony is a qualification of the being for itself subject, who in incessant agility allows nothing to remain established and on account of this agility cannot focus on the total point of view that it allows nothing to remain established. Schlegel's and Soldiers' consciousness that finitude is a nothing is obviously just as earnestly intended as Socrates' ignorance. Ultimately the ironist always has to posit something, but what he posits in this way is nothing. But then it is impossible to be earnest about nothing without either arriving at something. This happens if one becomes speculatively earnest about it, or despairing, if one takes it personally in earnest. But the ironist does neither, and thus we can also say that he is not in earnest about it. Irony is the infinitely light playing with nothing that is not terrified by it but even rises to the surface on occasion. But if one does not speculatively or personally take nothing in earnest, 13,343, then one obviously is taking it lightly and thus does not take it in earnest. If Hegel thinks that Schlegel was not in earnest in holding that existence is a nothing devoid of reality, realitet, then there certainly must have been something that did have validity for him, but in that case his irony was merely a form. Therefore we can say of irony that it is earnestness about nothing, insofar as it is not earnestness about something. It continually conceives of nothing in contrast to something, and in order to free itself of earnestness about anything, it grasps the nothing. But it does not become earnestness about nothing, either, except in so far as it is not earnestness about anything. So it is also with Socrates' ignorance. His ignorance is the nothing with which he destroys any knowledge. This is best seen in his view of death. He is ignorant of what death is and of what there is after death, whether there is anything or nothing at all. Consequently, he is ignorant. But he does not take this ignorance greatly to heart. On the contrary, he genuinely feels quite liberated in this ignorance. Consequently, he is not in earnest about this ignorance, and yet he is altogether earnest about being ignorant. I believe, therefore, that everyone will agree with me that there is nothing in these Hegelian observations to preclude the assumption that Socrates' position was irony. We shall now summarize what was stressed in the first part of this dissertation as characteristic of Socrates' position, namely, that the whole substantial life of Greek culture had lost its validity for him, which means that to him the established actuality was unactual, not in this or that particular aspect but in its totality as such, that with regard to this invalid actuality he let the established order of things appear to remain established and thereby brought about its downfall, that in the process Socrates became lighter and lighter, more and more negatively free. Consequently, that we do indeed perceive that according to what is set forth here Socrates' position was, as infinite absolute negativity, irony. But it was not actuality in general that he negated, it was the given actuality at a particular time, the substantial actuality as it was in Greece, and what his irony was demanding was the actuality of subjectivity, of ideality. On this issue, history has judged Socrates to be world historically justified. He became a sacrifice. This is certainly a tragic fate. But nevertheless Socrates' death is not basically tragic, and the Greek state really comes too late with its death sentence. On the other hand, the execution of the death sentence has little upbuilding effect, because death has no reality. 13,344, for Socrates. For the tragic hero, death has validity. For him, death is truly the final battle and the final suffering. Therefore the age he wanted to destroy can in that way satisfy its fury for revenge. But obviously the Greek state could not find this satisfaction in Socrates' death, since, by his ignorance Socrates had frustrated any more meaningful connection with the thought of death. Admittedly the tragic hero does not fear death, but still he knows it as a pain, as a hard and harsh course, and to that end it has validity if he is condemned to die, but Socrates knows nothing at all, and thus it is an irony over the state that it condemns him to death and believes that it has inflicted punishment upon him. Irony after Fichte. It was in Kant, to call to mind only what is generally known, that modern speculative thought, feeling itself mature and come of age, became tired of the guardianship in which it had lived hitherto under dogmatism and, like the prodigal son, went to its father and demanded that he divide and share the inheritance with it. 61 The outcome of this division of the inheritance is well known, and also that speculation did not have to go abroad in order to squander its resources, because there was no wealth to be found. The more the eye in criticism became absorbed in contemplation of the eye, the leaner and leaner the eye became, until it ended with becoming a ghost, immortal like her or his husband. 62 The same thing happened to the eye as to the raven who, fooled by the foe's praise of its person, lost the cheese. Because reflection was continually reflecting about reflection, thinking went astray, and every step it advanced led further and further, of course, from any content. Here it became apparent, as it does in all ages, that if one is going to speculate, one had better be facing in the right direction. Speculative thought utterly failed to see that what it was seeking was in its own seeking, and when it would not look for it, 13,345, there, it was not to be found in all eternity. Philosophy walked around like a man who is wearing his glasses and nevertheless is looking for his glasses, that is, he is looking for something right in front of his nose, but he does not look right in front of his nose and therefore never finds it. But that which is eternal to experience, which like a hard body collided with the experiencer, whereupon they parted with the force of the collision, Dosting and Zich, 64 which never ceased to test the experiencing subject, just as a certain school 65 in the Middle Ages believed that the visible signs in Holy Communion were present in order to test faith, this eternality, this Ding and Zich, constituted the weakness in Kant's system. Indeed, it became a question whether the eye itself is not a Ding and Zich. This question was raised and answered by Fichte. He removed the difficulty with this and Zich by placing it within thought. He infinitized the eye in I. The producing eye is the same as the produced eye. I is the abstract identity. By so doing he infinitely liberated thought. But this infinity of thought in Fichte is, like all Fichte's infinity, his ethical infinity is ceaseless striving for the sake of this striving itself, his aesthetic infinity is ceaseless producing for the sake of this producing itself, God's infinity is ceaseless development for the sake of the development itself, Negative infinity, an infinity in which there is no finitude, an infinity without any content. When Fichte infinitized the I in this way, he advanced an idealism beside which any actuality turned pale, and a cosmism in which his idealism became actuality even though it was docetism. In Fichte, thought was infinitized, subjectivity became the infinite, absolute negativity, the infinite tension and urge. Because of this, Fichte has significance for science and scholarship. His Wissenschaftslehre, theory of knowledge 67 infinitized knowledge. But he infinitized it negatively, and thus instead of truth he obtained certainty, not positive but negative infinity in the I's infinite identity with itself. Instead of positive striving, that is, happiness, Salide, he obtained a negative striving, that is, a naught. But precisely because Fichte had the negative, his position had an infinite enthusiasm, an infinite elasticity. Kant lacks the negative infinity, Fichte the positive. For this reason Fichte has an absolute gain from the method. With him science and scholarship became a 13,346, whole out of one part. But since Fichte in his I insisted on abstract identity in this way and in his ideal kingdom would have nothing to do with actuality, he achieved the absolute beginning, and proceeding from that, as has so frequently been discussed, he wanted to construct the world. The I became the constituting entity. But since the I was merely formally understood and consequently negatively, Fichte actually went no further than the infinite, elastic melimina, efforts, toward a beginning. He has the infinite urge of the negative, its nisus formativus, formative impulse, but possesses it as a fieriness that cannot get started, possesses it as a divine and absolute impatience, as an infinite power that still accomplishes nothing because there is nothing to which it can be applied. It is a potentiation, an ealtation as strong as a god who can lift the whole world and yet is nothing to lift. The starting point for the problem of philosophy is hereby brought to consciousness. It is the presuppositionless with which it must begin, but the prodigious energy of this beginning goes no further. In other words, in order for thought, subjectivity, to acquire fullness and truth, it must let itself be born, it must immerse itself in the deeps of substantial life, let itself hide there as the congregation is hidden in Christ, 68 half fearfully and half sympathetically, half shrinking back and half yielding. It must let the waves of the substantial sea close over it, just as in the moment of inspiration the subject almost disappears from himself, abandons himself to that which inspires him, and yet feels a slight shudder, for it is a matter of life and death. But this takes courage, and yet it is necessary, since everyone who wants to save his soul must lose it. 69 But this is not the courage of despair, as Tauler so beautifully says in an even more concrete situation. Doch dieses Verlieren, dies ontschwinden first eben das Echte und Rechte finden, yet this loss, this vanishing, is indeed the genuine and proper soul must lose it. 69 But this is not the courage of despair, as Tauler so beautifully says in an even more concrete situation. Doch dieses Verlieren, dies ontschwinden first eben das Echte und Rechte finden, yet this loss, this vanishing, is indeed the genuine and proper. As is known, Fichte later abandoned this position, which had many admirers and few adherents, and in some of his works tried in a more upbuilding manner to quiet and lessen the earlier, full assurance. 71 On the other hand, it, 13,347, appears from the works published posthumously 72 by his son that Fichte also tried to become lord and master of that negative infinity by concentrating upon the very essence of consciousness. Since that does not pertain to this study, I shall deal with one of the positions related to the earlier Fichte, namely, with the Schlegelian and Dieckeian irony. In Fichte, subjectivity became free, infinite, negative. But in order for subjectivity to get out of this movement of emptiness in which it moved in infinite abstraction, it had to be negated. In order for thought to be able to become actual, it had to become concrete. This brings up the question of metaphysical actuality. This Fichtean principle that subjectivity, the I, has constitutive validity, is the sole omnipotence, was grasped by Schlegel and Tieck, and on that basis they operated in the world. In this there was a twofold difficulty. In the first place, the empirical and finite I was confused with the eternal I. In the second place, metaphysical actuality was confused with historical actuality. Thus a rudimentary metaphysical position was summarily applied to actuality. Fichte wanted to construct the world, but he had in mind a systematic construction. Schlegel and Tieck wanted to obtain a world. But this ironic endeavor by no means ended with Tieck and Schlegel. On the contrary, in Young Germany 73 it has a crowded nursery. In fact, in the general development of this position, considerable attention is directed to this Young Germany. Here we perceive that this irony was not in the service of the world spirit. It was not an element of the given actuality that must be negated and superseded by a new element, but it was all of historical actuality that it negated in order to make room for a self-created actuality. It was not subjectivity that should forge ahead here, since subjectivity was already given in world situations, but it was an exaggerated subjectivity, a subjectivity raised to the second power. We also perceive here that this irony was totally unjustified and that Hegel's hostile behavior toward it is entirely in order. Irony now functioned as that for which nothing was established, 13,348, as that which was finished with everything, and also as that which had the absolute power to do everything. If it allowed something to remain established, it knew that it had the power to destroy it, knew it at the very same moment it let it continue. If it posited something, it knew it had the authority to annul it, knew it at the very same moment it posited it. It knew that in general it possessed the absolute power to bind and to unbind. 74 It was lord over the idea just as much as over the phenomenon, and it destroyed the one with the other. It destroyed the phenomenon by showing that it did not correspond to the idea, it destroyed the idea by showing that it did not correspond to the phenomenon. Both were correct, since the idea and the phenomenon are only in and with each other. And during all this, irony saved its carefree life, since the subject, man, was able to do all this, for who is as great as Allah, and who can endure before him? Throughout this whole discussion I use the terms irony and ironist, I could just as well say romanticism and romanticist. Both terms say essentially the same thing, the one is more reminiscent of the name with which the faction christened itself, the other, the name with which Hegel christened it. But actuality, historical actuality, stands in a twofold relation to the subject, partly as a gift that refuses to be rejected, partly as a task that wants to be fulfilled. Irony's misrelation to actuality is already sufficiently intimated by the essentially critical stance of irony. Both its philosopher, Schlegel, and its poet, Tieck, are critical. Thus the seventh day, which in our age is supposed finally to have arrived in so many ways, is used not to wrest from the historical work but to criticize. But criticism as a rule precludes sympathy, and there is a criticism to which nothing is established any more than anyone is innocent to a suspicious policeman. But the old classics were not criticized, consciousness was not criticized as it was by Kant, but actuality itself was criticized. Now, there certainly may have been much in actuality that needed criticism, and evil in the Fichtean sense of the word, apathy and indolence, may very well have gained the upper hand, and its vis inertia, force of inertia, may very well have needed chastisement. In other words, there may well have been much in existence that had, 13,349, to be cut away precisely because it was not actuality, but it was utterly indefensible for irony to aim its criticism at all actuality for that reason. That Schlegel was critical, I need only remind the reader, but that Tieck also was critical. Anyone will certainly agree if he also agrees that Tieck has embodied his polemic against the world in his dramas and that it takes a polemically mature individual to understand them, a circumstance that has made his plays less popular than they, considering their genius, deserve to be. But when I said earlier that actuality offers itself partly as a gift, the individual's relation to a past is thereby implied. This past will now claim validity for the individual and will not be overlooked or ignored. For irony, however, there really never was a past. This was due to its refusal to be involved in metaphysical inquiries. It confused the eternal I with the temporal I, but the eternal I has no past, and as a result the temporal I does not have one, either. But to the extent that irony is good-natured enough to assume a past, this past must be of such a nature that irony can have a free hand with it and play its game with it. Thus it was the mythical part of history, legend and fairy tale, that mainly found favor in its eyes. The actual history, however, in which the authentic individual has his positive freedom because therein he possesses his premises, had to be set aside. To that end, irony acted just as Hercules did when he was fighting with Antaeus, who could not be conquered as long as he kept his feet on the ground. As we all know, Hercules lifted Antaeus up from the ground and thereby defeated him. Irony dealt with historical actuality in the same way. In a twinkling, all history was turned into myth, poetry, legend, fairy tale. Thus irony was free once again. Now, it again made its choice and played helter-skelter as it pleased. It took special delight in Greece and the Middle Ages. It did not, however, lose itself in historical views, which it knew to be Dichtung und Wahrheit. 75 Sometimes it lived in Greece under the beautiful Greek sky, lost in the present tense enjoyment of harmonious Greek life, lived therein so that it had its actuality there. But when it became tired of that, it shoved this arbitrarily posited actuality so far away from itself that it vanished altogether. For irony, Greek culture had no validity as a world historical element but had validity and absolute validity for it because it was pleased to have it so. Sometimes it hid away in the primeval forest of the Middle Ages, listened to the secret-laden whispering of the trees, and built nests in their leafy tops or hid in its dark hollows. In 1350, short, it sought its actuality in the Middle Ages in the company of knights and troubadours, fell in love with a noble maiden on a spirited horse with a falcon trained for the hunt on her outstretched right arm. But if this love affair lost its validity, then the Middle Ages receded far back into the infinite and faded more and more in ever dimmer outlines on the backdrop of consciousness. For irony, the Middle Ages did not have its validity as a world historical element but had validity and absolute validity for it because it was pleased to have it so. The same is repeated in all theoretical spheres. One religion or another was momentarily the absolute for it, but it also was very well aware that the reason it was the absolute was that irony itself wanted it so, period. In the next moment, it wanted something else. Therefore it taught, just as it is taught in Nathan Derwisa, 76, that all religions are equally good, Christianity perhaps the worst, and then for a change it was itself pleased to be Christian. It was the same with regard to knowledge. It judged and denounced every scholarly position, was always passing judgment, was always on the judgment seat, but never investigated. It continually stood above the object, and this, of course, was quite natural, because only now was actuality supposed to begin. In other words, irony refused to be involved in the metaphysical question of the idea's relation to actuality, but the metaphysical actuality lies beyond time and consequently could not possibly be the actuality irony wanted to have, could not possibly be given in time. It is against this judging and denouncing conduct on the part of Friedrich Schlegel that Hegel declaims in particular, work 16, p. 46577. In this connection, Hegel's great service to the understanding of the historical past cannot be sufficiently acknowledged. He does not reject the past but comprehends it, he does not repudiate other scholarly positions but vanquishes them. Thus Hegel put a stop to all this continual chatter that now world history was going to begin, as if it were going to begin at precisely 4 o'clock or at least by 5 o'clock. And if one or another Hegelian has attained such enormous world historical momentum that he cannot stop but at a dreadful speed steers to the back of beyond, then Hegel is not to blame for that. And when it comes to contemplation, if even more can be done than Hegel has done, no one, 13351, who has any concept of the meaning of actuality would be so ungrateful as to go beyond Hegel so fast that he forgets what he owes to him, that is, if he has been familiar with him at all. With regard to what authorizes irony to behave as described, it must be said that it is because irony knows that the phenomenon is not the essence. The idea is concrete and therefore must become concrete. But the idea's becoming concrete is precisely the historical actuality. In this historical actuality, every single link has its validity as an element. But irony does not acknowledge this relative validity. For irony, historical actuality sometimes has absolute validity, sometimes none at all, because it has, after all, taken upon itself the significant assignment of bringing about actuality. But for the individual actuality is also a task that wants to be fulfilled. Here one would depict that irony would properly have to show its advantageous side, since it has gone beyond all given actuality. One would think that it must have to have something good to put in its place. But this is by no means the case, for just as irony managed to defeat the historical actuality by placing it in suspension, so irony itself has become suspended. Its actuality is only possibility. In order for the acting individual to be able to accomplish his task by fulfilling actuality, he must feel himself integrated in a larger quantity, must feel the earnestness of responsibility, must feel and respect every reasonable consequence. Irony is free from this. It knows it has the power to start all over again if it so pleases, anything that happened before is not binding, and just as irony in infinite freedom enjoys its critical gratification in the theoretical realm, so it enjoys in the realm of practice a similar divine freedom that knows no bonds, no chains, but plays with abandon and unrestrained, gambols like a Leviathan 78 in the sea. Irony is indeed free from the sorrows of actuality, but also free from its joys, free from its blessing, for inasmuch as it is nothing higher than itself, it can receive no blessing, since it is always the lesser that is blessed by the greater. 79 This is the freedom that irony craves. Therefore it watches over itself and fears nothing more than that some impression or other might overwhelm it, because not until one is free in that way does one live poetically, and, as is well known, irony's great requirement was to live poetically. 80. 13352, But by living poetically, irony understood something other and something more than what any sensible person who has any respect for a human being's worth, any sense for the originality in a human being, understands by this phrase. It did not take this to mean the artistic earnestness that comes to the aid of the divine in man, that mutely and quietly listens to the voice of what is distinctive in individuality, detects its movements in order to let it really be available in the individual and to let the whole individuality develop harmoniously into a pliable form rounded off in itself. It did not understand it to be what the pious Christian thinks of when he becomes aware that life is an upbringing, an education, which, please note, is not supposed to make him into someone completely different, for the Christian's God does not have the infinite negative omnipotence of the Mohammedans, for whom a man as large as a mountain, a fly as large as an elephant, is just as possible as a mountain as little as a man and an elephant as little as a fly, since everything can just as well be something entirely different from what it is, but is specifically supposed to develop the seeds God himself has placed in man, since the Christian knows himself as that which has reality for God. Here, in fact, the Christian comes to the aid of God, becomes, so to speak, his co-worker in completing the good work God himself has begun. 81. By the phrase living poetically, irony not only registered a protest against all the contemptibleness that is nothing but a miserable product of its environment, against all the commonplace people who, sorry to say, populate the world in such numbers, but it wanted something more. In other words, it is indeed one thing to compose oneself poetically, it is something else to be composed poetically. The Christian lets himself be poetically composed, and in this respect a simple Christian lives far more poetically than many a brilliant intellectual. But also the person who in the Greek sense poetically composes himself recognizes that he has been given a task. Therefore it is very urgent for him to become conscious of what is original in him, and this originality is the boundary within which he poetically composes, within which he is poetically free. Thus the individuality has an objective that is its absolute objective, and its activity is aimed precisely at the fulfillment of this objective and the enjoyment of itself in and with this fulfillment, that is, its activity is to become for itself, what it is in itself. But just as commonplace people do not have any but can become anything, so also the ironist has none. But this is not simply because he is merely a product of his environment. On the contrary, he stands above his whole environment, but in order really to live poetically, really and thoroughly to be able to create himself poetically, the ironist must have known. 13,353, Zish. In this way, irony itself lapses into that which it is fighting the hardest, because an ironist comes to have a certain resemblance to an altogether commonplace person, except that the ironist has the negative freedom with which he stands, poetically creating, above himself. Therefore the ironist frequently becomes nothing, because what is not true for God is true for man, out of nothing comes nothing. But the ironist continually preserves his poetic freedom, and when he notices that he is becoming nothing, he includes that in his poetizing, and, as is well known, it is part and parcel of the poetic poses and positions in life that irony promoted. Indeed, to become nothing at all is the most superior of them all. In the poetry of the Romantic school, therefore, a Taugenichts, good-for-nothing 82 is always the most poetic character, and what the Christians so often speak about, especially in troubled times, becoming a fool in the world 83, this the ironist actualized in his own way, except that he feels nothing akin to martyrdom, because to him this is the supreme poetic enjoyment. But the infinite poetic freedom, already suggested by the inclusion of becoming nothing at all, manifests itself in a more positive manner also, inasmuch as the ironic individual has looked over a multitude of destinies, usually in the form of possibility, has familiarized himself with them poetically before he ends with nothing. In irony, just as in the world according to Pythagorean teaching, 84 the soul is always on pilgrimage, except that it does not take such a long time. But even though irony is behind with respect to time, it perhaps has the advantage in the multitude of destinies, and certainly many an ironist, before finding rest in nothing, has run through much stranger fata, destinies, than the rooster presented in Lucian, which had first been Pythagoras himself, then Aspasia, the dubious beauty from Miletus, then Crates the cynic, then a king, a beggar, a satrap, a horse, a jackdaw, a frog, and 1,000 other things too numerous to mention, and finally a rooster, and that more than once, because it found the most pleasure in being a rooster. 85 For the ironist, everything is possible. Our God is in heaven and does whatever he pleases. 86 The ironist is on earth and does whatever he desires. But we cannot blame the ironist for finding it so difficult to become something, because when one has such a prodigious multitude of possibilities it is not easy to choose. 13,354 A change, The ironist finds it proper to let fate and chance decide. Therefore he counts on his fingers as children do, edelman, bettleman, nobleman, beggar, 87 etc. But since for him all such destinies have only the validity of possibility, he can run through the whole scale almost as fast as children do. What takes the ironist's time, however, is the solicitude he employs in dressing himself in the costume proper to the poetic character he has poetically composed for himself. Here the ironist is very well informed and consequently has a considerable selection of masquerade costumes from which to choose. At times he walks around with the proud air of a Roman patrician wrapped in a bordered toga, or he sits in the cella Curulus 88 with imposing Roman earnestness. At times he conceals himself in the humble costume of a penitent pilgrim, then again he sits with his legs crossed like a Turkish pasha in his harem. At times he flutters about as light and free as a bird in the role of an amorous zither player. This is what the ironist means when he says that one should live poetically. This is what he achieves by poetically composing himself. But we turn back to the earlier comment that it is one thing to let oneself be poetically composed and another thing to compose oneself poetically. An individual who lets himself be poetically composed does have a definite given quantity into which he has to fit and thus does not become a word without meaning because it is wrenched out of its associations. But for the ironist, this quantity, which he would call a demanding appendi, has no validity, and since it is not his concern to form himself in such a way that he fits into his environment, then the environment must be formed to fit him. In other words, he poetically composes not only himself but he poetically composes his environment also. 89 The ironist stands proudly enclosed within himself, and just as Adam had the animals pass by, he lets people pass before him and finds no fellowship for himself. In so doing, he continually collides with the actuality to which he belongs. Therefore it becomes important for him to suspend what is constitutive in actuality, that which orders and supports it, that is, morality, moral, and ethics, Sideliad. 90. Here we have come to the point that has been the particular object of Hegel's attack. Everything established in the given actuality has nothing but poetic validity for the ironist, for he, after all, is living poetically. But when the given actuality loses its validity for the ironist in this way, it is not because it is an antiquated actuality that must be replaced by a truer actuality, but because the ironist is the eternal I for which no actuality is, 13,355, adequate. Here we also perceive the implications of the ironist's placing himself outside and above morality and ethics, something that even Soldier 91 declaims against in pointing out that this is not what he means by irony. It cannot really be said that the ironist places himself outside and above morality and ethics, but he lives far too abstractly, far too metaphysically and aesthetically to reach the concretion of the moral and the ethical. For him, life is a drama, and what absorbs him is the ingenious complication of this drama. He himself is a spectator, even when he himself is the one acting. Thus he infinitizes his I, volatilizes it metaphysically and aesthetically, and while his I sometimes contracts as egotistically and narrowly as possible, at other times it flaps about so loosely and disintegratedly that the whole world can be encompassed in it. He is inspired by self-sacrificing virtue the way a spectator is inspired by it in a theater. He is a severe critic who knows very well when this virtue becomes insipid and inauthentic. He himself repents, but he repents aesthetically, not ethically. In the moment of repentance, he is outside and above his repentance, testing to see whether it is poetically appropriate, whether it could do as a line in the mouth of a poetic character. As the ironist poetically composes himself and his environment with the greatest possible poetic license, as he lives in this totally hypothetical and subjunctive way, his life loses all continuity. He succumbs completely to mood. His life is nothing but moods. 92 Now it is certainly true that to have mood can be something very genuine and that no mortal life is so absolute that it does not know the contrasts involved therein. In a sound and healthy life, however, the mood is just an intensification of the life that ordinarily stirs and moves within a person. An earnest Christian, for example, is well aware that there are moments when he is more profoundly and vitally gripped by the Christian life than he usually is, but he does not therefore become a pagan when the mood passes. Indeed, the more soundly and earnestly he lives, the more he will become master of his moods, that is, the more he will humble himself unto them and thereby save his soul. But since there is no continuity in the ironist, the most contrasting moods succeed one another. At times he is a god, at times a grain of sand. His moods are just as occasional as the incarnations of Brahma. And the ironist, who considers himself, 13,356, free, thereby falls under the horrible law of world irony and drudges along in the most frightful slavery. But the ironist is a poet, and that is why, although he is sport for the whims of world irony, it does not always appear so. He poetizes everything, poetizes his moods, too. In order genuinely to be free, he must have control of his moods, therefore one mood must instantly be succeeded by another. If it so happens that his moods succeed one another so nonsensically that even he notices that things are not going quite right, he poetizes. He poetizes that it is he himself who evokes the mood. He poetizes until he becomes so intellectually paralyzed that he stops poetizing. Thus the mood itself has no reality for the ironist, and he seldom vents his mood except in the form of contrast. He hides his sorrow in the superior incognito of jesting, his happiness is muffled up in bemoaning. At times he is on the way to the monastery, and along the way he visits Venusberg. 93 At times he is on the way to Venusberg, and along the way he prays at a monastery. Irony's scientific scholarly endeavor also ends up in mood. It is especially for this that Hegel criticizes Tieck, and it is also present in his correspondence with Solger. At times he has a clear grasp of everything, at times he is seeking, at times he is a dogmatician, at times a doubter, at times Jacob Boehme, at times the Greeks, 94 etc., nothing but moods. But since there always must be a bond that ties these contrasts together, a unity in which the enormous dissonances of these moods resolve themselves, upon closer inspection one will reveal this unity in the ironist. Boredom 95 is the only continuity the ironist has. Boredom, this eternity devoid of content, this salvation devoid of joy, this superficial profundity, this hungry glut. But boredom is precisely the negative unity admitted into a personal consciousness, wherein the opposites vanish. That both Germany and France at this time have far too many such ironists and no longer need to be initiated into the secrets of boredom by some English lord, a traveling member of a spleen club, and that a few of the young breed in young Germany and young France would long ago have been dead of boredom if their respective governments had not been paternal enough to give them something to think about by having them arrested, surely no one will deny. If anyone desires, 13 an excellent picture of an ironist who by the very duality of his e-instance lacked e-instance, I will call attention to A. Saloki. 96. We perceive here how irony continues to be totally negative in that in the realm of theory it establishes a misrelation between idea and actuality, between actuality and idea, and in the realm of practice between possibility and actuality, between actuality and possibility. In order to demonstrate this further in the historical manifestation of irony, I shall examine its most important representatives in some detail. Friedrich Schlegel. The subject for discussion here is Friedrich Schlegel's celebrated novel Lucinda, 97, The Gospel of Young Germany 98, and the system for its Rehabilitation des Fleisches, rehabilitation of the flesh, which was an abomination to Hegel. 99 But this discussion is not without its difficulties, because, inasmuch as Lucinda is a very obscene book, as is well known, by citing some parts of it for more detailed consideration I run the risk of making it impossible for even the purest reader to escape altogether unscathed. I shall, however, be as circumspect and careful as possible. Lucinda, a novel by Friedrich V. Schlegel, second unaltered edition, Stuttgart, 1835. Lest an injustice be done to Schlegel, one must bear in mind the many degradations that have crept into a multitude of life's relationships and have been especially indefatigable in making love as tame, as housebroken, as sluggish, as dull, as useful and usable as any other domestic animal, in short, as unerotic as possible. To that intent, we would be very obligated to Schlegel if he should succeed in finding a way out, but unfortunately the climate he discovered, the only climate in which love can really thrive, is not a more southern climate compared with ours in the north but is an ideal climate nowhere to be found. Therefore it is not just the tame ducks and geese of domestic love that beat their wings and raise a dreadful cry when they hear the wild birds of love swishing by over there. 13 heads, 100 But it is every more profoundly poetic person whose longings are too powerful to be bound by romantic spiderwebs, whose demands upon life are too great to be satisfied by writing a novel, who precisely on poetry's behalf must register his protest at this point, must try to show that it is not a way out that Friedrich Schlegel found but a wrong way he's strayed into, must try to show that living is something different from dreaming. If we examine more closely what it is that Schlegel was combating with his irony, presumably no one will deny that there wasn't as much in the ingress, progress, and egress of the marriage relationship that deserves a correction such as this and that makes it natural for the subject to want to be liberated. There is a very narrow earnestness, an expediency, a miserable teleology, which many people worship as an idol that demands infinite endeavor as its legitimate sacrifice. Thus in and of itself love is nothing but becomes something only through the intention whereby it is integrated with the pettiness that creates such a furor in the private theaters of families. Absichten haben, nach Absichten handeln, Und Absichten mit Absichten zu neuer Absicht Kunstlich verweben, diese Unartist so tief in die innerische Natur des Gottenlichen Menschen eingewurzelt, dass sich nun ordentlich vorsetzen und zur Absicht machen muss, wenn sich einmal an alle Absicht, auf dem inneren Strome wie fließender Bilder und Gefühle frei bewegen will, to have intentions, to act according to intentions, to weave one intention artificially into another intention so as to arrive at another. Still this perversion is rooted so deeply in godlike man's idiotic nature that if he wants to move freely and for once completely unintentionally on the inner stream of eternally flowing images and feelings, he actually has to intend consciously and formally to do so. p. 153. 101 Freilich wie die Menschen so lieben, ist es etwas anders. De liebt der Mann und der Frau nur die Gattung, die Frau im Mann nur den Grad seiner naturlichen Qualitäten und seiner bürgerlichen Erstens und beide and den Kindern nur irmisch Werk und ihr Eigentum. To be sure, the way people usually love is quite another thing. With them, the man loves only the species and the woman, and the woman only the degree of the man's natural gifts and his social position, and they love their children only for being their own bungling creations and their property. p. 55. 120. Es ist wahr, meine Freundin, der Mensch ist von Natur eine ernsthaft Bestie. Oh, it's true, my dear. Man is inherently a serious beast. p. 57. 103. There is a moral prudery, a straitjacket, in which no reasonable person can move. In God's name, let it break to pieces. Conversely, there are the moonlit theater marriages of an exaggerated romanticism for which nature at least can have no purpose and whose unproductive labor pains and weak embraces one know for are of no more service to Christian than to pagan countries. Just give irony a free rein against anything like that. But Schlegel does not limit his attack to only that kind of falsity. There is a Christian view of marriage that in the very hour, 13,359, of the wedding has had the boldness to pronounce the curse before giving the benediction. There is a Christian view that places everything under sin, knows no exception, spares nothing, neither the child in the womb nor the most beautiful of women. There is an earnestness in this view too high to be grasped by the bustling laborers in prosaic, everyday life, too rigorous to let itself be mocked by marital improvisers. Those days are over and gone, those days when human beings lived so happily without sorrows and cares, so innocently, when everything was so human, when the gods themselves set the tone and sometimes laid down their heavenly dignity in order fraudulently to gain the love of a mortal woman, when someone who softly and secretly stole away to a tryst could fear or be flattered to see a god among his rivals, the times when the heavens high and beautiful arched overhead as a friendly witness to happy love or quiet and grave hidden in the solemn peacefulness of night. When everything lived for love alone and for the happy lovers everything in turn was but a myth about love. Here is the difficulty, and it is from this point of view that we must form an estimate of Schlegel's efforts and those of the younger and older romantics. Those times are past, and yet the longing of romanticism yearns to go back to them. It does not make peregrinations sacras, holy pilgrimages, in that direction but profane. Now, if it were possible to reconstruct a vanished age, we still would have to reconstruct it in all its purity, Greek culture, for example, in all its naivety. But this romanticism does not do. It is not really Greek culture that it reconstructs but an unknown part of the world that it discovers. And not only this, but its enjoyment is extremely refined, because it not only wishes to enjoy naively but in its enjoyment also wants to be conscious of the destruction of the given morality. The point, so to speak, of its enjoyment is to smirk at the morality under which others, so it thinks, are sighing, and herein resides the free play of ironic arbitrariness. By means of the spirit, Christianity has set flesh and spirit at variance, and either the spirit has to negate flesh or the flesh has to negate the spirit. Romanticism wants the latter, and its 13,360 difference from Greek culture is that in its enjoyment of the flesh it also enjoys the negation of the spirit. In so doing, it thinks it is living poetically, but I hope to show that the poetic is the very thing it misses, because true inward infinity comes only through resignation, and only this inner infinity is truly infinite and truly poetic. By no means does Christianity want thereby to destroy the sensuous. 105 For it teaches that not until the resurrection will there be neither taking nor giving in marriage, but it also calls attention to the husband who did not have time to come to the great wedding because he himself was going to be married. 106. Schlegel's Lucinda is an attempt to suspend all ethics, Sidelide 107 or, as Erdmann rather aptly presses it, alle sittliche Bestimmungen sind nur Spiel, es ist willkürlich vor den Liebenden, ob die Monohamie, ob ein Ketteristu. F. All ethical qualifications are mere play, and to the lover it is an arbitrary matter whether marriage is monogamous, whether marriage is en caetera, in fours, etc. If it were possible to imagine Lucinda as a whole to be merely a caprice, a whimsical darling child of arbitrariness, kicking its legs like little Wilhelm 108 without a care for her dress or for what the world thinks, if it were merely a hilarious playfulness that took joy in setting everything on its head, in turning everything upside down, if it were merely witty irony over all the ethics that is identical with custom and habit, too, then, would be so laughable as not to want to laugh at it, too, then, would be such a surly slug that he would not have the time of his life relishing it. But this is by no means the case. On the contrary, Lucinda has a highly doctrinaire character, and a certain melancholy earnestness that runs through it seems to come from the fact that its hero has arrived too late at the knowledge of this glorious truth and that a part of his life has thus gone unused. Thus the brazenness 109 to which this novel so often returns and which it seems to call for is not a whimsical, momentary suspension of the objectively valid, so that the word brazenness used here is itself a flippancy, as is so often the case when a strong word is deliberately used. No, this brazenness is what we plainly and bluntly call brazenness, but it is so charming and interesting that by comparison morality, modesty, and decency, which at first glance have something appealing about them, appear to be very insignificant characters. Anyone who has read Lucinda through will admit that it actually does have a kind of doctrinaire character. If anyone wishes to deny it, will he please explain the difficulty that arises from the fact that young Germany has been so utterly mistaken about it? Should someone succeed in explaining that, may I remind him that Schlegel, as is well known, became, 1361, a Catholic later in his life and as such discovered that the Reformation was the second fall of man, which adequately indicates that he had been in earnest with Lucinda. What Lucinda attempts, then, is to annul all ethics, Cydalide 110, not only in the sense of custom and usage, but all the ethics that is the validity of spirit, the mastery of the spirit over the flesh. Thus it will become apparent that it completely corresponds to what we earlier described as irony's special endeavor, to cancel all actuality and substitute for it an actuality that is no actuality. Therefore, it is entirely in order that the girl, or rather the woman, in whose arms Julius finds rest, that Lucinda also was one of those who had a decided bent for the romantic and who do not live in the ordinary world but in a self-created and self-conceived world, p. 96, 111 one of those, therefore, who essentially have no other actuality than the sensate, and it is also entirely in order that one of Julius's great tasks is to picture to himself an eternal embrace, 112 presumably as the one and only true actuality. If, then, we regard Lucinda as a kind of catechism of love, it demands of its disciples was Diderot die Empfindung des Fleisches net, eine seltene Gabe, what Diderot calls the sensitivity of the flesh, a rare gift, and is committed to developing it into that higher artistic sense of voluptuousness, pages 29 and 30, 113 and Julius appears as the priest in this divine worship not without unction, as the one zu wem der Witz selbst durch eine Stimme vom geöffneten Himmel herabsprach, du bist mein lieber Sohn, und dem ich wohlgefallen habe, to whom wit himself has spoken with a voice coming down from the open heavens, you are my beloved Son in whom I find favor, p. 35, 114 as one who cries out to himself and others, wie dich selbst ein und wirkliches, das die Natur allein erwürdig und die Gesundheit allein liebenswürdigest, consecrate thyself and proclaim to the world that nature alone is worthy of being honored, and health alone of being loved, p. 27. What it wishes is the naked sensuousness in which spirit is a negated element, what it resists is the spirituality in which sensuousness is an assimilated element. This being so, it is wrong to present the little 2-year-old Wilhelmine, die geistreichste Person ihrer Zeit oder ihres Alters, the cleverest person for her age, or of her time, p. 15, as its ideal, since in her sensuousness spirit is not denied, inasmuch as spirit is not yet present. On the whole, it wishes nakedness and thus hates the northern cold. It points the finger of scorn at the narrow-mindedness that cannot tolerate nakedness. Whether it is a narrow-mindedness or whether the veil of apparel is not rather a beautiful picture of how all sensuousness ought to be, 13,362, for if sensuousness is ruled by spirit, it is not naked. I shall not go into that subject further but only point out that we still forgive Archimedes for running stark naked through the streets of Syracuse, and surely this is not because of the mild southern climate but because his intellectual joy, his, I have found it, 115 was adequate attire. The confusion and disorder that Lucinda wishes to bring about in all that is established is illustrated in the novel itself by the most complete confusion in construction. Thus, at the very beginning, Julius declares that along with the rest of the rules and regulations of reason and ethics, he has abandoned also a sense of time, p. 3, 116 and further on he says, "Für mich und für diese Schrift, für meine Liebe zu ihr und für ihre Bildung in sich, ist aber kein Zweckmessager, als das ich gleich anfangs das was wir Ordnung nennen verneit, weit von ihr entfernt und mir das Recht einer reizenden Verwirrung deutlich sind und durch die that behaute, no purpose, however, is more purposeful for myself and for this work, for my love for it and for its own structure, than to destroy at the very outset all that part we call order, remove it, and claim implicitly and affirm actually the right to a charming confusion." p. 5. 117 He hopes to achieve the purely poetic in this manner, and as he abandons all understanding and lets fantasy alone prevail, the power of the imagination may succeed, for him and the reader, too, if he wants to do likewise, in securing this movement and positioning, Melvre, in a simple, eternally moving image. Despite this confusion I shall try to give a kind of order to my presentation and focus the whole on a particular point. This, letting fantasy alone prevail, is repeated throughout Lucinda. Who would be so inhuman as not to be able to enjoy the free play of fantasy, but that does not imply that all of life should be abandoned to imaginative intuition. When fantasy alone gains the upper hand in this way, it ehouses and anesthetizes the soul, robs it of all moral tension, makes life a dream. But this is essentially what Lucinda attempts to promote, and its position is fundamentally described on page 153 in the following words: "Es ist der Gipfel des Verstandes, aus eigener Welt zu schweigen, die Ziel der Fantasie wieder zu geben und dieses Entandeli in der jungen Mutter mit ihrem Skuskind nicht zu stören." The acme of intelligence is choosing to keep silent, restoring the soul to the imagination, and not disturbing the sweet dalliance of the young mother and her baby. 118 This clearly means that when the understanding has reached its ape, its order should give way to fantasy, which now alone is to prevail and not be an interlude in the task of life. The hero in this novel, Julius, is no Don Juan, who by means of his sensate genius as a necromancer casts a spell on everything, who acts with an immediate authority, who, 13,363, shows that he is lord and master, an authority that words cannot describe but that can be suggested by a few absolutely imperative bow strokes by Mozart, who does not seduce but by whom all would like to be seduced, and if their innocence were restored to them would want to be seduced again, a daimon who has no past, no history of development, but like Minerva immediately steps forward fully armed. 119, but a personality trapped in reflection, who develops only in a successive process. In Lehre der Männlichkeit, Apprenticeship for Manhood, we learn more of his history. Vorauszuspielen mit dem Menschein der heftigsten Leidenschaft und doch zerstreuend abwesend zu sein, in einem Augenblick von Hitze alles zu wagen und, sobald es verloren war, sich gleichgültig wegschwinden, das war nur eine von den schlimmen Gewohnheiten, unter denen Julius seine Wildjugend verse termed, playing cards with the appearance of being passionately involved and yet detached and inattentive, in one moment of feverish excitement wagering everything, and having lost that, turning away indifferently. This was only one of the bad habits in which Julius spent his wild and stormy youth. p. 59. 120. The author believes that by this one trait he has adequately described Julius's life. We quite agree. Julius is a young man who is internally disrupted and by this very disruption has acquired a vivid idea of that black art that in a few seconds is able to make a person many, many years older, a young man who by means of this interior disruption apparently possesses an enormous power. Just as the ardor of despair gives rise to authentic strength, a young man who a long time ago already began his grand finale 121 but still raises his goblet with a certain dignity and charm, with a worldly intellectual ease, and concentrates all his power in one single breath in order by a brilliant idea to cast a glorifying light over a life that has been worthless and will not be missed, a young man who has had a long acquaintance with the thought of suicide but whose storms of soul have not granted him time to make up his mind. Now it is love that must rescue him. After having been at the point of seducing a young and innocent girl 122, incidentally, an adventure of no further significance to him, for she obviously was too innocent to be able to satisfy his inquisitiveness, he finds the instructor he needs in Lisette, a teacher who has long been initiated into the nocturnal mysteries of love, whose public instruction Julius tries in vain to limit to private instruction for himself alone. 13,364 The portrait of Lisette 123 is perhaps the best acuted one in the whole novel, and the author has treated it with a marked preference and done everything to cast a poetic light over it. As a child she had been more melancholy than thoughtless but already at that time was demonically aroused by sensuousness, page 78. 124 Later she had been an actress, but only for a short time, and always made fun of her incompetence and the boredom she had endured. At last she had devoted herself totally to the service of sensuousness. Need to independence, she had an inordinate love of money, which she nevertheless knew how to use with taste. At times she allowed her favors to be paid for with money, at times with the satisfaction of her whimsical preference for some individual. Her boudoir was simple and devoid of all the customary furniture, except for the large and pensive mirrors on all sides and between them voluptuous paintings by Correggio and Titian. Instead of chairs, genuine oriental rugs and groups of half-life-sized marble statues. Here she often sat Turkish fashion all day long, alone, her hands idle in her lap, for she abhorred all feminine work. She regaled herself only from time to time with sweet-smelling things, and during this time had stories, travel accounts, and fairy tales read to her by her attendant, a handsome, supple boy she herself had seduced in his 14th year. She paid only slight attention to the reading, except when there was something laughable or a general comment she also considered true, for she disregarded anything else, had no sense for anything but reality, and thought all poetry ridiculous. This is Schlegel's depiction of a life, however corrupt it is, that nevertheless seems to claim to be poetic. Especially predominant here is the superior indolence that cares for nothing at all, that does not care to work but scorns every feminine occupation, does not care to engage its mind but merely lets it be engaged, that disperses and dehouses all the powers of the soul in soft enjoyment, and lets consciousness itself evaporate into a loathsome gloaming. But still it was enjoyment, and to enjoy, after all, is to live poetically. Indeed, the author seems to want to ascribe something poetic to her distributing her favors without always having regard for money. At those times when it was not money that determined her choice, he seems to want her wretched love to be glorified by a mirroring of the devotion that only innocent love possesses, as if it were more, 13,365, poetic to be a slave to whims than a slave to money. So there she sits in this voluptuous room and is lost to eternal consciousness. The great mirrors reflecting her image on all sides provide the only consciousness she has left. Therefore, when speaking of herself, she was in the habit of calling herself Lisette, and frequently said that if she could write she would write her story as if it were that of someone else. She generally preferred to speak of herself in the third person. However, in no way was this because her exploits on earth were as world historical as a Caesar's, 125, so that her life did not belong to her but to the world, but it was because this vita ante acta, earlier life, was too heavy for her to bear. To collect her thoughts about it, to let its threatening shapes pass judgment on her, that would be too earnest to be poetic. But to let this miserable life become volatilized in vague outlines, to stare at it as at something that did not concern her, that she would do. She wanted to grieve over this unhappy, lost girl, she might even offer her a tear, but that this girl was she herself, that she wanted to forget. It is a weakness to want to forget, but in the effort to do so there may at times stir an energy suggestive of something better, but to want to live over again poetically in such a way that repentance does not prick because, after all, the question is about someone else altogether, and yet the enjoyment is heightened by this secret participation, this is horrible, soft cowardice. And yet it is this collapsing into an aesthetic stupefaction, 13,366, that actually comes out in the whole of Lucinda as a sign of what it is to live poetically and, as it lulls the deeper I into a somnambulant state, gives the arbitrary I free rein and ironic self-satisfaction. 132. This is enunciated especially in an idyll of idleness, 126, where the highest perfection is assigned to sheer and unalloyed passivity. J. Schöne Klimaist, J. Passiverist man. Nur Italiener wissen zu gehen, und nur die Orient verstehen zu liegen, wo hat sich aber der Geist zarter und süßer gebildet als in Indien? Und unter allen Himmelstrichen ist es das Recht des Müßiggangs, was Vornehme und Gemein Unterschiede, und das eigentliche Prinzip des Adels. The more beautiful the climate, the more passive one is. Only Italians know how to walk, and only Orientals how to repose. And where has the spirit taken a more delicate and a sweeter form than in India? And in all parts of the earth it is the right to idleness that distinguishes the superior from the inferior classes. It is the intrinsic principle of aristocracy, p. 42. 127. The highest, most perfect life is nothing other than pure vegetating. 128. Plant life is on the whole the ideal to which it strives, therefore Julius writes to Lucinda, Wir beide werden noch einst in einem Geiste anschauen, dass wir Blüten einer Pflanze oder Blätter einer Blume sind, und mit Lächeln werden wir dann wissen, dass was wir jetzt nur Hoffnung nennen, eigentliche Erinnerung war. There will come a time when the two of us will perceive in a single spirit that we are blossoms of a single plant or petals of a single flower, and then we will know with a smile that what we now call merely hope is really remembrance. 13,366, p. 129. Hence longing itself assumes the form of vegetative still life. Julius, fragged Lucinda, Warum fühle ich so heiter Ruhe die tiefe Sehnsucht? Nur in der Sehnsucht finden wir die Ruhe, antwortete Julius. Ja, die Ruhe ist nur das, wenn unser Geist durch nichts gestört wird, sich zu sehnen und zu suchen, wo nichts Höheres finden kann, als die eigene Sehnsucht, p. 148. Julius, die heilige Ruhe find ich nur in jenem Sehnen, Freundin. Lucinda, und ich in dieser schönen Ruhe jene heilige Sehnsucht, p. 150. Julius, Lucinda asked, why do I feel this deep sense of yearning amid this happy peace? Only in yearning do we find peace, replied Julius. Yes, there is peace only when our spirit remains completely undisturbed in its yearning and seeking after itself, only when it can find nothing higher than its own yearning, p. 148. 130. Julius, I found holy peace only in that yearning, my love. Lucinda, and I that holy yearning only in this lovely peace, p. 150. 131. This will now be examined in a little more detail. There have been enough attempts to show that books like Lucinda are immoral, humoralesque, and alas, and alack, have frequently been sounded over such books, but as long as the author has been openly allowed to claim and the reader secretly to believe that they are poetic, not much is gained, and so much the less since man has just as great a claim upon the poetic as the moral has a claim upon him. Therefore, let it be said, as it will also be demonstrated, that these books are not only immoral but also unpoetic, for they are irreligious. Let it above all be said that anyone can live poetically who truly wants to do so. If we ask what poetry is, we may say in general that it is victory over the world. It is through a negation of the imperfect actuality that poetry opens up a higher actuality, epants and transfigures the imperfect into the perfect and thereby assuages the deep pain that wants to make everything dark. To that intent, poetry is a kind of reconciliation, but it is not the true reconciliation, for it does not reconcile me with the actuality in which I am living. No transubstantiation of the given actuality takes place by virtue of this reconciliation, but it reconciles me with the given actuality by giving me another, a higher and more perfect actuality. The greater the contrast, the less perfect the actual reconciliation, so that when all is said and done there is often no reconciliation but rather an enmity. Therefore, only the religious is able to bring about the true reconciliation, because it infinitizes actuality for me. Therefore, the poetic is a kind of victory over actuality, but the infinitizing is more of an emigration from actuality than a continuance. 13367 in it. To live poetically, then, is to live infinitely. But infinity can be either an eternal infinity or an internal infinity. The person who wants to enjoy infinitely poetically does indeed have an infinity before him, but it is an eternal infinity, because in my enjoying, I am continually outside myself in that other something. But an infinity such as that must cancel itself. Only when I in my enjoying am not outside myself but am inside myself, only then is my enjoyment infinite, because it is inwardly infinite. Even if he enjoys the whole world, the person who enjoys poetically nevertheless lacks one enjoyment, for he does not enjoy himself. But to enjoy oneself, of course, not in the Stoic or egotistical sense, for there is no true infinity in that, either, but in the religious sense, is the only true infinity. If after these observations we revert to the demand to live poetically as being identical with enjoying, and precisely because our age is so saturated with reflection, the contrast between the poetic actuality and the given actuality must manifest itself in a far more profound form than it has ever appeared before in the world, inasmuch as poetic development previously went hand in hand with the given actuality, but now the issue is in fact to be or not to be, since one is not satisfied to live poetically once in a while but demands that all life be poetic. It is easy to see that it misses the highest enjoyment, the true bliss in which the subject is not dreaming but possesses himself in infinite clarity, is absolutely transparent 133 to himself, which is possible only for the religious individual, who does not have his infinity outside himself but inside himself. To take revenge, for example, is a poetic enjoyment, and pagans believed that the gods had reserved revenge for themselves 134 because it was so sweet. But even if I had my vengeance absolutely satisfied, even if I were a pagan god before whom all trembled, and whose fiery wrath could consume everything, yet in my revenge I would be enjoying myself only egotistically, my enjoyment would be only an eternal infinity, and the simplest human being who did not allow his revenge to rage but controlled his wrath would be much closer to having overcome the world. 135 And not until he enjoyed himself in truth, not until he had inward infinity, not until then would he live poetically. If from this position we were to regard the life as presented in Lucinda as a poetic life, we would concede at every possible, 13368, enjoyment, But presumably no one will deny us the right to use one predicate concerning it, that it is an infinitely cowardly life. If it is not maintained that to be cowardly is the same as to live poetically, it ought to be possible for this poetic life to manifest itself as somewhat or, more correctly, totally unpoetic, because living poetically is not the same as being in the dark about oneself, as sweating oneself out in loathsome sultriness, but it means becoming clear and transparent to oneself, not in finite and egotistical self-satisfaction but in one's absolute and eternal validity. 136 And if this is not possible for every human being, then life is lunacy, then it is incomparably stupid for the single individual, even though he may be the most richly endowed person who ever lived, to delude himself into thinking that what is denied to everyone else is reserved for him, because either to be human is the absolute, or all life is nonsense, and despair is the only alternative for anyone not demented enough, not unkind and proud enough, not despairing enough, to believe that he is the chosen one. Consequently, we should not limit ourselves to reciting moral aphorisms against the whole trend that after Lucinda, often with great talent, often very enchantingly, has taken it upon itself not to lead people but to mislead them. But we are not to allow it to delude itself and others that it is poetic or that it is the way to attain what every human being has an inalienable claim upon, to live poetically. But we return again to Julius and Lisette. Lisette ends her life as she had begun it, by carrying out what Julius never had time to decide to do, and by committing suicide seeks to attain the objective of all her endeavors, to be rid of herself. She preserves her aesthetic pattern to the end, however, and her last lines, spoken, according to her servant, in a loud voice, Lisette sollt zugrunde gehen, zugrunde jetzt gleich, so lässt das Schicksal, das Eiserne, Lisette must perish now, that is the will of an iron fate. 137. Must be considered a kind of dramatic idiocy that for someone who had earlier been an actress in a theater and later became one in life would be quite natural. Lisette's death was, of course, bound to have an impact upon Julius. But I shall let Schlegel himself speak, lest I be accused of distorting it. Die erste Folge von Lisetten's Ruin war, das ihr Andenken mit schwärmerischer Achtung vergöttert. The first consequence of Lisette's ruin was that he worshipped her memory with fanatical respect. p. 77. 138 But not even this event was enough to develop Julius. Diese Ausnahme von dem, was Julius vorgewöhnlich hielt beim weiblichen Geschlecht. Ordinarily, according to Julius, they did, 13 not possess the high energy that Lisette had, ward zu eine schöne die Umgebung, in der sie fand, zu ein rein, als das dadurch zu einer wahren Ansicht hätte gelangen können. Lisette was too unique an exception to Julius's usual ideas of the female say, and the surroundings in which he had met her were too unclean for him to have been able to arrive at a true understanding of women by this experience. p. 78. 139. Thereupon Schlegel has Julius, after withdrawing into solitude for a time, come in contact with social life again and in a more mental relation to several feminine members of this social life skim once again through several love affairs until he eventually finds in Lucinda the unity of all the separate elements, finds just as much sensuousness as brilliance. But inasmuch as this erotic liaison has no deeper foundation than a mental sensuousness, since it has no element of resignation, in other words, since it is no marriage, since it maintains the view that passivity and vegetating are perfection, here once again ethics, Siddelide 140 is negated. Therefore, this love affair can acquire no content, in the deeper sense can have no history, and their diversions can be only the same endeu as Julius thought were the best to use in his Solitude 141, namely, pondering what one or another brilliant lady would say or reply in this or that piquant situation. Thus it is a love without any real content, and the eternity so frequently talked about is nothing but what could be called the eternal moment of enjoyment, an infinity that is no infinity and as such is unpoetic. One can scarcely keep from smiling when such a flimsy and weakly constructed erotic liaison fancies that it is able to defy the storms of life, fancies that it has the strength to regard die Erbis Laune des Zufalls vorschönen Witz und ausgelassene Willkür, the bitterest whim of chance as a lovely witticism and an exuberant caprice. p. 9, 142 Since this love does not belong in the real world at all but in an imaginary world where the lovers themselves are lords of the storms and hurricanes. Inasmuch as everything in such a liaison is meant to be pleasurable, it naturally perceives just as egotistically its relation to the generation that owes its existence to it, so schlingt die Religion der Liebe unsere Liebe immer inniger und stärker zusammen, wie das kind die Lust der zärtlichen Eltern dem Echo gleich wird abhält, so is it that the religion of love weaves our love ever more closely and tightly together, just as the child, echo-like, redoubles the happiness of its tender parents. p. 2. 143 Frequently enough one meets parents who with foolish earnestness wish to see their children well settled as soon as possible, perhaps even well settled in the grave. In 13,370, contrast, Julius and Lucinda prefer to keep them continually the same age as little Wilhelmine in order to derive amusement from them. The oddity about Lucinda and the whole trend associated with it is that, by starting from the freedom and the constitutive authority of the I, one does not arrive at a still higher spirituality but comes only to sensuousness and consequently to its opposite. In Ethics, Siddelide, 144 the relation to spirit is implied, but because the I wants a higher freedom, it negates the ethical spirit and thereby falls under the laws of the flesh and of drives. But since this sensuousness is not naive, it follows that the same arbitrariness that installed sensuousness in its presumed rights can shift over the very needy instant to assert an abstract and dehydrated spirituality. Now these vibrations can be interpreted both as the play of world irony with the individual and as the individual's attempt to copy world irony. Tieck 145. The focus in this discussion will be especially on some of Tieck's satirical dramas and his poetry. His earlier novellas were written before the Schlegels brought him to the knowledge of the truth. His later novellas draw closer and closer to actuality and with a certain latitude at times come to correspond to it. In Tieck, I already breathe more easily, and when I look back at Lucinda once again, I seem to be waking from a troubled, uneasy dream in which I simultaneously heard seductive tones of sensuousness and wild, bestial howling intermingled with them. I seem to have been offered a nauseous preparation, brewed in a witch's cauldron, that deprives one of all relish, all appetite for life. Schlegel didacticizes, he turns directly against actuality. This is not the case with Tieck, who indulges in a poetic abandon, but he maintains this in its indifference toward actuality. Only where he does not do so does he come close to attacking actuality, but even then he still attacks it more indirectly. Surely no one will deny that such a poetic abandon that is utterly inordinate in its excessively ironic capering 146 has its validity. If it has, then Hegel 147 has, 13,371, frequently wronged Tieck, and I must agree completely with the comment made somewhere by an otherwise ardent Hegelian, in Spaß und Heiterkeit von Hegel, sich gleichfalls behaglich, doch die letzte Tiefe des Humors blieb ihm teilweise verschlossen, und die neueste Form der Ironie widerstrebte dermaßen in seiner eigenen Richtung, dass es ihm fast in dem Organ gebrach, auch das Echte in ihren zu erkennen oder gar zu genießen. Equally at home with jest and cheer, he, Hegel, nevertheless remained partly impervious to the ultimate depths of humor, and the most recent form of irony stood in such stark contrast to his own orientation that he completely lacked the wherewithal with which to recognize or appreciate what was genuine in it. Heinrich Gustav Hotho, 148 Vorstudien für Leben und Kunst, Stuttgart und Tübingen, 1835, p. 394. But the closer such poetizing comes to actuality, the more it becomes intelligible only through a break with actuality, the more polemic it conceals in itself, the more it makes a polemic tendency a condition for the reader's sympathy, so much more that it forgets its poetic indifference, loses its innocence, and acquires an objective. Then it is no longer the poetic license that like Munchausen collars itself and in this way, without any footing, floating in the air, makes one somersault stranger than another. It is no longer poetry's pantheistic infinity, but it is the finite subject, who applies the ironic lever in order to tip all eistence out of its fiat consolidation. Now all eistence becomes just a game for the poetizing arbitrariness that rejects nothing, not even the most insignificant thing, but for which nothing endures, either, not even the most significant. In this respect, one need only read the list of characters in a play by Tieck or by any other of the Romantic poets to gain a notion of the unheard of and highly improbable things that take place in their poet world. Animals talk like human beings, human beings talk like asses, chairs and tables become conscious of their meaning and eistence, human beings find eistence meaningless. Nothing becomes everything, and everything becomes nothing, everything is possible, even the impossible, everything is probable, even the improbable. But it must be borne in mind that Tieck and the whole Romantic school stepped into or thought they were stepping into an age in which people seemed to be totally fossilized in finite social forms. Everything was completed and consummated in a divine Chinese optimism that let no reasonable longing go unsatisfied, no reasonable desire go unfulfilled. The glorious principles and mimes of habit and custom were the objects of a pious idolatry, everything was absolute, even the absolute. One abstained from polygamy, one wore a stovepipe hat. 13,372, everything had its importance. In accordance with his station, everyone felt with nuanced dignity how much he was accomplishing, How great was the importance of his indefatigable efforts to himself and to the whole. People did not live with a rash Quakerish disregard of the hours and the stroke of the hour. Attempts on the part of that sort of impiety to insinuate itself were futile. Everything proceeded calmly with measured step, even the person on his way to propose marriage, because he knew, of course, that he was on a licit mission and was taking a very earnest step. Everything occurred according to the stroke of the hour. One revelled in nature on St. John's Eve, midsummer. One was contrite on the fourth Friday after Easter, great day of prayer. One fell in love when one turned 20, went to bed at 10 o'clock. One married, one lived for domesticity and one's position in society, one acquired children, acquired family worries. One stood in the full vigor of manhood, started to be noticed in high places for one's benevolent activities, was an associate of the clergyman, under whose eyes one epically developed the many beautiful traits necessary for an honorable posthumous reputation, which one knew the pastor some day would seek in vain to stammer out with deep emotion. One was a friend in the true sense of the word, a real friend, just as one was a real government office holder. One knew something about the world and brought up children in the same understanding. One was inspired one evening a week by the poet's praises of the beauty of Aeschylus. One was also everything to one's own family, year in and year out with an on-the-dot certainty and precision. The world was in its dotage and had to be rejuvenated. In that respect, Romanticism was beneficial. A cool breeze, refreshing morning air, blows through Romanticism from the primeval forests of the Middle Ages or from the pure ether of Greece. It sends a cold shiver down the backs of the Philistines, and yet it is necessary to dispel the bestial miasma in which one breathed up to this point. The 100 years are over, the spellbound castle bestirs itself, its inhabitants awaken again, the forest breathes lightly, the birds sing, the beautiful princess once again attracts suitors, the forest resounds with the reverberation of hunters' horns and the baying of hounds, the meadows are fragrant, poems and songs break away from nature and flutter about, and no one knows whence they come or whither they go. The world is rejuvenated, but as Heine 149 so winnily remarked, it was rejuvenated by Romanticism to such a degree that it became a baby again. The tragedy of Romanticism is that what it seizes upon is not actuality. Poetry awakens, the powerful longings, the mysterious intimations, the inspiring, 13,373 feelings awaken, nature awakens, the enchanted princess awakens, the romanticist falls asleep. He experiences all this in a dream, and whereas everything was fast asleep around him before, now everything is awakening. But he is sleeping. But dreams do not satisfy. He wakes up tired and torpid, unrefreshed, only to lie down to sleep again, and soon he needs to produce the somnambulant state artificially, but the more art it takes, the more exaggerated also becomes the ideal that the romanticist evokes. Romantic poetry moves between two poles. On the one side stands the given actuality with all its paltry Philistinism, on the other, the ideal actuality with its dimly emerging shapes. These two elements are indispensable to each other. The more actuality is caricatured, the higher the ideal wells up, but the fountain that wells up here does not well up into an eternal life. 150 The very fact, however, that this poetry moves between two opposites shows that in the deeper sense it is not true poetry. In no way is the true ideal in the beyond. It is behind insofar as it is the propelling force, it is ahead insofar as it is the inspiring goal, but at the same time it is within us, and this is its truth. 151. The reason this kind of poetry cannot enter into a truly poetic relation to the reader is precisely that the writer himself does not enter into a genuinely poetic relation to what he writes. The poetic position taken by the writer is poetic arbitrariness, the total impact made by the poem is an emptiness in which nothing remains. This arbitrariness appears in the entire design. Now the play speeds ahead, then it stands still, now it stagnates in an episode, then it goes backward, now we are in Peter Madsen's alley, then in heaven, now something so improbable takes place that the writer knows very well that it is improbable. Now there is a jingling in the distance, it is the pious procession of the three wise men, then comes a solo, 13,374, for the French horn. Now something is asserted in all earnestness and is immediately turned inside out, and the unity of laughter is supposed to reconcile the contrasts, but this laughter is accompanied by the distant flute tones of a deep sadness, etc. etc. Hotho's excellent description on page 412 is appropriate. To behold, Die Abenturen Ungebundenheit der Fantasie einen schrankenlosen Raum zu jeder Art der Gebild offen, wo sie nur immer mögen, ranken sich Keck-Episoden umher, Arabesque nartig Seltsamkeiten schlingen sich zuneckend im Glästerband durch das Loscube, die Allegorie White die sonst so begrenzen, 13,374 Gestalten nebelhaft aus, Zwischen der paradische Scherzen verkehrende Muevelmouth, und diesem genialen Belieben verstört sich jene Behaglichkeit, die keinen musigen Einfall zurückweisen kann, weil auf ihrem Boden erwachsen ist. Here the adventurous license of the imagination reserves unlimited room for any kind of image. Daring episodes swirl forth at will, arabesque-like curiosities gaudily twist themselves into teasing laughter through the loose fabric. Allegory pants otherwise constricted shapes until they turn nebulous. Here and there the parodic jest hovers in topsy-turvy abandonment. And this ingenious pleasure is then wedded to that flat indulgence that is unable to refuse any idle whim, because it grows out of the very ground of this indulgence. But precisely because the entire design is not ordered in a poetic totality, because for the writer the poetic is the freedom in which he is everything at his disposal, because for the reader the poetic is the freedom with which he imitates the writer's caprices, because, I repeat, the entire design is not ordered in a poetic totality, the separate elements stand, isolated, or, more correctly, because the separate elements subsist, in an isolated endeavor, there can never be any poetic unity. The polemic endeavor never finds rest, because the poetic consists precisely in continually freeing itself by means of a new polemic, and it is just as difficult for the writer to find the caricature as it is for him to find the ideal. Every polemical line continually has in it a something more, the possibility of going beyond itself in a still more ingenious depiction. The ideal endeavor in turn has no ideal, since every ideal is instantly nothing but an allegory hiding a higher ideal within itself, and so on into infinity. Thus during all this the writer grants neither himself nor the reader any rest, inasmuch as rest is the very opposite of this kind of writing. The only rest he has is the poetic eternity in which he sees the ideal, but this eternity is a non-entity, since it has no time, and therefore the ideal becomes allegory the very needy instant. Just as Tieck was incomparably ingenious in the interpretation of Philistinism, was marvelously epert in skewed perspective, so his ideal endeavor has such artesian depth that the image that is to appear in the sky infinitely vanishes in the infinite. He has a singular gift for making a person feel strange, and because of their singularity the ideal human shapes that sometimes appear can actually make a person very fearful, because at times they resemble remarkable natural creations. 375, and their wise and unwavering eyes do not inspire confidence but rather a certain unheimlich, disquieting, anxiety. If someone desires a sketch in order to form some idea of a shape such as this, I direct him to the picture found in De Knaben Wunderhorn, Alte Deutsche Lieder, 3 Since this whole poetic endeavor is essentially a matter of coming closer by way of continual approximation to the mood that nevertheless can never find its perfectly adequate expression, for which reason this poetry is poetry about poetry ad infinitum, and since on the other hand it places the reader in a mood that is incommensurate even with this poetry's own achievements, it naturally has its strength in the lyrical. But this lyric must not become heavy and stiff by way of a deeper content, it must continually become lighter and lighter, must fade away, weaker and weaker, into the distant resounding of a dying echo. The musical element in the lyric is the subjective factor. This is developed very one-sidedly. Thus everything comes to depend on the sound of the verse, the resonance with which one stanza calls to and replies to the other, the graceful intertwining with which the stanza moves in light, supple dance steps and also even sings, as it were. 153 Rhyme becomes a wandering night-seeking adventure, and what Tieck and the whole romantic movement are so busily engaged in, namely, having a strange face suddenly appear that nevertheless seems so familiar that it seems as if one had seen this face long ago in a past that goes far beyond the historical consciousness. The same thing happens to Rhyme, which suddenly encounters an old acquaintance from better days and begins to feel very strange about it. Weary and bored with its old associates, Rhyme seeks new and interesting acquaintances. Ultimately the musical element isolates itself entirely, and at times romanticism actually succeeds in reconstructing poetry of the kind everyone remembers from childhood in the delightful verse, Eeny meeny, hippity dick, dilly dilly, Dominic. 154 Such poems must now, of course, be considered the ultimate, because here mood, and mood, after all, is all important, has absolute sway and is utterly free, since all content is negated. Although Tieck did not negate actuality with as much earnestness as Schlegel did, nevertheless his exaggerated and impotent ideal, which floats about like a cloud in the sky or like, 376, the cloud's shadow fleetingly flies across the ground, reveals that he has gone astray. Schlegel set his mind at rest in Catholicism, Tieck at times found repose in a kind of deification of all existence whereby everything became equally poetic. Soldier 155. Soldier was the one who wanted to become philosophically conscious of the nature of irony. He has presented his view in his lectures on aesthetics, published after his death, also in a few treatises found in his posthumous papers. Hegel gave considerable attention to Solger's presentation and treats him with a certain partiality. In his oft-mentioned review, p. 486, Hegel says, "Wie sie, die Ironie, gewöhnlich vorkommt, ist sie mehr nur als ein berühmter, vornehm sein sollender Spuk ansehen, in Beziehung auf Solger aber kann sie als ein Prinzip behandelt werden, as it usually appears. Irony is rather to be regarded only as a celebrated hobgoblin with aristocratic pretensions. With respect to Solger, however, it may be treated as a principle." 157 In the introduction to his Aesthetics, p. 89, Hegel also discusses Solger. Solger war nicht wie die übrigen mit oberflächlicher Bildung zufrieden, sondern sein Acht spekulatives innerstes Bedürfnis drängt ihn in die Tiefe der philosophischen Idee hinabzustiegen. Solger was not, as the others were, satisfied with a superficial culture. A truly speculative impulse of his innermost nature made him probe the very depths of the philosophical idea. 158, and laments that Solger died too early to come to the concrete fulfillment of this. K.W.F. Solger, Vorlesungen über Ästhetik, edited by K.W.L. Hesse, Leipzig, 1829. 156. To explain Solger's views is certainly very difficult, for as Hotho correctly observes, p. 399, he has developed his point of view with schwer degree of philosophische Klarheit, a philosophical clarity difficult to comprehend. The point is simply this: Solger has gone completely astray in the negative, and it is not without some hesitation that I set out upon this stormy sea. 159 Not so much because I fear for my life as out of concern that it will be very difficult for me to give the reader any reliable information as to what has become of me or where I am at each particular moment. Since the negative always becomes visible only through the positive, but the negative here is the 377, absolute monarch and is present here in all its unproductiveness, everything becomes confused, and the moment one hopes for the possibility of having a determination by which to orient oneself, everything vanishes again, because the positive that appeared in the distance is found upon closer inspection to be a new negation. Presumably Solger may have his significance in the development, but no doubt he can best be regarded as a sacrifice Hegel's system demanded. This also explains Hegel's partiality for him. He is the metaphysical knight of the negative. Therefore he does not come into collision with actuality in the sense that the other ironists do, since his irony did not in any way take the shape of opposition to actuality. His irony is contemplative irony, he perceives the nothingness of everything. Irony is an organ, a sense for the negative. Thus Solger is entirely correct in remarking in his Nachlassungsschriften, 2, p. 514, aber ist denn nun diesen Ironie einschnod's hinwegsetzen über alles, was den Menschen wesentlich unternselig interessiert, über den ganzen Zwiespalten seiner Nature? Keineswegs, dieses wäre eine gemeine Spotterei, die nicht über Ernst und Scherz stände, sondern auf dem selben Boden und mit ihren eigenen Kräften sie bestritt. Is this irony an insolent disregard for whatever essentially and seriously interests man, a total disregard for the split in his nature? By no means. That would be a vulgar mockery, which is not superior to earnestness and jest, but rather combats them on their own level with their own weapons. Solger's efforts are totally within the sphere of scholarship. But since he has nowhere provided a coherently advancing, strictly scholarly discussion but, on the contrary, only aphoristic exclamations that sometimes take us into purely metaphysical observations, then into historical philosophical, then aesthetic, then ethical etc. investigations, exclamations that are tangential to the whole realm of scholarship, we are already faced with great difficulty. Add to this the fact that his use of language is frequently more poetic than philosophical, for example, when he says that God in revealing himself sacrifices himself. 160 I am indeed aware that this expression could well be used with a meaning analogous to the metaphysical meaning in modern scholarship of the phrase God is reconciling himself with the world. 161 But since even this usage is a volatilization of the concept with respect to Christian terminology, this misuse hardly provides any acceptable defense of Solger's treatment of an even more concrete concept, so that it does not always give a reader a clear idea of the direction in which the movement is proceeding. Such expressions as to negate, to destroy, and to annul, 378, are frequently used, but in order for the reader to be truly oriented, he must know the laws of motion. The negative has, namely, a double function: it infinitizes the finite and it finitizes the infinite. But if the reader does not know in which current he is or, more correctly, if he is now in one current and then in another, everything is confused. Furthermore, there must be agreement on the importance of that which is declared to be negated, for otherwise the negation, like the caesura in that famous verse 162, falls in the wrong place. When, for example, it is said that actuality must be destroyed, must be negated, then we must know what is understood by actuality, because in one sense actuality itself did indeed result from a negation. But this is never the case, and thus there is the kind of confusion we find in the statement that man is the nichtige, nullity. Already here we must be cautious, must agree on the sense in which man is the nichtige, and to what extent there is anything positive and valid in this nichtige, and the nichtige must be destroyed. Here again we first must hold a little conference about the extent to which man is himself able to destroy the nichtige within him, whereby in another sense he does not remain the nichtige, and yet the nichtige within ourselves is the divine itself. See Soldiers Nachlassene Schriften, I. p. 511. I have kept this German word because I really do not know any exact Danish equivalent. Even though the reader may be disturbed by this word, he may still benefit from having an established memento of soldier. Soldier wants to bring about the absolute identity of the finite and the infinite, wants to destroy the partition that in so many ways wants to separate them. Thus he is working toward the absolute, presuppositionless beginning, consequently his striving is speculative. In his posthumous works, I. p. 507, he says, Das ist doch Volguus, das sich seine Wissenschaft, Philosophens, von allen übrigen dadurch wesentlich Unterschiede, das sie umfassend ist. Jede andere hat etwas vorausgesetzt, gegebenes, entweder eine bestimmte Form der Erkenntnis, wie die Mathematik, oder einen bestimmten Stoff, wie Geschichte, Naturkunde und dergleichen. Sie allein muss sich selbst schaffen. It is surely certain that his science, the philosophers, differs essentially from every other in that it is all-encompassing. Every other science presupposes something as given, either a specific form of knowledge as in mathematics, or a specific subject matter as in history, natural science, and the like. Philosophy alone, 13,379, must create itself. His contemplative irony now sees the finite as the nichtige, as that which must be annulled. Here one will immediately see the essential difference between Soldier's irony and that described earlier. Soldier's irony is a kind of contemplative devotion, and it is not very important to him to keep the being for itself subject in its prudery. All finitude must be negated, the contemplating subject as well. Indeed, it actually is already negated in this contemplation. But, on the other hand, the infinite also must be negated, it must not continue in an otherworldly Einsicht, in itself. In this way, the true actuality is produced. See the posthumous writings, I. p. 600, Aber das Endliche, die Gemeinfassung, ist ebenso wenig die wahre Wirklichkeit, wie das Unendliche, die Beziehung auf Begriffe und Wechseln Gegensätze, das Ewige ist. Die wahre Wirklichkeit ist ein Moment der Anschauung, in welchem Endliches und Unendliches, die unser gemeiner Verstand nur in Beziehung aufeinander erkennt, völlig aufgehoben werden, indem sich deren Gott oder das Ewige offenbart, but the finite, the ordinary fact, is no more the true actuality than the infinite, the relation to concepts and alternating opposites, the eternal is. The true actuality is a moment of intuition wherein the finite and the infinite, cognizable by our ordinary understanding only in relation to each other, are completely annulled, inasmuch as God or the eternal discloses itself in it. Here, then, we have the idea at the point of the absolute beginning, therefore we have it as the infinite absolute negativity. Now, if this is to become something, the negative must assert itself again in a finitizing of the idea, that is, in making it concrete. The negative is the restlessness of thought, but this restlessness must manifest itself, must become visible, its desire must manifest itself as the desire that actuates the work, its pain as the pain it engenders. If this does not happen, then we have only the unreal actuality of contemplation, devotion, and pantheism. In other words, whether one affirms devotion as an element or will have the whole of life become devotion, the true actuality still does not emerge. If it is only an element, then there is nothing to do but to produce it instantly again. If it is to fill the whole of life, then the actuality never truly comes to exist. Hence it does no good for Soldier 163 to explain that we must not, as Plato does, think of the idea in a celestial or supercelestial place. It does no good for him to assure us that he does not, as Spinoza does, have finitude vanish as a mere modus, form. It does no good for him not to have the idea come into existence in an eternal becoming, as Fichte does. It does as little good for him to frown upon Schellings' attempt to show that perfect being is being in existence. All such things are merely introductory studies. Soldier is at the beginning, but this beginning is utterly abstract, and now the point is that the dualism that is in existence is to manifest itself, 13,380, in its truth. But this does not happen. On the contrary, it becomes clear that soldier is unable to achieve the concession of any validity to the finite. He cannot achieve concreteness for the infinite. He sees the finite as the nichtige, as the vanishing, as the nichtijal, universe. Therefore moral qualifications have no validity, all finitude together with its moral and immoral striving vanishes in the metaphysical contemplation that sees it as nothing. See his posthumous writings, I. p. 512, Das wir aber Busse sein können, Root dir, das wir eine Erscheinung, eine Gemein Erstens haben, die in sich weder Gott noch Busse, weder etwas noch nichts ist, sondern eben bloß der Schaden, denn das Wesen in seinem getrennten Dasein auf sich selbst weihrauft, und auf welchen wir auf einen Rauch, das Bild des Guten und des Bussen hinwerfen können. Alle unsere bloß moralisken Tugenden sind ein solches Reflektorsbild des Guten, und wie dem, der sich auf sie verlegt. Alle unsere bloß moralisken Laster sind ein solcher Widerschein des Bussen, und wie dem, der darüber verzweifelt und sie vor etwas hält, das wirklich und wahrhaft ist, und nicht in den Gott, vor dem sie nicht sind und der sie allein in uns heben kann. That we are capable of evil is due to our phenomenal appearance, is due to having an ordinary existence that in itself is neither good nor evil, neither something nor nothing, but is merely a shadow that casts upon itself the essence in its divided existence and upon which we in turn may cast the image of good and evil as upon a haze. All our moral virtues are but such reflections of the good, and woe to them who trust in them. All our moral vices are but such reflections of evil, and woe to them who despair over them and regard them as actual and true, not believing in that before which they are nothing and that which alone is able to cancel them in us. Here the weakness in soldier is clear. It is indeed true that moral virtues have no worth in and by themselves but only in the humility that allows God to evoke them in us, and it is indeed true that human vices can be cancelled only by God and not by one's own powers. But by no means does this say that one is to lose oneself metaphysically and in the one case to disregard the synergism 164 that comes to the aid of the divine and in the other case to disregard the repentance that does not let go of God. 165 In that way the finite is indeed the nichtige, but there is nevertheless something in it with substance. Therefore the scientific scholarly effort that is apparent in all this is not carried through, and thus there is more of a pantheistic absorption than a speculative account of the abstract and sich of the infinites and the finite's absolute identity. Pantheism can emerge in two ways, either as I accentuate man or as I accentuate God, by either anthropocentric or theocentric reflection. If I let the human race create God, then there is no conflict between God and man. If I let man disappear in God, then there is no conflict, either. Soldier obviously does the latter. To be sure, he does not insist, as Spinoza does, that God be regarded as substance, but this is because he does not wish to annul devotion's identification of the divine and the our moral virtues are but such reflections of the good, and woe to them who trust in them. All our moral vices are but such reflections of evil, and woe to them who despair over them and regard them as actual and true, not believing in that before which they are nothing and that which alone is able to cancel them in us. Here the weakness in soldier is clear. It is indeed true that moral virtues have no worth in and by themselves but only in the humility that allows God to evoke them in us, and it is indeed true that human vices can be cancelled only by God and not by one's own powers, but by no means does this say that one is to lose oneself metaphysically and in the one case to disregard the synergism 164 that comes to the aid of the divine and in the other case to disregard the repentance that does not let go of God. 165 In that way the finite is indeed the nichtige, but there is nevertheless something in it with substance. Therefore the scientific scholarly effort that is apparent in all this is not carried through, and thus there is more of a pantheistic absorption than a speculative account of the abstract and sich of the infinites and the finite's absolute identity. Pantheism can emerge in two ways, either as I accentuate man or as I accentuate God, by either anthropocentric or theocentric reflection. If I let the human race create God, then there is no conflict between God and man. If I let man disappear in God, then there is no conflict, either. Soldier obviously does the latter. To be sure, he does not insist, as Spinoza does, that God be regarded as substance, but this is because he does not wish to annul devotion's identification of the divine and the 381. These metaphysical investigations will be carried no further. Therefore we shall turn to another cycle of observations that belong more to a speculative dogmatic sphere. Soldier as a matter of course uses such concrete concepts as God, to sacrifice, to devote oneself out of love, etc. We find repeated reference to such concepts as God's creating out of nothing, his atonement, etc. Hegel has carefully considered this part, and therefore I can draw upon him. But first some quotations from Soldier. Most of these speculative glimpses are found in the first volume of posthumous writings, I.P. 603, particularly in two letters, one to Deek and the other to Abeken, 166 in Dame Gott in unsere Ähnlichkeit ist durch sich offenbart, opfert sich selbst auf und vernichtet sich in uns, denn wir sind nichts, inasmuch as God is or reveals himself in our finitude, he sacrifices and annihilates himself in us, for we are nothing. In the same section, p. 511, it is noted, nicht unsere relative Schwäche macht unsere Unvollkommenheit, nicht unser eigenes Wesentliches sein unsere Wahrheit aus. Wir sind deshalb nicht die Erscheinungen, weil Gott in uns selbst ist angenommen und sich dadurch von sich selbst geschieden hat. Und ist dieses nicht die höchste Liebe, dass sich selbst in das Nichts begeben, damit wir sein mussten, und dass sich sogar selbst geopfert und sein Nichts vernichtet, seinen Tod getötet hat, damit wir nicht ein bloßes Nichts bleiben, sondern zu einem zurückkehren und in einem sein mussten? Das Nichtige in uns ist selbst das Göttliche, insofern wir es nämlich als das Nichtige und uns selbst als dieses erkennen. In diesem Sinne ist es auch das Gute, und wir können vor Gott nur wahrhaft Gott sein durch Selbstopferung. It is not our relative weakness that constitutes our imperfection, and it is not our own essential being that constitutes our truth. We are nichtige phenomena because God has assumed distance in us and thereby separated himself from himself. And is this not the greatest love, that he himself has entered into nothing in order that we might be, that he has sacrificed himself and annihilated his nothingness, killed his death, so that we might not remain mere nothing but return to him and be in him? The nichtige in us is itself the divine, insofar as we recognize it as the nichtige and know ourselves as this. In this sense it is also the good, and we can be truly good before God only through self-sacrifice. Hegel's development of this is found on pages 469 top ff.167. Here we promptly see that Soldier, despite his speculative energy, still does not orient us as much as he disorients us, and also that since all the middle terms are missing it becomes very difficult to determine whether the negations ensue properly. When it says, in Dame Gott in unsere Ähnlichkeit ist durch sich offenbart, inasmuch as God is or reveals himself in our finitude, we first of all have to know something about how God is in finitude. We lack here the concept of creation. When it E. Presley says neat that by isting this way in finitude he sacrifices himself, it might seem, 13,382, that here creation is E-pressed. But if this is the meaning, it is not strictly E-pressed, for then it would have to read, in sacrificing himself, God creates. This could seem to be confirmed by the corresponding predicate, that God destroys himself. In other words, if we say that God destroys himself, we do, of course, have a negation, but, please note, a negation by means of which the infinite is made finite and concrete. On the other hand, however, the statement that God sacrifices himself, just as the one that God destroys himself, leads thought more to the atonement. This is confirmed by the very needy words, we are nothing, for that, of course, posits the finite, posits it in its finitude, its nothingness, and it is this nothingness that must be negated, whereby the negation then infinitizes the finite. But here we lack the middle terms to inform us in what sense man is nothing, middle terms of such scope that the meaning of sin might be construed therein. As a result, we have a speculative unclarity that does justice neither to creation nor to the atonement, neither to finitude nor to sinfulness. Incidentally, Hegel's discussion of Soldier's observations provides a very interesting contribution to the question, in what relation did Hegel stand to the Christian view? If we compare this with the remarks in his letter to Tieck, we find a similar speculative twilight. Here we learn that we deshalb nicht die Erscheinungen sind, weil Gott in uns selbst ist angenommen und sich dadurch von sich selbst geschieden hat, are therefore nichtige phenomena because God has assumed distance in us and thereby separated himself from himself. 168. Now this is obviously an intimation of the concept of creation. However, quite apart from the lack of the middle terms that would really enable us to hold fast to the act of creation, not even the pantheistic thought is strictly presented, because it cannot really be said that we are nichtige Erscheinungen because God has taken up existence within us. In accord with Soldier's views and terminology, one ought rather say, since God destroys himself, the nothing of all finitude comes into existence, blive till, but when God takes up his existence in it, God is not separated from himself, because this he is in the moment of creation, but is in himself, and the nothingness is cancelled. When it goes on to say, und ist dieses nicht die höchste Liebe, dass sich selbst in das Nichts begeben, damit wir sein mussten, and is this not the greatest love, that he himself has entered into nothing so that we might be, 169. Then here again creation and the atonement are confused and confounded with each other. In other words, God has not entered into nothing in order that we might be, because we are indeed nothing, but God has entered into nothing in order that we might cease to be nothing. With regard to soldiers wanting to see God's love in this, here again the middle terms are lacking, because the concept of creation must always be a given lest God's love become self-love. Soldier 170 goes on to use even more concrete expressions when he says that God has sacrificed himself and destroyed his nothingness and killed his death. This makes one think of the 13,383, atonement, of the negation and the return of finitude to God and in God. But since in the previous passage it stated that in his existing in our finitude God destroys himself, we have now had the same expression for both creation and the atonement. Furthermore, it seems difficult to understand what is meant by the statement that God sacrifices himself if it is to be explained by the following words, he annihilates his nothingness. But the confusion becomes even greater when we learn that the Nichtij in us is the divine. We are supposed to be the Nichtij, and how then can the Nichtij in us, thereby suggesting that there is something else in us that is not the Nichtij, be the divine? Finally, it is taught that we ourselves can recognize the Nichtij in us. If this means that we ourselves can negate this Nichtij by means of this knowledge, then we obviously have here a Pelagian conception of the atonement. Throughout this whole investigation, Soldier seems to have a dim notion of the negation, which in itself contains the true affirmation. But since the whole train of thought is not developed, the one negation erroneously slips into the other, and the true affirmation does not result. Hegel has perceived this very clearly and therefore articulates it implicitly on page 470. Das eine Mal sind wir darin als das Nichts, was das Böse ist, vorausgesetzt, denn ist doch wieder von Gott der Hart, abstract Ausdruck gebracht, das sich verneit, also a rest sei, der sich als das Nichts setze, und zwar, damit wir sind, und darauf heißt das Nichtij in uns selbst das Göttliche, insofern wir es nämlich als das Nichtij erkennen. At that one point we are presupposed as nothing, that which is evil, the harsh, abstract depression. Then he annihilates himself, is then in turn predicated of God, hence it is God who posits himself as nothing and does this so that we might be. Accordingly, the Nichtij in us is called the divine, that is, insofar as we recognize it as the Nichtij. 171. If I were to give the reader an idea of Soldier's view, I would perhaps come closest to it by attaching it to his favorite concept, irony, and would say that Soldier actually turns the existence of God into irony. God continually translates himself into nothing, takes himself back again, translates himself again, etc., a divine diversion that sets up the most horrible contrasts, as does all irony. In the enormous swinging of this double movement, the centrifugal as well as the centripetal, finitude also participates, and in it at the instant of separation man is the projected shadow of the divine. Man sketches his moral virtues and vices into this shadowy instance, which is seen as a nothing only by someone with eyes wide open for irony. Since all finitude is now nothing, then the person who by means of irony sees it as such comes to the aid of divinity. This is as far as I can proceed with this point of view, since I, 13,384, do not find any information in Soldier pertaining to what reality finitude acquires by means of irony. In a few passages, 172 Soldier does indeed speak of a mysticism that is the mother of irony when it gazes upon actuality, but when it gazes at the eternal world it is the child of enthusiasm and inspiration. Soldier also speaks of an immediate presence of the divine, which manifests itself precisely in the vanishing of our actuality, but here again there is a lack of the middle terms that are required before a more profound, positive, total view can be constructed out of this. We shall now take a look at how Soldier has carried out his position in the sphere of aesthetics. Here he came to the aid of the Romanticists and became the philosophic spokesman for Romanticism and Romantic irony. Here again we meet the very same basic view that finitude is a nothing and must perish as the false actuality so that the true actuality may emerge. The truth in this has been pointed out in the appropriate place, 173, but I have also tried to show its incomplete character. Accordingly, one does not see which actuality is supposed to be destroyed, whether it is the false actuality. To this Soldier presumably would answer yes, but more needs to be known about what he understood by the false actuality. For otherwise his affirmative answer would become a tautology, that is, whether it is the selfishness of the separate elements that must be negated in order for the true actuality to emerge, the actuality of spirit not as something otherworldly but as something present, or whether that divine diversion cannot allow any actuality to remain. Soldier seems to want to find in art and poetry the higher actuality that emerges through the negation of finite actuality. But here a new difficulty appears. Since the poetry, the romantic, which Soldier in his letters to Teak 174 so frequently acknowledges as supreme, is quite incapable of pacifying the negation in that higher actuality, inasmuch as in its essential striving it itself seeks to create an awareness that the given actuality is the imperfect one, but the higher actuality can be perceived only in the infinite approximation of intimation. Then it seems to become necessary to relate ironically once again to every poetic work, because every single work is only an approximation. If so, it is clear that that higher actuality that is supposed to emerge in poetry nevertheless is not in the poetry but is continually becoming. Do not misunderstand me, as if I meant that becoming is, 13,385, not a necessary aspect of the actuality of the spirit. The true actuality becomes what it is, the actuality of Romanticism merely becomes. Thus faith is victory over the world, 175, and yet it is a struggle, and when it has struggled, it has won the victory over the world, and yet it had won the victory over the world before it struggled. Thus faith becomes what it is. Faith is not an eternal struggle, but it is a victory that is struggling. Consequently, in faith that higher actuality of the spirit is not only becoming but is present, although it is also becoming. Irony is frequently mentioned in Soldier's lectures on aesthetics, especially in the section Von dem Organismus des Künstlerischen Geistes. 176. Irony and enthusiasm are presented there as the two factors necessary for artistic production, the two necessary conditions for the artist. What that may mean will be explained in more detail in the appropriate place. 177. May I simply note here that this whole point of view actually belongs to a completely different position, unless irony is allowed to manifest itself in destroying its own work of art and enthusiasm is allowed to designate the mood that has a presentiment of something higher. At this point, some comments that appear in the review, found in Volume 2 of Soldier's Posthumous Works 178, of A. W. Schlegel's Vorlesung in 179 should be the object of somewhat more detailed consideration. Here there is considerable lack of clarity. In certain passages, Soldier describes irony as the limiting power that specifically teaches man to remain in actuality, teaches him to seek his truth and limitation. After protesting on page 514 against the notion that irony is supposed to teach man to place himself above and beyond everything, he adds Die war Ironie get von dem Gesichtspunkt aus, das der Mensch, solange in dieser gegenwärtigen Welt lebt, seine Bestimmung, auch im höchsten Sinne des Wortes, nur in dieser Welt erfüllen kann. Gens streben nach dem Unendlichen Fortin auch gar nicht wirklich, wie der Verfasser meint, über dieses Leben hinaus, sondern nur in das Unbestimmte und Leere, in dem es ja, wir selbst gestet, bloß durch das Gefühl der irdischen Schranken erhängt wird. 13,386, auf die wir doch ein vor allem angewiesen sind. Alles, womit wir rein über Endlichkeitszwecke hinaus zu gehen glauben, ist eitel und leere Einbildung. True irony proceeds from the point of view that as long as man lives in the present world, he can fulfill his destiny, even in the highest sense of the word, only in this world. Striving for the infinite does not actually lead man beyond this life, as the author maintains, but merely into indefiniteness and emptiness, because, as the author admits, it is incited merely by the feeling of earthly limitation to which we have been assigned once and for all. Any thought we might entertain of going beyond finite ends is foolish and empty conceit. This contains a profound truth, to which I shall later return, but I am sure everyone will agree that one would think that Goethe rather than Soldier is speaking here. The following words immediately also sound somewhat alarming, teaching as they do that the highest in finite existence perishes just as completely as the lowest, and are not easy to reconcile with the previous statement, teaching as it does that man can fulfill his destiny precisely by limiting himself, unless it is assumed that it is the destiny of man to perish. But the person who evaporates into infinite emptiness seems just as able to achieve this destiny, indeed, he even seems to come to the aid of divinity, whereas the other seems to put obstacles in his way. Soldier's view of actuality as something that must be destroyed is also discussed rather frequently here, for example, on p. 502, Das irdische muss als solches verzehrt werden, wenn wir erkennen sollen, wie das ewige und wesentliche deren Gegenwart ist. The earthly as such must be consumed if we are to recognize how the eternal and essential is present in it. We shall now see how far Soldier is successful in letting the higher actuality in art and poetry truly manifest itself, to what extent there is, in Soldier's opinion, genuine repose in the world of poetry. We quote a passage in which he discusses our relation to poetry, p. 512, Prüfen wir uns endlich recht genau über das, was wir bewahren tragisken oder komischen Meisterwerken empfinden, so ersteht uns ein. Das in beiden no Kaiser der Dramatisken Form ein inneres gemeinsames ist. Der ganze Widrestreet zwischen dem Unwillkommenen im Menschen und seiner höheren Bestimmung fangten, als etwas Nichtiges zu erscheinen, worin etwas ganz anderes zu walten scheint als dieses Wiespaltelein. Wir sehen die Helden ihrer Worten in dem Edelsten und Schönsten in ihren Gesinnungen und Gefühlen, nicht bloß in Rücksicht der Erfolgs, sondern auch ihrer Quelle und ihres Worths, ja wir erheben uns in dem Untergang des Besten selbst, und nicht bloß, indem wir uns daraus in eine unendliche Hoffnung flüchten. Und wiederum erfreut uns in der Komödie dieselbe Nichtigkeit der menschlichen Dinge, indem sie uns vorkommt wie das, worauf wir ein vor allemal angewiesen sind jene Stimmung aber, worin die Widersprüche sich vernichten und doch eben durch das Wesentliche vor uns enthalten, nennen wir die Ironie, oder im Comiskanache wohl Laune und Humor, if we examine ourselves carefully as to what we perceive in true tragic or comic masterpieces. It is evident that, in addition to their dramatic form, they have something in common in a more internal sense. The entire conflict between the imperfection in man and his higher destiny begins to take on the appearance of something nichtige, in which something quite other than this preclusive split seems to hold sway. We see heroes growing doubtful about the noblest and finest in their feelings and sentiments, not only with regard to the success of these, but also with regard to their source and worth. Indeed, what lifts us up is the destruction of the best as such, yet not merely by way of taking refuge in an infinite hope. And in comedy we once again derive pleasure from the very same nothingness of human affairs, seemingly the lot to which we have been assigned once and for all. But that very mood in which contradictions annihilate themselves, thereby nevertheless retaining what is essential for us, we call irony or, in the comic sphere, caprice and humor. Here it is apparent to what extent the negation that destroys, 13,387, actuality is brought to rest in a higher actuality. We are lifted up by the downfall of the best, but this uplifting is of a very negative kind. It is irony's uplifting, resembling here the envy of the gods, yet it is envious not only of what is great and outstanding but is just as envious of what is lowly and insignificant, on the whole, envious of finitude. When the great perishes in the world, this is tragic, but poetry reconciles us to this tragedy by showing us that it is the truth that is victorious. 180 Herein lies the uplifting and the upbuilding. Thus we are not uplifted by the destruction of the great but are reconciled to its destruction by the victory of what is true, and we are uplifted by its victory. But if in the tragedy I see only the destruction of the hero and am uplifted by that, if in the tragedy I become aware only of the nothingness of human affairs, if the tragedy pleases me in the same way that comedy does by showing me the nothingness of what is great, just as comedy shows me the nothingness of what is lowly, then the higher actuality has not emerged. Indeed, here the author even seems unwilling to allow the mood to remain that has a presentiment of the higher actuality, because he does say that we lift ourselves up by the downfall of the best and do so not only by flight out of it in an infinite hope. The something more that can come from this dilution 181 in an infinite hope is nothing more or less than the bliss implicit in the perishing of everything, the desolation and the emptiness in which there certainly is far too much peace and quiet. If we now summarize these comments on Soldier, it is apparent that his position, as he himself termed it, was irony, except that his irony was of a speculative nature, and with him the infinite abstract negativity is a speculative element. He does have the negation of negation, but still there is a veil in front of his eyes so that he does not see the affirmation. It is well known that he died at an early age. Whether he would have succeeded in carrying through the speculative ideas he seized with so much energy or whether his energy would instead have been consumed in maintaining the negation, I shall not decide at this point, but the thought that appeals to me most is that Soldier was a sacrifice to Hegel's positive system. Irony as a controlled element, the truth of irony, 13,388. It has already been pointed out in the foregoing that in his lectures on aesthetics 182 Soldier makes irony the condition for every artistic work. When we now in this condite say that the poet must be related ironically to his writing, this means something different from what was said about this earlier. Shakespeare has frequently been eulogized as the grand master of irony, and there can be no doubt that there is justification for that. But by no means does Shakespeare allow the substantive worth to evaporate into an ever more fugitive sublimate. 183 And as for the occasional culmination of his lyrics in madness, there is an extraordinary degree of objectivity 184 in this madness. When Shakespeare is related ironically to what he writes, it is precisely in order to let the objective dominate. Irony is now everywhere present, it sanctions every single line so that there will be neither too much nor too little, in order that everything can have its due, in order that the true balance may be achieved in the miniature world of the poem, whereby the poem has the center of gravity in itself. The greater the contrasts in the movement, the more is irony required to direct and control the spirits that willfully want to charge forward. The more irony is present, the more freely and poetically the poet floats above his artistic work. Therefore, irony is not present at some particular point of the poem but is omnipresent in it, so that the irony visible in the poem is in turn ironically controlled. Therefore irony simultaneously makes the poem and the poet free. But in order for this to happen, the poet himself must be master over the irony. But this does not always mean that just because a poet manages to be master over the irony at the time of writing he is master over it in the actuality to which he himself belongs. It is customarily said that the poet's personal life is of no concern to us. This is absolutely right, but in the present undertaking it should not be out of place to point out the misrelation that can often exist in this respect. In addition, the less the poet remains in the immediate position of genius, the greater becomes the significance of this misrelation. The more the poet has abandoned this, the more necessary it is for him to have a totality view of the world and in this way to be master over irony and his individual existence, 13,389, and the more necessary it becomes for him to be a philosopher to a certain degree. 185 If this is the case, then the individual poetic work will not have a merely eternal relation to the poet. In the individual poem, he will see an element in his own development. The reason Goethe's poetistance was so great was that he was able to make his poet life congruous with his actuality. But that in turn takes irony, but, please note, controlled irony. For the Romanticist, the individual poetic work is either a darling favorite with which he himself is utterly infatuated and which he cannot explain to himself, how he could possibly have given life to it, or it is an object that arouses his disgust. Both responses, of course, are false. The truth of the matter is that the individual work is an element. In Goethe, irony was in the strictest sense a controlled element, it was a serving spirit to the poet. On the one hand, the individual poem rounds itself off in itself by means of the irony in it, on the other hand, the individual poetic work emerges as an element, and thereby the whole poetistance rounds itself off by means of irony. As poet, Professor Heiberg takes the same position, and while almost every line of dialogue he has written can provide an example of irony's inner economy in the play, all his plays exhibit the conscious striving to assign to every particular line its place in the whole. Here, then, the irony is controlled, is reduced to an element. The essence is nothing other than the phenomenon is nothing other than the essence. Possibility is not so prudish as to be unwilling to enter into any actuality, but actuality is possibility. Goethe, both the striving and the victorious Goethe, has always acknowledged this view, has continually articulated this view very energetically. After all, what holds for the poetistance holds also in some measure for every single individual's life. In other words, the poet does not live poetically by creating a poetic work, for if it does not stand in any conscious and inward relation to him, his life does not have the inner infinity that is an absolute condition for living poetically. Thus we also see poetry frequently finding an outlet through unhappy individualities. Indeed, the painful destruction of the poet is a condition for the poetic production. 186, but he lives poetically only when he himself is oriented and thus integrated in the age in which he lives, is positively free in the actuality to which he belongs. But anyone can live poetically in this way. But the 13,390 rare gift, the divine good fortune to be able to let what is poetically experienced take shape and form itself poetically, remains, of course, the enviable fate of the chosen few. To be controlled in this way, to be halted in the wild infinity into which it rushes ravenously, by no means indicates that irony should now lose its meaning or be totally discarded. On the contrary, when the individual is properly situated, and this he is through the curtailment of irony, only then does irony have its proper meaning, its true validity. In our age there has been much talk about the importance of doubt for science and scholarship, but what doubt is to science, irony is to personal life. Just as scientists maintain that there is no true science without doubt, so it may be maintained with the same right that no genuinely human life is possible without irony. As soon as irony is controlled, it makes a movement opposite to that in which uncontrolled irony declares its life. Irony limits, finitizes, and circumscribes and thereby yields truth, actuality, content, it disciplines and punishes and thereby yields balance and consistency. Irony is a disciplinarian. 187 feared only by those who do not know it but love it by those who do. Anyone who does not understand irony at all, who has no ear for its whispering, laxio ipso, precisely thereby, what could be called the absolute beginning of personal life, he lacks what momentarily is indispensable for personal life, he lacks the bath of regeneration and rejuvenation, irony's baptism of purification that rescues the soul from having its life in finitude even though it is living energetically and robustly in it. He does not know the refreshment and strengthening that come with undressing when the air gets too hot and heavy and diving into the sea of irony, not in order to stay there, of course, but in order to come out healthy, happy, and buoyant and to dress again. Therefore, if at times someone is heard talking with great superiority about irony and the infinite striving in which it runs wild, one may certainly agree with him, but insofar as he does not perceive the infinity that moves in irony, he stands not above but below irony. So it is always wherever we disregard the dialectic of life. It takes courage not to surrender to the shrewd or sympathetic counsel of despair that allows a person to erase himself from the number of the living, but this does not necessarily mean that every sausage peddler, fed and fattened on self-confidence, has more courage than the person who succumbed to despair. It takes courage when sorrow would delude one, when it would reduce all joy to sadness, all longing to privation, every hope to recollection. It takes, 13,391, courage to will to be happy, but this does not necessarily mean that every full-grown adult infant with his sweet, sentimental smile, his joy into icated eyes, has more courage than the person who yielded to grief and forgot to smile. So it is also with irony. Even though one must warn against irony as against a seducer, so must one also commend it as a guide. Particularly in our age, irony must be commended. In our age, scientific scholarship has come into possession of such prodigious achievements that there must be something wrong somewhere. Knowledge not only about the secrets of the human race but even about the secrets of God is offered for sale at such a bargain price today that it all looks very dubious. In our joy over the achievement in our age, we have forgotten that an achievement is worthless if it is not made one's own. But woe to him who cannot bear to have irony seek to balance the accounts. Irony as the negative is the way, it is not the truth but the way. 188 Anyone who has a result as such does not possess it, since he does not have the way. When irony now lends a hand, it brings the way, but not the way whereby someone fancying himself to have the achievement comes to possess it, but the way along which the achievement deserts him. Furthermore, if our generation has any task at all, it must be to translate the achievement of scientific scholarship into personal life, to appropriate it personally. 189 For example, when scientific scholarship teaches that actuality has absolute validity, then the point is truly to acquire that validity, and one cannot deny that it would be most ridiculous if someone who in his youth learned and perhaps even taught others that actuality has absolute meaning grew old and died without actuality's ever having had any other validity than his proclaiming in and out of season the wisdom that actuality has validity. When scientific scholarship mediates all the opposites, then the point is that this full-bodied actuality ought truly to become visible. In another direction there is in our day a prodigious enthusiasm, and, strangely enough, that which makes it enthusiastic seems to be prodigiously little. How beneficial irony can be here! There is an impatience that wants to harvest before it sows, just let irony discipline it. In every personal life there is so much that must be thrown out, so many wild shoots to be pruned. Here again irony is an excellent surgeon, because, as stated, when irony has been put under control, its function, 13,392, is extremely important in enabling personal life to gain health and truth. Irony as a controlled element manifests itself in its truth precisely by teaching how to actualize actuality, by placing the appropriate emphasis on actuality. In no way can this be interpreted as wanting to deify actuality in good St. Simon 190 style or as denying that there is, or at least that there ought to be, a longing in every human being for something higher and more perfect. But this longing must not hollow out actuality, on the contrary, life's content must become a genuine and meaningful element in the higher actuality whose fullness the soul craves. Actuality hereby acquires its validity, not as a purgatory, for the soul is not to be purified in such a way that stark naked, so to speak, it runs blank and bare out of life, but as history in which consciousness successively matures, yet in such a way that salvation consists not in forgetting all this but in becoming present in it. Actuality, therefore, will not be rejected, and longing will be a sound and healthy love, not a weak and sentimental sneaking out of the world. The romantic longing for something higher may well be genuine, but just as man must not separate what God has joined together, so man also must not join what God has separated. 191 But a sickly longing such as this is simply a way of wanting to have the perfect prematurely. Therefore actuality acquires its validity through action. But action must not degenerate into a kind of fatuous indefatigableness, it ought to have an a priority in itself so as not to lose itself in a vapid infinity. So much for the practical side. On the theoretical side, essence must manifest itself as phenomenon. When irony is controlled, it no longer believes, as do certain shrewd people in everyday life, that there is always more than meets the eye, but it also prevents all idle worshipping of the phenomenon. And just as it teaches respect for contemplation, it also rescues it from the verbosity that believes that giving any position of world history, for example, should take as long a time as the world has needed to live through it. Finally, Insofar as there may be a question concerning irony's eternal validity, 192 this question can be answered only by entering into the realm of humor. 193 Humor has a far more, 393, profound skepticism than irony, because here the focus is on sinfulness, not on finitude. The skepticism of humor is related to the skepticism of irony as ignorance is related to the old thesis, credo qui absurdum, I believe because it is absurd, 194 but it also has a far deeper positivity, since it moves not in human but in the anthropological categories, it finds rest not by making man man but by making man God man. Yet all this lies beyond the scope of this study, and if anyone should wish food for thought, I recommend Professor Martinson's review of Heiberg's Nidegda. 195. Addendum. Notes of Schellings Berlin Lectures. Philosophie der Offenbarung. Philosophy of Revelation. By Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling. University of Berlin. November 15, 1841 – February 4, 1842. Schelling, 3c 27 13 254. Lectures 1-41. Number 1. 1. He wanted to be regarded as one deceased in the Greek understanding, in the Platonic sense. 2. When he spoke of a revelation, Offenbarung, he meant thereby that it contains something that is above reason, over Vernunft, as Kahn 1 has said, it is not worth the trouble to get excited about daily things, and thus revelation would have no interest if it did not contain anything more than reason, he should strive for clarity and simplicity. Others might have the pleasure of making the simple difficult, and even if it were difficult, the simple truth would still apply. He would like to begin from the very beginning, presuppose nothing. Philosophy and actuality 2. Everything actual has a double aspect, quid sit, what it is, quod sit, that it is. Consequently philosophy can have a double relation to it, one can have a concept without cognition, in margin, 3c 27 13 255, a concept is pressed by quid sit, but from this it does not follow that I know quod sit, but not cognition without the concept. In cognition there is a doubleness whereby it is memory. In seeing a plant, I remember it and convert it to the universal by recognizing it as plant. This was also seen in the doubleness implicit in the Latin cognitio, knowledge, and in the Hebrew, to know. Philosophy and being, Varen. 3. November 22, 1841. Philosophy may be called, knowledge of being, and this is a very suitable designation insofar as it at least anticipates the later development. The question would remain, then, with respect to the above-mentioned doubleness, whether philosophy pertains to both kinds of being, and if it does, whether it then would be in one science, or, whether it would pertain, to only one. One might say, when I know something, I do know it as a being, et verende. When I know a plant, I know it as a being. Niti, objections of a Kantian kind, that being is an accident. 3 But if it were a question of something that does not fall into the category of the accidental but of the necessary, one might reply that it is still only a question of content, not a being. In logic, furthermore, movement takes place not in Bezug auf quaditas, with regard to thatness, but auf quiditas, to whatness. Consequently, philosophy became doctrine either about essence, as it has customarily been called, or about eistence, as some more recent thinkers have called it. That which is could be known in aperience, and to that extent no necessity would be seen for the laborious and nevertheless superfluous appenditures of philosophy. But there was something that could not be experienced. This, then, would have to lie in reason. But to discover this, the entire content of reason would have to be developed and therefore a beginning made with the immediate, unmittelbar. What is the immediate content of reason? Reason is the infinite potency, potens, of cognition. As such, it seems to have no content, but still it has a content. However, this is without its Zuthon, assistance, its Eingeboren, innate, 3c 27 13 256, a priori content. This is the infinite potency of being. But all philosophy is action, is activity, aims at itself, is thought, philosophic thought. In this content, thought discovers its mobile nature. In this respect, being might be reminiscent of the old scholastic insomnimode indeterminatum, being entirely undefined, something not eisting, not this or that eisting entity, but eisting in general. But being is not only aptitudo ad eistendum, an aptitude to eist, the scholasticans, being, is completely dead, only a nominal paraphrase. In Wolff, forens became non-repugnantia ad eistendum, unopposed to eisting, but are sane. Being, is being's infinite concept itself, ist das Irrer, Nature nach in den Begriff übergehen, is the passing over, according to its nature, into the concept. Yet this is not a matter of any actual passing over. The sein können, ability to be, potency of being passes over into sein and consequently into thought, but the entire movement is in the direction of quidditas, whatness, not of quaditas, fatness, and this actuality is in another sense still only possibility. This he illustrated by drawing upon geometry, which has no interest whatever in any particular triangle. The potency of sein is the source of sein. But the movements here are again besondere Möglichkeiten, particular possibilities, within this possibility. Consequently, we have an a priori science, a science of pure reason. Whether or not it is philosophy, I do not know, yet it certainly is included, Philosophia prima, ontologia, first philosophy, ontology. This has been the center of concern ever since Kant's critique, but Kant took pure reason only in the subjective sense, not as the infinite potency of cognition, as is done here. Now the question is whether it is philosophy but not die Philosophie, the philosophy, or whether it is die Philosophie, or whether it is not philosophy at all. But before we move on to this inquiry, it is necessary to examine the content of the science of reason. The content of the infinite potency of cognition is the infinite potency of being. But this potency is transition into being. Potency, therefore, is without sein but is transition into sein. If it passes over into sein, then it is no longer power but außer sich, outside itself, has lost itself, is in opposition to itself. 5. It does not cease to be but ceases to be power to be. But potency means to be power to be, consequently, by being it ceases, to be, and is this equivocation, to be died. 4. November 23, 3C 2713 257. It began with a repetition. One might ask, what is the immediate content of reason? Some have held that it is God, that reason is Gottsetzen, God positing. But God is surely something actual, but the first content of reason is not something actual, its content, that is, sein, is the opposite of actuality. Reason is, as the derivation of the word also indicates, alles Vernehmen, all perceiving, and thus it is filled with something a priori, but not with something actual. It is omnibus equa, all-inclusive, including only nichts, nothing. That this word, Vernunft, reason, is femini generis, feminine gender, also indicates this femininity, whereas Verstand, understanding, is masculinum, masculine. Therefore its content is sein, as, the encircling, that momentarily switches over. Immediate possibility is first and is conceptless possibility, since the concept is potency, the possibility is begreiflos, maschensinnlos, schrankenlos, conceptless, powerless and meaningless, boundless. We do not find it in nature, but as substratum, it is still a presupposition. The potency is defined as infinite, but the true infinity has shrunken, bounds, only in itself. Potency allows for two contradictoria, contradictions. He who is healthy only potentia, in potency, is also just as sick potentia, he who is learned only potentia is also just as ignorant potentia, and the reverse, he who is ignorant potentia is just as learned potentia, to whatever extent he can become that. The transition into sein according to potentia does not include not to be able to pass over. The potency of sein is therefore just as much to be able to pass over into sein as not to be able to pass over. Only when it actually has passed over does it include the other. But precisely by this posits it, because to include it is außer sich setzen, to posit outside itself. This is explained as follows. Capability is a quiet will, a transition of potentia ad actum, from potency to actuality, is a transition from not willing to willing. In this will, one can think of a willing and a not willing, since the infinite potency does contain both parts and contains the opposites. The nicht übergehen willend, sick, not willing to pass over, is actually the impotent, 3C 2713 258, capability acquires it by occlusion. The übergehen willend, willing to pass over, passes over, but the nicht übergehen willend is of course inactivity, Gelassenheit, but in passing over, the übergehen willend occludes the other from itself and thereby posits it, forces it out of this Gelassenheit. But when in potency these two, das übergehen willend and das nicht übergehen willend, do not occlude each other, then they do not occlude a third possibility, a free vacillation between being and non-being. This is also the case with the first potency, but what we are speaking of here is still more remote from being and becomes a being for itself only by being occluded from the others, occlusum tertium, an occlusive third. There is a wordplay here with occluder pullus, to hatch their young, 6 because from this everything emerges. Thus we see that the infinity of potency involves a totality, not an indeterminate series but a Geschlossenheit, closed totality. The infinite potency is not housed by the first possibility, as long as it has not abandoned possibility, it is instar omnium, worth them all, in the sense that it is just as much the impending as it is the opposing, but by abandoning its place it transfers a power to another, becomes the material for its realization. It establishes itself by making itself a, does not have its basis in something preceding but in something following, which is indeed not something preceding, and becomes a relative non-being, inasmuch as that which subordinates itself as a is not in the same sense as that to which it subordinates itself. Being has occluded non-being. Non-being now will negate, since by this occlusion it is posited, then the first as passes over exactu in potentiam, from actuality into potency. 5. November 24th. Nur sein können, mere ability to be, in the first potency is only the first, the second is nicht nur sein können, not mere ability to be. He was asked the question how it could be posited in the original potency, since it was first posited with the second potency, as he himself had presented it. The second potency is pure being. Potency is the opposite of actual, 3c 2713 259, being. Now, pure being is no more actual being than potency is. By the actual, det virkelig, is understood that which has passed over a potentia ad actum, from potency to actuality, otherwise it, pure being, would not be pure being. But it is not potency. No, it is not immediate potency, but it can become mediate potency. Being is potency, a being is not potency. It fulfills itself by a transition from actu ad potentiam außer sich, actuality to potency outside itself. Therefore the third, tertium occlusum, becomes that which in its potency is being. The first potency is only potential Geist, spirit, because it can be the opposite, the second is not, Geist, because it is not free, but the third is Geist. Nature is completed in Selbstbewusstem können, self-conscious ability. Then it passes into a new process. Thus philosophy has two developments, philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit. In margin, recapitulation. There has always been an inclination to get hinter, behind, das Sein. For a long time this was understood only in contradistinction to revelation, but it applies to all actual being. Potencies, for the manifested Sein, being. 7. 1. Das unmittelbar Sein können, the immediate ability to be. 2. Das Sein Sein, the being that is. This constitutes the change ab actu ad potentiam, from actuality to potency. 3. The third potency, which is the unity in which potency is being, which is being equal to that of number 2, potency equal to that of number 1, but does not of being outside itself. 6. The science we have treated up to this point includes everything that is foreign to the content of reason, that which must be left to experience as that which goes beyond reason. This arrives at its true content only when it has eliminated everything foreign. The necessary content of reason is potency as that which does not have being outside itself, is not related as ought to be being, Skuldavseren, to being outside itself but remains in itself, is essence, das sich enthält, the self-eternalizing, 8 which is not existentiabnoium, dependent existence, which can be called the highest essence, which does, 3c 2713 260, not have essence as something outside itself but as itself essence, which insane remains what it was, which is potency and actus, actuality, simultaneously. Thought is thereby bei sich, present to itself, is freies Denken, free thought, the self-possessing concept. Idea is on the whole the guilt, the thing sought. In this science, the new science, that is, it is only concept, not the concept passing over into existence. Consequently, the first science is negative and does not conceal or deny its kinship with Kant's critique. The idea is not the result but das Stehen bleibend, that which persists. This is also a negative concept. The God concept is apprehended as the necessary content of reason, as the final, concluding concept of reason. Yet it must not give the appearance of cognition in the sense of existence. It is quid sit, what it is, not quod sit, that it is neither stated nor demonstrated that he exists, existere. If one so desired, this system could be called an emanation system, if one keeps in mind that it is reversed, since God is the final logical emanation of the system. Here the God concept has only a regulative role, not constitutive. In this science, one cannot begin with God. In the other science, however, potency cannot be prius, antecedent, as in everything finite, but here existence is prius and potency posterius, subsequent. Consequently, in the first science the final potency is the reverse synconon, ability to be, which as sane as prius, not as posterius. Here we may say that God is necessary existence if he exists. The first science is now at its boundary, and this Umkehrung, reversal, paralyzes it. Its object becomes experience. This new science does not proceed along the same line but begins from the beginning and from the opposite end. This philosophy could be called Philosophia Secunda, second philosophy, an expression Aristotle 9 uses, although by it he meant physics. Yes, it is indeed authentic philosophy, and it is difficult to show that the first is also that. It is the philosophy of identity. 7. The a priori content of the science of reason is, then, the whole of actuality, but only what it is, not that it is, and it has no temptation in that direction. If it wants to demonstrate existence, then it must turn to another science, and this must resolve, 3c 2713 261, to presuppose that which is außer der Vernunft, outside reason. This science of reason is, then, the philosophy of identity, whose point of departure is indifference and whose conclusion is the identity of subject and object. Historically, it is related to Fichte and his Wissenschaftslehre, theory of knowledge, 10 which, assuming the I, established everything out of itself. Through subjective reflection, everything was gradually included, just as in Descartes. Fichte had comprehended das Sein in der that, the being in and through the action, for ich, the I, is present only in the act whereby it posits itself and steps forward out of its potency. The error in Fichte was that he took back everything subjectively. Thus it is easy to view the subjective objective in the all of self-consciousness. The philosophy of identity begins not with ich, but with ich as potency, and thereby nature enters into philosophy. This happens in the System des Transcendentalen Idealismus, system of transcendental idealism, in which the objective method is applied. The subject of sane is the potency of sane, neither subject nor object indifference. In immediacy, the subject is the not yet being, consequently has sane ahead of it, and consequently is, the non-being. After it has made the transition, it is once again non-being, but not in the same sense. This can be explained by Plato's distinction between absolute non-being and relative non-being. 11 There has been perplexity about this, but Plutarch explained it well by distinguishing between is not and is non-being. 12 Thus error and sickness are not altogether nichts, nothing, not existing, but non-existent. Plato's Sophist 13 was aimed at the sophists' attempt to prove that error is a nothing, but if this is true, then truth is just as much a nothing. Thus when I doubt about sensible things, doubt nevertheless presupposes that they are quodam modo, in a certain manner, but non-being is still always the subject, not, as Fichte said, das Nicht-Ich, the not I. 14 The subject is still in things but in such a way that it is the subject reversed in the object. This philosophy thereby preserves its subjective-objective character throughout. This relative non-being is really the central point in the philosophy of identity, 13c 2713 262, whereby it shows that it has abandoned the subjective orientation in Fichte. In this relative non-being lies doubt also. Doubt must not be understood in a subjective sense as something that intervenes, but it is in the system, it is movement. Every relative non-being perishes, becomes the basis for something higher. Der Mensch, man, is sane, but relative, and therefore a new world is possible. This higher is the subject-object being, not possibility but actuality, Wirklichkeit, absolute identity as the other for everything other. Philosophy is now given in this philosophy as the pure concept of reason. This has been misunderstood when its supreme proposition has been taken as something to be demonstrated instead of being regarded as the end point striven toward. 8. The philosophy of identity did not presuppose the truth but arrived at it, proceeded not from an immediate certainty but from the irresolute. Everything between the beginning and the end has only relative truth. Its method was that of ascending but also of descending, in that what appeared as subject through advancing, beginning, was made into an object, but everything is still only thought. If there is to be a system of the actual, everything must be reversed. Everything in this method was relative, everything was momentarily central and in the neat instant became peripheral. But everything was merely brought to Erkennbarkeit, perceptibility. This system has been charged with making everything einerlei, all the same. This is true in the same sense that everything in the voltaic pile is einerlei, a discovery that remarkably enough was contemporary with this philosophy. Everything in it is of one kind, one material. This science is therefore purely a priori. 15 Kant declared everything to be a priori that can be derived from the Vermogen, faculty, for knowledge. everything that can be derived from the infinite potency of sane. The a priori is not to be known from existence. Kant says the a priori is everything one could have learned from the cognition of reason without needing to learn it from experience. Vernunterkenntnis, rational knowledge, and the a priori are for him one and the same. This science is purely logical durchaus, throughout. It might seem, then, that all progress in thought here is tautological or analytic. Kant called synthetic that which goes beyond the nature of things. 3c 2713 263, but this became something accidental. It was existence. 16. Accordingly, all a priori knowledge was only analytic or tautological, but here it is precisely something whose nature is to change into something else and therefore is synthetic and analytic simultaneously. Yet the change is only in possibility, not into actuality. Thus, as far as the existence of God is concerned, it can be demonstrated that if he exists, he necessarily exists, but not that he exists. Like the philosophy of nature, this science contained only types. It was immanent, not transcendent. It was true, and so true that even if nothing did exist, it would still be true, just like geometry. Kant's critique was therefore negative philosophy, this impression taken in all its truth, but thereby one impresses at once a positive philosophy, but this was not presented. 9. The pure science of reason is, then, only negative, has nothing to do with existence. But existence can also be the object of science. For example, a revelation that always presupposes a God who actually is, would also belong to this. This science of reason is complete only when it is made to the point of knowing itself as negative, but this is impossible without having the positive outside itself at least as possibility. But if the positive does not come quickly, the negative easily becomes obscured, and the logical is taken for the actual. The philosophy of identity has been charged with having produced God. It must be the case either that God appeared as its final outcome, but such a God would be devoid of all interest, or that he produced himself in the system. On both counts the philosophy of identity is completely innocent, since it in no way said that the result was the actual God. Kant has been charged with idealism in the invidious sense, especially with regard to sensible things. In order to counteract this, he provided a defense in the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason. 17, 3c 2713 264, this was a mistake. Kant was idealism, and the philosophy of identity was idealism scientifically carried out. The philosophy of identity was not a system any more than geometry is. The philosophy of identity, in its origin as well as in its conclusions, forms a contrast to Spinoza. 18 For him, God is a principle, here he is the end. For him, things are logical emanations from God, here God is the final emanation in the logical process. On the whole, Spinoza first introduced into philosophy the confusion between the positive and the negative. God as blind existing nature is made into a principle, and in this way the logical boundary has already been transgressed inasmuch as he has the existent and then he makes things proceed with logical necessity from the nature of God. The confusion is rooted in making something follow with logical necessity from an existent, this he has simply asserted and never demonstrated. Inasmuch as the positive science was not presented, one could be tempted to regard potency as God's nature and the last as the victorious God returning into himself. This would be a transfigured, a sublimated Spinozism. The temptation for this would be great, for if the demand of the negative is not fulfilled by the positive, the negative itself shifts over into the positive. Hegel did this, he made the philosophy of identity into positive philosophy, the only philosophy. 19. One can readily agree with Hegel's definition of philosophy, that it is the science of reason, insofar as it becomes self-conscious as all being, but it must be borne in mind that not alles sane, all being, is actual sane. Reason appears der Materie nach, according to its substance, as alles sane. This really should not be lacking in the definition. Whether Hegel tacitly included this or he himself was not aware of it is not known. 10, 3c 2713 265. Hegel observed quite generally concerning his entire undertaking that he wanted not only to presuppose the absolute as present to intellectual intuition but to achieve it scientifically. 20. In these lectures the absolute is named now for the first time, and we shall now see what may really be meant by this. The philosophy of identity presupposed the indifference of subject and object, or, expressed more simply, presupposed the infinite potency of sane as the immediate content of reason. In this unity everything lay concealed, more specifically, das unmittelbar sein können, the immediate ability to be, and then the ensuing possibilities, also the potency that nicht übergeht, does not pass over. This could more specifically be regarded as the absolute, because it was freigesprochen, absolved, from making the transition, The indifference could be called the absolute, because it is omnibus numerus absolutum, absolute in all respects. It is potency to the one, the not absolute, as to the other. But the indifference is only absolute potency, not the absolute, is the potential and material absolute. What then is the discussion of this in Hegel? 21 The philosophy of identity also has the absolute as the end, therefore Hegel must mean that the philosophy of identity has wanted to have the absolute for the end, but for the conclusion of existence, and for this the intellectual intuition was an inconvenient medium. If the absolute indifference did exist, then everything that emerged would be also an existent. Now, Hegel thinks that the absolute indifference was assumed as existence. He thinks that this philosophy was an existence system and then set out in the wrong way by appealing to intellectual intuition, of which nothing was known, which perhaps was something accidental, subjective, a privatissimum, private matter, for the chosen ones. The phrase intellectual intuition has always been associated with the philosophy of identity, although it has in no way been responsible for it. In the first presentation of the philosophy of identity, and the only one recognized by the author as authentic, which is found in Zeitschrift für Physik, 2:22, the expression is not found at all. In an earlier article in volume IN, 3c 2713 266, of the same journal, it is mentioned. This expression belongs to Fichte. 23 He appealed to intellectual intuition, the content of which was, Ich bin, I am. The expression was chosen in contradistinction to sense intuition, in which subject and object are different. The philosophy of identity called for abstraction from the subjective implicit, in Fichte's view, from immediate certainty, inasmuch as ich is the definite form and consequently not the entire content of reason. Only when this is wiped away does one arrive at the pure content and essence of reason. Potency, therefore, is not the existent but the object of intuition, and that which is the eternal prius, antecedent, of all existence surely cannot itself exist here, in turn. Hegel gave the philosophy of identity the direction toward an existential system. 24 The requirement of the philosophy of identity was to draw back to pure thought and to maintain there an abstraction from all existence outside reason. Potency exist here, in reason. But the philosophy of identity does not undertake to demonstrate the existence of potency. Hegel criticizes it for not having demonstrated it. But that is unreasonable. If, finally, one wants to employ the expression intellectual intuition, it can be used differently. In an intuition in which subject and object are one, there could be some point in reason's own intellectual intuition. That the philosophy of identity never did presuppose potency as existing can be seen from the following. How does infinite potency relate to actual thought? Not as object but as substance, as that without which thought cannot take place but which still is not thought in actual thought, as the not thought in thought. Therefore Hegel, as he himself said, did not have the bad intellectual intuition. 25 He had, on the other hand, logic as the science that was supposed to demonstrate the existence of the absolute, and thereupon he moved to another science. That this science is part of the entire science is already dubious. Therefore Hegel was in the position of demonstrating the absolute twice, first in the logic, for he had already arrived at existence there, and then in the second science. 26. 11. 3c 2713 267. In Hegel, sane, being, is perhaps what may be called essence. 27 Not potency. Not at all. Sane is only as actus, actuality, as purus actus, pure actuality. Hegel himself says that sane is immediate certainty, and here a subjective point of departure is apparent. This cannot be potency but actus. According to Hegel, sane is the most remote from the concept, something like what we call the postulate most, eternal to itself. In this pure being, the conceptual definitions are successively postulated and annulled right up to the idea, which at the outset was included. Sane is vitiated, and as soon as this is consumed, the idea comes as the actualized idea. This idea is defined almost as the absolute in the philosophy of identity, but it is also the actually existing idea. Here the logical ends and also pure rational philosophy, not to mention negative philosophy, since this expression may be misunderstood. In this way, then, philosophy was made into a system, into a Behauptendes, affirming, dogmatic system, but the philosophy of identity did not want this at all, and to the extent that one wanted to take the word system in another sense, the philosophy of identity was that beforehand. It is, namely, system by way of the method. Hegel, then, was the founder of a system that finally became too ponderous even for him. Hegel himself says, logic is a purely subjective science, 28 outside all content, only philosophy runs through all these stages, its content has nothing actual corresponding in actuality. Thought has only itself as content, has the concretion of all actuality outside itself, is a shadow world until one reaches the idea, pure essentiality without any concretion. In this he differs from other philosophers, for their 29 philosophy was right in the middle of nature even though not in actual nature. All concepts were a priori, such that they correspond to an object. In Hegelian philosophy every relation to actuality is cancelled. Other philosophers had in the concept what generally is in intuition, they had experience as confirmation and, 3c 2713 268, substantiation, even though they did not draw upon experience. The metaphysics of pre-Kantian philosophy had as its content only the concepts as concepts, ontology, but since Bacon's falling away from ontology such a metaphysics lost its significance, all nations turned to experience. After Kant, metaphysics was maintained but did not include experience. The philosophy of identity combined thought with nature, therefore it had an objective logic. Hegel himself calls his subjective logic 30, because it had a relation to the object. Hegel excluded nature from logic. The objection could be made, where then does the philosophy of identity have a place for the treatment of the concepts as concepts? Answer: it has no place for concepts that have the real, outside themselves, but in its successive advances it must come to the point where it has the concepts as impressive vestigia, footprints 31 in what preceded, to the point where the concepts show themselves as the free possession of consciousness. The logical forms can be treated as the natural forms whose potencies have dispersed themselves insane and now have come to themselves. Here is the place for logic, just as in actuality the concepts first enter with consciousness. Here again is a corresponding actuality. And the abstract cannot be prior to that from which it abstracts. Hegel assigns pure thought to logic, thus it is thought about thought, but such thought finally annuls actual thought. He deals either with concepts that are not actual and do not have actual content, and, when he goes over to nature he then says that the concept has lost its power, consequently he really has actual thought nowhere. 12. December 8. The error in Hegel's logic is that it does not go further, that it omits philosophy of nature and philosophy of spirit. He wants to substantiate the absolute and not regard it as the outcome of another science. Consequently, in Hegel's logic the idea is in process, worden, becoming. 32 Nature, then, is a world in contrast to logic, but for Hegel nature is not a priori nature, since this must have a place in logic, but empirical, which, 3c 2713 269, must be planed. But there is no necessity of movement implicit in the idea, not to mention a movement whereby it breaks off from itself. The idea is ideality and reality, realitet, and does not need to become real in any other way. There is no necessity for nature implicit in the idea. Possibility is difficult to discern, and necessity even more difficult. Over against the idea, nature seems to be something superfluous and accidental and thus cannot find a place in a rational science, which must, as Spinoza says, regard everything modo aeterno, under the form of eternity. 33 When the idea resolves to posit itself, there is no question of emanating. Here it is clear that H wants to present a system of actuality, since a free self-resolving is indeed an instant and not merely a concept. In the philosophy of identity the absolute is a remaining in itself that cannot go further, that consequently cannot become a principle but is the end. Where, then, is the way out? It is this: in the science of pure reason there must be no reference to the existence of nature, there it is found only a priori, it must be left to another science, positive philosophy. Hegel says in the first edition of the Encyclopedia, nature has been defined correctly as the falling away of the idea from itself. 34 In nature, the concept is bereft of all its glory, is untrue to itself, impotent, it is the concept's agony, death struggle. In the second edition of the Encyclopedia, it is simply stated that nature is the falling away from the idea, the expression correctly is omitted. 35 I have not seen the third edition. 36 Perhaps the entire portion has been omitted. But where, one may ask, has nature been defined as the falling away of the idea from itself? It might be in a small work, Religion und Philosophie, 37 that appeared in the form of a conversation in which the relation between negative and positive philosophy was taken up, Bruno Attino 2. 38. Ideas do not fall away from themselves into nature, but rational philosophy falls away from itself when it passes over to it. But now suppose that the idea has cast itself into nature in order thereby to become spirit as man, where it can shed all the characteristics of subjectivity and become object, God. This is the second main issue. Now let us see what Hegel thinks he has accomplished here. Earlier philosophy has God, 3c 2713 270, only as substance, not as spirit. 39 We have already been instructed by Christianity and the Catechism to believe in God as spirit, and to that extent it would scarcely occur to a philosopher to presume to be the first inventor. In the philosophy of identity, the Absolute had already been conceived as subject-object, and this is that which conceives itself, and consequently not only substance. Therefore, when this philosophy did not use the word spirit, it was in order to reserve it for genuine spirit. Furthermore, Hegel begins not with God but with Sein, and the idea results from the movements. Consequently, the idea is the finale, not principle, and as such only substantialer Geist, substantial spirit, not the productive, eternal, absolute spirit, but only according to essence. Such a God comes post festum, afterward, he comes when all is past but is not the Anfang, beginning. 40 is not principle. In the beginning, Hegel himself had had a presentiment that logic is only negative, but later, as the need for the positive became greater, he forgot this and made logic the actual. 41. 13. December 10th. H now moves quickly from logic to empirical nature and here again has God as a conclusion rather than as creator, etc. Now, one may say, what is present am Ende, in the end, is also present am Anfang, in the beginning, but it still cannot be absolutely identical, for then there would be no movement. As the Anfang it is nur Anfang, only the beginning, as the Ende it is the Ende sein as Selbst, end of itself. Movement is his process of realization, through an Ausernhaft, eternal, series of manifestations between the beginning and the end. Hegel later sought to arrive at a free creation. In the second edition of his Logic, there is a remarkable passage, the Absolute Spirit, the ground in which everything is included, which at the end the concrete spirit knows as free, anschließend, resolving, upon a creation, which in reverse contains all the preceding results, the Absolute turns into a principle from which, 3c 2713 271, all the preceding now proceeds. 42 If Hegel had done this and not only talked about it, he would have achieved the positive philosophy and recognized the first as the negative philosophy. Here just a remark should be made about the impression that everything is included in the Absolute as ground. In the philosophy of identity it was said that everything preceding has its truth only in what follows, that everything preceding is established by becoming the ground of what follows, that it is itself therefore the ground. Thus, heavenly bodies, the nature of which is to fall, find their ground by becoming the ground for something else. So much for this impression. Hegel's final attainment was therefore a free activity, but it must be insisted upon that this is perceived not am Ende, in the end, when everything is over, which in a sense it is not, since it is only so in the moment when it is ended. In this way, then, he has the Absolute as the final cause, since everything has tended toward it. But the entire series is a succession, a chain of final causes, each for its successor. Thus inorganic nature, is the final cause, for matter, organic nature for inorganic, animals for plants, man for animal. If now everything is to be turned around so that the ultimate final cause becomes creative, so must all the intermediate final causes also become freely productive. He would readily have seen the difficulties in this. He did not, however, make an attempt in this respect, since the impression was merely tossed off loosely, but intimated that the Absolute is the freely determining, prior to nature, not to mention prior to history, that it is the freely self-enthousiasmed, eternalizing, to nature. This aspect of Hegel, particularly when he encroaches upon religious interests, has become popularized. It is not the idea, as in the philosophy of identity, but the Absolute Spirit that sich enthäusert, eternalizes itself, in nature. This presentation has thereby sought to give itself a historical form, but when it adds that it has always happened and always will happen, it is cancelled again. God is free insofar as he always brings his freedom as sacrifice, he is in the process, and his Selbst process, self-process, who always makes what he has always made, a cycle. This is reminiscent of Aristotle, who, 3c 2713 272, taught that God acts, as end, goal, himself, unmoved. 43 Or this presentation goes like this, God is indeed in sich, in himself, the Absolute zuvor, beforehand. Where does this impression come from in a purely rational science? But, in order to become conscious, enthäusert sich, he eternalizes himself, sets himself over against a world, man, whose God consciousness is his self-consciousness. Now, if Christianity also should be reformed, it would be particularly the doctrine of the Trinity. God must reveal himself, because his essence is process, this revelation is the world, and his essence is the Son. He must return to himself, and this occurs through man and takes place through art, religion, and philosophy. The human spirit is the Holy Spirit. What such a philosophy wants is not apparent, since Christ cannot possibly satisfy it. The fact that it has sought to relate itself to Christianity must offend the philosophers. If I were to reproach it for anything, it would be that it wants to be Christian. It did not need to go to that trouble, since it is a pure rational science and does not need to be that any more than geometry does. An interpolation regarding the trilogy, art, religion, and philosophy. The philosophy of identity has been reproached for having rather reclusively affirmed art, because the one and the other do not erase the sensate. Forgotten, however, is the fact that the philosophy of identity also named religion, since it would be strange not to mention it at all in an inclusive philosophy. The difference, then, is that it forgot to place philosophy above religion, or that it did not include the final reflection whereby philosophy establishes itself. The philosophy of identity presupposed nature and arrived at freedom, at individual action and the individuality of history, arrived at the power that does not lose itself in the process, arrived at God as the Über dem Sein bleibende, that which remains above being. But this concept is not like the others. It cannot be referred to aperience, and yet it does not leave us indifferent. A subjective and moral necessity insists upon finding it. The pure science of reason has no basis for going beyond itself, but this necessity will lead to a seeking outside itself for that which it does not have in itself, and here come religion, art, and philosophy. 14. December 13, 3C 2713 273. The human spirit cannot be indifferent to this potency that is Übersein, beyond being, but seeks to demonstrate its existence. The first possibility. This occurs when the subject, the individual, seeks to annihilate, as far as possible, everything accidental in himself and outside himself, and thereby to bring that Überseiend, beyond being, into existence. This is religion in the subjective sense, so that not even asceticism is included. Religion is thereby not yet included. Rational science does not recognize a religion of reason. Religion can appear in rational science but as something transcending its boundary. The second possibility. This occurs by way of objective works, actual production, i.e., art, especially in poetry, in tragedy, in which an attempt is made, so to speak, to conjure the prodigious spirit forth from matter. Even sculpture is not art, for the reason that it produces a likeness to creation. Art means particularly poetry, tragedy. Rational science can recognize these efforts as necessary and take them as identical with itself. The third is philosophy. That philosophy places this not only outside itself but within itself, but in turn within itself, not like the preceding, not merely as possibility, but as something in which it becomes as if identical with itself, which, therefore, it does not place außer sich, outside itself, but über sich, above itself. Negative philosophy ends in requiring positive philosophy, in which the Überseiend appears objective, in the same way that it is in art, and subjective, as in religion. Hegel therefore gives these three instances: a. Religion of art, b. Revealed religion, c. Philosophy. In the second edition of the Encyclopedia, however, the expression religion of art is changed to art 44 alone, but in any case it is really only in an improper sense that this expression can be justified. The difference, then, is that religion appears twice here. But rational, 3C 2713 274, science knows nothing of religion, of genuine religion, which it does not include even as possibility. Hegel knows nothing of what here has been called subjective religion. And now what kind of philosophy occupies the third place? It is obviously the one that he presupposes, the one from which he proceeds, and consequently not a new philosophy. With religion and art, the science of reason has already transcended its boundaries. How can it now fall back into itself? Rational philosophy, as we interpret it, also posits a philosophy, but außer sich as another philosophy. Hegel should have left the third place open, because he really had nothing with which to fill it. Positive philosophy, therefore, is required by negative philosophy. Negative philosophy posits positive philosophy outside itself. Consequently, it is important that negative philosophy be formulated properly, that it receive its due and enjoy the satisfaction that it in its true modesty, which will not encroach upon positive philosophy, deserves. In this respect, too, I differ from Hegel, since by him negative philosophy was not adequately formulated either. In the Kantian period, the expression dogmatism was used. This subsequently fell in verruf, into disrepute. A distinction must be made, however, between a dogmatizing and a dogmatic philosophy. The older metaphysics was dogmatizing and therefore never achieved what it aimed at, a rational demonstration of existence, and therefore it was merely dogmatizing. It was completely and forever demolished by Kant. But pure rationalism is nevertheless contained only indirectly in Kant's critique. This should be set forth. Only when this has been done will it be possible for positive philosophy to appear. 15. Positive philosophy, then, has now become possible, and he challenged everyone to work toward it in his own discipline. Those who occupied themselves with defending Hegelian philosophy presumably did not think that this philosophy already had it but that through this it could be achieved. Then this Hegelian philosophy was supposed to be used to take up positive philosophy. This conduct disclosed a total misunderstanding of Hegelian philosophy, because it had already done, 3c 2713 275, this, and therein lay, as we have seen, precisely its error. The aim of these efforts to spread Hegelian philosophy was to introduce the personality of God into rational science. Presumably the basis for this was that positive philosophy was said to tend particularly in that direction. Thus, H's absolute spirit was not personality, and yet H allowed it to decide freely on creation. This, then, was a new misunderstanding. But the question was, is a rational science in and by itself necessary? Quite right, the one, negative philosophy, is just as necessary as the other. But positive philosophy has an entirely new method. Positive philosophy does not need to be based on negative philosophy. Negative philosophy does not have a prius, antecedent, in this sense, as does positive philosophy. In negative philosophy its prius is a posterius, subsequent. Negative philosophy has need for positive philosophy, but positive philosophy has no need to be based on negative philosophy. Negative philosophy delivers its conclusion to positive philosophy not as a conclusion but as a task for it, and positive philosophy must itself provide means for carrying it out. Its beginning, according to its concept, is the absolute beginning and needs no other basis. Consequently, there are two philosophies and the unity is broken. So it is, and there is no need to be afraid of this thought, because there has really always been dual philosophy. This is apparent already in the difficulty that has always been involved in arriving at a complete definition of philosophy. If, for example, one says that it is a science that goes back to pure thought in itself, this is a rather good definition of negative philosophy. But if this is supposed to be all of philosophy, everything in actuality has only logical coherence, and the illogical in actuality rebels against this. Add to this that it can be shown that these two lines have always been present in philosophy. Aristotle names two kinds of philosophers. 45 The first he calls theologians. By this he means primarily those who were under the influence of the oracles etc. But, 3c 2713 276, since he also uses this name to designate some of the living philosophers of the time, it seems clear that he wants to designate them as dogmatic or positive philosophers. Among the other philosophers, he reckons especially the Ionian physicists, for example, Heraclitus, all things flow, and nothing abides. By this the science of reason is designated, because what is subject at one moment becomes object the neti etc. Then he refers to other philosophers, the Eleatics, who, as he says, promote a fraud and in whom there is nothing helpful as soon as they try to e-plain actuality. They promote a fraud, just as does every uninterrupted movement at one point. 46 Socrates' dialectic was directed as much against the subjective untruths of the sophists as against the more objective turgidity, which was, as Plutarch says, like smoke that Socrates blew back upon them. 47. 16. If Socrates had called himself ignorant in the sense that he actually was ignorant, such an impression would amount to a triviality, since it is, after all, not particularly surprising that an ignorant person is actually ignorant. In that case it would be more surprising if he were knowledgeable. Lawyers say, quisque presumitur bonus, doni probatur contrarium, everyone is presumed to be good, until the contrary is proved. Thus philosophers say, quisque presumitur insciens, doni, everyone is presumed to be ignorant, until, etc. Therefore Socrates' ignorance was docta ignorantia, learned ignorance. But then what knowledge did he attribute to others that he denied to himself? Not every thought is knowledge. What he seemed to have in mind was a Denkwissenschaft, discursive science. In this sense, geometry is a science, but not a cognitive science, Videnskap, and that is why in the ranking in Plato's Republic, Book V, geometry is classed with understanding, and not with knowledge. 48 It is what we call pure science of reason, which Socrates knew just as well as the Eleatics did. Therefore by his ignorance he had to posit a genuinely cognitive science. Was he ignorant here, too? Inasmuch as he would say so, it again must not have been that he was ignorant in the direct sense, for then it would be pointless, 3c 2713 277, to say so, but that he was ignorant only intimates the Überschwängliche, exuberant. How far Socrates came is difficult to decide, but that he always gives his presentation a mythical garb is a mark of his leaning toward the historical. His disciple Plato also becomes historical in his last work, Timaeus, so that it is difficult to find the scientific transition. Socrates and Plato are more prophetically related. Aristotle shows, however, that he is their Schüler, pupil, by turning from the purely logical to the empirical, das ist, that it is the main thing for him, what it is the second. He censures those who want to grasp actuality, in the discourses. He censures Plato's doctrine of the participation of things in the idea and calls this, using empty words. 49 To say that the particular beautiful thing is beautiful only by reason of its participation in the idea has meaning only with respect to a possible explanation. He reproaches and censures a confusion of the logical order and the order of sane. Nevertheless, Aristotle is akin to negative philosophy. This is apparent in the method of both. Negative philosophy is not logical in the Aristotelian sense, because the a priori is no empty logic and dem inhalt nach, with regard to content, necessarily passes over into the empirical. Potency continually thrusts being away from itself until it comes to itself thinking and becomes free thought. Previously it was only necessary thought. Therefore it is not in opposition to aperience, on the contrary, where aperience ceases, it also ceases, since it always points away from itself to aperience. On the other hand, aperience also contains the a priori. Therefore there is also a path from the empirical to the logical. Aristotle entered upon this path and climbed up step by step to his first science or first philosophy, for both names appear. First science, first philosophy. 50 His system is an analysis prepared out of actuality. Here he must continually coincide with negative philosophy. Nature raises itself stepwise out of potency's possibility, the zeal, goal, of the antecedent is in each subsequent. 3c 2713 278, everything is in its place a final cause just as the last is that. The series, says Aristotle, cannot lose itself in the infinite. 51, matter, in Aristotle it is potency and must not be understood as merely physical, thus there is mention of matter also in a conclusion, is successively cast away. The ultimate he also regards as an instant, since his science is the science of the actual. Nevertheless, what he has in mind especially is not das, that, but was, what. Nor does he make use of the ultimate as a principle, for him it is only the final cause, not productive, not creative end. This ultimate is, and, itself, unmoved. 52 Everything is drawn to it, it is itself unmoved, just as that which is requested is the object of the request but itself remains still. Aristotle defines the ultimate in many ways. He says that this ultimate entity is also the most blessed, but inasmuch as to think is the most blessed actus, activity, of all actus, its actus must be thought. But what does this thought think? Only itself, everything else is unworthy of it. This, however, is not only thought about thinking, for this entity thinks itself. 53. Then the Neoplatonists sought a positive philosophy. Aristotle cannot satisfy, because to end in God in this way is not enough. This is important not only because Christianity has developed in the world, even before that, Aristotle could not comprehend mythology, which after all did have historical reality, realitet, and did not know how to explain it other than as the remains of an urson, primordial knowledge. The question has been brought up, why did Charlemagne introduce Aristotle's writings into a Schola Palatina? 54 Aristotle was indeed charged with atheism and justifiably so, inasmuch as he has no God as a principle. He includes every act of providence, inasmuch as he merely teaches that everything strives toward God, that everything proceeds toward this end zeal, final goal. A writer in the 17th century answered this question very naively by saying that it is always good for theologians to have something to find fault with in philosophy. If a union between these two powers were possible, then the devil could tempt people to think that Christianity is a human invention. There is, however, another answer, and Aristotelian philosophy has never been presented in its pure form. 17, 3c 2713 279. What the Christian school needed was a God who was beginning and principle. This it had in scholastic philosophy, which continued essentially up to Kant, even though somewhat diluted. Scholasticism recognized three sources of all knowledge: 1. Experience, universal ideas, and geborn Begriff, innate concepts, the first of which was ins universale, universal being, b. Universal principles, of which principium causalitatis, principle of causality, was the most important, 3. Ratiocinium, Vernunftschluss, reasoning, as the source of a special kind of knowledge. For example, conclusions beyond experience drawn from the givens of experience. All rational knowledge was formal, and neither rationalism nor empiricism could move. Everything was held together under the authority of the Church. After the Reformation, this was shaken metaphysically on the one hand by Descartes and on the other by Locke and Hume. The last named tended empiricism to the point that all concepts became merely the results of experience, as when he taught that cause and effect are acquired through long practice, 55 something, incidentally, that the simplest observation contradicts, because, for example, when a child in his cradle hears a noise, he turns his head toward the point of origin, certainly without any practice, and this is obviously an impression of cause and effect. All dogmatic rationalism was thereby destroyed. Then came Kant and brought pure rationalism. Over against this stands pure empiricism, which began with Bacon. In its grand efforts, something of the divine must be acknowledged, for otherwise what explanation is there for the religious conscientiousness, the enthusiasm, with which researchers oppose themselves to dangers, unless there is a presentiment that there is really something more to it, that this empiricism must indeed be countered by a higher system. What relation is there between empiricism and positive philosophy? The usual meaning of experience is the certainty about an eternal object that we acquire through eternal sensation, or the certainty about an internal object that we acquire through the internal senses, therefore something that belongs either to the eternal or to the internal sense world. If empiricism, 3c 2713 280, is carried through in this sense, it ultimately denies all concepts. But the concept of empiricism need not be connected to such notions or reclusively to them. It does not need to be limited to the sense world. A freely acting intelligence, for example, does not fall within the sense world, and yet he is to be known only empirically. Thus, also, a free intelligence beyond the world will be knowable only through Thasation, facts. Consequently, there is an empiricism that is supersensible and nevertheless is empiricism, a metaphysical empiricism, that is not merely sense empiricism. It would seem that this agrees with positive philosophy. Therefore there is empirical metaphysical theory. Manifestations of this are, a 56th theory that bases all philosophy on divine revelation, a theory that goes beyond every merely historical fact and traces everything to inner experience and maintains that reason is atheistic, a theory of the secrets of the divine essence that makes these into objects of intuition, theosophy, mysticism, speculative mysticism, which gives itself a scientific form but still lays claim to objective knowledge. Pure rationalism has been unable to overcome all this. These Vernunftschluss, reasoning, as the source of a special kind of knowledge. For example, conclusions beyond experience drawn from the givens of experience. All rational knowledge was formal, and neither rationalism nor empiricism could move. Everything was held together under the authority of the Church. After the Reformation, this was shaken metaphysically on the one hand by Descartes and on the other by Locke and Hume. The last named tended empiricism to the point that all concepts became merely the results of experience, as when he taught that cause and effect are acquired through long practice, 55 something, incidentally, that the simplest observation contradicts, because, for example, when a child in his cradle hears a noise, he turns his head toward the point of origin, certainly without any practice, and this is obviously an impression of cause and effect. All dogmatic rationalism was thereby destroyed. Then came Kant and brought pure rationalism. Over against this stands pure empiricism, which began with Bacon. In its grand efforts, something of the divine must be acknowledged, for otherwise what explanation is there for the religious conscientiousness, the enthusiasm, with which researchers oppose themselves to dangers, unless there is a presentiment that there is really something more to it, that this empiricism must indeed be countered by a higher system. What relation is there between empiricism and positive philosophy? The usual meaning of experience is the certainty about an eternal object that we acquire through eternal sensation, or the certainty about an internal object that we acquire through the internal senses, therefore something that belongs either to the eternal or to the internal sense world. If empiricism, 3c 2713 280, is carried through in this sense, it ultimately denies all concepts. But the concept of empiricism need not be connected to such notions or reclusively to them. It does not need to be limited to the sense world. A freely acting intelligence, for example, does not fall within the sense world, and yet he is to be known only empirically. Thus, also, a free intelligence beyond the world will be knowable only through Thasation, facts. Consequently, there is an empiricism that is supersensible and nevertheless is empiricism, a metaphysical empiricism, that is not merely sense empiricism. It would seem that this agrees with positive philosophy. Therefore there is empirical metaphysical theory. Manifestations of this are, a 56th theory that bases all philosophy on divine revelation, a theory that goes beyond every merely historical fact and traces everything to inner experience and maintains that reason is atheistic, a theory of the secrets of the divine essence that makes these into objects of intuition, theosophy, mysticism, speculative mysticism, which gives itself a scientific form but still lays claim to objective knowledge. Pure rationalism has been unable to overcome all this. These 18. Positive philosophy, therefore, is not empiricism in the sense that it is based upon experience, neither does it have an immediate given upon which it is based, nor does it draw itself from a given by way of conclusions, but it goes to experience and demonstrates its prius a posteriori. This adequately shows its difference from empiricism, but then is it not on a par with negative philosophy? Negative philosophy has being and experience as the object of possible knowledge, it leaves the a posteriori, which it has found a priori, standing outside itself. If it tallies with experience, that is fine, but the truth of its constructions depends upon an inner immanence. Positive philosophy goes to and into experience. The a posteriori is not taken up from experience, it is based upon the absolute prius and from this by way of free thought. Negative philosophy has necessary thinking, derives the a posteriori as the actual, not merely as the possible. It is not the absolute prius that soll or Wesen worden ought to be demonstrated, but the consequence of it. This consequence may be demonstrated as becoming through a free fortgang, advance, yet not out of experience but into it. This, then, is a priori empiricism, negative philosophy is pure priorism. In positive philosophy, experience is a collaborator. Of course, experience in this connection is to be understood not as some particular experience but as a totality. Positive philosophy is also a priori with respect to the world, with respect to the concept, to God, it is a posteriori. The demonstration it makes is rooted in the totality of experience. 3c 2713 282, but the realm of actuality is not complete, therefore it is not concluded. On the preceding level, the object of positive philosophy is not concluded and completed, since one cannot know what freedom will bring to light. Positive philosophy is therefore philosophy in the sense implicit in the word itself, it seeks after wisdom. Its demonstration of God is therefore only for those who are willing, only the intelligent learn from experience. The proof of God, therefore, does not have the necessity such that it can almost be forced upon the stupid. Negative philosophy is a system completed within itself, positive philosophy is not a system in this sense. If, however, positive Behauptungen, affirmations, are demanded of a system, then, positive philosophy is very much a system, negative philosophy not, since it is nichts behauptend, affirming nothing. But now what is the position of positive philosophy toward revelation? It arrives at revelation just as it arrives at everything else. It is for positive philosophy a relative terminus ad kern, point to which, for positive philosophy, it has no authority different from that of any other object. The observed motions of the planets are also an authority for positive philosophy. Therefore, positive philosophy is not religious philosophy. If this predicate is adopted, it might seem to imply indirectly that negative philosophy is irreligious. But this is completely untrue. Although negative philosophy certainly has religion außer sich, outside itself. Neither can it be called irreligious for this reason, because a truly irreligious theory can never claim to be philosophy. If, on the other hand, positive philosophy wanted to claim to be religious, it would be much too vague a definition to mean anything. Then it would have designated itself more specifically as Christian, Catholic, Protestant, etc., which can occur only to those who desire a privileged philosophy. In contrast to this, however, one could point to the dependence of all philosophy upon Christianity. One could say, philosophy never would have gone so far without Christianity, but then philosophy could just as well be called empirical, since no philosophy would have come into being without the existence, Dilver, of this world. But Christianity must not be conceived so engherzig, narrow-mindedly, as merely historical fact. Christianity is much more, from the beginning of the world. I would like to repress this relation, 3c 2713 283, between philosophy and revelation figuratively. As is known, the 4 satellites of Jupiter are visible only through a telescope, yet there are men who can see them with the naked eye and others who cannot readily see a Pleiad star with the naked eye but can do it only if they have seen it through a telescope first. In the same way, philosophy would presumably not have seen much without revelation, but now it can see with the naked eye. Christianity has indeed been incorporated in Christianity, miswriting for philosophy, lately, but it is so diluted in negative philosophy that it is hardly detectable. But in stressing Christianity we have come back to the point where the contrast between negative and positive philosophy again becomes conspicuous, as all history shows. Kant has provided the most striking example of this contrast. 19. This contrast in Kant between negative and positive philosophy is very clear in his antinomies or antitheses of reason, 57, which are neither more nor less than just so many expressions for the relation between negative and positive philosophy. That which is the thesis could just as well be made the antithesis and vice versa. It is remarkable, however, that his thesis is always positive, always belongs to what we call positive philosophy. Thus when the antithesis affirms that the world cannot have any limits, this belongs essentially to negative philosophy, because to predicate that it has a limit is first a genuine predication, is first a positive predication, belongs first to positive philosophy. On the other hand, that it has no limits belongs to negative philosophy and means only that in the idea of the world there is no necessity to think of it as limited. It is rather curious that Kant finds this contradiction only in cosmological ideas. Kant had two kinds of antinomies, the mathematical, 3c 27 13 284, and the dynamic. 58. If it happens, then, that is, if one makes an error in thought, as Kant did, then the same contradiction runs through all the transcendental ideas, philosophy of mind and theology as well. Thus the contrast between freedom and necessity, the soul is eternal or mortal, God is a blind necessary being or freedom. K's antinomies, however, are not so very dangerous, for inasmuch as the antithesis always pertains to a world, of pure thought, different from that, the actual world, of the thesis, they do not contradict one another. But are we willing to let this distinction between positive and negative philosophy stand? In order to consider this, one must take the position, from which the matter is viewed, that approaches philosophy without anything preceding. Philosophy is different from all other sciences in that it provides itself with its object, must acquire it itself. It cannot include anything in advance, it goes through all possibilities until it finds its object, but it must not accept these possible objects in a fortuitous way or allow them to be given from elsewhere. It can acquire them only by proceeding from the universal possibility of reason and now seeing how everything changes therefrom into sane, and consequently by taking the position of possibility and a priority. Philosophy, therefore, is identical with a priori science. By continuing in this way, it comes to something final beyond which it cannot go and which it has not brought to Erkenbarkeit, cognizability, but this is the very thing that is most valuable to know and the purest knowledge to be known, because here potency is pure actuality. This ultimate it reserves for itself. As the science of sciences, it places all knowledge outside itself in the sciences of which it is the science, but now it no longer places them outside itself. Positive philosophy does not have the truth only as a conclusion, as negative philosophy does, for by itself, negative philosophy cannot be called philosophy, it becomes philosophy only in connection with positive philosophy. Negative philosophy is primus india, first science. Positive philosophy is the highest science. Negative philosophy has primum cogitable, the first object conceivable. Positive philosophy has summum cogitable, the highest object conceivable. Between the first and the highest sciences lie all other sciences. Just as negative philosophy precedes all other sciences, so positive philosophy concludes them. Perhaps negative, 3c 27 13 285, philosophy would never have developed so vigorously if it had not imagined itself to be all of philosophy. There is, then, only one philosophy, since negative philosophy, in becoming conscious of positive philosophy, does not in this consciousness have positive philosophy outside itself but is itself within positive philosophy. 20. Negative philosophy is misjudged if it is regarded merely as an introduction to positive philosophy. Within positive philosophy, it may very well appear foreshortened, but nevertheless it cannot for that reason give up its claim to be independent. Negative philosophy will belong particularly to the school, will be metaphysics. It will always occupy a place of honor as man's own invention. It is not a besondere Wissenschaft, special science, it has all the sciences outside itself, it is the science of sciences. On the other hand, positive philosophy is a besondere Wissenschaft. Positive philosophy is essentially a negative philosophy as potency, seeks itself in negative philosophy. Negative philosophy is merely Hinwegschiffend, way clearing, that is, it gets out of the way everything that is not philosophy, only at the final point is it positive philosophy. It rightfully honors itself with the proud name, science of reason. Its content, however, is really the continual overthrowing of reason, since reason has no content in itself. Positive philosophy brings to cognition what is indiscernible in negative philosophy, It straightens up the reason stooped in negative philosophy. Negative philosophy is the abased state of reason, positive philosophy is its elevated state. In negative philosophy alone, it would have had no yield, but by requiring positive philosophy it has a positive yield. In positive philosophy, negative philosophy triumphs. Positive philosophy is always the ursprünglich geübt, originally intended, philosophy, and the development also shows how much later the purely rational issues begin to be of concern, but positive philosophy usually follows along, then critique arises, which negative philosophy itself has evoked by this mistake. Negative philosophy could very well be alone, but then it would abandon all actual knowledge, but how should it desire to remain completely empty this way? To that extent Kant very properly calls his philosophy critique, not philosophy. How, then, would negative philosophy be able to answer the justified claims made in upon it? Or would it not be obliged to turn the entire content, 3c 2713 286, of feeling and conception into psychological oddities and no more? It has actually been thought that negative philosophy provides the basis for positive philosophy. It is more correct to say the opposite, that positive philosophy provides the basis for negative philosophy. In negative philosophy, the lesser mysteries are presented, in positive philosophy, the greater mysteries. As is known, the Eleusinian mysteries 59 were divided in this way. The Neoplatonists made a similar, end of first section of notebook, Tate continues in second section of notebook. Schelling. Number 260. Distinction in called Aristotelian philosophy the lesser mysteries in contrast to Platonic philosophy, the greater. 61 The contrast did not fit there, but here it does. But how is the transition made from negative philosophy to positive philosophy? Negative philosophy deals not with the actually eistant but with the eistarnkenen, being able to eist. Its ultimate is potency that is not disturbed by any actus, actuality, but where potency itself is actus, and therefore actus is not disturbing. This is the seant, that which is, potency, but it is first possessed only in the concept, since it is always about the eistarnkenen, about which everything revolves. Science looks around after eistance. The seant potency does not have sein as posterius, when it eists, eister, it has sein only as prius, it is a priori. Thus the seant potency is the seinkenen, being able to be, reversed. In negative philosophy, the first seinkenen has sein following it. So far, then, negative philosophy goes. The earlier metaphysics also went so far, as was shown particularly by the ontological argument, which was advanced by Anselm but rejected by Thomas Aquinas 62 and the Thomists. It is curious that Kant 63 did not present its defects better. The demonstration runs something like this. The highest being, this, 3c 2713 287, obviously is nothing other than the highest potency, cannot possibly eist accidentally, and consequently it eists necessarily. Note, however, if it eists. This can also be elucidated in another way. The major premise is only about necessary eistance, therefore there can be nothing in the conclusion about eistance in general. The conclusion is, consequently he eists necessarily, if he eists. God cannot result from a transistus of potentia ad actum, passage from potentiality to actuality, then he would not be das Aufrechtstehende, the upright, seinkenen. He is the in and vor sich, in and before itself, being, not for sich, for itself, which also violates language usage by placing two very different concepts together. Das heißt das vor seine Gottheit sehend, also das einem Begriff und damit allen Begriffen voraus sehend, that is, he is the that which is before his divinity, consequently the that which is antecedent to his concept and thereby all concepts. But he is thereby das blind sehend, das notwendig sehend, the blind that which is, the necessary that which is, and it becomes doubtful whether God eists. Therefore I cannot presuppose that God is the in and vor sich sehend, that which is in and prior to itself. I must forego the concept God until later. I must proceed from das blind sehend and see if I can come to the concept and thereby to God. Potency or concept is the a priori, therefore das blind sehend is the a posteriori. Negative philosophy also arrives at the seinkenen, but it arrives at it in the wrong way, since it arrives at it from potency. If I am to bring it into knowledge, I must arrive at it as the posterius, and everything is hereby turned around. This can take place only in a new science. Here we really have Spinoza's principle, das allem Denken voraus eistarende, that which is antecedent to all thought. 64. Just as all philosophy will be destroyed in the eccentric tension of empiricism, so also positive philosophy is present in all building of philosophy, and it can be said in this connection that recent philosophy is a preparation for it. Descartes' question was not about concept but about sane. DI became his point of departure, 65, but it was subjective. The truth in the ontological argument is that it leads to positive philosophy and appears in this way in Spinoza. 66 However, he grasped only the beginning in order to move straightway into necessary thinking. But because he had this orientation toward being, he had such a strong and great influence, particularly on the best and the most religious minds. He had influence by way of his absolute transcendence that he plotted the contrast, 3c 2713 288, between thought and being. Jacobi 67 himself struggles in vain with the abyss into which Spinoza pulls him down. The relationship between Spinoza and Jacob Boehme 68 has never really been e-planed. This tendency can be called the reaction of Orientalism against Occidentalism and Aristotelianism. What is the relation between positive philosophy and reason? 21. Positive philosophy, therefore, proceeds from dem geradit zu sinden, that which simply is. In negative philosophy, it is the thought preceding sane that everything revolves around. In positive philosophy, sane precedes thought. This geradit zu sind could also be called the notwendig seiend, that which necessarily is, but in modern philosophy this expression has so frequently been identified automatically with the concept God that for this reason it is not advisable to use it. By way of a prior concept, it usually means something on which is enjoined the necessity to exist. God is regarded as such a something. But by das blind seiend, the blind that which is understood that which is outside all prior concepts. This expression is now used as a matter of course for the highest essence. The highest essence can be only the necessarily existing, but not only is God the notwendig seiend, but he is das notwendig seiend, the necessary that which necessarily is. This indicates the difference from das blind seiend, which is only the einfach, simply, notwendig seiend. It does not, however, prove that he exists. The notwendig seiend ist allein des höchsten Wesens sein können, that which necessarily is solely the ability to be of the highest being. As an objection, the old thesis could be offered, in Deo nil potential, in God there is no potentiality. 69 To this one might reply, here it is a question not of the nature of God, according to his nature, God is sheer actuality, but of existence. Here it is a question not of potency that changes into sane but of purus actus, pure actuality, the ultimate sein können, being able to exist, is itself potency that consequently has sane not after itself but before. Das geradit zu seiend could also be called das notwendig seiend. This needs no justification and does not even permit it, it is independent of all ideas. Positive philosophy drops the concept and detaches itself from negative philosophy and could just as well, 3c 2713 289, begin without negative philosophy, just as Spinoza began with infinite existence. This geradit zu existerende, which simply exists, does have a relation to reason. Is this now geradit zu existerende, is it idea, concept? If idea is taken in the sense in which it must be taken in negative philosophy, where it is das Gefühl, the willed, then this geradit zu existerende is not idea. In another sense it is idea insofar as it behauptet, affirms, nothing. Existence cannot be predicated of it, because it is itself the existerende. It is, the truly being, but is to be taken not substantively but verbally. Sane cannot be used attributively of it. One is reminded of the ancient Indian saying that weder ist noch nicht ist, neither is nor is not, it is a pure quid, what, not a quad, that. It is a concept of reason, but one der nicht sich sein vorsitzt, sondern sein sich, that does not place being before itself, but itself before being. Reason acquires it as its content a posteriori, but it is that which is placed outside reason, ecstatic. Das unbedingt, on condition, seiend has no condition except the negative, that reason leaves itself, sich lässt. In negative philosophy, reason is the self-observing, the objective for itself. This is the unconditioned concept of reason and changes into thought, it is the immediate concept of reason. Kant said that what the older metaphysics sought was a conclusion to prove the necessary existence of a thing. But this was an impossibility. 70 He is perfectly right about this. The question has been raised whether it was existerendes, something existing, could demonstrate it as a necessary existence. This is a foolish question, because by it was a particular has already been designated. Das blind seiend and the concept certainly always stand in relation to each other, just as it already appears in the relation between negative and positive philosophy, for negative philosophy ends in the concept and positive philosophy begins with das blind seiend. Das bloß, pure, seiend is absolute transcendence, but transcendence is always relative, i.e., with respect to something else. Now it must be remembered that we place this before all ideas. We do not place the idea first and then seek to arrive at it. This was the transcendence of the older metaphysics, which is a relative transcendence and is untrue. Our transcendence is absolute and thus none. If I first have made myself immanent, then it is the transcendent to go over to absolute sane. Kant forbids reason to reach this transcendence by 3c. 2713 290, way of inference, but he does not forbid and cannot forbid inferring the highest essence from necessary being, since such a thing never occurred to him. Reason posits this being outside itself in order that this being can become its content, since a posteriori it becomes God. Negative philosophy has the a priori conceivable sane as its content, positive philosophy has the a priori inconceivable sane. Philosophy is indeed the science of reason. If one is again to make a distinction between positive and negative philosophy, one may say that in negative philosophy reason is only in itself. This only is obviously a negative definition. In positive philosophy, reason has a relation to actual being. The science of reason applied to negative philosophy is used in a material sense, and as much as reason is itself its substance and material, applied to positive philosophy, it is used in a more formal sense. With this, the introduction is concluded. 22. January 3, 1842. In negative philosophy, nothing is fied, but everything is flowing until it comes to the principle. In this, one can already see the defect of negative philosophy, that it has the principle in reverse order, as the end and not as the beginning. Consequently, it ends in the principle. The principle is, namely, potency, which does not vorausgate, precede, its sane but which presupposes sane. The principle is really only that which is assured against all consequent possibilities. The Pythagoreans distinguished and contrasted, dyad, and, unit, monad 71 and by the first understood more this double movement, da belt bevsigils, the flowingness, and by the true being. In true science, that is, positive science, monas must be prior to douche. This monas is partly sheer idea, as in negative philosophy, partly actually existence. Insofar as it is the latter, we can proceed not from potency but from sane, the sane that has never changed the potentia ad actum, from potency to actuality, that is actus forthwith and always actus. Now it might be objected, such an actuality preceding all possibility is inconceivable. 3c. 2713 291. There is some truth in this, and therefore it may also be said of this sane that it is das unvordenkliche sane, the being absolutely antecedent to thought. 72 As such it is the beginning for all thought, but this is not thought, it is the first object of thinking, primum quod se obgissit cogitationi, that which reveals itself first for cognition, which is not the content of thought but can become that. It may be objected that it can never be imagined, either, but to this the reply might be given that there are many possibilities of imagining such a possibility prior to the actuality, such as a machine, a work of art. Presumably there are other possibilities in which the content is first given with the actuality, and only such concepts are truly original. Thus far Aristotle's dictum holds true, initium philosophiae est admiratio, the beginning of philosophy is wonder. 73 And Plato's, the pathos of the philosopher is wonder. 74 Philosophy now comprehends a posteriori the incomprehensible a priori. The main point is to maintain that pure being is pure being in the verbal sense, in actu puro, in pure actuality, and its essence is only to be the purely existing. In this regard, one is reminded of the numerous formulations that appeared in earlier theology and later in dogmatics, in Deo essentia et existentia unum est idem, in God essence and existence are one and the same, which means, God's essence and concept consist in this, that He is being, est ipse suum esse and suum esse est ipse, He Himself is His own being is He Himself, i.e., His essence is to be, in Deo non differat esse et quod est, in God being and that which is do not differ. His essence consists in being, just as with other things their essence is non-being, the accidental. Esse esse is not von sich sein, being from himself, but von selbst sein, ultro esse, geradezu sein, being of himself, being of its own accord, simply being. Acetus, underived existence, is therefore always recognized as the highest. Spinoza also made it a principle, id quod cogitari non potest nisi essens, that which cannot be thought unless it exists. 75 God is that which cannot be preceded by the thought of non-being, yes, God cannot even precede Himself with the thought that He is not. 3c. 2713 292, Being, then, is motionless and immovable, and yet we must try to move away from it. This is the first, and, to use this expression, at one time there was nothing but this being. We shall now attempt 76 this. We have rejected only the potency preceding sane. Before it is, it cannot be potency, that is a contradiction. But from this it does not follow at all that it cannot become that nachterhand, post actum, by and by, after actuality, nachher, afterward, it can become the sane conend, being able to be. If, then, we assume this, here we press ourselves purely hypothetically and shall give the justification later, the sane is raised to potentia potentiae, the potency of potency, and in this way first becomes truly the sane conend. It is truly the sane conend, because it has its urson, primordial being, as an a priori in itself prior to all possibility. Here, then, a possibility appears. It is a matter of indifference to pure being whether it takes up this other being into itself or not. But this possibility appears as something new, unpected, because it comes after sane, but although it appears in this way, so erscheint es doch zugleich dem Sein von Ewigkeit her, at the same time it nevertheless appears to being from all eternity. That which comes before everything eternally is, even before thought. Eternity belongs to the qualities of God that the dogmaticians call negative, without which God cannot be but by which he still is not. Spinoza's substance is also eternal in this way, but yet not God. This eternity is now terminus a quo, the point from which therefore is also called von Ewigkeit, from eternity. Science cannot stop with that but moves straightway from it. Now something thereby appears for being, it can will. This cannot apply to pure being itself, for it is sheer Gelassenheit, inactivity. Here being manifests itself as Lord, different from the unvordenklich Sein, the being absolutely antecedent to thought, whose Lord it was not. But more takes place. That which is really an object for a will is always the accidental, not being. If we call the unvordenklich Sein A and the accidental B, then being, in positing B, which it is Lord over, is its Lord, but it is also A's Lord. In positing B, it turns A out of its Gelassenheit and becomes its Lord. Now being has a negation within itself and no longer is pure being, but only der Potenz nach, with regard to potency, is it actus purus. 23. January 5, 3C 2713 293. The impression for the beginning of positive philosophy is basically the formulation presented in the last lecture, a being that is identical with essence or whose essence by itself is being. The concept of this being is found only later. In the quantity of our present discussion, such a being is not perfection, and we are still dealing only with what dogmaticians call negative attributes. Dogmaticians often take being as something positive, as a perfection, but in taking it this way they exclude themselves from the scientific path by which one can go from the negative to the positive. Therefore, the identity of essence and sane must be understood in a negative sense so that essence is not an essence isolated from sane but, is, being, eisting is essence. We do not stop with this negation but posit it only as the beginning. As Spinoza's ample shows, there is nothing to be done with sheer actus purus, pure actuality. One can move away from it insofar as it is possible to move away from it through a subsequent potency. We say it is a possibility, and the subsequent potency is itself also only a possibility, here enunciated simply as a possibility. That which always has its sane before is really the sole Walland, that which wills, the only one that can begin something. Thus a man whose existence is disturbed in some way is said to be unable to begin. A priori being, which begins with being, is first actual potency. The truth of potency is therefore rooted in the preceding being. If we wanted to state a predicate for the eistant and not merely state tautologically that it is this eistant, then we might say that it is the eistarnkonend, sane konend, being able to eist, being able to be, namely, not in the sense of before but in the sense of afterward. But it still remains only a possibility. That it is actual must be shown a posteriori. We see not what it is but that it is. A priori it is only possible, that it can become the sane conend is a hypothesis. Being is the 3C 2713 294 thesis, that it is the sane conend is the antithesis in the sense in which rhetoricians use the word. We have said earlier that positive philosophy has to do with thinking freely, and this is apparent here, for it proceeds from actus purus, and one can move from it only through freedom. There is no necessary transition from actus to potency. If we suppose now that for this essence identical with sane or, as we may press it, that for sane subject, which is no different from sane, is not essence for itself, that for this there appears a possibility of being something other than it is according to its unvordenklich sane, being absolutely antecedent to thought, then this possibility, insofar as it is possible, will continually manifest itself, that is, from all eternity. The first consequence of this is that being becomes gegenstandlich, objective, to its own unvordenkliches Sein. Earlier, being has its unvordenkliches Sein an sich, in itself, just as we say of a man that he has a defect in sich, that he is not conscious of it. Second, the actus of its existence is necessary only as long as it is not gegenständlich to itself, as long as it is in sich. As soon as this possibility manifests itself, it separates the necessary by nature and the necessary only actu, in actuality, and to that extent the only accidentally necessary. The necessarily existing brings with itself actus for existing before it thinks itself, der actus des Existierens kommt sich selbst zuvor, the actuality of existing precedes itself. No potentiality precedes this existence, but from this it does not follow that being is not meant to achieve something afterward, even beyond unvordenkliches Sein. Earlier it does not achieve anything beyond, it submits to it, bevor es nicht kann, which is why it cannot. But in relation to its essence, this is something accidental, something that happens to it. Das unvordenkliche Sein is equals a sase, being of itself, primum constitutivum, the first constitutive. A sase must not be translated as von sich sein, being from itself. That would lead either to the concept causa sui, cause of itself, as Descartes understood it, Spinoza, too, although in Spinoza it is a deceptive impression, because in his usage he really falls into the contradiction with himself that God as causa sui becomes potency, power, and thus God as potency precedes himself as actus, or to the self-revealing or the self-positing, but as ultra, sponte, of its own accord, voluntarily, being of its own accord. Thus das unvordenkliche Sein manifests itself as the accidental. 3c 2713 295, when I plant a seed in a particular place, I do not think it strange that it comes up there, because I have a concept of it prior to its being. If, however, a plant comes up in a place where I have not sown, I am amazed, because to me it is something accidental. If potency preceded das unvordenkliche Sein, it is not the necessary. If it is only actu, in actuality, then neither is it the necessary. 24. January 7th. Das unvordenkliche Sein, the being absolutely antecedent to thought, is not existence but precedes it. Its essence is not as essence, it is completely ecstatic, it has not sich enthäusert, eternalized itself, but is enthäusert, eternalized, it is antipodal to the idea but on the very basis of this contrast is itself idea, nothing precedes this act as purus, pure actuality, but therefore it is eternal, like everything before which nothing can come. All negative attributes are exclusions of every preceding potency. Das unvordenkliche Sein has Sein in sich, being in itself, is the in sich Seiend, that which is in itself, the in und vor sich Seiend, that which is in and prior to itself. But an instant only actu, in actuality, without being qualified according to its nature, is accidental blind existence. This is not the place to develop the many meanings of the accidental, but I refer to the portion on the accidental in Aristotle's Metaphysics. 77 Here only the remark that the accidental is the unwilled or the unforeseen. But the unforeseen is that blind being, praequo nihil potest, before which nothing is possible. It may also be said that the blind Seiend is that which precedes its possible opposite. If I choose between A and I choose A, then, A is absolutely excluded. If, however, I am thereby A actu, then, A is indeed excluded, but not absolutely. Das Andersson, the contrariety, as we pointed out earlier, is not surmounted, it can come afterward. A doubt can arise afterward, post actum, after actuality, and render the 3c 2713 296, unvordenkliche Sein accidental, demand of it that it must manifest itself as the necessary, which, if one may put it this way, it previously did not have time for. It will also manifest itself as necessary if this contrast intervenes. This law is the ultimate ground in everything, this law that nothing is to remain untried, undisclosed. This law is indeed not above God but first places God in freedom in opposition to his unvordenkliches Sein. Thus it is God's own law, only because das unvordenkliche Sein precedes all thinking does this law appear as something foreign to God. It is only God's own idea that introduces this law. The dialectic of this world does not want anything to remain doubtful anywhere. Hegel has advanced dialectic again, but primarily in negative philosophy. Plato calls dialectic the royal art. 78 An impression to be understood rather as if he had said the divine, dialectic really belongs in freedom and therefore in positive philosophy. God lets that principle of contrast apply until the final possibility is exhausted, it is not merely once for all but always. The possibility of an advance away from the motionless depends upon this accidentality. An instant only actu, in actuality, is something accidental, but since it is something accidental there is the possibility of a potency that cancels that possibility. The accidental is material potency, and thereby an Anderson is zugelassen, admitted, as a possibility. The sane end, being able to be, is that which transcends the say end. The concepts turn around. The say end appeared as positive, but it is also only the actu say end, the impotent, and therefore negative. The sane end appeared as negative but as positive. This is his strength. With the sane end his divinity begins, in that he can transcend the unvoordenklich sane. So it is in a human being, too. The deeper and more complete his turning around and his Entasierung, eternalization, of his sane, the freer, the more divine. To free himself from his being is the task of all education. God is the living God, therefore not shut up in sane. If one does not discern this, one ends either in pantheism, or abstract theism, which assumes an intelligent world source but interprets creation as an incomprehensibility to reason. Yet it may be objected that we are assuming ein ungöttliches, 3c 2713 297, sane, a non-divine being, in God, and in this way do not arrive at pantheism but rather materialism, naturalism. This would be the case, too, if God were not placed in anything but this Anderson, for then he would fall completely within being. But, 1. Anderson is not a blindly changing potency, and, 2. He has it solely in himself as a presupposition of being God. 25. January 10th. In the preceding lectures, we have shown the possibility of an Aufgleichkeit des Unvoordenklichen, a suspension of the being absolutely antecedent to thought. In place of the Erstens actu, in actuality, we have the Erstens not actu but natura, in nature, therefore the essential Erstens. It is thereby beyond mere actus and free toward Erstens, but it has its place in this actu. If the necessary Erstens natura preceded Erstens actu, it would be a necessitated Erstens, but it is not. This actus purus, pure actuality, it is a se esse, being of itself. The best picture of this kind of Erstens is always innocence. If a concept preceded, it would not be innocence. The necessary Erstens natura is the true essence of the Erstens actu but not its cause. On the contrary, it is intrinsically the opposite in the Erstens actu. When the accidentality of the first is shown, then the true necessary Erstens comes forth without need for this actus, then it is the necessary Erstens even with the annulment of this actus, since it is the necessary Erstens natura. It sees itself as the sane end, being able to be, beyond this actu se end, that which is in actuality, as free. It sees itself, as lord over the sane posited in contrast to the unvoordenklich sane, which it can will or not, as well as lord over the unvoordenklich sane itself, not, however, as that which posits it, since the unvoordenklich sane always precedes the necessary Erstens natura. In the appearance of the first possibility, the unvoordenklich sane was moved from its position, loco, modus, lifted into the air, because possibility and the unvoordenklich sane cannot be uno e adem cloco, in one and the same place. By negation it was posited in the sense not of something preceding but of something following. The necessary Erstens natura is divine Erstens. This expression can now be used of 3c 2713 298, being, since it has manifested itself as Lord, but the concept of God is precisely Herrlichkeit, lordship, majesty, glory, i.e., to be Lord, and therefore, as Newton says, Deus est vo relativa, includens dominationem, God is a relative word, including dominion. 79 But where should that which it is Lord over come from, if not from the unvoordenklich sane? Through the positing of possibility, the unvoordenklich sane is included and placed back into itself, pressed back into itself adius potency. In this way there is imposed the necessity of working to place itself back into actus purus, because potency is something completely foreign to it. Thus it must negate the new se end. It now manifests itself as lord of another possibility, namely, that of hypostatizing the unvoordenklich sane and taking it away from itself precisely by showing it to be something accidental. The third possibility is to manifest itself as being free from necessary sind and sane, that which is being, to posit itself as spirit, and, on the whole, spirit is that which is free to express itself or not to express itself. Posited as essence, it is the sane end, is that which cannot become unlike itself. In sane it persists and continues to be the sane end, just as it continues as the sane end to be sane. I say that which is posited as essence, and this is of great importance. The particle als, as, is very important. Pure being is not posited als being, it is just einfach, simple, but precisely thereby admits the opposite potency outside itself. Now, however, it is posited as being, since it cannot cease to be being. Thus essence is here posited as essence, but hitherto only by way of ideal inclusion. This is spirit. It may be put also in this way. It cannot be the immediate sane conend, because its place is occupied. It cannot be the sane musend, being that must be, either, because it is taken, consequently it is the sane conend that is also the sane musend. The third possibility appears to the unvoordenklich sane as the sane solend, being that ought to be, proper, it appears as Schluss, conclusion. The unvoordenklich sane must now elevate itself to the necessary Erstens Nature, this gives it the power to posit free being instead of das blind Seiend. God is not only spirit, he is more than spirit. He is not the necessary spirit but the absolutely free spirit. Thus Christianity, too, teaches that spirit is a person, and yet God is spirit. It is the same with spirit as with essence, because essence manifests itself prior to Erstens, but, also, after it, in that it appears as the Über Easterende, that which is above. 26. January 13, 3c 2713 299 The necessary Erstens Nature, in nature, has the same relation to the necessary Erstens merely actu, in actuality, as essence to sane, concept to sane, but in such a way that the concept does not precede sane but easts as über Easterend and consequently is more than essence, is Überwesen, above essence, as this word is commonly understood. For this reason, and quite rightly, dogmaticians in an earlier period pointed out that when the word essence is used about God, one must remember that he is more than essence, is, above essence. The unvoordenklich sane, being absolutely antecedent to thought, elevates itself to idea and now is really God. Previously it was only substantially God or God according to possibility. Not until now is this the real God. To move from the unvoordenklich sane to this point is possible only for a very ehaustive dialectic. Dialectic belongs essentially to positive philosophy. The concept of God as essence as actus purus, pure actuality. Now the formulae presented earlier, in Deo essentia et eostentia non differunt, in God, essence and eostens do not differ, etc., take the opposite form, in God, actus is his essence. The negative attributes are a priori attributes that come prior to his Godheit, divinity, there is no transition from the negative to the positive attributes, it cannot be a necessity, without the unvoordenklich sane, God could not be, because he could not be Lord and neither could he be personality. Because lordship over sane is exactly what personality is, absolute personality is beyond sane schlechthin, totally, God's Erstens cannot be demonstrated, but the Gottheit Dei Easterenden, divinity of the Easting, can be demonstrated, and this only a posteriori. God knows himself beyond Erstens actu, that he is the necessary Erstens Nature, this transcendence is his very divinity, quae essentiam transcendit, by which he transcends Erstens. From all eternity, he sees himself as Lord, able to annul his unvoordenkliches sane or, more accurately, to suspend it. Now we come to something new. Why does God suspend this unvoordenklich sane? Why does he actualize this possibility, since he is indeed Lord beforehand? Why, then, does he actualize this possibility? One could reply that it is in order to, 3c 2713 300, transform his blind affirmation into a conscious affirmation. But for whom, then, does he do this? For himself. He knows that. He can decide on this process only for something that is outside himself, praeter se. Aristotle says God continuously thinks only himself, and discussion of the eternal subject-object is to be understood in the same way. Aristotle 81 seeks the happiness of God in precisely this. But might it not rather be considered the greatest limitation not to be able to get away from oneself? Man desires to get away from himself and feels that his happiness consists in that. Joe. V. Mola 82 says that he is satisfied only when he is productive. God is therefore happy because he is away from himself. Between this suspension and return lies the whole world, or the world is precisely because of this suspended actus Dei göttlichen Seins, suspended actuality of the divine being. God enthält sich, eternalizes himself, not to nature, he is that auf unvoordenklich Weise, in ways absolutely antecedent to thought, but since he enthält sich in this, he enters his concept and he suspends the unvoordenklich sane in order to posit another sane instead. In positive philosophy, God has the same indifference in sane and nicht sane können, ability to be. Not to be, as in negative philosophy, and in this he has the real ground from which he puts forth all these possibilities as actualities. The same potencies come again here as in negative philosophy, but they come as those having sane as their presupposition. If we imagine the advancement of this process beforehand, it will be, apart from the actuality comprehending all a priori possibilities in itself, all, an all being, from which the accidental is not excluded but is subordinated to necessity. This world is not only logical but also real, but still also logical, because the accidental is subordinated to necessity. This connection of the real and the logical is the most difficult to comprehend. It is a question of demonstrating accidental existence, appearance e improviso, unpected. That which necessarily is has its place directly in sane, which no potency precedes. But possibility is therefore not excluded, only the actual excludes by way of actuality, but possibility insinuates itself everywhere. This possibility is due to the unvordenklich sane, for if it were not, possibility could not be, either. 27. January 14, 3c 2713 301. A genuine possibility always presupposes a being. Potency for all existence, as in negative philosophy, is not genuine potency. The possibility that appears for the unvordenklich sane, being absolutely antecedent to thought, can appear for it only as its potency. It has no place outside it. In God, it evokes a corresponding will over which he is still Lord. If he posits it, it is an intention, and the only way it can come about is as a means. The unvordenklich 83 sane must also be posited in this intention. God is he who is Lord over his own substantiality and the unity in which the unvordenklich sane and the accidental are held together. The unvordenklich sane is indeed posited exu, from actuality, but still not absolutely annulled, for not even God is capable of that. Der actus is annulled and is thereby itself posited as the potency of actus and must work to place itself back in actus prius, antecedent actuality. The substratum of creation is nichts, nothing, which means that it has its ground solely in the will of God. Will is Urson, primordial being. There is in human life an analogy to what is involved in the overcoming of this accidental. In the individual, anger posits a foreign will, but with the effect that the individual's true will reacts and the subject again feels his freedom. This overcoming could take place all at once, but here the previously discussed leniency toward the contrary intervenes. Just like persuasion, to recall an impression in Plato, it must be traced back. If we assume such an overcoming step by step, we must assume a principle that determines the steps, a principle that must be independent of the contrary as well as of that which conjures it up, so to speak, stepwise. It must be independent of both, because the first wants unconditionally to endure and the second unconditionally to subordinate. This third is given in the third potency, i.e., spirit, a principle that is undivided, dispassionate. Thus we have three potencies. The effective cause of the whole movement is the first, which we shall call be this sane, which opposes the unvordenklich sane, is self-contrasting sane, is blind and mindless will. It works exclusively upon Urson, which we must think of in the form of complete negation. 3c 2713 302. If that will is quieted, a third is posited that belongs to both wills. It should be remembered here that creation really falls into two elements: 1, the positing of the shrunken loose sane, boundless being, and 2, die Verinnerlichung, the internalization, because a potency is posited in sane. Therefore, creation is not only positive, but it has a negative concept in itself. The third that comes forth is a thing, something concrete. The second potency is the original could not actualize itself. This is the genuine negative and consequently is not the first. There must be something beforehand. If we assume the whole process to have taken place, B is entwerklicht, deactualized, A is actus purus again. The third potency is destined to enter into actuality when the others have withdrawn. Spirit alone is the sane soul and that which ought to be. There is really a fourth independent of all these three, which, like all potencies, are excluding potencies. We can also bring to mind here the old classification. B is therefore causa materialis, material cause. The second potency is causa efficiens, efficient cause. The third potency is causa inquam, final cause. The third potency, simply with its will, keeps every becoming at its level. Therefore, he commanded and it was there means not that it came into existence, blev till, but that it remained standing. 28. January 17. Therefore the third potency is the genuine sane soul and that which ought to be. From this it seems to follow that the first potency is the not sane soul and consequently an evil principle, something that should not be included. Now, it must be borne in mind that there is a great difference between saying that something is not the sane soul and saying that it is the not sane soul and, whereby it is posited as something. In every action that is not momentary, that which is the means is not the sane soul and, but it nevertheless is not to be cast aside and is a genuine guilds, something willed. If this is denied, it is tantamount to saying that God does not use means. That, however, is the most unreasonable of all, for God always works through means or, as a Greek has expressed it, always through the opposite. One can go further and say that das Entgegangen Selbst des Sein, the opposed being, is really the sane soul and at the beginning of the process, that is, in that moment. After the process, the situation is altered. 3c 2713 303, if it now affirms itself, it is the wider Göttliche, anti-divine. 84. The content of the process is the bringing forth of a world in which all possibilities are actualities. The true God is first one who creates. Without potency and die Herrlichkeit, the lordship, he is not true God. It is something else to say that God is not God without the world, for as the Herr dieser Weltschöpfung und Potenz, Lord of this world creating potency, he is God and does not need the world. Before the world is, he is Lord over it, that is, he is Lord over positing it and over not positing it. The world is not a logical consequence of God's nature in the sense that the idea that it has arisen from his will is thereby excluded. Neither is what is here developed synonymous with what is often said, that God indeed has freedom to enthäusen sich, eternalize himself, to nature but in such a way that he himself is included in the process. He is the cause that remains outside, he is causa causarum, cause of causes, the ground of the Spannung, tension, of the potencies. Creation necessarily requires an explanation. To stop with saying that it is incomprehensible is certainly of no help, therefore those escapes are seized upon. If creation is not an emanation, it must be something in the middle between the divine, eternal sane and the being of the world. The world must have existed in Entschluss, resolve, before it actually came into existence, blev till, must have existed as possibility and future. It is this Ermöglichkeit, primordial possibility, that frees the creator from the sane he cannot get rid of. But the Entgegangen Selbst des Sein is negated not all at once but im Verschiedenen, to a varying degree, and thus the second potency actualizes itself im Verschiedenen degree and likewise the corresponding third. Here, then, is an infinite multiplicity of possible positions of the potencies toward one another, and the Lord over these potencies has the power to try them and place them in opposition to one another, power to let them pass him. This is the theory of ideas and archetypes as known from Greek culture. Idea means the seeing as well as that which is seen. It is vision before it becomes actual. That primal potency has therefore been the object of attention for all peoples at all times. It is that Fortuna Primigenia, primal fortune, worshipped in Pronest 85 and in whose arms Zeus lies. Mater, 3c 2713 304, mother, and materia, matter, have a close relation to each other. That primordial potency is, substratum. The world's nurse is also a well-known conception. Maya to the Indians is related to the German Macht, power, and the Machia of the Persians. Maya is that which stretches die Netzedations, the nets of semblance, in order to hold fast to the Creator and force him to create. In Solomon's Proverbs it is called wisdom. 86 It might be objected, when I also discern in this a designation of that primal potency, that this is saying too much for it, is too concrete an impression. It must be remembered that this primordial potency, which is the original Seinkanand, being able to be, is now no longer merely the Seinkanand, but it has in fact passed through Sein, since it emerged in this way, but this necessarily has some meaning, because otherwise it would end with nothing more coming out of the process than entered into the process, or everything would emerge unaltered from the process. After having passed through Sein, it is no longer merely the Seinkanand but is the posited Seinkanand, which has control over itself and is also a something that has become. This is the only way in which consciousness can arise. There is no immediate consciousness. This is knowledge of the process, i.e., wisdom. From this the purpose of the process is also apparent, and as much as God can will it only for the sake of such a co-knowing will. Concerning this designation, it must also be remembered that frequently a principle is named for that to which it is destined in the end. In proceeding from matter, one notes that it bears only the stamp of understanding and successively develops it more and more until in man it asserts itself. In madness, on the other hand, there is potency als sich gesetzt, posited outside itself. When it is said that there is an element of madness in everything great, this really means that there is a controlled madness. The poetic is precisely an example of such control. The opposite of Wahnsinn, insanity, is Blödsinn, idiocy, in which the understanding lacks inner substance on which it works. 29. January 18, 3c 2713 305. Understanding, Verstand, and will are frequently contrasted. This is correct when taken abstractly. On the other hand, the will that has control over itself is understanding. The primordial potency, when it is brought back to itself, is understanding in this way. Earlier it is blind will. Will is the subject, subjectum, of understanding and can be called understanding potentia, in potency. From this it is seen that primordial potency can be called wisdom, and to what he tend. Verstand, understanding, could also be called Vorstand, before standing, in the sense of Verstand, understanding. J. Boma 87, it is that to which the entire process is linked. When it is brought to rest, it is the actual subject, der wirkliche Unterstand der göttlichen Existenz, the actual understanding of divine existence. It is spirit's Verstand that has become its subject, that is, Unterstand. The same double meaning is present in the Greek knowledge, from, I know, I remain standing, primordial potency brought to the point of standing, and I gain power over it. Bacon says, Scientia est potentia, knowledge is power. 88 The German word Können is also used in the sense of wissen, knowledge. The portion previously mentioned from Solomon's Proverbs fits primordial potency perfectly. He had me before his path. 89 He had me before he proceeded from his onvoordenkliches sein, because whatever has a path must also move. It is before all his works, although not God, it is nevertheless not creature and therefore is the midway between God and man. The Lord had it, Beckham Z, he obtained it, since it was not beforehand but came gradually. He did not have it as Möglichkeit sein as Selbst, the possibility of himself, but alles anderen, of all else. Varro, the Roman 90 distinguishes between Principes Dei, the first gods, and Summi Dei, the highest gods. Thus the world is co-posited as the Prius allen werdens, of all becoming. Now the thought is broadened poetically. The following must be translated like a child, not, as usually happens, als Werkmeister, like a master workman. The Hebrew word, means both. Potency was not yet ausgesetzt, posited apart, therefore it was like a child in his father's house. I played before him, showed him, the Father, everything that could come, since it is all possibility, but my joy was in the children of men. 91 That the Creator, 3c 2713 306, carries it out cannot be perceived a priori. It becomes manifest through experience that the necessary being is God. If with respect to God the actual positing is a matter of indifference, if for him it is the same whether he stops with the intention or lets it come forth, what, then, can move him to create? Although Lord, he still lacks something, namely, to be known, and we dare attribute this need to God. He can be creator not as one but as one in many. And this he is, since he is causa causarum, cause of causes, and the unity of causa materialis, efficiens, et in quam, material cause, efficient, and final. Here we acknowledge monotheism. In speaking absolutely of God, I presuppose his Einzigkeit, uniqueness. This is already implicit in the language itself. If one does not go further, this may be called the absolute Einzigkeit. But the content of a dogma must be something more than a tautology that signifies itself. Das rein Sein, the pure being, cannot have any likeness, because it can have nothing at all. The particular instant always has within itself the potency for something else, because it does not houst its concept. Thus, for example, each particular plant has within itself the potency of all plants of the same species. The rein Sein has no possibility prior to itself, and therefore it is the einzige, unique one, according to its own nature. Pure Sein is Spinoza's substance. 92 But in this way Spinoza did indeed become a monotheist. Hegel 93 even regards the Eleatic position as monotheism and speaks of several monotheisms. God's Einzigkeit is treated among the negative characteristics. These negative attributes are the ones declared of God as substance. The one God is infinite substance. If one cannot go further, one can continue claiming to be a monotheist and put up with being called an atheist, both with equal justification. 30. January 20th. The general thesis of monotheism does not go beyond the mere concept of God, does not reach the one God. This is theism, not monotheism. By elemental theism is meant the view that regards God simply as infinite substance. As substance, 3c 2713 307, he is indeed God potentia, in potency. In the old theologians, a theist and an atheist are the same. If, however, one stops with this bare substance, nothing can be defined regarding God's relation to things and to the world. If this is to be done and defining is done in such a way that things are only qualifications of substance, this is pantheism. Theism, therefore, is by no means the true contrast to pantheism, since theism itself, as soon as it wants to get involved in this question, must define itself in the direction of pantheism. Monotheism, therefore, is the doctrine of God as God nach seiner Gottheit, according to his divinity. The living God is he who steps out of his onvoordenkliches sein, being absolutely antecedent to thought, posits another in contrast to it, makes this a potency, frees his essence from the onvoordenklich sein as free essence, and thereby is creator. Here is not only unity of substance, the substantial has disappeared in potency. Potency is called potency because it first manifests itself as the possibility of a future movement. In actuality, they are actual elements. God is neither one, nor two, nor three, but unity, and not many gods, but one God. The same development that leads to creation leads also not only to the Einzige, the unique one, but to the Gott Einzige, divine unique one. Monotheism does not teach that God is der eine, the one, but der alleine, the all-one, nach den Gestalten seines Seins, according to the forms of his being. He is not one and yet he is one. When one looks away from his Gottheit, divinity, he is not one. Monotheism must be not only negative, and it is that only when it actually says that he is one, it must be positive, and it is that only when it says that he is many. The immediately behauptete, asserted, in monotheism is multiplicity. John of Damascus 94 says that God is more than einzig. In the Old Testament, it says not that the Lord our God is one, but that ist ein einziger, he is a unique Jehovah, not that he is one, but that he is the sole one as Jehovah. On the whole, monotheism is a restrictive concept, unity is only with regard to die Gottheit. It is the true contrast to pantheism, where God is still bare being. Bare being is the presupposition that makes monotheism possible, because this necessity of his saying places him in a position to become free. Monotheism posits genuine surmounted, 3c 2713 308, pantheism. It is not only God but the definite God, the God. Theism is in a sense a mere deficiency insofar as it has not yet reached the true God, but if it opposes the movement to monotheism, it is false. One cannot stop with theism, it is the indefinite, the potential, which goes over either into pantheism or into monotheism. Jacobi 95 boasted of being a pure theist, declaims against pantheism and now translates this word as the doctrine of Alleinheit, all oneness, all is one. 96 This, however, is also monotheism. Therefore the distinction does not lie here, because here there is likeness. The distinction is that pantheism thinks only a principle, blind being, and out of this no system can be formed. Alongside Einheit, oneness, he places an Allheit, allness. So it was for Spinoza. 97 His substance was not an empty eins, one, but he posits two characteristics, Ausgedehntsinn and Kend as Sein, tended. Thinking being. The first is Sein's potency changing a potentia ad actum, from potency to actuality, which has lost itself, our Sein kann Nendes, being able to be, the first potency. Das Denken is our second potency, but actually the whole thing is formulated solely according to Descartes. 98 Where we have the third potency, he falls back into the substantial. Thus the error is not his doctrine of Alleinheit but that his Alleinheit is dead. From two sides, opposite charges can be brought against him. He can be charged with not being a monotheist, and he can be charged with being more than a theist, that for him God is not empty. The latter is, of course, the objection of theism. 31. January 24. Pantheism is impotency and has its essence more in non-knowledge than in knowledge. Pantheism is negative, monotheism positive. Jacobi has always maintained the scientific rightness of pantheism. The only science, he says, is Spinozism, in which God etc. cannot be comprehended by reason, Vernunft. In our time, theism is really an improved edition of deism, and there is always something suspicious that it is this in particular that is undertaken to battle against pantheism. Theism is the opposite only of atheism, if by this is understood a system that completely denies God, for example, Epicureanism, which puts chance in place of providence. Atheism is not at all closer to pantheism than to theism. In negative philosophy, theism, 3c 2713 309, is the only possible expression for the highest idea. If one does not go beyond negative philosophy, one has only theism. Theism is the common element of pantheism and monotheism, and therefore the potency of both, but really is not potency for pantheism but only for monotheism. Eternal is that before which nothing comes, not even a thought, it is the primum constitutivum, first constitutive. True theism must acknowledge this saying, only then can it meet pantheism. The distinction between true and false theism is that the false does not see anything in the unvordenklich Sein, being absolutely antecedent to thought, except Bruta Existentia, Brutiestens. True theism also sees freedom in the unvorsisch Seiend, that which is in itself and present to itself, simply because it has Sein before. If theism has come so far, it is no longer really monotheism but is still potentia, in potency. In monotheism, philosophy comes in touch with Christian ideas. God's Alleinheit, all oneness, has its more specific expression in the Trinity of God and, vice versa, the Trinity in Elian height. In order to preclude misunderstanding, one must remember that Elian height is still not the Christian Trinity. Here it should be observed, 1. How Elian height is different from the Trinity, and 2. What qualifications must be added. Before creation, God already had the three potencies. In creation they are in effect, consequently there is a multiplicity of potencies, of effective causes, which do not, however, have independence, but God is that which works in everything, absolute personality. Christian doctrine affirms a multiplicity not only of potencies but of persons, who, each of them, are gods. We have only one person, three potencies, not three persons. What we call absolute personality could be compared to what Paul calls the God and Father, what the Church calls principium divinitatis, the principle of divinity. He can set be and all other potencies in motion. If we look at the end of the entire process, our first potency can more definitely be designated as Father. By his will, he posits another, merely possible sein, be, entgegen, in opposition to, his unvordenkliches sein, thereby posits his unvordenkliches sein actu, being absolutely antecedent to thought according to actuality, and makes it a task, by surmounting the contrast, to return to actus purus, pure actuality. Language has no other repression for this. 3c 2713 310, movement than to give birth, generare, to generate, and the epression used here is used not figuratively but very literally. By his will, absolute personality is the cause of the contrasting sein and thereby gives birth to the other. To give birth is not to posit another but to posit another in such a way that it must actualize itself. The second potency, a two, fulfills itself by overcoming be, is now its Lord in the same sense as the Father, but as Lord over sein is not only potency but personality. This is the Son and is of the same Herrlichkeit, lordship, majesty, glory, as the Father in lordship over be. Thus it is the same with the Son as it was originally with the Father. The divinity of the Son is one with the Father. The same holds true of the third potency, in which God posits his essence free from the unvordenklich sein. The overcome be is given to the third potency for its possession. The second potency has be through continuous overcoming, the third potency has be, now in possession of this overcoming. 32. January 25. The first personality is the one who has power to put number 2 and 3 into action without entering into the process himself, so that they remain outside as effective causes. Be is not the Father but is the generative craft, power. The Father is Father only in and with the Son, the actualized Son, just as the Son in turn also actualizes the Father. Here in the conclusion, sein, being, is now common for Father and Son. The same holds true of the Spirit. We do not have three gods, because the same sein is common to all and thus also die Herrlichkeit, the lordship, majesty, glory. As long as the potencies are active, they are only personalities potentia. In potency, we hereby elevate ourselves into another world. With personality, the divine world opens up for us. Here, too, the meaning of the process for God is apparent. Sein is first with the Father as possibility, then it is transferred to the Son, to whom, as it is said, the Father has given life. Then the Son gives back 99 to the Father. Sein is overcome. Christ says somewhere that he who loves me loves the Father, and we shall come to him and we shall make our abode. 100. The same is said elsewhere of the Spirit, that by the Spirit we know that he is in 3c 2713 311, Astot 101. Here it is not a question of the truth of the Christian religion, but here it is a question of understanding it. The acceptance is something else. The Spannung, tension, of the three potencies goes throughout all of nature. Nothing oppresses perfect unity. Every Entstehen, generating, is a fourth among the three potencies. But this Spannung lasts only until the end of nature. Man, original man, as such has a relation to personalities. Nature has relation only to potencies. In the Mosaic creation story, the one Elohim always speaks, but when man is to be created, they, consequently plural, take counsel and say, let us create a man, i.e., for ourselves. The Son is indeed in the process, but as potency, not as personality. If the divine is first absolute in the three personalities, then in relation to things the process is the process der Schöpfung, of the creation, and in relation to God it is a theogony. Scriptures say that everything is created by the Father through the Son. 102. Therefore the Son is involved in the process of the creation. The Father is not in the process strives only toward the manifestation of his divinity. Earlier, Dionysius the Areopagite 103 used the phrase God-begotten deity. Basil M. Aegis 104 calls the Son, creative cause, the Spirit, perfecting cause. The Scriptures, Romans 11:36, distinguish among, from whom, through whom, to whom. Unity is the common divinity of the three persons. Man is enclosed not by the three potencies but by the three personalities. Therefore it says in the Scriptures, Genesis 2:15, that after creation man was in a divine enclosure, which is implicit in the meaning of the Hebrew and of the German word garden, enclosed by Elohim. In that primal relation, there was more than a revelation. What we lack, however, up to now is an außergöttliches Sein, being outside the divine. We do indeed have something praeter deum, aside from God, but nothing aetre deum, outside God. Up to now creation is immanent. God goes beyond unvordenkliches Sein, being absolutely antecedent to thought, but encloses it within himself. We must, however, have a free relation to God. We must be in an außergöttliches Sein, and on the other hand we must have freedom with this world, which would not be possible if it were the divine, or in 3 Cor 27:13 312, that case it would be stupidity on our part. Our development has its conclusion in this, that in God the creation is concluded, but we see how der Christ Geschehens, the sphere of events, opens up right here. Beyond nature, which cannot step further, we find a human race, divided into peoples, and spirit and movement, whereas nature stands still. Whence this new world? It was not implicit in the original intention, the immediate purpose of the creation, consequently, it must lie within man himself. But how was it in man's power to make everything totter after everything was complete, at rest? Another question is, what change has taken place and how has die außergöttliche Welt, the world outside the divine, appeared, which we already recognize in paganism, an außergöttliche Welt that also is the only possibility of e-planing revelation, otherwise for what purpose? And possible in such a way without a break in God's unity, which cannot proceed from God. Where did man get this power? In contrast to an infinite causality, an infinite passivity must always be supposed. We must know that creation is not einfach act, simply an act, it is positive and negative, and these two cannot both be posited with the same elements. 33. January 26. If the creation arose einfach, simply, solely by the infinite causality of God, freedom cannot be saved. There are several causes, each of which in itself is infinite, but in relation to each other finite. From all eternity there is a potency, Einens and Berar, willy, an inflammable will, in the Creator himself. This will is boundless, therefore impotent, is matter, substratum. The cause that posits the form is not the same as that which posits matter. Matter as such is indeterminate. There are not many creators, since the causes in themselves produce nothing. There is only one Creator, he teaches, as it were, the causes to work together. Consequently, that which appears as the final result of the creation is free from the first cause through the other, is free from B through A, just as the weight, as the beam, in a scale. It also has a relation to the third potency, in quam, final, to which only a free relation is possible. With the final production of creation, all Spannung, tension, is cancelled. It stands among the three potencies, independent, 3 Cor 27:13 313, of all, hovering as pure motion, sheer freedom. The material lies in the Spannung of the potencies, and the immateriality of the human soul is already apparent here. The final production of creation is not a thing but Leben, Hauch, life, breath, yet only condition, it possesses it only at that place, when it remains there. Man is established in it, but has absolute mobility, and consequently has the possibility of placing himself outside it. Therefore man was commanded to keep to that point. Man possesses B but possesses B only as a creature and consequently only as possibility, not as God possesses it in order to make it actual. Yet this possibility appears as the potency of a second becoming. He is commanded not to move B. In Midrash Koheleth 105 it says that the Creator addresses newly created man, "Take care that you do not shake my world, for if you shake it, nothing new, can come it." This prohibition shows man the very possibility of doing it, for man, therefore, be as the nicht sein sollend, that which ought not to be, the forbidden fruit. It would take a supernatural will to withstand the temptation. To this extent the occurred change is a natural one. The consequence did not turn out to be what man wanted. Like God, he had wanted to set the potencies in motion, Ultimate and Walton, he wanted to rule with them, but this is not his to do, and therefore he was lacking in the glory of God, not glory for God but the glory of God, because he would have God's Herrlichkeit, lordship, majesty, glory. What man wanted was the same turning about or turning out, Auswendung, of the potencies that God brought about, the same as could be called Universio, Turned about. In God's self-concept, be is the most negated and turn inward, that which in creation is most outwardly turned. This is divine irony, which turns out another side in this way, and therefore we must be prudent. The world is universum, universum, that which is turned about. Thus man thought he would get eternal life by turning this principle outward. Man did not become lord over it but became mastered by it. This principle is now not only außergöttlich, outside the divine, but wider göttlich, anti-divine. The world alienated from God is bereft of its, 3c 27:13 314, Herrlichkeit, has no center of unity, which man is supposed to be, is completely subsumed under eternality, the one has steadily lost its significance as a factor, everything falls apart as Einzelness, particulars. This eternal world continually seeks its end and never finds it in this eternal appearance. Through this principle, man thought to achieve a divine eternal life. Of course, he could not annul the substance of the world, but, he could, alter its form. Instead of unity in God, there was Zarasenheit, fragmentation. Through this annulled unity there is a new movement, a new spawning of the potencies. What preceded was divinely willed, but this is humanly established. God is, as it were, expelled from potency by man's putting himself in his place. Behold, the man has become like one of us. 106 There has been a desire to translate this as ist gewesen, has been, but this goes against linguistic usage. There has been a desire to explain Elohim as pertaining to his natures, but such a communicative pluralis, in which God establishes himself among his natures, is impossible. A plurality of potencies is indeed designated, in which God knows himself, i.e., in his divinity. It is the potency that is entrusted to man for safekeeping. In that calm of creation, in the calm of that principle, the second and the third personalities were posited. Through a change of that principle, these must again be evicted from their Herrlichkeit in man's consciousness so that the second personality is related only as potency, not as divine personality, likewise the third as spirit of the universe. 107. 34. January 28. We must now consider in more detail the historical relation among these three personalities as presented in the New Testament. Here the Son speaks of obedience to the Father and thus attributes to himself a free, independent will, at least as possibility. This passage cannot be understood with reference only to Christ's human nature, and as much as human becoming is itself presented as voluntary. Such a relation at the end of the creation is unthinkable. There was only one personality, the Father. The Son had no independent sane being, only a mutual sane. Therefore our view needs something before it completely agrees with Christianity. We have seen that unity did not come into being at the end of the creation, it remained only idea, and something new appeared, be brought, 3c 27:13 315, back to itself, which is man. Man possessed be as mere possibility, could elevate it to actuality. It cannot be shown a priori that he has actually done this. On the assumption that it has happened, it follows that the second and third personality and divinity as such are entwerklicht, deactualized, and excluded from the consciousness in which be is Lord, and they are thereby in one sane, independent of the Father, which they have from man when they return to their Herrlichkeit, lordship, majesty, glory. They have it not simply as given by the Father but as self-acquired. The second personality is especially important to us. The Son's being is now suspended by man's activity, as it was in creation by the Father's. In that unity of the end of creation, the Son was only in the Father, not independent of him. Now he is the Son of Man. As the Son of God, he is Son of Man. Since Kant's time, this expression has been understood as pertaining to original man, man par excellence, but in the NT this is used not as a title of honor but as a title of degradation. Now a new process arises, in which the excluded second potency posits itself in its actus, a process that is not divinely willed, yes, is even against God's will. Yet this must be said with great caution, not unconditionally, because then God might not have willed the world at all, but he has also foreseen the Son as personality independent of him. The Father's activity went only as far as that unity. If it were broken, he would not be able to unite it again. A static world was possible through the Father and the Son begriffen, comprehended, in him, as demiurgic cause, but not a free world outside God, etre deum. This world is possible only through the Son. In the creation, the Son was counted on to save that which unavoidably must fall away from him. All is entrusted to me by the Father. 108 This does not refer to the original entrusting in the creation, all things, is here the created order that is left to him. Onophoraus des zonas, without the prevision of the Son, there would be no world of freedom. Anasagot lichi, outside the divine, world is necessary in order to gain freedom over against God. When by that ye or that, primordial act, sin, the world is placed outside God, how does it endure and how do the potencies keep this power, for they are, nevertheless, only through the will of that which wills all in all. The will continues, but is unwill, displeasure, as Zorn, wrath. 35. January 29, 3c 2713 316. Consequently, B had mastered itself, and thereby the purpose of creation was achieved, but man had the possibility of establishing himself anew as B even at the conclusion of the creation. God's unity is and is not, namely, if man wants it. In the final moment of the creation, therefore, unity was posited as possibility placed before man. After that ye or that, primordial act, God affects this world's substance, not its form, since the world is the object of unwill, he affects not as Father. This is possible only when the Son is. It was in the Creator's power to take back the sane of the entire world, but then he would not have created it at all. Consequently, there are two periods. 1. Father Eon, the Son is not outside the Father, but only in the Father. 2. The Son's period, which is the entire time of this world. The Son is as an independent person outside the Father. Here again there are two periods. Man has fallen into the power of B, the divine displeasure apparent in the whole race. In the beginning, when the power of this principle is unbroken, the vermittelnd, mediating, person is in his highest negation and suffering. These words mean the same. He is außerhalb und Herrlichkeit gesetzt, placed outside his glory and lordship, in the deepest abasement, finds no place in consciousness, is unfree, works not according to will but according to nature, is the Wirken müssend, that which must work. 109 This is paganism, where the vermittelnd personality does not work according to his will. This is the suffering of the second personality, as it is expressed in the Old Testament, in Isaiah, for example. The Messiah is the Lord's anointed, but the anointed is still not king. The Old Testament depicts not so much his coming suffering as his present suffering. He is in suffering from the beginning of creation, as a 110 potency posited in the deepest degradation, excluded from sane. When this potency has made itself Lord over sane, he can then lead it back to God. With the freedom of the second person a new period of time begins. Now he can do what he wants with sane according to his divine will. This is Christianity. The content of this sequence is the content of revelation. When man awakens this principle, the higher potencies are entwerklicht, deactualized. Inwardly, they do indeed retain, 3c 2713 317, divine meaning. Outwardly, they are außergöttliche, outside God, powers. The process that now takes place is distinguished by two things. 1. It takes place only in man's consciousness. The Spannungen, tensions, are here, and man's all has to do with consciousness, and it takes place in a process analogous to the first process. 2. This process is purely natural, divinity does not participate in it, indeed, it is excluded. The two personalities do participate, but since they are outside God they are related only as potencies and natural power. Nevertheless, this process is also a theogonic process. Paganism lacks this theogonic ground. Therefore, the Apostle's words he in whom the seed of God remains does not sin 111 come to mind if it is remembered that sin is used in the ante essentially about paganism as idolatry. In its new form, B is the God-denying principle. When it is brought back into itself, it is the God-positing, actua-positing. This return would be impossible if the potency, which according to its nature is destined to overcome B, did not keep its relationship to the process, did not participate in the process, if it did not become Lord over it through its own activity, no longer through the Father's, and have the ability to do with it what it willed. The Apostle Paul says of the pagans that they are, without God in the world, is a more detailed explanation, they are without God and are subject to the cosmic potencies. Here is the point at which the transition must be made to the Philosophic der Mythologie, philosophy of mythology, which must proceed. The mediating personality, excluded from sane, must make himself Lord before he can appear as personality and act in freedom. His thun, work, as free that, act, is the content of revelation. The deeper presupposition of revelation is mythology. A philosophic der Mythologie can present the mythological conceptions as well as the causes of these conceptions. These are found primarily in the mysteries, which form a corollary, to mythology and the immediate transition to the Philosophie der Offenbarung, philosophy of revelation. The Anlass, das Vermitteln, and Ziel, motive, the mediating goal, are the same as in the first theogonic process. 36. January 31, 3c 2713 318. The creation was complete but built upon moving ground. In looking out over the elements of the preceding process, one must say that everything presses on toward the world, where God first has a free world outside himself, to the world in which we live. All the traversed elements are indeed actualities, but prior to this world they are still only thoughts. The personalities cannot be posited entirely without any relation to themselves, they have only withdrawn from their divinity, working in potency and necessity, they must follow man, cannot avoid it, but must enter into the wider Gottliche, anti-divine, process. This process is simply a repetition of the first process. Three things are to be noted: 1. The universal, 2. The various elements, 3. The causes. The elements of the second theogonic process are the same as in the first theogonic process. It is distinguished by being in consciousness. After commencing, it is a process, independent of man's freedom. It declares itself only in representations. These are the mythological representations. They can be planed not as inventions or as accidental confusion, presenting a previous revelation or science, but only as necessary unisa, products, of the consciousness fallen under the cosmic potencies. They do not come from the outside but are the results of a distinctive life process. Neither are they accidental interior 113 productions, for example, of a particular mental power, of imagination. They are the productions of substance. An explanation is thereby given of 1. The faith, which mankind, captivated in this process, bestows on them. They are not merely conceived powers, magter, but the theogonic powers themselves, not merely ideas but the same powers that operate in nature and have also seized possession of consciousness. 2. Its relation to nature and its Erscheinung, appearance. Mythology has been regarded as theory of nature. But this is not the case. The same world-creating potencies operate in nature and in mythology. The question might be raised, what did man do in that prehistoric time? And the answer must be, man was occupied, 3c 2713 319, with the movements that accompany mythology. Peoples acquired eternal history only after that inward process was completed. Until then, mankind was in a kind of ecstatic state, from which it later moved over into a more besonnen, reflective, state. In that state, mankind had no sense of eternal relations. With each new people, the process advanced a stage further. The mythologies of the various peoples have a similarity, for what is past is present in a later stage or it is present is past. The mythologies are, therefore, not independent, they are elements in the common mythology-producing process. How is the shifting, which is the beginning of all mythology, reflected in the beginning of mythological consciousness? In man, this principle is brought back, at the conclusion of the creation, into its Ansicht, in itself, and should reside in man as the intransitive Sein and, being able to be, should remain as potency. Since man did not do that, this principle presented itself to him as Sein Können, ability to be. This possibility is capable of nothing, man must decide to will it. In this condition, i.e., as long as this possibility merely stands before man without man's having made his choice, this possibility can appear only as feminine, as something attracting the will, as the alluring. This element is depicted in mythology by a feminine being. Persephone, 114, who corresponded also to the Duish of the Pythagoreans. 115 Yet Persephone is only a reflection of the beginning of this condition. The beginning itself is a surprise, only in the conclusion does consciousness become clear. Something similar is taught in Genesis. Three elements in particular should be noted: 1. Man's first sin is beguilement, 2. The accessible side is woman, 3. The seductive principle is the serpent. 116 The serpent is a metaphor for eternity, which becomes corruptible as soon as it is broken, which is suggested by the upright walk of the serpent, its standing on end. 117 This is a natura anceps, twofold nature. In the Greek mysteries, it is also taught that Zeus 118 approaches Persephone as a serpent, because, as it is said, the Persephone who remains entirely within is a maiden, and the one who comes out is a mother. The mythological process is a common fate that the entire human race. Similarity, for what is past is present in a later stage or it is present is past. The mythologies are, therefore, not independent, they are elements in the common mythology-producing process. How is the shifting, which is the beginning of all mythology, reflected in the beginning of mythological consciousness? In man, this principle is brought back, at the conclusion of the creation, into its Ansicht, in itself, and should reside in man as the intransitive Sein and, being able to be, should remain as potency. Since man did not do that, this principle presented itself to him as Sein Können, ability to be. This possibility is capable of nothing, man must decide to will it. In this condition, i.e., as long as this possibility merely stands before man without man's having made his choice, this possibility can appear only as feminine, as something attracting the will, as the alluring. This element is depicted in mythology by a feminine being. Persephone, 114, who corresponded also to the Jewish of the Pythagoreans. 115 Yet Persephone is only a reflection of the beginning of this condition. The beginning itself is a surprise, only in the conclusion does consciousness become clear. Something similar is taught in Genesis. 3 elements in particular should be noted: 1. Man's first sin is beguilement, 2. The accessible side is woman, 3. The seductive principle is the serpent. 116 The serpent is a metaphor for eternity, which becomes corruptible as soon as it is broken, which is suggested by the upright walk of the serpent, its standing on end. 117 This is a natura anceps, twofold nature. In the Greek mysteries, it is also taught that Zeus 118 approaches Persephone as a serpent, because, as it is said, that Persephone who remains entirely within is a maiden, and the one who comes out is a mother. The mythological process is a common fate that the entire human race. 37 and 38. February 1, 3c 2713 320 in margin, he lectures 2 hours each time, the epochs in the mythological process. Epoch IA The process begins with the shrunken lucine, boundless being, of that principle in whose power B finds itself. The principle itself, not representations, has seized possession of consciousness, which does not have freedom against it. Man's essence is posited far back in time prior to all nature, because that principle is nature's prius, antecedent, and to that extent this principle is a nature which urges, anti-nature, principle, that does not want to have anything to do with nature, since it would become the basis of nature by being limited. It is a principle that consumes everything, allows nothing to endure. The permanent prius that magically draws all potencies to itself, as ruined or willy, reposing will. If, however, it steps forth, it thrusts the higher potencies away from itself and yet wants to maintain itself in its centrality and not admit that it is Entgeistet, devoid of spirit. The battle is between this principle, which wants to be uber-material, supramaterial, and the higher potencies. It is the same element as in the becoming of nature. Every element wants to make itself the center, although a higher power posits it as peripheral. It is an astral system, nature's primal principle becomes the world system. Sabianism 119, from Saba, host, the heavenly host. The object of devotion is not the physical aspect of the stars but the genuinely astral, which is the ueba corporalici, supracorporal, the fundamental basis for all sidereal movements, not a particular manifestation, for example, the beneficent power of the sun. This system is not reached either by sense perception or by thought, but man's inner being was posited within in that sidereal principle. Therefore man led a roaming, nomadic life. The same necessity was the ground of the sidereal principle and of their nomadic life. In the sidereal relation, they saw a prototype of their own life. The oldest religion is thus in a certain sense monotheism, insofar as it was only one principle that was the object of worship. b. The subordination of the hitherto reigning principle unto the higher powers simply means that the principle makes, 3c 2713 321, itself conquerable without actually being overcome. Previously, the principle was Uranus, 120 as heaven, Lord. Now the principle becomes feminine, Urania. 121 Sabianism is not mythology. Mythology first arises through successive polytheism. Another god follows another, since Urania was merely a transition. Here we have the first historical people for whom star worship becomes material, as when the Persians worship particular heavenly bodies, the sun and moon. It is the material. They also sacrifice to Urania. Babylonians, Assyrians, Arabs. Among the Babylonians it is called Melita. The second god was already suggested by the Babylonian custom that in honor of Melita every woman had to commit public adultery in her temple. Among the Arabs, the second god appears as Dionysus, Urania's son. 122 It is our second potency, which surmounts that principle. It is the liberating god, but he can be operative only successively. Hence the various conceptions of the god, different with respect to the moment in which he is first born into actuality, different with respect to the beginning of his activity, different, in perfection. The time we are now describing is, that of, the peaceful existence of Urania and this second god. It is the god of true human life. c. The battle between the principle that has become conquerable and the potency that leads it back to its in itself. Here are new sections with respect to the sequence of the struggle. 1. Consciousness opposes the activity of the liberating god. It was feminine toward the other god only as long as he was not active, but this principle now resists the other god as active. Phoenicians, Syrians, Carthaginians. Baal, the original name of Uranus. He does not acknowledge the other god but nevertheless has him alongside himself. Likewise Moloch, 123 Cronus. 124 The liberating god manifests himself only after he overcomes that principle. The liberating god becomes an intermediary being, here he is like a negated god, he must gain his divinity. Heracles 125 Of the Phoenicians. Heracles is a forerunner of Dionysus. He is the son of God displaced from his divinity. Cronus is the false god, he can exclude him from lordship and kingdom but not from sane, just as the Messiah is presented in the OT as one suffering in the form of a servant. 126 Among the Greeks, Heracles, having endured hardships, 3c 27-13 322, actually elevates himself to the position of God. 2. The transition here is provided by a feminine being. Cronus turns feminine, it is Cybele. 127 Here are the peoples who follow the Phoenician and Canaanite tribes. The Phrygians, the Greeks, the Romans, where the worship of Cybele still remained religio peregrina, a foreign religion. Through Urania, the process became possible, through Cybele, it becomes actual in a definite polytheism. 3. Full-blown polytheism. Egyptian, Indian, Greek. The principle of mythology is a successive appearance of potencies. At first, there is only one potency, Uranus, then a second potency destined to overcome. The first overcoming of B, or what could be called its basic beginning, is Urania. From Urania to Cybele, there are only two principles, now there is genuine overcoming, now it becomes the substratum for that which actually is supposed to be, and thus we are dealing with the totality of potencies. The entire mythological process revolves around only these three potencies. They are the causes, and as lords and gods of consciousness they are essential causes. In A, Epikai, there is the including god, in B the arrival of the second god, his birth, in C the arrival of the third potency. Spirit can come only when the unspiritual has been brought to the point of epuration. Genuine overthrow. The material gods must be separated from the potencies, they arose along with the real causes, begotten of God. 128 The formal and the material gods must be separated. In the first period, when the principle wants to maintain its centrality but cannot, it splits into numerous elements for consciousness. From these, come the sidereal gods that are brought about and do not belong to the causes. In the second period, Urania and Dionysus are the formal gods, the truly active gods. The material gods are the star gods, the remains of Sabianism, they tend more and more toward the material category. In the third epoch, Cronus and Heracles are the active gods. Cronus is inorganic. The Greeks, too, have, 3c 27-13 323, gone through this inorganic period. Fetishism proper belongs to the inorganic period, it is stupid worship. In the following phase, Cybele and Dionysus are side by side. Cybele is Magna Deorum Mater, the great mother of the gods. She is the mother of the material gods, who arise when the process begins. Götter Vielheit, God plurality, is simultaneous polytheism, Viel God array, plurality of gods, is successive polytheism. The real inner understanding of mythology is contained in these three potencies. Mythology attains this esoteric understanding only at the conclusion. From Cybele onward, the third potency is included as soon as the first potency is powerful enough to overcome the second. From now on, every mythology has all the potencies. But how, then, are the differences to be explained? They arise because the totality of the potencies always manifests itself differently. Here again three versions are possible, although every mythology has all three potencies. Egyptian mythology has the hardest battle with the blind principle, which is indeed combated, but its utmost strength is dyad. It is the death struggle of Typhon, 129 the material principle. Osiris 130 is the good divinity. Victory is uncertain, now Typhon is trampled down, then Osiris. Only when Horus appears, the third potency, is Typhon overcome. Isis is the god-bound principle that hovers between Typhon and Osiris until it gives birth to Horus. Typhon himself becomes Osiris. He is, in fact, only in contrast to Osiris, changed into Osiris, he is invisible, the god of the underworld. The other is Osiris himself. The third is Horus, who is Geist, spirit. These are the formal gods. The material gods arise in and through the battle and are like trembling limbs. 39 and 40. February 2nd. Indian mythology. In Egyptian mythology, Consciousness still holds painfully to the material principle. Here, however, consciousness is eccentric turmoil without any understanding. That principle is overwhelmed by the higher potencies. Brahma, 131, which is that principle, has in a way disappeared, is verschollen, Gott der Vergangenheit, lost in oblivion, a god of the past, without a temple and without worship. Similarly, 3c 2713 324, although not wholly so, Typhon was Gott der Vergangenheit, enjoys no adoration, has completely disappeared without any relation to consciousness. Shiva, the god of destruction, reigns in his place. There is also the third potency, Vishnu. These three do not unite in the Indian consciousness as the three do in the Egyptian, still less than in the Christian consciousness. Vishnu has his characteristic adherents, who include Shiva, and in return Shiva has his. The masses of people affirm Shiva alone, the higher class is Vishnu. The Indian consciousness shifts over to fable, the legends about Vishnu's incarnations, particularly in Krishna. This is no mythology, this is simply Ausgeburdeiner Haltungslosen imagination, a product of an unstable imagination. Buddha is of no further concern to us, partly because he is really foreign to the Indians and partly because this teaching is only a reaction against mythology. Buddhism and the mysticism, idealism, and spiritualism awakened by it serve to complete the unhappy Indian consciousness. Greek mythology does not give up the god who has been overcome, like the Indian Brahma, it keeps him spiritually. The process in Indian mythology also has its crisis, but it is only unto destruction. Shiva is only the disturber, not the liberator. The crisis ends in decay, there is no abiding achievement. Now a fictive mythology appears or that false tendency toward unity, spiritualism. The consciousness of unity remains in Greek mythology and embodies all its elements, whereas with the Indians it deteriorates into this desperate nihilism. The Indian gods are verzerate, deformed, the Greek are beautiful, blessed visions in which the material principle disappears but collaborates. The Greek gods are representatives of eternal elements, the gentle strain of the material principle, which in its disappearing leaves behind a beautiful world, but they are still only Erscheinungen, appearances, they do not have flesh and blood, they are like imaginings, and yet they are for consciousness the most real beings. Animality has now disappeared. In the world of the Greek gods, it is the same as when the principle of nature, after the hard battle with animality, ends in man's gentle tone. Just as when the material principle entirely vertidae, eperis, so that the potencies, 3c 2713 325, held in Spannung, tension, by this principle, annul the tension and touch each other in unity, so it also is the case with the God-creating potencies in consciousness. The first principle is the material principle. It is hergestellt, established, in its in sich, in itself, thus it is the invisible God, Hades, 132, and the moment it becomes invisible and thus still belongs to the material gods. He is the third, the deepest ground for Gottervielheiten, God pluralities, only when he is overcome, becomes invisible, does Gottervielheit, the whole Olympus, arise. He is invisible among the material gods. If he could become visible, everything would have to disappear. His dwelling is therefore a terror even to the gods. Likewise, all nature would perish if the invisible Prius in nature were to become visible. There is something similar in Egyptian mythology, where the gods fear that Typhon may become visible. Hades, however, is not only this element, he is alles in sich, all in itself, or matter, the common ground of the gods, not only those who appear with Zeus, as pure potency, pure cause, also in the time of Cronus and Uranus. Consciousness comes to a universal concept of this God, who has become the stuff for all gods. He is no particular God, he is universal God and can have only one of the formal gods over against himself, he no longer includes the other potencies. The Greeks have a consciousness of the spiritual principle. Their gods are not partial gods but universal, like man, they lie at the end of creation, enclosed among all three potencies. There is a difference between an esoteric and an esoteric God doctrine. But these two God doctrines are contemporary and do not annul each other. The esoteric God doctrine arose by way of the return of the material principle to the inner realm. It arose through the process that posits the eternal. Without the esoteric is annulled, for if the emergent esoteric God did not become esoteric, then the eternal, esoteric plurality would be impossible. The mysteries contain the genuine esoteric God doctrine. We have two transitional elements. 1. The material principle renders itself conquerable. 2. It actually is overcome. Both transitions are indicated by a feminine God. Is there not a third element, in which the material principle is not the object of actual overcoming but actually is overcome, in which consciousness stands in the middle between a past, in which the material principle disappears, and a present, in which it aufgeht, 3c 2713 326, emerges? In any case, consciousness represents the feminine element. At every moment, God is a specific God, succeeded by another. Likewise, consciousness is in every phase a definite consciousness, but it is also more, since it is God positing in general. In this way the goddesses, too, are more. Rhea and Gia 133 are devoted to the future. The consciousness that stands between mythology and mystery is Demeter, a feminine being. Demeter, series of the Romans, continually sides with the material principle, which in the overcoming is the begriffen, comprehended, but still only the begriffen. The feminine god is always consciousness, either of the god who stands just opposite or of the one who is to come, is either consort or mother. Later, Demeter is mother, now she is Poseidon S 134 consort. Poseidon corresponds to Dionysus, is the material prototype. Later, Demeter is consciousness devoted to the influences of Dionysus as the actually overcome. Demeter is what Urania and Cybele were earlier. The material principle is now overcome. Consciousness must now give up the including God, isolate this principle from itself. Consciousness does indeed feel bound to it but feels also that this spont does not have reality, realitet. Persephone is this consciousness. The material principle is isolated as belonging to the Vergangenheit, past, as belonging to the Gott der Vergangenheit, it is forcibly isolated as plundering. This is the significance of the kidnapping of Persephone. Demeter is not willing to acknowledge it, holds fast to the material principle, is grieved, therefore, she will not acknowledge the emergent Göttervielheit, either. The Dionysian polytheism, somewhere Dionysus is depicted with the attributes of Zeus. Consequently, Demeter must be reconciled. This is as far as esoteric mythology goes. With Demeter's pacification and the restitution for her loss, there is the initial manifestation of the genuine sane soul and, that which ought to be, which cannot enter into that plurality. Here we have the mysteries, the Eleusinian mysteries. The mysteries of Demeter. Their content is not agricultural or physical truths, as a French writer has thought, saying, among other things, that the whole thing was a course in agriculture. With agriculture, the unstable life ceased and true human life began, but because, 3c 2713 327, of this the astral also ceased. Therefore, the point here is the moral significance of agriculture. Therefore, Demeter is also called, law-giving. Socrates names the mysteries and agriculture together as the gifts of Demeter. 135 Sabianism is always where there are no fiat buildings. Tacitus describes the Germans in this way. 136 Since man turns away from the universal God, from the boundless, he demands limitation, but when he has experienced the deficiencies of civic life, he longs again for the infinite, for the vast dome of heaven. In this view, among the Greeks and also the Romans, Uranus and Cronus merged. When thoughts were turned from the restrictions of civic life to infinity, this was conceived of as the Golden Age, and Cronus was the god of the Golden Age, then it was not allowed to limit one's fields, and thus the Romans assigned the Golden Age to Saturn. For the Phrygians, Cybele was the founder of agriculture. It is curious that whereas the Babylonians put so much emphasis on buildings and land, the peoples who followed them, Phoenicians etc., detached themselves completely from these and turned to the sea. The Egyptians, however, regarded the sea as the typhonic element, Demeter, therefore, pressed this two-sidedness of the destruction of the astral principle and the rise of agriculture. Perhaps one could go further. None of the proper types of seeds is found growing wild. A Spanish writer who has traveled much in South America points out that certain plants that are otherwise not found there come of themselves when men reside there. Thus human nature seems to stand in a secret relation to nature, seems to have a kindling power. Perhaps Demeter has been used to indicate this. Persephone does not have a physical significance, either. Indeed, there is a similarity between her and the seed grain, but Persephone does not signify seed grain, it must rather be said that seed grain signifies Persephone. Persephone is die Potenz des Gottsetzens in dem Bewusstsein, the potency of God positing in the consciousness, varying according to its being purely inward or appearing eternally, just as Persephone concealed herself in the inner realm and at other times appeared. In primal consciousness, true monotheism ested as potency, because its opposite was, 3c 2713 328, possible. Its opposite appeared in relative monotheism, in order that true unity could manifest itself as actual. 41. February 3. Persephone is, therefore, the genuine establishing principle of mythology, is its germ, she really must be concealed. When she appears, she herself becomes an element in a theogonic process. She nevertheless remains only a natural monotheism, distinguished from revealed monotheism. We learn of Demeter's reconciliation from Homer's Hymns. 137 Demeter says, "I shall establish the mysteries so that you will be able to reconcile my mind." The mysteries are also called Dionysian. Previously Dionysus was only the second potency, the liberating god. Customarily, the manifestation of his activity was orgiasm, liberated from the material principle, consciousness becomes tumult, frenzy. At first, he is contemporary with Urania. These debaucheries are also called Sabasia, which indicates the destruction of the older religion. The word itself alludes to Sabianism, which perishes here, whereby the transition is made to genuine mythology, yet they were not a common thing but only side ceremonies. In Egypt, there is an analogy, the phallic celebrations. Dionysus is an element that goes through all the mythologies, and without this element there would be no mythology. Therefore Sabianism is really not mythology. The idea of Dionysus, however, goes beyond Dionysus himself, and only then does the idea appear in all its magnificence. This Dionysus is the son of Semele, a mortal mother, whose mortal part is consumed by her relation to Zeus. Although the cause of all the material gods, Dionysus is the youngest in mythology. He was concealed in Zeus after his birth. His first opponent was King Lycurgus, who is mentioned in the Iliad, 138, and it is curious, after all, that in Homer Dionysus is not the complete god but the growing god. 139, then Pentheus, 140 king of Thrace, and finally Orpheus. 141 he was torn to pieces by the Maenads. Orpheus is a representative of time past, which struggles against Dionysus's own time. This consciousness shatters. Homer himself is the supreme consummation of esoteric mythology. Homer's power consists precisely in the power with which he includes the past. In that always lies the power to suppress the past. Homer's beautiful youth. Homer belongs to the time in which the Hellenic people isolate themselves from the universally human, so that they are really not even a people. Dionysus is Occidentalism, Orpheus is still Orientalism, perhaps Orpheus has a connection with the dark. 42. February 4, 1842. End of the lecture notes. 142. Schelling number 1. 1. He wanted to be regarded as one deceased in the Greek understanding, in the Platonic sense. 2. When he spoke of a revelation, he meant thereby that it contains something that is above reason. As Kant has said, it is not worth the trouble to get excited about daily things, and thus revelation would have no interest if it did not contain anything more than reason. He should strive for clarity and simplicity. Others might have the pleasure of making the simple difficult, and even if it were difficult, would still apply. He would like to begin from the very beginning, presuppose nothing. Philosophy and actuality. Everything actual has a double aspect, quid sit, what it is, quod sit, that it is. Consequently philosophy can have a double relation to it. One can have a concept without cognition, but not cognition without a concept. In cognition there is a doubleness whereby it is memory. In seeing a plant, I remember it and convert it to the. A concept is expressed by quid sit, but from this it does not follow that I know quod sit. Selected entries from Kierkegaard's journals and papers pertaining to the concept of irony. See Historical Introduction, p. 7. I am amazed that, as far as I know, no one has ever treated the idea of a master thief. 1, 2, JPV 5061, Pap. I-11, September 12, 1834. People often say that someone is a Don Juan or a Faust but rarely say that someone is the Wandering Jew. 3 Should there not also be individuals of this kind who have embodied in themselves too much of the essence of the Wandering Jew? Is it right for Sibbern and Gabrielus's Afterlate 4 to have the hero say that he would like very much to roam around as the Wandering Jew? To what end is it proper in and by itself, that is, to what end is it to be preferred to the life his hero leads, and to what end is it proper in the character of this hero, or does it involve a contradiction? JP 2206, Pap. IC 66, March 28, 1835. From Draft of a Letter, 5. The majority will get to try out in life what the Hegelian, IA 7246, dialectic really means. Incidentally, it is altogether proper that wine ferments before it becomes clear. Nevertheless the particular aspects of this condition are often unpleasant, although regarded in its totality, of course, it has its own pleasantness, IA 7247, inasmuch as it still has its relative results in the quantity of the universal doubt. It is especially significant for the person who through this comes to realize his destiny, not only because of the contrasting tranquility that follows the preceding storm but also because then life has an entirely different meaning than previously. This is the Faustian element that in part asserts itself more or less in every intellectual development, which is why I have always been of the opinion that world significance ought to be attributed to the idea of Faust. IS 7251. As far as little annoyances are concerned, I will say only that I am in the process of studying for the theological examination. 6. A pursuit that does not interest me in the least and that therefore does not get done very fast. I have always preferred free, perhaps therefore also a bit indefinite, studying to the boarding house where one knows beforehand who the guests will be and what food will be served each day of the week. Since it is, however, a requirement, and one scarcely gets permission to enter into the scholarly pastures without being branded, and since in view of my present state of mind I regard it as advantageous, plus the fact that I know that by going through with it I can make my father 7 happy, he thinks that the real land of Canaan lies on the other side of the theological diploma, but in addition, like Moses of old, ascends Mount Tabor and declares that I will never get in, yet I hope that it will not be fulfilled this time, so I had better dig in. How lucky you are to have found an enormous field of investigation in Brazil, where every step offers some new oddities, where the screaming of the rest of the Republic of Scholars does not disturb your peace. To me the scholarly theological world is like Strandvenijn on Sunday afternoon during the Dierenhoog season. They dash by each other, yelling and shouting, laugh and make fools of each other, drive their horses to death, tip over and are run over, and when they finally come, covered with dust and out of breath, to Bakken, well, they just look at each other, turn around, and go home. JPV 5092, Pap. IS 72, June 1, 1835. C 286-301. Schleiermacher, Vertraute Briefe über die Lucinda. Mit einer Vorrede v. Karl Gutzkopf. 10 Hamburg, 1835. These letters are written about a book Lucinda published at one time by F. Schlegel. It is not known for sure whether or not this book is by Schll. Schleiermacher, 11 but Gutzkopf puts the burden upon everyone to prove that it is not by him. Surely on the basis of internal evidence alone it is incontestable, the characteristically Schll. Dialectical polemical language is unmistakable throughout, just as in, for example, Versuch über die Schamhaftigkeit. 12. It is probably a model review and also an example of how such a thing can be most productive, in that he constructs a host of personalities out of the book itself and through them illuminates the work and also illuminates their individuality, so that instead of being faced by the reviewer with various points of view, we get instead many personalities who represent these various points of view. 13. But they are complete beings, so that it is possible to get a glance into the individuality of the single individual and through numerous yet merely relatively true judgments to draw up our own final judgment. Thus it is a true masterpiece. JP 4 3846, Pap. IC 69, in October 1835. It is interesting that Faust, whom I perhaps more properly place in the third stage as the more mediate, embodies both Don Juan and the Wandering Jew, Despair. It must not be forgotten, either, that Don Juan must be interpreted lyrically, therefore with music, the Wandering Jew epically, and Faust dramatically. JP 2 1179, Pap. IC 58, December 1835. The irony of life must of necessity be most intrinsic to childhood, to the age of imagination. This is why it is so striking in the Middle Ages, this is why it is present in the Romantic school. Adulthood, the more it becomes engrossed in the world, does not have so much of it. JP 2 1669, Pap. IA 125, February 1836. Humor in contrast to irony, and yet as a rule they can be united in one individual, since both components are contingent on one's not having compromised with the world. This non-compromise with the world is modified in humor by one's not giving two hoots for it, and in the other, irony, however, by one's trying to influence the world and for precisely this reason being ridiculed by the world. They are the two opposite ends of a teeter-totter, wave motions. The humorist, when the world makes fun of him, feels for a time like the other, who must often go under in his battle with life and then again often rises above it and smiles at it. When, for example, Faust does not understand the world and yet smiles at the world, which does not understand him. JP 2 1671, Pap. IA 154, April 1836. One who walked along contemplating suicide, at that very moment a stone fell down and killed him. 14 And he ended with the words, "Praise the Lord." JP 2 1672, Pap. IA 158, ND, 1836. Irony. The ignorant Socrates began with, the world created from nothing, the pure Virgin who gave birth to Christ, JP 2 1673, Pap. IA 190, ND, 1836. Does not the irony in Christianity lie in this, that it made an attempt to encompass the entire world, but the seeds of the impossibility of doing this lay within itself, and this is connected with the other, the humorous, its view of what it actually calls the world. This concept properly belongs to it and therefore in a sense it stops halfway, because everything that hitherto had asserted itself in the world and continued to do so was placed in relation to the presumably single truth of the Christian, and therefore to the Christian the kings and the princes, power and glory, philosophers and artists, enemies and persecutors, etc., etc. appeared to be nothing and to be laughable because of their opinions of their own greatness. JP 2 1674, Pap. IA 207, July 19, 1836. It is quite curious that, after being occupied so long with the concept of the Romantic, I now see for the first time that the Romantic becomes what Hegel calls the dialectical, the other position where Stoicism, fatalism, Pelagianism, Augustinianism, humor, irony, etc. are at home, positions that do not have any continuance by themselves, but life is a constant pendulum movement between them. I now perceive also that when Heiberg transferred Hegelianism to aesthetics and believed that he had found the triad, lyric, epic, dramatic, 15 he was right, but, I also perceive, that this can be carried through on a far greater scale, classical romantic absolute beauty, and in such a way that precisely the Heiberg triad becomes meaningful, since the classical, as well as the romantic and absolute beauty, has its lyrical, its epical, its dramatic. To what extent, for that matter, is it right to begin with the lyrical? The history of poetry seems to indicate a beginning with the epic. JP 2 1565, Pap. IA 225, August 19, 1836. Precisely because it actually is mood that dominates in Holberg, at many points his dramas, Erasmus Montanus, Yepa, etc., slip over into tragedy, skip over the ironical point of view that moderates it, just as tragedy based on immediacy easily takes on a tinge of comedy, through accidentals that as such become ridiculous, or irony lies dormant from the outset, as in the hero stories, for example, JP 2 1675, Pap. IA 238, ND, 1836. August, 1836. For the ancients the divine was continually merged with the world, therefore no irony. JP 2 1677, Pap. IA 256, August 1836. Irony is native only to the immediate, where, however, the individual does not become conscious of it as such, and to the dialectical position, whereas in the third position, that of character, the reaction to the world does not appear as irony, since resignation has now developed in the individual, which is precisely the consciousness of the limitation every effort must have, insofar as it is to continue in a structure of world order, because as striving it is infinite and unlimited. Irony and resignation are two opposite poles, the two opposite directions of motion. 16, JP 2 1676, Pap. IA 239, September 13, 1836. What is involved in the concept myth and mythology? Does not every age have its mythology, novellas etc.? How is it different from poetry, the subjunctive, the novel, poetic prose, a hypothetical proposition in the indicative? JP 3 2798, Pap. IA 241, September 13, 1836. Mythology is the compacting, suppressed being, of eternity, the eternal idea, in the categories of time and space. In time, for example, Chiliasm or the doctrine of a kingdom of heaven that begins in time; in space, for example, an idea construed as being a finite personality. Just as the poetic is the subjunctive but does not claim to be more, poetic actuality, mythology, on the other hand, is a hypothetical statement in the indicative, cp. 1 of this book, Pap. IA 141, and lies in the very middle of the conflict between them, because the ideal, losing its gravity, is compacted in earthly form. Therefore it is in a certain sense basically comical to think of Pastor Stiefel, contemporary with Luther, who predicted the end of the world at a certain hour and gathered his congregation in the church, but nothing happened. However, it could easily have become the end of him, because the people became so embittered that they nearly killed him. JP 3 2799, Pap. IA 300, ND, 1836. Does not some of what I have called irony approach what the Greeks called nemesis, for example, The overrating of an individual the very moment he feels most distressed about some guilt, for example, the scene in Faust 17 where the jubilant peasants receive him and thank him for his and his father's skill during the epidemic, likewise often the Wagner-type admiration, JP 2 1678, Pap. IA 265, October 27, 1836. The quiet and the security one has in reading a classic or in associating with a fully matured person is not found in the romantic. There it is something like watching a man write with hands that tremble so much that one fears the pen will run away from him any moment into some grotesque stroke. This is dormant irony, JP 2 1679, Pap. 2 37, ND, 1837. In margin of Pap. 2 37. The development of the concept of irony has to begin here where the fantastic, grandiose ideas are gratified and reflection has not yet disturbed the ingenuousness of this position. But now one observes that it does not go this way in the world, and since he is unable to surrender his lofty ideals, he likewise has to feel in some manner the world's ridicule, irony, romantic. The previous was not romantic but a gratification in the form of achievement. This irony is the world's irony over the individual and is different from what the Greeks called irony, which was the ironical gratification in which the single individual hovered above the world and which with Socrates began to develop as the idea of the state disappeared more and more. But in the romantic position, where everything is striving, irony cannot gain entrance in the individual but lies outside him. I believe this distinction has been too much overlooked. And finally the third position, where irony is outlived, JP 2 1680, Pap. 2 38, ND. How unhappy I am. Martinson has written an essay on Lenau's Faust! 18, JPV 5225, Pap. 2 597, ND, 1837. The whole attitude of the Greek nature, harmony, had the effect that even though battle divided them, the struggle never became acute. Then there was harmony in nature, irony in the individual, now comes the revenge, irony in nature and humor in the individual. If someone says that irony and humor are identical, only different in degrees, I will say what Paul says of the relationship of Christianity to Judaism, all is new. 19, JP 2 1711, Pap. 2 608, ND, 1837. If I have conceived, see another sheet, Pap. I have 154-20 of the romantic position as a teeter-totter, the ends of which are characterized by irony and humor, then it follows naturally that the path of its oscillation is extremely varied, all the way from the most heaven-storming humor to the most desperate bowing down in irony, just as there is also a certain rest and equilibrium in this position. Wieland's Irony 21, for irony is first surmounted when the individual, above everything and looking down from this position, is finally elevated beyond himself and from this dizzy height sees himself in his nothingness, and thereby he finds his true elevation. See Princess in Brambilla. 22. June 2, 1837. This self-overcoming of irony is the crisis of the higher spiritual life. The individual is now acclimatized, the bourgeois mentality, which really only hides in the other position, is conquered, and the individual is reconciled. The ironical position is such as, nil admirari, to admire nothing, but irony, when it slays itself, has disdained everything with humor, itself included. JP 2 1688, Pap. 2 627, June 2, 1837. How close the immediate, spontaneous expression often lies to irony, and yet how far away. For example, Elnschläger. O flower, as it goes with you, so it goes with me. Like a cornflower the wretched poet stands and grieves. He only stands in the way of the nourishing grain. What does he achieve, etc. 23. Is it the same immediacy, although far more profound, that keeps Christ's discourses and for the most part the whole New Testament from having an ironical and humorous imprint, although one single stroke would immediately give the impression the strongest possible coloring of irony and humor? JP 2 1689, Pap. 2 101, June 30, 1837. Irony presumably can also produce a certain tranquility, 2 102-62, which then must correspond to the peace following a humorous development, which, however, is a long way from being Christian redemption. Brothers in Christ, every other distinction completely disappears, becomes nothing in proportion to being brothers in Christ. But did not Christ make distinctions? Did he not love John more than the others? Paul Muller 24 in a most interesting conversation on the evening of June 30. It can produce a certain love, be the kind with which Socrates, for example, encompassed his pupils, spiritual pederasty, as Hamann 25 says, but it is still egotistical, because he stood as their deliverer, expanded their narrow impressions and views in his higher consciousness. In his perspective, the diameter of the movement is not as great as in the case of the humorist see, heaven, hell. The Christian has to despise all things. The ironist's highest polemical movement is nil admirari, to admire nothing. Irony is egotistical, it contends with the bourgeois, Philistine mentality and yet retains it even though in the individual it mounts in the air like a songbird, little by little throwing out its cargo, until it runs the risk of ending with an egotistical go to the devil, for irony has not yet slain itself by looking at itself, in the sense that the individual sees himself in the light of the irony. Humor is lyrical, it is the most profound earnestness about life, profound poetry, which cannot form itself as such and therefore crystallizes in the most baroque forms. It is hemorrhoidal non-fluens, non-flowing, the melimina, erutions, of the higher life. The whole attitude of the Greek nature, harmony, beauty to a 100-263, was such that even if the individual disengaged himself and the battle began, there was still the imprint of having arisen from this harmonious view of life, and therefore it soon came to an end without having described a large circle, Socrates. But now there appeared a view of life that taught that all nature is corrupt, the deepest polemic, the widest wing stretching, but nature took revenge, and now I get humor in the individual and irony in nature, and they meet in that humor wants to be a fool in the world and the irony in the world accepts them, men of humor, as actually being that. Some say that irony and humor are basically the same with only a degree of difference. I will answer with Paul, where he talks about the relationship of Christianity to Judaism, everything is new in Christ. 26. The Christian humorist is like a plant of which only the roots are visible, whose flower unfolds for a loftier sun. JP 2 1690, Pap. 2 102, July 6, 1837. A in margin of Pap. 2 102. Therefore Socrates' influence was simply to awaken, midwife that he was, not redeeming except in an inauthentic sense. JP 2 1691, Pap. 2 103, October 30, 1837. In margin of Pap. 2 102. Band therefore so enormously different from the more recent idealistic philosophical go to the devil, JP 2 1692, Pap. 2 104, ND. Lane margin of Pap. 2 102. Humor can therefore approach blasphemy. Hamann 27 would rather hear wisdom from Balaam Zass or from a philosopher against his will than from an angel or an apostle. JP 2 1693, Pap. 2 105, ND. D in margin of Pap. 2 102. It is no heavenly ladder on which angels descend from the opened heaven. 28 But it is an assault ladder, gigantic, which Christianly means to take God's kingdom by force. JP 2 1694, Pap. 2 106, ND. In margin of Pap. 2 102. Irony and nature must be worked out, such as the ironical juxtapositions, man and monkey, etc. found in various forms in Schubert's symbolic. 29 This was something the Greeks knew nothing about, as far as I know. The medieval fairy story has capricious humor, for example, a man who, standing 2 miles away from a windmill, makes it go by laying his finger on one nostril and blowing through the other. 30, JP 2 1695, Pap. 2 107, ND. In margin of Pap. 2 102. Jean-Paul 31 is the greatest humorist capitalist, JP 2 1696, Pap. 2 108, ND. Irony no longer stands out the way it used to. I have often thought it was a kind of irony of the world. 32 When, for example, a horsefly sat on a man's nose the very moment he made his last running leap to throw himself into the Thames, when in the story of Loki and the dwarf, 33 After Atri has gone away and Brock stands by the bellows, a fly settles on his nose 3 times, here the ironical appears as one of Loki's intrigues to prevent him from winning the wager, and in the other case it is a grandiose human plan which is horridly ridiculed by a horsefly. JP 2 1697, Pap. 2 112, July 8, 1837. See this book, pages 10 and 11, Pap. 2 101-08. Humor is irony carried through to its minimum oscillations. Even though the essentially Christian is the real primus motor, prime mover, nevertheless there are those in Christian Europe who have not achieved more than irony and for that reason have also not been able to accomplish the absolutely isolated, independently personal humor. Therefore they either seek rest in the church, where in united humor over the world the solidarity of individuals develops a Christian irony, as was the case with T34 and others, or, if the religious is not in motion, form a club, Serapions Bruder 35, which in Hoffman's case was nevertheless not something palpable, actual, but ideal. No, Hamann 36 is still the greatest and most authentic humorist, the genuinely humorous Robinson Crusoe, not on a desert island but in the noise of life. His humor is not an aesthetic concept but life, not a hero in a controlled drama. JP 2 1699, Pap. 2 136, August 4, 1837. See pages 10 and 11 and 19, Pap. 2 101-08, 136. Now I perceive why genuine humor cannot be caught, as irony can, in a novel and why it thereby ceases to be a life concept, simply because not to write is part of the nature of the concept, since this would betray an all too conciliatory position toward the world, which is why Hamann remarks somewhere that fundamentally there is nothing more ludicrous than to write for the people. 37. Just as Socrates left no books, Hamann left only as much as the modern period's rage for writing made relatively necessary, and furthermore only occasional pieces. JP 2 1700, Pap. 2 138, ND, 1837. The ancients' use of irony is completely different from that of the moderns. First of all there is its relation to a harmonic language, the compact Greek in contrast to modern reflective preliety, but the irony of the Greeks is also plastic. For example, Diogenes, 38, who does not merely make the observation that when a poor marksman shoots the best thing is for him to stand close to the target, but he walks ahead and stands close to the target. Oh, I would like to have heard Socrates ironize. JP 2 1703, Pap. 2 141, ND, 1837. Irony in relation to ancient linguistic structure, before the modern reflected preliety. JP 2 1714, Pap. 2 659, ND, 1837. See Historical Introduction, pp. 7-3. Now I know a suitable subject for a dissertation, concerning the concept of satire among the ancients, the reciprocal relation of the various Roman satirists to each other. JPV 5262, Pap. 2 166, September 25, 1837. In Clausen and Holenberg's Tidsskrift für Judenlandsk Theologisk Literatur, 1837, No. 3, pages 485 to 534-39 there is a fragment of an article by Bauerforty on the Christian elements in Platonism that drives right into my own study of irony and humor. This must be the case particularly with the portion omitted from the journal, since one of its particular tasks is to develop the concept irony. To what extent Bauer has become conscious of the Christian contrast and humor I still do not know, of course, as I have not read the article. In his parallel between Christ and Socrates on page 529, p. 528, there are some very good things. Just as in paganism the divine belongs on the whole only to the subjective representation, and thus always has the human, p. 529, as its presupposition and foundation, so that precisely this, the human subjectivity of the divine, is paganism's greatest characteristic. Just so even such a remarkable personality as Socrates is regarded only from the standpoint of the human. JP 4 4243, Pap. 2 186, November 1, 1837. Humor is first of all really reflective. In the face of all empiricism it is an unshakable, authentic frame of mind related to genius, whereas irony at every moment empts itself from a new dependence, which from another angle means that it is dependent at every moment. JP 2 1707, Pap. 2 192, November 9, 1837. When irony, humor, in its polemic has put the whole world, heaven and earth, under water and in compensation has enclosed a little world in itself, it lets a raven fly out when it is ready to be reconciled with the world again, and then a dove, which returns with an olive leaf. 41, JP 2 1708, Pap. 2 195, November 15, 1837. But humor is also the joy that has overcome the world. 42, JP 2 1716, Pap. 2 672, ND, 1837. I would like to write a novel in which the main character would be a man who had gotten a pair of glasses, one lens of which reduced images as powerfully as a no-hydrogen microscope and the other magnified on the same scale, so that he perceived everything very relatively. JPV 5281, Pap. 2 203, December 10, 1837. I am utterly dismayed upon reading the essay with which Fichte 43 begins his journal. When we see a man with his abilities arm himself for battle with such earnestness, such fear and trembling, Philippians 44, what is there for the rest of us to say? I think I will give up my studies, and now I know what I will will become a witness in the office of a notary public, JPV 5282, Pap. 204, December 12, 1837. Irony is an abnormal development that, like the abnormality of the livers of Strasbourg or Guise, ends by killing the individual, JP 21717, Pap. 682, January 1, 1838. Die Ironien in den Raden Jesu, by F. Joseph Grulich. Leipzig, 1838, JPV 5317, Pap. 737, ND, 1838. For a dedication copy of my treatise, 45 cents. I know that you probably will not read it, and if you did would not understand it, and if you understood it would take exception to it. May I direct your attention only to the Eternals, Gilt Edges and Morocco Binding, JPV 5322, Pap. 749, ND, 1838. There is an indescribable joy that glows all through us just as implicably as the Apostle's exclamation breaks forth for no apparent reason, rejoice, and again I say, rejoice. 46 Not a joy over this or that, but the soul's full outcry with tongue and mouth and from the bottom of the heart. 47 I rejoice for my joy, by, in, with, about, over, for, and with my joy, a heavenly refrain that, as it were, suddenly interrupts our other singing, a joy that cools and refreshes like a breath of air, a breeze from the trade winds that blow across the plains of memory to the everlasting mansions. 48, JPV 5324, Pap. 228, 10, 30 a.m. May 19, 1838. How I thank you, Father in heaven, for having kept an earthly father present for a time here on earth, where I so greatly need him. With your help I hope that he will have greater joy in being my father the second time than he had the first time. 49, JPV 5328, Pap. 231, July 9, 1838. I hope that my contentment with my life here at home 50 will turn out to be like that of a man I once read about. 51 He, too, was fed up with home and wanted to ride away from it. When he had gone a little way, his horse stumbled and he fell off, and as he got up on his feet he happened to see his home, which now looked so beautiful to him that he promptly mounted his horse, rode home, and stayed home. It depends on getting the right perspective. JPV 5330, Pap. 233, July 10, 1838. My father 52 died on Wednesday, the 8th, at 2:00 a.m. I so deeply desired that he might have lived a few years more, and I regard his death as the last sacrifice of his love for me, because in dying he did not depart from me but he died for me, in order that something, if possible, might still come of me. Most precious of all that I have inherited from him is his memory, his transfigured image, transfigured not by my poetic imagination, for it does not need that, but transfigured by many little single episodes I am now learning about, and this memory I will try to keep most secret from the world. Right now I feel there is only one person, Bosun 53, with whom I can really talk about him. He was a faithful friend, JPV 5335, Pap. 243, August 11, 1838. Much of my suffering occurred because the doubt, concern, and restlessness, which my real self wanted to forget in order to form a view of the world, my reflective self seemed to try to impress upon me and sustain, partly as a necessary and partly as an interesting feature of transition, in the fear that I might have shammed a result. For example, now when my life has shaped up in such a way that it seems that I am destined to study for the emanation 54 in perpetuum, forever, and that no matter how long I live I will never get beyond the point where I once voluntarily stopped, just as one occasionally sees mentally deranged people who forget their whole intermediate life and remember only their childhood, or forget everything but one single moment in their lives. It seems that the very thought of being a student of theology must remind me simultaneously of that happy period of possibilities, which might be called one's preexistence, and of my stopping there, feeling somewhat like the child who does not grow because he had been given alcohol. Now when my energetic self tries to forget it in order to act, my reflective self wants very much to hang on to it, because it seems interesting, and, as reflection raises itself to the power of a universal consciousness, abstracts from my personal consciousness, JPV 5432, Pap. 2807, ND, 1838. I have no alternative than to suppose that it is God's will that I prepare for my examination 55 and that it is more pleasing to Him that I do this than actually coming to some clearer perception by immersing myself in one or another sort of research. 56 For obedience is more precious to Him than the fat of rams. 57, JPV 5385, Pap. 2 of 422, May 13, 1839. Preface 58. Whether this preface is going to be long or short, I simply do not know at this moment. My soul is filled with but one thought, a longing, a thirsting, really to run wild in the lyrical underbrush of the preface, really to rumble about in it, for just as the poet at times must feel lyrically stirred and then again relishes the epical, so I as a prose writer feel at present an indescribable joy in surrendering all objective thinking and really housing myself in wishes and hopes, in a secret whispering with the reader, a Horatian sussurratio, low whisper 59 in the evening hours. For the preface always ought to be conceived in twilight, which also is undeniably the most beautiful. No wonder, therefore, that we read that the Lord God walked in the cool of the evening, Genesis 60 an evening hour when the pressure of reflection is a solemn distant sound, like the laughter of the harvesters, JPV 5387, Pap. 2 of 432, May 17, 1839. The trouble with me is that while other authors usually think less of what they have written in the past, I am just the opposite and always think better of what I have written 61 prior to what I am writing at present. 62, JPV 5391, Pap. 2 of 476, July 14, 1839. I would like to write a dissertation on suicide dealing with statistical information on suicide and its relation to the ancient worldview and the modern, its pathological Chladni figures, 63 etc., JPV 5393, Pap. 2 of 482, July 20, 1839. It is with me as with Sarah, as good as dead. 64, I will come up for re-emanation, past the appropriate age, JPV 5394, Pap. 2 of 490, ND, 1839. C 198, 10. For the period of a year, a mile in time, I will plunge underground like the river Guadalquivir, but I am sure to come up again. JPV 5397, Pap. 2 of 497, ND, 1839. If only I could have my examination soon so that I could become a quasi-libertarius, one who does as he pleases, once again. JPV 5406, Pap. 2 of 534, August 8, 1839. C 35, 2-8. It is strange what hate, conspicuous everywhere, Hegel has for the upbuilding or the edifying, but that which builds up is not an opiate that lulls to sleep, it is the amen of the finite spirit and is an aspect of knowledge that ought not to be ignored. JP 2 1588, Pap. 3a6, July 10, 1840. The view that Hegel is a parenthesis in Schelling seems to be more and more manifest, we are only waiting for the parenthesis to be closed. JP 2 1589, Pap. 334, ND. 1840. I have always been charged with using long parentheses. Studying for my final examination 65 is the longest parenthesis I have experienced. JPV 5446, Pap. 335, ND. 1840. I sit here all alone. I have frequently been just as alone many times, but I have never been so aware of it, and count the 3:73:36 hours until I shall see SA eating. 66 I cannot recall any change in my father, and now I am about to see the places where as a poor boy he tended sheep, the places for which, because of his descriptions, I have been so homesick. What if I were to get sick and be buried in the SA eating churchyard! 67 What a strange idea. His last wish 68 for me is fulfilled. Is that actually to be the sum and substance of my life? In God's name. Yet in relation to what I owed to him the task was not so insignificant. I learned from him what fatherly love is, and through this I gained a conception of divine fatherly love, the one single unshakable thing in life, the true Archimedean point. 69, JPV 5468, Pap. 373, ND, 1840. Preface 70. Its significance. Probably it is irrelevant to the dissertation but it is a necessary factor in the personality. CEE, p. 18, JPV 5387, Pap. 2 of 432. I have worked on this dissertation with fear and trembling lest my dialectic swallow too much. The ease of style will be censured. One or another half-educated Hegelian robber will say that the subjective is too prominent. First of all, I will ask him not to plague me with a rehash of this new wisdom that I must already regard as old, also not to place such great claims upon me, that the idea's own movements should take place through me, that the idea should break out in me, for most young people burst forth, like the woman in Ludlam's Hool, 71 with the rustic regent behind them, and, finally, that one cannot write about a negative concept except in this way, and I ask him, instead of continually giving assurances that doubt is overcome, irony conquered, to permit it to speak for once. Moreover, whether I may have been too pearly at times, and since Hegel says with authority that the mind is the best epitomizer, see the introduction to his Philosophie der Geschichte, p. 872, let me be judged modestly and without any demands, but I will not be judged by boys. 73, JPV 5484, Pap. 3b2, nd. 1840-41. And if it should seem to one or another that this is madness, I will reply with Soc. Phaedrus, 244a, that would be right if it were an invariable truth that madness is an evil, but in reality, the greatest blessings come by way of madness, indeed of madness that is heaven-sent. 74. And if something should be found, particularly in the first part of the dissertation, that one is generally not accustomed to come across in scholarly writings, the reader must forgive my jocundity, also that I, in order to lighten the burden, sometimes sing at my work, Pap. 3b3 nd. 1840-41. C. 82, 6-26. When Socrates says at the end of the Apology that it is impossible to call death the greatest evil since we do not know really what it is, this is still spoken with irony, but with a little modification the same thing could be said humorously, JP 2:17-23, Pap. 3b4, nd. 1840-41. C. 241, 1-245, 14. Introduction. That it, irony, is not an aesthetic concept, but the melimina, Ersens, for a life view, the relation of parato to thought, personality, the style is the man. Socrates came to himself by standing still, the Middle Ages by journeying around the world. There is humor in Clement of Alexandria's praise of writing allegories so that the heathens could not understand. 75, JP 2:17-24, Pap. 3b5, nd. 1840-41. Addition to Pap. 3b5. The significance of the polemical, the comic has the polemical as a necessary element, JP 2:17-26, Pap. 3b7, nd. 1840-41. Immediacy, whimsy. To what extent there is immediacy in the comic, after all, there is really nothing immediate, to what extent it points back to something of the sort, JP 2:17-25, Pap. 3b6, nd. 1840-41. In the case of Socrates it was an irony of fate or of life that Xanthippe frequently made him celebrated, that he was more or less henpecked. Also his similarity to his most ill-tempered enemies, the sophists, with whom he could easily be confused. Socrates was the ugliest of men. 76, JP 4244, Pap. 3b8, nd. 1840-41. In the case of Swift, it was an irony of fate that in his old age he entered the insane asylum he himself had erected in his early years. 77, JP 2:17-27, Pap. 3b9, nd. 1840-41. Irony conceived according to its definition becomes a factor understood by the Greeks as soundness of mind, which shears away fieriness and gets insipidity. JP 2:17-28, Pap. 3b10, nd. 1840-41. Humor by definition becomes a polemical factor in the Christian view of life. 78, JP 2:17-29, Pap. 3b11, nd. 1840-41. C9, 2-19. If there is anything to be praised in modern philosophical endeavor in its magnificent manifestation, it certainly is the power of genius with which it seizes and vigorously holds on to the phenomenon. Although it is fitting for the phenomenon, which as such is always feminine generis, of the feminine gender, by reason of its feminine nature to surrender to the stronger say, yet among the knights of the modern age there is frequently a lack of deferential propriety, profound enthusiasm, in place of which one sometimes hears too much the jingle of spurs, etc., and at times it shrivels before the fellows. In margin, and with justification one nevertheless, in contrast to what has often been said, that the observer ought to surrender himself, ought to remember that it is rather up to the phenomenon, and we will say that history, so to speak, rejoices at the prospect of this embrace. However sterile history is, its embrace is fertile, like that of the old witch in the fairy tale by Messias, 79. And just as those three armor-bearers of Roland's with a certain aversion decided to share the bed with the old crone, yet they did not regret it afterward. In the arms of philosophy, history rejuvenates itself unto divine youthfulness. JP 3 3283, Pap. 3b 12, ND, 1840-41. In margin of Pap. 3b 12. Halb zog ze een. Halb sank her hin. She half dragged him. He half sank down. 80. Pap. 3b 13 ND, 1840-41. It requires a trained eye to see what is round, because it cannot be seen all at once, and the inner sense must exercise diligent control over the eternal eye's hasty, inquisitive, and desultory observations lest one mistake a sphere for a polygon. The same is true when considering the cycle of history, lest the observation of multiplicity weaken the impression of continuity. That everything is new 81 is the angle of refraction, that nothing is new is the bond of unity, but these must be in and with each other, only in this does the truth lie. Yet this likeness among the different is not to be conceived abstractly, not as the sophist Protagoras 82 did. This observation is the sophism comparable to the idea of mediation. In margin, the infinite tangential possibilities of the periphery. In margin, Heise, 83-2, p. 152, that all things are like each other, JP 2 1633, Pap. 3b 14, ND, 1840-41. C 329, 17-21. When I speak of the stillness and silence of contemplation, I do not mean, for example, that one should use just as much time, or even longer, to comprehend history as history itself covers. JP 2 1634, Pap. 3b 15, ND, 1840-41. The demonic humor that attempts to draw even the divine along into the humoristic go to the devil, thus Heine, The Heavenly Family 84 etc., JP 2 1730, Pap. 3b 16, ND, 1840-41. Haman's relationship to his contemporaries, Socrates to the sophists, who could say something about everything, JP 2 1547, Pap. 3b 17, ND, 1840-41. Hoffman, who himself would have artistically conceived of Chrysler's going mad, the presumed Part 3 of Catermer. 85 The confounding of first person and third person, Pap. 3b 18 ND, 1840-41. C 328, 25-329, 30. Irony is the birth pangs of the objective mind, based upon the misrelationship, discovered by the eye, between existence, existensen, and the idea of existence. Humor is the birth pangs of the absolute mind, based upon the misrelationship, discovered by the eye, between the eye and the idea of the eye. JP 2 1731, Pap. 3b 19, ND, 1840-41. The dogmatic thesis around which everything turns in Haman, everything divine and everything human 86, yet it still has not become the center, but the thoughts spill out chaotically. Irony becomes aristocratic. The philosophers, humor reconciled with all existence. JP 2 1548, Pap. 3b 20, ND, 1840-41. There is irony in the identity of asking and answering only insofar as people are permitted to remain in their ignorance, such as when someone said to me that it must be hard to take a shower bath in the winter when the water is many degrees colder, and I answered, as if conceding the worth of the remark, that as yet it had not happened to me. JP 2 1732, Pap. 3b 21, ND, 1840-41. Irony is negative creation, blowing soap bubbles. JP 2 1733, Pap. 3b 22, ND, 1840-41. The concept of divine irony. Attempts were made to emancipate the divine, but this was possible only by means of the idea that it floated freely above all finite qualifications, denying them all, but the concept of positive freedom was not achieved, that it divinely moved freely within all these finite qualifications. Because the divine and the human were confused, a similar attempt arose from the human side. When trust and faith in the gods were lost, it became no longer possible to maintain the divine except in its purely negative form. The refill of this in the realm of consciousness is ignorance, and the corresponding factor in the realm of action is irony. Earlier the divine was maintained as the individually human, now this has been annihilated and has been replaced by the abstractly human, the pure I. JP 2 1734, Pap. 3b23, ND, 1840-41. C 329, 26-31. We recognize humor immediately only in such a reply as credo qui absurdum, I believe because it is absurd. 87 Ignorance, however, is something quite different. JP 2 1735, Pap. 3b24, ND, 1840-41. C 191, 13-25. The great picture in Phaedrus, 88, in which the fourth kind of madness, the madness of love, is described, a description that is just as chaste as it is voluptuous, because voluptuousness is at all times conquered by the chasteness, the voluptuousness is the strong coloring. It ends with a prayer. The whole passage must be Yamin. Para. 244-57. Hegel touches on this picture. Jesh. D. Ph. 2, pp. 208 ff.89. Also Schleiermacher 90 in the preface to Phaedrus, but, he, thinks it ought not be insisted upon. What is he pressed here is love's moment of stimulation, which is so incomparably described, JP 3 3323, Pap. 3b26, ND, 1840-41. C 220, 18-30. How abstract Socrates' dialectic was can also be seen in the basic law for the dialectical movement, which is that only two things can be the opposite of each other, principium eclusi medi inter duo contradictoria, the principle of the ecluded middle between two contradictories. See Phaedrus, p. 218, 91 Protagoras, p. 155, 92 Republic, Schleiermacher, pages 245, 246, etc. 93. The dichotomist throughout the Sophist, JP 4 4245, Pap. 3b27, ND, 1841. On bottom of p. 272 of copy of Om Begrebet Irony, c. 259, 1-2. Hegel has an analogy to this section in Volume 2 of his Aesthetic, 94, where he develops the significance of satire, Pap. 3b 28 of October 17, 1841. On bottom of p. 322 of copy of Om Begrebet Irony, c. 303, 913. In defense of this entire passage, which has met with so much opposition, I could refer to Hegel's Aesthetic, 2, p. 217.95, Pap. 3b 29 of October 17, 1841. On front-end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Caricature. Socrates was the ugliest man in Athens and had the most, 3b 3121, shrewish wife around, one more reason for him to spend so much time on the streets. He was first a sculptor but gave up this profession when he began playing the genius. He had a little property, perhaps he had invested it on good terms with one or another of the businessmen or shopkeepers with whom he associated, no doubt he ate into his capital later, and therefore it was no wonder that he always was at hand when a banquet took place. For this reason both Xenophon and Plato have a symposium, however different their interpretations otherwise are. He did not wish to have any fiat occupation and therefore, in order to have his future secured nevertheless, he wanted to be maintained as a pensioner in the Prytaneum, and in this way he would pass through the two categories vagabonds are accustomed to pass through, that of being a capitalist and of being a pensioner. He was an idler who never left the city, see Crito, Hey I say, p. 150 middle and bottom, 96 see Phaedrus, asked, I, p. 133, Phaedrus's speech 97. He was very absent-minded, for this reason some have wanted to explain the ambiguous passage in Aristophanes' Clouds as an absent-minded error. See Rocher, p. 284 etc. 98. The whole collection of quotations in Souvern, p. 3 etc., 99 Rocher, p. 277 etc. 100. He was discontented with the established order, therefore he loafed around everywhere. This also had a basis in his unfortunate marriage. For although he had the benefit of his wife as riding masters have of wild horses by learning to constrain them, see Forchhammer, p. 49, bottom 101, it was nevertheless natural that he often sought out strangers, all the more because he seldom saw strangers at home. The story about Xanthippes getting angry, see Plutarch, 11, 41a, b 102. 3b 3122 He was not constituted like other men, was never sick, not even during the horrible plague during the time of the Peloponnesian War. See Heinsius, p. 5.103. He learned to dance when he was 10 years old because the motion was so superb. See Diogenes Laertius. 104, JP 4246, Pap. 3b30, ND, 1842-43. In a copy of Om Begrebet Irony, p. 60, c59, 19-29. It is a shame I did not know at that time the skepticism that Satus Empiricus maintains with respect to teaching. See Teneman, v. p. 294.105, JP 2280, Pap. 40198, ND, 1842-43. On inside front cover of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Actually it was Cato who first declared that Socrates was a Schwatzer, babbler, who wanted to turn things topsy-turvy for his people. See Plutarch and Life of Cato, ch. 23. Found in the Danish translation, 3, p. 450.106, JP 4247, Pap. 40199, ND, 1842-43. On inside front cover of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. In his De Genio Socrates, Plutarch 107 tells that Socrates' father had received the oracle about his son stating that he must compel him in no way but allow him to follow his inclinations completely. See Teneman, Geschichte der Philosophie, 2, p. 30 note, JP 4248, Pap. 4200, ND, 1842-43. On inside front cover of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Ritter and Preller 108 have included a good selection of quotations from Plato in their History of Greek Philosophy. They are noted in my copy, JPV 5577, Pap. 4201, ND, 1842-43. On inside front cover of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Two quotations concerning his relation to Xanthippe, which I have never seen referred to otherwise but found in Antoninus, Philosophus ad se ipsum, 11, para. 23 and 28.109. Moreover, I have indicated the best of Diogenes Laertius 110 in my copy of the Danish translation. The article in Bale 111 also contains a few things, JP 4249, Pap. 4202, ND, 1842-43. On inside front cover of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Something of the former in the dialogue Alcibiades Primus 112, about how Socrates went looking for Alcibiades, although Schleiermacher rightly assumes this dialogue to be spurious 113 and the interpretation of Socrates incorrect but useful. 114, JP 4250, Pap. 4203, ND, 1842-43. On inside front cover of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. That Socrates is supposed to have stood up in the theater during the performance of the Clouds is told by Aelian var. Hist. 2, ch. 13, found in Flogel, Geschichte der Komischen Literatur, 4, p. 64115, JP 4251, Pap. 4204, ND, 1842-43. On front end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Socrates is mentioned as using the parable. Aristotle, Rhetoric, 2, ch. 20.116. The same passage is usually cited as an example of an incorrect analogical conclusion. See Trendenberg, Sic, Erläuterungen zu den Elementen der Aristotelischen Logik, Berlin, 1842, p. 79.117, JP 4252, Pap. 4205, ND, 1842-43. On front end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Socrates' discourse on death in Plato's Apology 118 is mentioned in Plutarch's Consolations to Apollonius, para. 12 etc. 119, JP 4253, Pap. 4206, ND, 1842-43. On front end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Socrates' answer to Archelaus. Aristotle's Rhetoric, 2, ch. 23, in the Little Translation, p. 199,120, see also Antoninus, Philosophus, the portion cited in this volume. 121, JP 4254, Pap. 4207, ND, 1842-43. On front end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. There are very important passages in Flogel, Geschichte der Hofnarren, pages 96, 97.122, JP 4 4255, Pap. 4 208, ND. 1842-43 on back-end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. See the conclusion of Aristophanes the Frogs. For it is excellent not to sit with Socrates, gossiping and denigrating the art of poetry etc. 123. JP 4 4256, Pap. 4 209, ND. 1842-43 on back-end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. In the Wasps, 11. 1075 to 79,124 Aristophanes himself names the evil of which he wanted to cleanse the state with the clouds, idleness and legal trickery, JP 4 4257, Pap. 4 210, ND. 1842-43. On back-end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Socrates has also been depicted by two other comic poets, Ameipsias in the comedy Konos and Eupolis. 125 See Krog's translation, p. 272.126. See the same book, p. 268. Note, it is impossible to repudiate completely the Roman's harsh words. 127 Declaring that he talked about virtue, corrupted the morals, and as a citizen was dangerous to public freedom, JP 4 4258, Pap. 4 211, ND. 1842-43. On back-end sheet of a copy of Om Begrebet Irony. Plutarch relates, Vitae Paralleli, Aristides, ch. I 128 that Demetrius of Phaleron reports that Socrates not only owned his own house but also had accumulated funds amounting to 70 minas, which he had deposited at interest with Crito, JP 4 4259, Pap. 4 212, ND. 1842-43. When I am not reus voti, one bound by a vow, 129 Nothing happens for me. Because of it I passed my theological examination, because of it I wrote my dissertation, because of it I was all through with either / or 130 in 11 months, JPV 5626, Pap. 470, ND. 1843. When father died, 131 Sibern 132 said to me, "Now you will never get your theological degree," and then I did get it. If father had lived, I would never have gotten it. 133, when I broke the engagement, Peter 134 said to me, "Now you are lost." And yet it is clear that if I have indeed amounted to something, I did it through that step. JPV 5769, Pap. Via 8, ND. 1844-45. Definition of irony. Irony is the unity of ethical passion, which in inwardness infinitely accentuates the private self, and of development, which in outwardness, in association with people, infinitely abstracts from the private self. The effect of the second is that no one notices the first, therein lies the art, and the true infinitizing of the first is conditioned thereby. 135, JP 217-45, Pap. Via 38, ND. 1845. From draft of postscript. VIB 35, 24-118, this is what Socrates develops in the Symposium. In his dissertation, Magister Kierkegaard was alert enough to discern the Socratic but is considered not to have understood it, probably because, with the help of Hegelian philosophy, he has become super clever and objective and positive or has not had the courage to acknowledge the negation. Finitely understood, of course, the continued and perpetually continued striving toward a goal without attaining it is to be rejected, but, infinitely understood, striving is life itself and is essentially the life of that which is composed of the infinite and the finite. An imaginary positive accomplishment is a chimera. It, VIB 35, 24-119, may well be that logic has it, although before this can be regarded as true it needs to be more precisely e-planed than has been done up to now, but the subject is an e-isting, e-isterende, subject, consequently is in contradiction, consequently is in the process of becoming, and if he is, consequently is in the process of striving. 136, JPV 5796, Pap. VIB 35, 24, ND. 1845. The last 2 months have been very rewarding for my observations. What I said in my dissertation 137 about irony making phenomena stand revealed is so true. First of all, my ironic leap into the Corsair 138 helps make it perfectly clear that the Corsair is devoid of idea. Seen from the point of view of idea, it is dead, even if it did get a few thousand subscribers. It wants to be ironical and does not even understand irony. Generally speaking, it would have been an epigram over my whole life if it might ever be said, contemporary with him there existed a bungling ironic journal that sang his praises, No, hold on, he was abused, and he himself asked for it. Secondly, my ironic leap into the Corsair shows up the self-contradiction of the environing world. Everyone has been going around saying, it is nothing, who cares about the Corsair etc. What happens, when one does it, is that he is charged with being rash. They say he has deserved all this. Now, you see, it is all this, because he prompted it himself. They hardly dare walk in the street with me, fearing they too will be in the Corsair. JPV 5887, Pap. Volume 198, p. 43, March 9, 1846. A passage in my dissertation. Influenced as I was by Hegel and whatever was modern, without the maturity really to comprehend greatness, I could not resist pointing out somewhere in my dissertation 139 that it was a defect on the part of Socrates to disregard the whole and only consider numerically 140 the individuals. What a Hegelian fool I was! It is precisely this that powerfully demonstrates what a great ethicist Socrates was. JP 4281, Pap. X3 of 477, ND, 1850. Inversion was already known to Socrates, but of course a whole quality lower than in Christianity, and, also a quality lower, he practiced the philosophy of inversion. Aelianus, in Vitae Historiae 141, tells of an artist who was commissioned to paint a horse rolling. The artist painted a horse in full jump. When the owner complained and said that was not what he had ordered, the artist replied, "Turn the picture upside down and you will have what you asked for." This, says Aelianus, is the way Socrates talks. He must be understood inversely. This is excellent. When I wrote my dissertation on irony I had not read Aelianus, but how remarkable that nobody brought him to my attention. JP 4289, Pap. X4 of 490, ND, 1852. The state. That the state in a Christian sense is supposed to be what, Xi 2 of 108-114, Hegel 142 taught, namely, that it has moral significance, that true virtue can appear only in the state, something I also childishly babbled after him in my dissertation 143, that the goal of the state is to improve men, is obviously nonsense. The state is of the evil rather than of the good, a necessary evil, in a certain sense a useful, expedient evil, rather than a good. Xi 2 of 108-115, the state is human egotism on a large scale and in great dimensions. So far off was Plato 144 when he said that in order to become aware of the virtues we should study them in the state. The state is human egotism in great dimensions, very expediently and cunningly composed so that the egotisms of individuals intersect each other correctively. To this intent the state is no doubt a safeguard against egotism by manifesting a higher egotism that copes with all the individual egotisms so that these must egotistically understand that egotistically it is the most prudent thing to live in the state. Just as we speak of a calculus of infinitesimals, so also the state is a calculus of egotisms, but always in such a way that it egotistically appears to be the most prudent thing to enter into and to be in this higher egotism. But this, after all, is anything but the moral abandoning of egotism. The state cannot go beyond this, so to be improved by living in the state is just as doubtful as being improved in a prison. Perhaps an individual becomes much shrewder about his egotism, his enlightened egotism, that is, his egotism in relation to other egotisms, but less egotistic he does not become, and what is worse, he is spoiled by regarding this official, civic, authorized egotism as virtue. This, in fact, is how demoralizing civic life is, because it reassures one in being a shrewd egotist. Higher than this the state cannot go, and considered as moral upbringing and growth this must be regarded as very dubious. Thus the state is continually subject to the same sophistry that engrossed the Greek sophists, namely, that injustice on a vast scale is justice, that in a very peculiar manner the concepts turn around or flop over. 145 That what counts is to practice it on a vast scale. Furthermore, the state is continually subject to the skepticism that quantity or the numerical defines the concept, that the greatest number is equivalent to the truth. And then the state is supposed to be counted on to develop men morally, to be the proper medium for virtue, the place where one really can become virtuous. In fact, for such a purpose this place is just as strange as would be the claim that the best place for a watchmaker or an engraver to work is aboard, Xi 2 of 108-116, a ship in a heavy sea. Christianity therefore does not believe that the Christian is to remain in the body politic for the purpose of being morally improved, no, in fact it tells him in advance that it will mean suffering. But in thieves' slang, of course, the state is said to be morally ennobling, thus we are perfectly secure against anyone's suspecting that the authorized egotism is not virtue. Generally speaking, It can never be emphasized strongly enough that the immediate, the unrefined, the imprudent, etc. are never as corrupt as the shrewdly prudent. A brazen lecher, blazingly licentious, is perhaps not as corrupt as the lecher who observes decorum. A swindler who, as the saying goes, skins another man is perhaps not as corrupt as the person who knows precisely how far he dares to go with his swindling and still preserve the reputation and esteem of being a highly respectable man. JP 4238, Pap. XI 2 a 108, ND. In this sense Socrates loved the youths. But as a parent, this is a negative love. No doubt his relation to the youths was not without meaning, but, as pointed out earlier, when the relation was to gain a deeper meaning, it was over, that is, the relation to the youths was the beginning of a relation. That this relation, however, could last for a time, that the young man could very well feel attached to Socrates after the latter had detached himself from him, this I have tried to show above. But if we bear in mind that this relation between Socrates and the youths is the last possibility to show a positive relation, if we bear in mind how much could be demanded in that respect of the man who, having emancipated himself from every other real relation, had concentrated on this one. If we bear all this in mind, we shall be unable to explain the negativity described here unless we assume that Socrates' position was irony. History has preserved an additional relation Socrates entered into with another person, his relation to Xanthippe. Everyone, of course, perceives that Socrates was not exactly a model husband, and the interpretation of his relation to her attributed to Socrates, according to Xenophon 449, that he had the same benefit from this shrewish woman as trainers have from wild horses, the benefit of learning to constrain them, that for him she was an exercise in controlling mankind, for when he had finished with her he would easily be able to tolerate other people. This view, I say, does not indicate much conjugal love, but certainly a considerable measure of irony. See Forchhammer, p. 49 and note 43.450. We go back to the indictment and the ensuing condemnation of Socrates. The judges declared him guilty, and if, more or less disregarding the points of the complaint, we were to describe his crime in one word, we could call it apragmosin, indolence, or indifferentism. Admittedly he was not idle, and admittedly he was not indifferent to everything, but in his relation to the state he was indifferent precisely by way of his private practice. Consequently, Socrates was declared guilty, but the punishment was still not determined. With Greek humaneness, the accused was permitted to stipulate the punishment himself, within certain limits, of course. Hegel relates in detail what was wrong with Socrates' conduct. He shows that Socrates was deservedly condemned to death, that his crime was refusing to recognize the sovereignty of the nation and asserting instead his subjective conviction over against the objective judgment of the state. His refusal in this respect may very well be regarded as moral greatness, but he nevertheless brought his death upon himself. The state was just as justified in condemning Socrates as he was in emancipating himself, and Socrates thereby became a tragic hero. So far Hegel. See Hegel, Op. Cit. pp. 113 ff.451. Following the apology very closely, we shall now attempt to give an account of his conduct. 1. Would think that the freedom to stipulate his own punishment must have been most welcome to Socrates, for just as his course of life had shown itself to be incommensurate with common standards, his punishment also was bound to be the same, and it was entirely consistent for him to think that the only punishment he could impose upon himself was a fine. 452 Because, if he had had money, it would have been no loss for him to lose it, in other words, because the punishment in casu, in the case, would cancel itself. Therefore, it was also entirely consistent for him to suggest that the judges be content with the little bit he could pay, entirely consistent, because, since money on the whole had no realitet, for him, the punishment would be the same whether he paid a large amount of money or little, that is, the punishment would amount to nothing. Consequently, the only punishment he considered appropriate was the punishment that was no punishment. We shall now pursue in detail this instructive portion 453 of the Apology. He begins by expressing his amazement at being convicted by such a small majority. By this he indicates that he does not see in the state's sentence an objectively valid view in contrast to the particular subject. To a certain degree, the state does not exist at all for him, he dwells merely on the numerical. He seems to have no intimation that a quantitative decision can shift over into a qualitative one. He dwells on the oddity that 3 votes 454 decide the outcome, and, to stress the oddity even more, he supposes the extreme opposite. If Anytus and Lycon had not gone along, he says, then Meletus himself would have been fined 1,000 drachmae. Here we see again how Socrates' irony makes him disparage every objective qualification of his life. The judges are a number of individuals, their verdict has only numerical value, and if the majority pronounce him guilty, then Socrates thinks that nothing more nor less is said thereby than that such and such a number of individuals have condemned him. Now, anyone can clearly see here the entirely negative view of the state. An ironic fate wills that Socrates himself shall stipulate the punishment. What gives this situation such extraordinary ironic elasticity is the enormous contrasts. The sword of the law hangs by a horsehair over Socrates' head. 455 A human life is at stake, the people are solemn, sympathetic, the horizon dark and cloudy, and now Socrates is as absorbed as an old arithmetician in finishing the problem, in getting his life to conform to the state's conception, a problem as difficult as squaring a circle, since Socrates and the state turn out to be absolutely heterogeneous quantities. It would indeed be comic to see Socrates try to conjugate his life according to the paradigm of the state, inasmuch as his life was entirely irregular, but the situation becomes even more comic because of the dira necessitas, cruel constraint of necessity, that under penalty of death bids him find a likeness in this unlikeness. It is always comic when two things that cannot possibly be related are placed in relation to each other, But it is even more comic when the pronouncement is made, "If you cannot find any relation, then you must die." In its complete isolation, Socrates' life is bound to appear entirely heterogeneous with every qualification of the state, and for this reason the thought process, the dialectic with which Socrates seeks to bring about a relation, also manifests the most extreme contrasts. He is pronounced guilty by the state. Now the question is what punishment he has deserved. Since Socrates, however, feels that his life is utterly incomprehensible to the state, it is apparent that he could just as well deserve a reward. He proposes, therefore, that he be maintained at public epons in the Prytaneum. If the state, however, should not feel called upon to reward him in this way, he will accommodate himself to it and ponder what punishment he could have deserved. To avoid the death sentence insisted upon by Meletus, he could, 13,277, choose a fine or aelia. But he is unable to make a choice, for what could prompt him to choose one of these two? Fear of death. That would be unreasonable, for he in fact does not know whether death is a good or an evil. So it seems that Socrates himself thinks that death would be the most appropriate punishment, precisely because no one knows whether it is an evil, that is, because here the punishment, just as before with the fine, cancels itself. A fine or aelia he could not choose, because in the first case he would be jailed, since his financial situation would not allow him to pay it. In the second case, he is very well aware that he is even less fitted for living in another state than in Athens, so that in a short time he would be banished also from that state etc. Consequently, he cannot choose a fine or aelia. Why? Because they would bring suffering upon him, but he cannot accept that, because it is undeserved, and as he himself says, "Besides, I am not accustomed to think of myself as deserving punishment." 458 Insofar as there is a question of what punishment, broadly speaking, he has deserved, his answer is, that which is no punishment, that is, either death, since no one knows whether it is a good or an evil, or a fine, provided they will be satisfied with a fine of the amount he can afford to pay, since money has no value for him. But as for a more specialized punishment, a punishment that would be felt by him, he finds that every such punishment is inappropriate. Since his life as such is incommensurate with a conception of the state and thus he can just as little deserve reward as punishment, he provides subsidialiter, for assistance, a second reason, namely, that he is a poor man who needs peace and quiet. Thus we see how Socrates' position is entirely negative toward the state, how he does not fit into it at all, but we see it, even more clearly in the moment when he, charged because of the course of his life, would most likely have to become aware of his misrelation to the state. Despite this, with a sword hanging over his head, he nevertheless undauntedly carries through his position. His delivery, however, does not have the powerful pathos of enthusiasm, his bearing does not have the absolute authority of personality, his indifference is not a blissful relation in his own repletion. We find nothing of all this, but we do find a most consistently sustained irony that lets the objective power of the state break up on the rock-firm negativity of irony. The objective power of the state, its claims upon the activity of the individual, the laws, the courts, everything loses its absolute validity for him. He divests himself of all of them as imperfect forms, he rises ever, 13,278, more lightly, sees it all disappear beneath him in his ironic bird's-eye view, and he himself hovers over it in ironic contentment, borne up by the absolute self-consistency of infinite negativity. In this way he becomes alien to the whole world to which he belongs, however much he belongs to it in another sense. The contemporary consciousness has no predicate for him, nameless and indefinable, he belongs to another formation. What bears him up is the negativity that still has engendered no positivity. This explains why even life and death lose their absolute validity for him. Yet in Socrates we have the actual, not the apparent, pinnacle of irony, because Socrates arrived at the idea of the good, the beautiful, the true only as the boundary, that is, came up to ideal infinity as possibility. Much later, however, after these ideas have acquired their actuality and personality its absolute pleroma, fullness, when subjectivity again isolates itself, when the infinite negativity again opens its chasm in order to swallow this actuality of the spirit, irony manifests itself in a more alarming way. 3. The view made necessary, 13,279. For the observer, Socrates' life is like a magnificent pause in the course of history, we do not hear him at all, a profound stillness prevails, until it is broken by the noisy attempts of the many and very different schools of followers to trace their origin in this hidden and cryptic source. With Socrates the stream of historical narrative, just like the river Guadalquivir, 460 drops underground for some distance, only to rush out again with renewed power. He is like a -461 in world history, and the ignorance about him, due to the lack of opportunity for direct observation, is an invitation not so much to bypass him as to conjure him forth with the aid of the idea, to make him become visible in his ideal form, in other words, to become conscious of the idea that is the meaning of his existence in the world, of the phase in the development of the world spirit that is symbolically indicated by the singularity of his existence in history. Just as he himself in a certain sense exists and yet again does not exist in world history, so his significance in the development of the world spirit 462 is precisely to be and yet not to be, or not to be and yet to be. He is the nothing from which the beginning must nevertheless begin. He is not, because he is not the object of immediate apprehension, to which corresponds in the intellectual sense the negation of the immediacy of substantiality. He is, because for thought he is, which corresponds to the emergence of the idea in the world of mind, but, please note, the idea in its abstract form, its infinite negativity. Thus, the form of his existence in history is not a perfectly, 13280, adequate pictorial indication of his intellectual significance. Therefore, if in the first section of this dissertation I tried to apprehend Socrates through via negationis, the way of negation, in the second section I shall try to apprehend him through via eminenti, the way of idealization. The point of this, of course, is not to tear Socrates out of his historical conditi, on the contrary, it is to see him properly in that conditi. Nor is the point of this that Socrates is supposed to be so divine that he cannot find a foothold on earth. The historian who has reached adulthood in the age of discrimination is as little served by such characters as the Indian maiden was served by lovers of that kind. Socrates ist aber nicht wie ein Pils aus der Erde gewachsen, sondern steht in der bestimmten Continuität mit seiner Zeit, but Socrates did not grow like a mushroom out of the ground, on the contrary, he stands in definite continuity with his time, a certain man says, but despite this continuity, one must remember that he cannot be completely planed by his past. That if we in one sense regard him as a logical conclusion to the premises of the past, there is more in him than was in the premises, the ursprüngliche original that is necessary if he is truly to be a turning point. 466 Plato has pressed this several places by saying that Socrates was a divine gift. Socrates himself also says this in the Apology, 30d, for this reason, gentlemen, so far from pleading on my own behalf, as might be supposed, I am really pleading on yours, to save you from misusing the gift of God, the God, by condemning me, and in 31a, if you doubt whether I am really the sort of person who would have been sent to this city as a gift from God, the God, etc. This impression, that Socrates was a divine gift, is indeed especially significant in that it points out that he was altogether appropriate for his 13281 age, for why should the gods not give good gifts, and also recalls that he was more than the age could give to itself. In der Episode Nala aus dem Gedichte Mahabharata wird erzählt, wie eine Jungfrau in ihrem 21. Jahre, in dem Alter, in welchem die Mädchen selbst das Recht haben einen Mann zu wählen, unter ihren Freiern sich einen aussucht. Es sind ihre 5, die Jungfrau bemerkt aber, dass wir nicht fest auf ihren Füßen stehen, und schließt ganz richtig daraus, dass es gut erschien. Sie wollt also den 5., der ein wirklicher Mensch ist. In the episode Nala in the poem Mahabharata, we have a story of a virgin who in her 21st year, the age at which the maidens themselves have the right to choose a husband, makes a selection from among her wooers. There are 5 of them, but the maiden remarks that 4 of them do not stand firmly on their feet and from this infers correctly that they are gods. She therefore chooses the 5th, who is a veritable man. See Hegel, Philosophie der Geschichte, p. 185. But since Socrates provides a turning point in this way, it becomes necessary to consider the age before him and the age after him. To give a historical account of the decline of the Athenian state at this point seems to me rather superfluous, and that I am right about this surely everyone will agree who is not infected with the lunacy from which a good many younger research scholars seem to suffer, a lunacy that manifests itself as tragic, not comic, in continually telling the same story. Precisely because it is a turning point in history, Hegel talks about it again and again. Sometimes his task is to describe it, and sometimes he uses it as an preamble. Therefore, everyone who has read anything at all of Hegel must be familiar with his views on this, and I shall not vex people by repeating what no one can say so well as Hegel himself. 470 If the reader wants a full-flavored and more detailed presentation that shows how Athens decayed more and more after Pericles, who in a way was an abnormal phenomenon himself, who in his lifetime had stemmed the evil and held it back, a presentation that carries the principle of decay through the different spheres of the state, may I refer him to Rocher, pp. 85 ff. But I cannot refrain from one comment. In many ways, the Athens of this period calls to mind what Rome was at a later time. Intellectually, Athens was the heart of Greece. Thus when Greek culture approached its disintegration, all the blood rushed back violently into the chambers of the heart. Everything concentrated in Athens: wealth, luxury, opulence, art, science, recklessness, the enjoyment of life, in short, everything that, as the city hastened toward its ruin, could also help to glorify it and illuminate one of the most brilliant intellectual dramas conceivable. There was a restlessness in Athenian life, there was a palpitation of the heart intimating that the hour of disintegration was at hand. But from the other side, that which was the condition for the decline of the state proved to have immense significance for the new principle that was to appear, and the disintegration and decay became indeed the fertile soil of the new principle. The evil principle in the Greek state now was the arbitrariness of finite subjectivity, i.e., unwarranted subjectivity. Arbitrariness, 13,282, in all its numerous, variegated forms. Wherever the body is, there the eagles will be gathered together. Matthew 24:28. Only one form will be the object of closer scrutiny here, that is, sophistry. This is indeed the troll that wreaks havoc in the domain of thought, and its name is Legion. 473 We shall consider these sophists, in them Socrates had the present or past that had to be destroyed. We shall see what it was like and then consider what Socrates must have been like to be able to destroy them so radically. Reflection begins with the sophists, and to that extent Socrates always has something in common with them, and in relation to Socrates the sophists could be called false messiahs. The sophists represent knowledge separating itself in its 13,283 motley multiplicity from substantial morality by means of the awakening reflection. On the whole, they represented the separated culture for which a need was felt by everyone for whom the fascination of immediacy had faded away. Their wisdom was einfliegend as blot, a fly sheet, which was not kept from flapping about either by a prominent public figure or by integration into a coherent system of knowledge. Their eternal conduct corresponded to this completely. They were here, there, and everywhere, as is said of bad money. They roamed from city to city like troubadours and wandering students. 478 In the Middle Ages, set up their schools, lured young people to come, and they came, inveigled by the trumpeted news that these men knew and could demonstrate everything. Here again Hegel has provided excellent positions. Yet it seems to me that the more pearly study, found in his Geschichte der Philosophie does not always hang together and at times has the character of a collection of random comments that frequently do not quite fall under the stated rubrics. But to the short sketch, in his Philosophie der Geschichte, as related to the more pearly presentation, a remark Hegel himself made somewhere 475 is applicable: the mind, and, is the best epitomizer. This sketch is so pertinent and clear that I shall quote it. It is found on p. 327, mit den Sophisten hat das Reflektieren über das Vorhandene und das Rassonieren seinen Anfang genommen. Eben diese Betriebsamkeit und Fähigkeit, die wir bei den Griechen im praktischen Leben und in der Kunstausübung sahen, zeigt sich bei ihnen in dem Hin und Herrchen und Wenden in den Vorstellungen, so dass, wie die sinnlichen Dinge von der menschlichen Fähigkeit verändert, verarbeitet, verkehrt werden, ebenso der Inhalt des Geistes, das gemeint, das Geist hin und her bewegt, Objekt der Beschäftigung und diese Beschäftigung ein Interesse für sich wird. Die Bewegung des Gedankens, und das innerliche Ergehen darin, die es interesselos Spiel wird nun selbst zum Interesse. Die gebildeten Sophisten, nicht Gelehrte oder wissenschaftliche Männer, sondern Meister der Gedankenwandlung setzten die Griechen in Erstaunen. Auf alle Fragen hatten sie eine Antwort, für alle Interessen politischen und religiösen Inhalts hatten sie allgemein Gesichtspunkte. Und die weitere Ausbildung bestand darin, 13,283, alles beweisen zu können, in allem zu recht fertigen Zeit auffinden. In der Demokratie ist es das besondere Bedürfnis, vor dem Volk zu sprechen, im etwas vorstellig zu machen, und dazu gehört, dass ihm der Gesichtspunkt, den es als Wesentlichen ansehen soll, gehörig vor die Augen geführt werde. Ist die Bildung des Geistes notwendig, und diese Gymnastik haben die Griechen sich bei ihren Sophisten erworben. Es wurde aber nun diese Gedankenbildung das Mittel, seine Absichten und Interessen bei dem Volk durchzusetzen, der geübte Sophist wusste den Gegenstand nach dieser Untjener Seite hinzuwenden, und so wurden Leidenschaften und Thorgeöffnet. Ein Hauptprinzip der Sophisten heißt, der Mensch ist das Maß aller Dinge, hierin, wie in allen Ausdrücken derselben, liegt aber die Zweideutigkeit, dass der Mensch der Geist in seiner Tiefe und Wahrhaftigkeit, oder auch in seinem Belieben und besonderen Interessen sein kann. Die Sophisten meinten den bloß subjektiven Menschen, Und Erklärten Heimat das Belieben vor das Prinzip dessen, was recht ist, und das dem Subjekt nutzt vor den letzten Bestimmungsgrund. With the Sophists began the process of reflection on the existing state of things, and of ratiocination. That very diligence and activity which we observed among the Greeks in their practical life, and in the achievement of works of art, showed itself also in the turns and windings which these ideas took, so that, as material things are changed, worked up, and used for other than their original purposes, similarly the essential being of spirit, what is thought and known, is variously handled, it is made an object about which the mind can employ itself, and this occupation becomes an interest in and for itself. The movement of thought, that which goes on within its sphere, without reference to an intrinsic object, a process which had formerly no interest, acquires attractiveness on its own account. The cultivated sophists, who were not erudite or scientific men but masters of subtle turns of thought, excited the admiration of the Greeks. For all questions they had an answer, for all interests of a political or religious order they had general points of view, and in the ultimate development of their art, they claimed the ability to prove everything, to discover a justifiable side in every 283 position. In a democracy it is a matter of the first importance to be able to speak in popular assemblies, to urge one's opinions on public matters. Now this demands the power of duly presenting before them that point of view which we desire them to regard as essential. For such a purpose, intellectual culture is needed, and this discipline the Greeks acquired under their sophists. This mental culture then became the means, in the hands of those who possessed it, of enforcing their views and interests on the demos. The expert sophist knew how to turn the subject of discussion this way or that way at pleasure, and thus the doors were thrown wide open to all human passions. A leading principle of the sophists was that man is the measure of all things, but in this, as in all their apothegms, lurks an ambiguity, since the term man may denote spirit in its depth and truth, or in the aspect of mere caprice and private interest. The sophists meant man simply as subjective and intended, in this dictum of theirs, that mere liking was the principle of right, and that advantage to the individual was the ground of final appeal. The introduction to the Protagoras vividly pictures the conduct of some of the sophists. On the whole, what they wanted to impart to people was not so much an insight into the particular sciences but a universal culture, and Protagoras' declaration is very reminiscent of the warning by Mephistopheles in Goethe's Faust against studies in various faculties. He presently assures the young people that they need not fear that he, like the other sophists, will lead them against their will back to the branches of knowledge they specifically wish to avoid. Therefore, he would not instruct them in arithmetic, astronomy, etc. No, he would make cultured men of them. He would give them the proper instruction for becoming competent politicians and, 284, no less competent in their private lives. Thus we see also in the Gorgias 481 how this universal culture manifests itself as the science that in public life can excel all other sciences, so that he who possesses it possesses the master key whereby he can open all doors. This universal culture reminds us of what is offered for sale in our time by scholarly vendors of indulgences under the name of enlightenment. Inasmuch as the sophists' main interest, need to earning money, was to gain influence in political affairs, their wanderings bring to mind the holy pilgrimages and pious pageantry that now are the order of the day in the political world and by which the political traveling salesmen try to impart to people in the shortest possible time the requisite political background to enable them to talk. The immediate consciousness, secure and confident as it relies upon what it receives from the past, like a sacred treasure, scarcely ever notices that life is full of contradictions. Reflection, on the other hand, discovers this at once. It discovers that what is supposed to be absolutely certain, determinative for men, laws, customs, etc., places the individual in conflict with himself. It also discovers that all this is something eternal to a person, and as such he cannot accept it. Consequently, it shows the error, but it also has available the remedy for it. It teaches how to give reasons for everything. Thus it gives people an adroitness, a competence in classifying every particular instance under certain universal instances. It places at the disposal of each individual a rosary of loci communes, general propositions, by repeated recital of which he is in the position of always being able to say something about the particular, make some observations about it, state some reasons for or against. The more such categories one has, the more expert one is in using them, the more educated one is. This was the culture provided by the sophists. Although they did not give instruction in the particular sciences, the universal culture they practiced, the drilling with which they trained people, nevertheless seems to be most comparable to the capsule information that a tutor tries to convey to those being tutored. In one sense this universal culture is very rich and in another very meager. It deceives itself and others and does not detect at all that it always uses the same magnitudes. It deceives both itself and others, just as Tordenskjold 482 deceived others by having 13,285. The same troops who had paraded down one street parade down the Neet Street. 483 Therefore, in relation to the immediate consciousness, which in all innocence accepts with childlike simplicity whatever is offered, this culture is negative, and it is too shrewd to be innocent. In relation to thought, however, it is highly positive. In its first form, this education shakes the foundations of everything, but in its second form it enables every pupil of integrity to make everything firm and fast again. The sophist, therefore, demonstrates that everything is true. In one sense, the thesis that everything is true was valid also for early Greek culture. The actual had absolute validity. But in sophistry, reflection is awakened, it shakes the foundations of everything, and it is then that sophistry lulls it to sleep again with reasons. By means of reasonments, this hungry monster is satisfied, and thus together with the sophists the thinker seems able to demonstrate everything, for they could give reasons for everything, and by means of reasons they could at any time whatever make anything whatever true. Now, it is no doubt true that the thesis everything is true, placed in the sphere of reflection, in the very neat instant shifts over into its opposite, nothing is true. But this neat moment did not come for sophistry, precisely because it lived in the moment. What enabled sophistry to rest there was that it lacked a comprehensive consciousness, it lacked the eternal moment in which it would have to give an account of the whole. Since reflection had shaken the foundations of everything, sophistry assumed the role of remedying the momentary need. Thus reflection in sophistry was checked in its precarious outflowing and was controlled at every moment, but the security that bound it was the particular subject. It appeared, therefore, as if sophistry were able to constrain the ghost that it itself had raised. But when the foundations of everything have been shaken, what can then become the firm ground that is to save the situation? Either it is the universal, the good etc., or it is the finite subject, his propensities, desires, etc. The sophist sees the latter expedient. Therefore, freely ranging thought, which to a certain degree already announces its presence in reflection if it is not arbitrarily stopped, lives like a slave in sophistry, and every time it raises its head to look around freely, it is bound by the individual in the service of the moment. The sophist has hamstrung it, so to speak, so that it cannot run away from him. Now reflection has to mold bricks, 485 construct buildings, and do other slave work. It lives subjugated and oppressed under the yoke of the 30 tyrants, the sophists. Hegel notes in his Geschichte der Philosophie, 2, p. 5, Der Begriff, den die Vernunft im Anagoras, 13286, als das Wesen gefunden, ist das einfache Negativ, in welches alle Bestimmtheit, alles Sinn und Einzelne sich versenkt. Vor dem Begriff kann nichts bestehen, ist eben das Prädikatlos absolut, ist schlechthin alles nur im Moment, für ihn geht es, sich so auszudrücken, nichts nicht und nagelfests. Eben der Begriff ist dies Fleißen Übergehen Heraklits, dies Bewegen, diese Kosticität, der nichts widerstehen kann. Der Begriff also, der sich selbst findet sich als die absolut Macht, welcher alles verschwindet, und jetzt werden alle Dinge, alles bestehen, alles für festgehaltene Flüssig. Dies Fest, sei es nun eine Festigkeit des Seins, oder Festigkeit von bestimmten Begriffen, Grundsätzen, Sitten, Gesetzen, Geräten schwanken und verliert seinen Halt. Grundsätze U.S.F. gehören selbst dem Begriff, sind als allgemeins gesetzt, aber die Allgemeinheit ist nur ihre Form, der Inhalt, den sie haben, Gereth, als etwas Bestimmtes, in Bewegung. Diese Bewegung sehen wir in den sogenannten Sophisten Worten. The notion, which reason has found in Anaxagoras to be really istance, sic, is the simple negative into which all determination, all that is instant and individual sinks. Before the notion nothing can est, for it is simply the predicateless absolute to which everything is clearly a moment only, for it there is thus nothing so to speak permanently fiat and sealed. The notion is just the continual change of Heraclitus, the movement, the causticity, which nothing can resist. Thus the notion which finds itself as the absolute power before which everything vanishes, and thereby all things, all instants, everything held to be secure, is now made fleeting. This firm ground, whether it be a security of natural being or the security of definite conceptions, principles, customs, and laws, becomes vacillation and loses its stability. As universal, such principles, and, certainly themselves pertain to the notion, yet their universality is only their form, for the content which they have, as determinate, falls into movement. We see this movement arising in the so-called sophists. It seems, however, that Hegel makes the sophistic movement too grandiose, and therefore the distrust one may have about the correctness of his view is strengthened even more by the presence, in his subsequent discussion of sophistry, of various points that cannot be harmonized with it. Likewise, if this were the correct interpretation of sophistry, there is much in his conception of Socrates that would make it necessary to identify Socrates with them. Now, it is undoubtedly true that sophistry harbors in itself a secret very dangerous to itself, but it refuses to become conscious of it, and the sophists pompous, confident parading, their matchless self-sufficiency, all of which we learn from Plato, is proof enough that they thought themselves able to satisfy the demands of the times, not by shaking the foundations of everything but, after having shaken the foundations, by making it all secure again. In a finite view, the frequently repeated sophistic thesis, man is the measure of all things, contains a positivity, but a more profound view sees, 287, it is ultimately negative. On the whole, the sophists considered themselves to be physicians to the age. This sophistic thesis can provide a very interesting contribution to the fate of quotations in their frequently long and difficult passage through life. Certain quotations resemble stock characters in comedies, merely an incidental and fleeting intimation of their existence is needed for one to recognize them at once. The person who scoops his wisdom from magazines, journals, prefaces to books, and booksellers' blurbs easily acquires a great number of, 287, what could be called casual acquaintances. But as it turns out, one knows the eternal man but is usually totally ignorant of his origin, history, situation, etc. This sophistic thesis is now a stock figure in modern literature's world of quotations. Hegel, however, took the liberty of interpreting it to mean that man is the goal toward which everything strives. This was a bold act of rape for which one can easily forgive Hegel, since he himself so often reminds us of the significance it had in the mouths of the sophists. However, a good many Hegelians, for want of being parties to the good, have preferred to be parties to the evil and have widely circulated this false currency. In Danish, the ambiguity of the word mål, measure, goal, is tempting for the person who does not know that it is a sophistic thesis. For this reason I chose to quote it in the Greek from Plato's Theaetetus, 152a, Ast. 2. In Plato, therefore, we always find that whenever the sophists are obliged to make a statement about which art they possess, the invariable answer is, the art of public speaking. But it is in precisely this sphere that the positivity of the sophists manifests itself. The public speaker's concern is always with a particular case. Here it is a matter of seeing something from the front, from behind, of chattering up one side and down the other. On the other hand, he is dealing with a great number of individuals. Here the sophists taught how to work upon the emotions and passions. It was always a matter of the particular case and of victory in the particular case, and of this the sophist was sure. An analogy may throw some light on this positivity in sophistry. Casuistry hides exactly the same kind of secret that sophistry hides. In casuistry, incipient reflection is halted. As soon as this reflection is permitted to emerge, it demolishes casuistry immediately. And yet casuistry is indeed a positivity, even though a more profound consideration sees its negativity. The casuist is secure and calm. He feels that he not only is able to help himself but is able to, 288, help others as well. If someone doubts and then turns to a casuist, he always has 7 pieces of advice, 7 answers right at hand. This is certainly a high degree of positivity. That this is an illusion and that the casuist nurses the sickness he wants to cure is undoubtedly the case, but he is not conscious of it. In my discussion of the dialogue Protagoras, I have adequately stressed the relation between Socrates' view and the sophists. Protagoras has a host of virtues, a positive assortment. For Socrates, virtue is one and only one. This Socratic thesis is certainly negative in comparison with Protagoras' abundance, but it is also speculative. It is the negative infinity in which each particular virtue is free. Protagoras' thesis that virtue can be taught is certainly positive. It contains a high degree of confidence in existence and in the sophistic art. On the other hand, the Socratic thesis that virtue cannot be taught is negative, but it is also speculative, for it signifies the eternal self-positing infinity in which all learning is encompassed. Thus Protagoras is continually positive, but only apparently so, and Socrates is continually negative, but up to a point this, too, is only apparent. He is positive to the extent that the infinite negativity contains within itself an infinity. He is negative because for him the infinity is not a disclosure but a boundary. Although the dialectic of Gorgias, who, incidentally, refused to be branded a sophist 491, takes the sophistic skepticism still further. Even he was to a certain degree more positive than Socrates. The three well-known theses 492 he sets forth in his work on nature certainly do contain a skepticism that not only undertakes to show the relativity of being or its not in and for itself being, its being for another, but also forces its way even into the qualifications of being. Nevertheless, the way he perceives being is still infected with a positivity in comparison with infinite, absolute negativity. As Hegel says of Gorgias's dialectic in general, diese Dialektik ist allerdings unüberwindbar. Vordingenigen, der das, Senlichi, say and als reals behauptet, this dialectic is undoubtedly impregnable to those who maintain sensuous being to be real. p. 41. To be sure, the positivity I generally have attributed to the sophists has acquired a somewhat different meaning here, but it must be remembered that Gorgias ranked the highest of the sophists and thus cannot be denied a certain scientific scholarliness. Nevertheless, compared with Socrates, he is positive precisely because he had a presupposition, whereas the infinite negativity is the pressure that gives subjectivity the elasticity. 13,289, that is the condition for ideal positivity. In Plato's Gorgias, the theses maintained by Gorgias, Polus, and Callicles with increasing insolence 494 are also positive in comparison with Socrates' view and positive in the sense in which I have generally used the term with regard to the sophists. The thesis 495 that justice is what the stronger wants is positive compared with the negativity in which the inner infinity of the good is intimated. The thesis that it is better to do wrong than to suffer wrong is positive compared with the negativity in which the divine providence is dormant. This, then, was the positivity from which Greece was to be, 13,289, liberated, a positivity that was just as vapid in theory as it was ruinous in practice. For this to occur thoroughly, however, a radical cure was necessary, and to that end the sickness had to burn itself out so that no susceptibility still remained in the body. Now, these sophists were Socrates' born enemies, and if we ask what qualifications he had to have in order to keep a tight rein on them, it is impossible not to be momentarily overjoyed at the ingenuousness in world history, because Socrates and the sophists are, as is said, made for each other and on a scale rarely found. Socrates is so equipped and armed that it is impossible to fail to appreciate that he is going to war with the sophists. If Socrates had had a positivity to advance, the result would have been that he and the sophists would have talked together, since the wisdom of the sophists was just as tolerant as the piety of the Romans and had no objection to there being one more sophist, one more shop. But such was not to be the case. The sacred was not to be taken in vain, the temple had to be cleansed before the sacred would once again take a seat there. Truth demands silence before it will raise its voice, and Socrates was to bring about this silence. For this reason, he was purely negative. If he had had any positivity, he would never have been so merciless, never such an ogre as he was and as he was obliged to be in order not to fall short of his mission in the world. For this he was indeed equipped. If the sophists had an answer for everything, then he could pose questions. If the sophists knew everything, 13,290, then he knew nothing at all. If the sophists could talk without stopping, then he could be silent, that is, he could converse. If the sophist's pageant was pompous and pretentious, then Socrates' appearance was quiet and modest. If the sophist's mode of living was sumptuous and self-indulgent, his was simple and abstemious. If the sophist's goal was influence in the state, Socrates was reluctant to have anything to do with political affairs. If the sophist's instruction was priceless, then Socrates was, too, in the opposite sense. If the sophists wished to sit at the head of the table, Socrates was content to sit at the foot. If the sophists wanted to be regarded as somebodies, Socrates preferred to be a nobody. All this can, of course, be understood as examples of Socrates' moral strength, but it would perhaps be more correct to see it as an indirect polemic against the odious abuses of the sophists, a polemic born of the inner infinity of irony. In one sense, admittedly, we may speak of Socrates' moral strength, but the point he reached in this respect was rather the negative qualification that subjectivity intrinsically determines itself, but he lacked the objectivity in which subjectivity in its intrinsic freedom is free, the objectivity that is not the limiting but the enlarging boundary of subjectivity. The point he reached was primarily the ideal infinity's internal self-consistency in the abstraction wherein it is a qualification just as much metaphysical as aesthetic and moral. The thesis Socrates so often advances, that sin is ignorance, is already adequate evidence of this. It is the infinite, nonchalant freedom of subjectivity that we see in Socrates, but this is precisely the irony. The loquacity 496 and long speeches of the sophists are like a sign of the positivity they possessed. At this point, I trust that two things are apparent, namely, that irony has a world historical validity and that Socrates is not depreciated by my interpretation of him but really becomes a hero. 497 So that he is seen going about his business, so that he becomes visible to the one who has eyes to see, audible to the one who has ears to hear. 498 Early Greek culture had outlived itself, a new principle had to emerge, but before it could appear in its truth, all the prolific weeds of misunderstandings, pernicious anticipations had to be plowed under, destroyed down to the deepest roots. The new principle must contend. World history needs an accoucheur, obstetrician. Socrates fills this place. He himself was not the one who was to, 291, bring the new principle in its fullness. In him it was only, cryptically, present, he was to make its advancement possible. But this intermediate stage, which is not the new principle and yet is that, potentia non actu, potentially, not actually, is precisely irony. But irony, in turn, is the glaive, the two-edged sword that he swung like an avenging angel over Greece. In the Apology, Socrates himself correctly understood this. There he says that he is like a gift of the gods and more specifically defines himself as a gadfly, which the Greek state, like a great and noble but lazy horse, needed. How his practice completely corresponded to this has already been discussed adequately above. But irony is the very incitement of subjectivity, and in Socrates irony is truly a world historical passion. In Socrates, one process ends and with him a new one begins. He is the last classical figure, but he consumes this sterling quality and natural fullness of his in the divine service by which he destroys classicism. But his own classicism makes it possible for him to sustain the irony. This is what I earlier called the divine healthiness that Socrates must have possessed. 292 For the reflective individuality, every natural qualification is simply a task. And through and out of life's dialectic emerges the transfigured individuality as the personality who at every moment is victorious and yet is still fighting. The reflective individuality never acquires the equanimity that encompasses the beautiful individuality, because it is to some extent a product of nature and has in itself the sensate as an essential element. The beautiful individuality's harmonious unity is disturbed by irony, and to a certain degree it is also disturbed in Socrates. In him it is destroyed, negated, at every moment. This also explains the view of death discussed earlier. But above this destruction, the ironica taraya, to recall an impression from skepticism, towers higher and higher. It certainly might seem that Socrates was a reflective individuality, and the dubious aptitudes suggested by his appearance seem to indicate not so much that he was what he was as that he became what he was. It might be possible, however, to conceive of this as more in line with the ugly interior he himself describes with so much irony. It is well known that Zopyrus 500 made physiognomic studies of Socrates. The truth of the whole art of physiognomy, however, is based upon the thesis that essence is and is only insofar as it is in appearance, or that appearance is the truth of essence, essence is the truth of appearance. Now, essence is surely the negation of appearance, but it is not the absolute negation, since thereby essence itself would actually have disappeared. But to a certain degree, this is irony, it negates the phenomenal. Not in order to posit by means of this negation, but negates the phenomenal altogether. It runs back instead of going out, it is not in the phenomenon but seeks to deceive with the phenomenon. The phenomenon is not to disclose the essence but to conceal it. If one bears in mind that in happy Greece essence, 292, and phenomenon were united as an immediate, natural qualification, then one also perceives that as this harmony is broken, the separation must be cut so deep that a unity in a higher form is brought about. In that case, it might be possible that Socrates interpreted this contradiction between his essence and his appearance ironically. He considered it entirely appropriate that his exterior suggested something quite different from his interior. Even though stress is laid on the moral freedom that negated all these preposterous natural contours, the incongruity still remains insofar as his moral striving never made him able to regenerate his interior. Thus Socrates will always be a difficult task for physiognomy. If the element of self-determination is stressed, there remains the problem that Socrates' interior did not essentially change. If heredity is stressed, then Socrates is indeed a stumbling block for the whole art of physiognomy. Mering, Ideen zur Wissenschaft. Begründung die Physiognomik, in Fichte's Journal, 501-2, 1840, p. 244, stresses the factor of self-determination but does not stress the difficulty. But if we rather bear in mind the ironic delight Socrates took in being so equipped by nature that everyone inevitably was mistaken about him, there will be no need to go any deeper into physiognomic profundities. Just as with the Jews, who were, after all, the chosen people, the skepticism of the law had to pave the way, by its negativity had to consume and cauterize, so to speak, the natural man so that grace would not be taken in vain. 503 So also with the Greeks, the people who in the secular sense can certainly be called the chosen, the happy people, whose native land was, 293, the land of harmony and beauty, the people in whose development the purely human passed through its qualifications, the people of freedom, so also with the Greeks in their carefree, intelligible world, the silence of irony had to be the negativity that prevented subjectivity from being taken in vain. For just like the law, irony is a demand, an enormous demand, because it rejects reality, realitet, and demands ideality. It is clear that ideality is already in this desire, even though only as possibility, because intellectually that which is desired is always in the desire already, inasmuch as the desire is regarded as the agitation of the desired itself in the desiring. And just as irony is reminiscent of the law, so the sophists are reminiscent of the Pharisees, who in the realm of the will operated in the very same way as the sophists in the realm of knowledge. But precisely because this demand was authentic in that period of world history, Socrates' irony is world historically authorized and does not have the sickliness and egotism it has in a much later period, when, after ideality has been given in fullest measure, it insists on an exaggerated sublimate of it. What Socrates did with the sophists was to give them the nete moment, the moment in which the momentarily true dissolved into nothing. In other words, he let the infinite devour the finite. But Socrates' irony was not turned against only the sophists, it was turned against the whole established order. He demanded ideality from all of it, and this demand was the judgment that judged and condemned Greek culture. But his irony was not the instrument he used in the service of the idea, irony was his position, more he did not have. If he had had the idea, his annihilating activity would not have been so radical. The one who proclaimed the law was not the one who also brought grace, the one who laid down the demand in all its rigor was not the one who could satisfy the demand. But it must be borne in mind that between Socrates' demand and its satisfaction there was not the chasmic abyss such as that fiat between law and grace. In Socrates' demand, the satisfaction was, potentially, present. The world historical formation thereby became quite well-rounded. In the previously cited treatise, p. 54, Schleiermacher points out that Plato is much too complete for a beginning from scratch, 294, and makes the point in contrast to Krug 506 and Ast, 507 who bypass Socrates and began with Plato. But irony is the beginning, and yet no more than the beginning, it is and it is not, and its polemic is a beginning that is just as much an ending, for the destruction of the earlier development is just as much the ending of this as it is the beginning of the new development, since the destruction is possible only because the new principle is already present as possibility. We now proceed to show in Socrates the other side of the bifrontic character implicit in every historical beginning. We must look at his relation to the development that traces its beginning back to him. It is a familiar fact that not only Plato but also a multiplicity of schools regarded this point as the source of their wisdom. It might seem as if it were necessary, in order to explain this phenomenon, to assume a high degree of positivity in Socrates. I have already tried to show how particularly the relation to Alcibiades can be explained very well without assuming such a positivity, indeed, that an explanation, 295, is possible only on the assumption that it was not present. I also tried to show what kind of magic irony possessed in order to captivate the mind. Plato interpreted his relation to Socrates with equal beauty and piety in the well-known statement that he thanked God for four things: that he was born a human being and not an animal, a male and not a female, a Greek and not a barbarian, but principally because he was born a citizen of Athens and a contemporary of Socrates. See Christian A. Brandis, Grundlinien der Lehre des Socrates, Rheinisches Museum, Bonn, 1827, p. 119. Aber eine so groß Anzahl sehr begabter Männer hat kein Philosoph des Altertums in dem Maß vor sich und vor Erforschung der Wahrheit gewonnen, wie Socrates, keiner wir, eine mannigfaltigkeit von Schulen veranlagt, die in Lehre und Lehrweise höchst verschieden untereinander, sich in der Überzeugung vereinigten, dem Socrates ihre leitenden Grundsätze zu verdanken. Unter den philosophischen Schulen, deren von einigen, 10, von andern 9, als ethische i.e., Socratische Besatzung at Werden, von sich aus der Epikureischen Schwerlich eine, die solche Bezeichnung verschmot haben würde. No philosopher of antiquity has won for himself and for the pursuit of truth such a great number of extremely gifted men as did Socrates. None other has given occasion to a multiplicity of schools so different from one another in doctrine and mode of teaching, yet united in the conviction that they owe their guiding principles to Socrates. Among these philosophical schools, of which some have designated 10, others 9, as ethical, that is, Socratic, Scarcely one, except the Epicurean, would have found such a designation disdainful. 509. The 9 Socratic schools are the academic, Megaric, Erythraean, Elean, Peripatetic, Cyrenaic, Cynic, Stoic, and Epicurean. I now go on to similar observations to show how once again irony can explain this phenomenon, indeed, that this phenomenon requires irony as its explanation. Hegel, Geschichte der Philosophie, 2, p. 126-510 notes that Socrates has been reproached for the derivation of so many diverse philosophies from his teaching. He replies that this was on account of the indefiniteness and abstraction of his principle. To upbraid Socrates for this simply indicates the desire that he should have been different from what he actually was. In other words, if the Socratic position had included the limitation that every intermediate positivity must necessarily have, then it most certainly to all eternity would have been impossible that so many descendants could try to claim their right of primogeniture. If, however, his position was infinite negativity, then it is easily explained, since this contains within itself the possibility of everything, the possibility of the whole infinity of subjectivity. In discussing the 3 Socratic schools, Megaric, Cyrenaic, and Cynic, Hegel notes, p. 127-511 that all 3 schools are very different from one another and adds that this alone clearly shows that Socrates had no positive system. Not only did he have no positive system, but he was also devoid of positivity. I shall try to show this later in connection with the way in which Hegel reclaims for him the idea of the good. Here it suffices to say that even the good he had only as infinite negativity. In the good, subjectivity legitimately possesses an absolutely valid goal for its striving, but Socrates did not start from the good but arrived at the good, ended with the good, which is why it is entirely abstract for him. Hegel, too, seems to agree, but he is not always consistent. p. 124. Socrates selbst war nicht darüber hinausgekommen, dass vor das Bewusstsein überhaupt das einfache Wesen des Selbstdenkens, das Gute, Aussprache und die bestimmten Begriff vom Guten untersuchte, ob sie das, dessen Wesen sie ausdrücken sollten, gehörig ausdrückten, die Sache durch sie in der that bestimmt sei. Das Gute wurde als Zweck für den handelnden Menschen gemacht. Dabei sur die ganze Welt der Vorstellung, überhaupt das Gegenständliche. 13296, Wesen, für sich liegen, ohne einen Übergang von dem Guten, dem Wesen des Bewussten als eines solchen, zu dem Ding zu suchen, und das Wesen als Wesen der Dinge zu erkennen. Socrates himself did not come so far that he pressed for consciousness generally the simple essence of self-thought, the good, and investigated the determinate concepts of the good, whether they properly express that of whose essence they should express, and whether in fact the matter was determined by them. The good was made the end of the man acting. He thereby left the whole world of idea, objective existence in general, resting by itself, without seeking a passage from the good, from the essence of the conscious as such to the thing, and without recognizing the essence as the essence of things. 13296. But if Hegel's comments are restricted in this way, they must also be attended by stressing the prodigious elasticity inherent in this infinite negativity. It does not suffice to say that from the heterogeneity of the Socratic schools the conclusion may be drawn that Socrates had no positive system, but it must be added that by its pressure the infinite negativity has made all positivity possible, has been an infinite incitement and stimulation for positivity. Just as in daily life Socrates could begin anywhere, so his significance in the world historical development is to be the infinite beginning that contains within itself a multiplicity of beginnings. Thus as beginning he is positive, but as mere beginning he is negative. Consequently, his relation here is the reverse of what it was with regard to the Sophists. But the unity thereof is precisely irony. It is also apparent, therefore, that the 3 Socratic schools are united in the abstractly universal, however differently they otherwise interpret this. But this has the very ambiguity that it can both polemically turn against the finite and be stimulative for the infinite. Just as in his association with his pupils, if I may be permitted to use this expression 514 Socrates was indispensable to them for keeping the investigation continually on the move, so also in the world historical sense his significance was that he set the ship of speculation afloat. But that requires an infinite polemic, a power to clear away every hindrance that may halt its movement. He himself, however, does not go on board but only prepares the ship for embarkation. He himself still belongs to an older formation, and yet a new one begins with him. He discovers within himself the other continent in the same sense as Columbus had discovered America before he went aboard and actually discovered it. Therefore, his negativity forestalls any backsliding just as much as it accelerates the actual discovery. And just as his intellectual, 13,297, mobility and enthusiasm in daily association were inspiring to his pupils, so the enthusiasm of his position as the actuating energy in the subsequent positivity. For Hegel's account of the principles of these schools, see pages 127 and 128. In the preceding sections, it has become apparent that Socrates, in his relation to the established order of things, was entirely negative, that he is suspended in ironic satisfaction above all the qualifications of substantial life. It has also become apparent that with regard to the positivity the sophists claimed and with their multiplicity of reasons tried to anchor and to make into an established order, Socrates once again related himself negatively and in ironic freedom was aware of being over and above it. His whole position, therefore, rounds itself off in the infinite negativity that turns out to be negative in relation to both a previous and a subsequent development, although in another sense it is positive in both relations, that is, infinitely ambiguous. Against the established order of things, the substantial life of the state, his whole life was a protest. He became involved with the sophists in their attempt to create a surrogate for the established order. Their reasons could not hold back the gale wind of his infinite negativity, which instantly blew away all the polypous ramifications by which the particular and empirical subject clung fast and swept them out into the infinite oceanus in which the good, the true, the beautiful, etc. confined themselves in infinite negativity. So much for the relations in which his irony manifested itself. As for the way in which it disclosed itself, it emerged both partially, as a mastered element in the development of discourse, and totally and in all its infinity, whereby it finally sweeps Socrates away with it. Appendix. Hegel's view of Socrates, 13,298. What remains now is to compare the view of Socrates given in this dissertation with earlier perceptions. What remains is to let it test itself in the world. But it is by no means my intention to reel off every possible view or by way of a kind of historical survey to follow the pattern of the youngest followers of a certain modern school, who once again have chosen the form of a fairy tale as a model by always rehearsing the whole lesson at the beginning of each new part. 515 Surely everyone perceives the unreasonableness of going so far back that Brucker 516 or Dixon 517 would have to be included, or of being so conscientious as to include Krug's reminiscences. 518 To begin with, Schleiermacher's well-known treatise would, 13,299, already be starting from the beginning, although I cannot even agree with Brandis 527 that Schleiermacher was the first to make a breakthrough. The task that Schleiermacher assigned himself, to evaluate Socrates' worth as a philosopher, is already sufficient proof that any absolutely exhaustive result is not to be expected. With Socrates, to bring up again a previously quoted remark by Hegel, 519 which strangely enough is, by Hegel, it is a question not so much of philosophy as of the individual life. What Schleiermacher reclaims for Socrates is the idea of knowledge, and this is also the positivity, 13,299, as stated above, that Schleiermacher thinks Socrates hides behind his ignorance. Schleiermacher says, p. 61, Den Woheranders Konto Roch, was onder het Wissenglaten, voor ein nicht wissen erklären, als nu Vermogeiner Rich Tiger en Vorstellung vom Wissen und Vermogeines darauf beruhend en Rich Tiger en Verferens. Und überall wo das nicht wissen darlegt, sieht man, get von diesen beiden Merkmalen aus, zuerst das Wissen in allen wahren Gedanken dasselbe sei, also auch jeder solche Gedanke die eigentümliche Form desselben in sich tragen müsse, und dann das alles Wissen ein ganzes Bilde. Den sein Beweis beruhen immer darauf, dass man von einem wahren Gedanken aus nicht kann in Widerspruch verurteilt werden mit einem anderen, und dass auch ein von einem Punkt aus Objektivitätes durch richtige Verknüpfung gefundenes Wissen nicht dürfe widersprechen einem von einem anderen Punkt auf Gleichweise gefundenen, und indem in den gangbaren Vorstellungen der Menschen solche Widersprüche aufdeckt, sucht in allen, die, ihn, irgend verstehen oder auch nur ahnen konnten, jene Grunddenken aufzuregen. For how else was he able to announce as mere ignorance what others believed themselves to know if it were not for a more correct conception of knowledge and a more correct procedure based on this? Wherever he expounds this ignorance, he is seen to proceed by way of two criteria. First, knowledge in all true thought is the same, and consequently every such thought must intrinsically bear its own unique form, and second, all knowledge constitutes a totality. Hence, his proofs always depend upon the fact that whoever proceeds from a true thought cannot become entangled in a contradiction with another true thought, and that knowledge derived through valid inferences from one point cannot contradict knowledge gained in the same way from another point. And by uncovering such contradictions in the customary ideas of men, Socrates sought to stir up this fundamental thought in everyone who could somehow understand him or at least had an inkling. 520 Further on, p. 63. He attributes method to Socrates and understands this according to the Phaedrus 521 as having the double task, zu wissen, wie man richtig vieles zur Einheit zusammenfasst und eine große Einheit auch wieder ihrer Nature gemäß in mannigfaltiges Style, to know how to synthesize correctly multiple components into a unity and, in turn and in accordance with its nature, to divide a larger unity into multiple parts. If we scrutinize what is suggested here, we see that there is nothing that is incompatible with our whole view. What is stressed here is the very idea of consistency, the law upon which the domain of knowledge rests, but it is still understood so negatively that the principle it contains, one that Socrates also used, is principium ecclusimae di inter duo contradictoria, the principle of the occluded middle between two contradictories. The whole that all knowledge is supposed to form is once again conceived so negatively that it actually is infinite negativity. The two tasks of the method are also negative, because the unity under which the multifarious are comprehended is the negative unity in which it disappears, and the separation by which the unity is dissolved is the negativity of discursiveness. But this, indeed, is what we have understood as the essential in Socrates' dialectic, that it establishes the infinite self-consistency of the ideal. What is lacking in Schleiermacher, however, although, 13,300, it is in some measure unfair to demand this of him since he himself has limited his task, is an awareness of Socrates' significance as personality. Bauer, in his so frequently quoted book, 522 is excellent on this, and the whole view that the similarity between Socrates and Christ, if anything, must be sought in the validity they both had as personalities is a very productive view. But the main point is to insist on the infinite dissimilarity that still remains within this similarity. That irony as a qualification of personality has been indicated frequently in the foregoing. It has the returning into itself that characterizes personality, it searches back into itself, encloses itself within itself. But in this movement, irony comes back empty-handed. Its relation to the world is not one in which the relation is an element in the content of personality, its relation to the world is a continuous non-relation to the world, a relation in which, the moment the relation is to begin, it pulls back with a skeptical reserve, but this reserve is the personality's reflex itself, which is indeed abstract and without content. Therefore, the ironic personality is actually only the outline of a personality. Thus one sees that there is an absolute dissimilarity between Socrates and Christ, because the immediate fullness of deity resided in Christ, and his relation to the world is so absolutely real a relation that the Church is conscious of itself as members of his body. 13,300, Hegel clearly provides a turning point in the view of Socrates. Therefore, I shall begin with Hegel and end with Hegel, without giving attention to his predecessors, since they, insofar as they have any significance, have been corroborated by his view, or to his successors, since they have only relative value in comparison with Hegel. Just as his presentation of the historical usually cannot be charged with wasting time on wrangling about minutiae, so it focuses with prodigious intellectual intensity upon specific, crucial, central battles. Hegel apprehends and comprehends history in its large formations. Thus Socrates is by no means permitted to stand still like ein Ding an sich, a thing in itself, but he must step forth whether he wishes to or not. The difficulty implicit in the establishment of certainty about the phenomenal aspect of Socrates' life does not bother Hegel. He generally does not acknowledge such trivial concerns. And when the troubled augurs report that the sacred hens will not eat, he replies with Appius Claudius Pulcher, 13,301, then they must drink, and so saying throws them overboard. 529 Although he himself observes that with respect to Socrates it is a matter not so much of philosophy as of the individual life, there is nothing at all in his presentation of Socrates in Geschichte der Philosophie to illuminate the relations of the three different contemporary views of Socrates. He uses one single dialogue from Plato 531 as an example of the Socratic method without explaining why he chose this particular one. He uses Xenophon's Memorabilia and Apology, and also Plato's Apology, quite uncritically. On the whole, he does not like much fuss, and does not cast a benevolent eye even upon Schleiermacher's efforts to order the Platonic dialogues so that one great idea moves through them all in successive development. He says 533, p. 179, Das Literarische, das kritische Herrn Schleiermachers, die kritische Sundrung, ob die einen oder die anderen Nebendialog sehen, über die großen Kanonen nach den Zeugnissen der Alten kein Zweifel sein, ist für Philosophie ganz überflüssig, und gehört der Hyperkritik unserer Zeiten. Moreover, it is quite superfluous for philosophy, and belongs to the hypercriticism of our times, to treat Plato from a literary point of view, as Schleiermacher does, critically examining whether one or another of the minor dialogues is genuine or not, The testimony of the ancients leaves no doubt about the important ones. Anything like this is effort wasted on Hegel, and when the phenomena are paraded, he is in too much of a hurry and is too aware of the great importance of his role as commander-in-chief of world history to take time for more than the royal glimpse he allows to glide over them. Aristophanes is an exception, but more of this in the appropriate place. Although he is thereby spared considerable prolity, he also misses some things that in a complete account would be a necessary element. This is why something that suffers the injustice of being overlooked in this way sometimes intrudes, 13,302, elsewhere in order to claim its due. Thus in Hegel's discussion of Plato's system there appear various loosely scattered remarks claiming to be absolute because the whole quantity in which they would have manifested themselves in their relative truth, but therefore all the more justified, is destroyed. Page 184, was von dem den Dialogen dargestellten dem Socrates oder dem Platon Einschor, bedarf keiner weiteren Untersuchung. So viel ist gewiss, dass wir als Plato's Dialogen sein System vollkommen zu erkennen imstande sind. Page 222. Diese Dialektik, i.e., whose result is merely negative, sehen wir bei Plato häufig, thales in den mehr eigentlich Socratischen, moralischen Dialogen, thales auch in den vielen Dialogen, welche sich auf die Vorstellung der Sophisten von der Wissenschaft beziehen. Page 226, Die Dialektik in dieser höheren Bestimmung, as that which resolves the contrasts in the universal, so that this resolution of the contradiction is the affirmative, ist die eigentlich Platonische. Page 230. Viele Dialogen halten so nur negative Dialektik, das ist die Sokratische Unterredung, 184, there is, therefore, no need to inquire further as to what belongs to Socrates in the dialogues and what belongs to Plato. This much is certain, we are perfectly able to understand Plato's system from his dialogues. 222, we find this dialectic a great deal in Plato, both in the more really Socratic and moralizing dialogues, and in many dialogues which relate to the conceptions of the sophists in regard to science. 226, dialectic in this higher sense is the really Platonic. 230, many dialogues contain merely negative dialectic, and this is the Socratic conversation. These separate observations are in complete agreement with what I tried to point out in the first section of this study. But since they are such casual remarks, I cannot go on adducing them. By means of the predicate more really Socratic, Hegel here makes a distinction between the dialogues, without indicating, however, how satisfied he is with the philological endeavors. The discussion proper of Socrates is found in Geschichte der Philosophie, 18, pages 42 to 122, 534, and it is to this I shall now proceed. This discussion by Hegel is remarkable in that it ends as it begins, with the person of Socrates. Even though in various places Hegel seems to want to reclaim a positivity for him, and even though he attributes to him the idea of the good, it nevertheless turns out that the individual, in relation to the good, is arbitrarily self-determining, and that the good as such has no absolute binding power. On page 93 it says, Das Subjekt ist das Bestimmende, das Entscheidende. Obiguter oder schlechter Geist entscheide, bestimmt jetzt das Subjekt, the subject is the determining and deciding principle. Whether the mind deciding is good or bad, the subject, 13,303, now determines. 535, in other words, the subject stands freely above that which must properly be regarded as determinative for him, he stands freely above it not only in a moment of choice but at every instant, since arbitrariness constitutes no law, no constancy, no content, pages 93 to 94, continued, Der Punkt der Entscheidung aus sich selbst fingen, bei Socrates aufzugehen, dieses war bei den Griechen bewusstloses Bestimmen. Bei Socrates wird dieser entscheidende Geist in das subjektive Bewusstsein des Menschen verlegt, und die Frage ist nun zunächst, wie diese Subjektivität in Socrates selbst erscheint. Indem die Person, das Individuum zum Entscheidenden wird, so kommen wir auf diese Weise auf Socrates als Person, als Subjekt zurück, und das Folgende ist nun eine Entwicklung seiner persönlichen Verhältnisse. The point of deciding within oneself began to unfold with Socrates. With the Greeks this was an unconscious determination. With Socrates the deciding spirit is situated in the subjective consciousness of man, and now the needy question is how this subjectivity appears in Socrates himself. Because the person, the individual, now gives the decision, we return in this way to Socrates as person, as subject, and what follows is a development of his personal relations. The form in which subjectivity now manifests itself in Socrates is the daimonion, but since Hegel himself correctly points out that the daimonion is still not conscience, one sees how subjectivity in Socrates vibrates between the finite subjectivity and the infinite, since in conscience the finite subject makes itself infinite. Page 95, Gewissen ist die Vorstellung allgemeiner Individualität, des seines Selbstgewissen Geistes, der zugleich allgemein Wahrheit ist. Der Demon des Socrates ist die ganz notwendige Unterseite zu seiner Allgemeinheit, wie ihm diese zum Bewusstsein kam, so auch die andere Seite, die Einzelheit des Geistes. Sein reines Bewusstsein stand über beiden Seiten. Welcher Mängel in dieser Seite, werden wir zugleich bestimmen, nämlich der Mängel der Allgemeinen ist hersetzt selbst mangelhaft, auf eine einzelne Weise, nicht Wiederherstellung der Verdorbenen vor das Negative. Conscience is the representation of universal individuality, of the mind certain of itself, which is at the same time universal truth. The daimon of Socrates is the entirely necessary other side of his universality, as this came to consciousness in him, so also the other side, the individuality of mind. His pure consciousness stands over both sides. We shall promptly specify the lack of this side, namely, the lack of the universalism ended in an individual manner that is itself lacking, not a reinstatement of corruption in the place of the negative. 536 But that his pure consciousness stood above both sides is clearly what I have pressed by saying that he had the idea of the good as the infinite negativity. The many excellent particular comments found in this section of Hegel and the pregnancy of thought that characterizes him would be difficult to discuss coherently, inasmuch as so much is often put together that it is hard to find the coherence. 537 Various things have already been used previously in this dissertation. However, when I consider the Hegelian account in its totality and consider it in relation to the modification I have advanced, I believe that it all can best be dealt with under one rubric. In what sense is Socrates the founder, 13304, of morality? 538 Under this rubric, the most important elements of Hegel's view, of Socrates, will be discussed. In what sense is Socrates the founder of morality? In very general terms, Hegel describes Socrates' importance in the development as follows, p. 43, Socrates spricht nun das Wesen als das allgemeine Chaos, als das Gute, das in sich selbst ruhend Bewusstsein, das Gute, als solches, frei von der sehender Realität, frei gegen das Verhältnis des Bewusstseins zu sehender Realität, sei einzelnes sinnliches Bewusstsein, Gefühl und Neigungen, oder endlich frei von dem theoretisch über die Natur spekulierenden Gedanken, der obizwarer Gedanke, doch noch die Form des Seins hat. Ich bin der nicht als meine Guis. Socrates presses essence as the universal I, as the good, the consciousness resting in itself, the good as such, free from instant reality, free toward the relation of consciousness to instant reality. It is individual sensuous consciousness, feeling and inclination, or finally free from the theoretically speculative thought about nature, which, if it is indeed thought, still has the form of being and in which I am not certain of my existence. Thus Socrates has arrived at being in and for itself as the being in and for itself for thought. This is the one element, the other is that this good, this universal, must be recognized by me. Lest more be read into this than is there according to Hegel, it is necessary to say a little about his teaching. That Socrates' teaching, in Hegel's opinion, was negative, was intended to be negative, was designed to shake up and not to firm up, that in Socrates the negative is not immanent in a positivity, but is self-oriented, is already apparent in the several scattered quotations I have given and from a multitude of observations found in the section treating particularly of Socrates, but it comes out ever more clearly in the way in which Hegel discusses Aristophanes' view of Socrates. On page 85,540 he makes the comment that it is Aristophanes who has interpreted Socratic philosophy from the negative side, whereby the whole established order vanishes in the indefinite universal. He notes that it could not occur to him to justify or simply to accuse Aristophanes. Page 89, Die Übertreibung, die man dem Aristophanes zuschieben konnte, ist, dass diese Dialektik zur ganzen Bitterkeit der Konsequenz fortgetrieben hat, es kann jedoch nicht gesagt werden, dass dem Socrates Unrecht geschehen mit dieser Darstellung. Aristophanes hat durchaus nicht Unrecht, ja man muss sogar seine Tiefe bewundern, die Seite des Dialektischen des Socrates als eines Negativen erkannt und, nach seiner Weise freilich, mit Sophistem, 13305, Pinsel dargestellt zu haben. Socrates' Allgemeinheit hat die negative Seite des Aufhebens der Wahrheit, Gesetze, wie sie im unbefangenen Bewusstsein ist, das Bewusstsein wird so die reine Freiheit über den bestimmten Inhalt, der im als in sich geht. The exaggeration which may be ascribed to Aristophanes is that he drove this dialectic to its bitter end, yet it cannot be said that injustice is done to Socrates by this representation. Aristophanes was not unjust in this. Indeed, one must admire his depth in having recognized the dialectical aspect in Socrates as being negative and in having presented it, though after his own way, so forcibly. Socrates' universality has the negative aspect of the annulment of truth, laws, as it is in natural consciousness. This consciousness thus becomes the pure freedom over the determinate content, which for him was valid in itself. That his teaching was negative is also articulated in another way by Hegel in the observation that his philosophy actually was not speculative philosophy but ein individuelles Thun, an individual doing, p. 53. In order to evoke this individual action he moralized, es ist aber nicht eine Art und Weise von Predigen, ermahnen, das Ihren, das Tiers morales Irenu. S. F. But its nature and method are not that of preaching, exhorting, teaching, of a dry moralizing etc. p. 58. Anything like that was not in accord with Greek urbanity. This moralizing manifested itself, however, in his prompting everyone to think about his duties. He entered into the interests of the young and old, shoemakers, blacksmiths, sophists, politicians, citizens of every kind, whether they were domestic interests, bringing up children, or intellectual interests, and directed their thinking away from the specific incident to the universal, the in and for itself truth and beauty, p. 59. Here, then, we have the significance of his moralizing, and here it is clear what Hegel means when he, in line with the tradition of antiquity, calls Socrates the founder of morality. However, the rather familiar meaning of morality as found in Hegel must not be neglected. He distinguishes between morality, moralitet, and ethics, Sideliad. 545. But ethics is in part unreflected ethics such as ancient Greek ethics, and in part a higher determination of it such as manifests itself again after having recollected itself in morality. For this reason, in his Philosophie des Rechts he discusses morality before proceeding to ethics. 546 And under morality he discusses in the section good and conscience the moral forms of evil, hypocrisy, probabilism, Jesuitism, the appeal to the conscience, irony. 547 Here the moral individual is the negatively free individual. He is free because he is not bound by another, but he is negatively free precisely because he is not limited in another. When the individual by being in his other is in his own, then for the first time he is in truth, i.e., positively, free, affirmatively free. Therefore, moral freedom is arbitrariness, it is the possibility of good and evil. Hegel himself says this in Philosophie des Rechts, p. 184, 13306, Das Gewissen ist alles formelle Subjektivität schlechthin die es auf dem Sprunge zu sein, ins Böse umschlagen. The conscience as formal subjectivity is simply to be on the verge of slipping into evil. In the old Greek culture, the individual was by no means free in this sense but was confined in the substantial ethic. He had not as yet taken himself out of, separated himself from, this immediate relationship, still did not know himself. Socrates brought this about, but not in the sense of the sophists, who taught the individual to constrict himself in his own particular interests. He brought the individual to this by universalizing subjectivity, and to that end he is the founder of morality. He maintained, not sophistically but speculatively, the importance of consciousness. He arrived at being in and for itself as the being in and for itself for thought. He arrived at the definition of knowledge that made the individual alien to the immediacy in which he had previously lived. The individual should no longer act out of fear of the law but with a conscious knowledge of why he acted. But this, as we shall see, is a negative definition, negative toward the established order as well as negative toward the deeper positivity, which, as speculative, conditions negatively. This is also manifest in connection with the definition of the concept of virtue. Hegel goes through Aristotle's view of Socrates' definition of virtue, and we shall follow him. On page 77 he quotes Aristotle as saying, Socrates hat besser von der Tugend gesprochen, als Pythagoras, aber auch nicht ganz richtig, der die Tugenden zu einem Wissen möchte. Die es ist nämlich unmöglich. Denn alles Wissen ist mit einem Grunde verbunden, der Grund aber ist nur im Denken, mitten setzt alle Tugenden in die Einsicht, Erkenntnis. Es widerfährt ihm das dialogische, empfindend, Seite der Seele aufhat, nämlich die Leidenschaft und die Sitte. Socrates spoke better of virtue than did Pythagoras, but not quite justly, for he made virtues into a science. But this is impossible, since, though all knowledge has some basis, this basis exists only in thought. Consequently, he places all the virtues in judgment, cognition. Hence it comes to pass that he does away with the irrational feeling part of the soul, that is, inclination and habit. 549 Hegel goes on to say that this is a good criticism, wir sehen, Das Genage, was Aristoteles in der Bestimmung der Tugend bei Socrates vermisst, die Seite der subjektiven Wirklichkeit, heute des Tagesherz, ist. We see that what Aristotle misses in the determination of virtue in Socrates is the side of subjective actuality which we now call the heart. 550 Thus what virtue lacks is a qualification of being, whether this is viewed in relation to the individual subject or in a higher sense is regarded as actualized in the state. But Socrates destroyed the immediate, substantial political consciousness and did not arrive at the idea of the state, and as a result virtue can be defined only in this abstract way and has its reality neither in the state nor in the full personality. 13,307, yielded only by the state. Socrates is customarily cited as a paragon of virtue, and Hegel also holds to this view. On page 55 he says, Socrates war ein Musterbild moralischer Tugenden, Weisheit, Bescheidenheit, Enthaltsamkeit, Mäßigung, Gerechtigkeit, Tapferkeit, Unbeugsamkeit, Festredlichkeit gegen Tyrannen und Entfernbunhabsicht, Herrschsucht. Socrates was a model of the moral virtues, of wisdom, discretion, temperance, moderation, justice, courage, infallibility, firm sense of rectitude in relation to tyrants and people. He was removed from cupidity and despotism. 551 This is undoubtedly true, but the very predicate moral that Hegel applies to these virtues already indicates that they nevertheless lack the deep earnestness that every virtue acquires only when it is ordered in a totality. But since the state had lost its significance for Socrates, his virtues are not civic virtues but personal virtues. Indeed, to define them more sharply, they are imaginatively constructed virtues. The individual stands freely above them. If Socrates is therefore free of the prudery that is so often manifest in strict moralists, and if we must agree with Hegel when he says, p. 56, Das wir uns Socrates durchaus nicht in der Weise von der Litanei der moralischen Tugend zu denken haben, that we have not to think of Socrates throughout after the fashion of the litany of moral virtues, 552 Then it becomes just as certain that all such virtues have reality for the individual only as imaginary constructions. He stands freely above them, can dispense with them when he wants to, and insofar as he does not do so, it is because he does not want to, but that he does not want to is again because he does not want to. He never feels a deeper commitment to them than that. To that end, it may fairly be said that these virtues do not involve the individual's earnestness, even though he takes the matter ever so seriously, provided one does not deny that every arbitrary exercise essentially lacks earnestness and is nothing other than sophistry in the realm of action. On page 78, Hegel quotes Aristotle further as saying, Socrates habe einerseits ganz richtig geforscht, andererseits aber unrichtig. Das die Tugendwissenschaft sei unwahr, aber das sie nicht ohne Einsicht, ohne Wissen, sei, deren habe recht. Habe die Tugend zum Logos gemacht, wir aber sagen sie es mit dem Logos. Socrates in one respect worked on right lines, but not in the other. For to call virtue scientific knowledge is untrue, but to say that it is not without scientific basis, without knowledge, is right. Socrates made virtue into perceptions, logos, but we say that virtueists, 13,308, with perception. 553 Once again Hegel says that this is a very accurate definition. It is one side, that the universal begins with thought, but it is part and parcel of virtue as character that a person is that, and that involves the heart, temperament, etc. Consequently, there are two sides, the universal and the actualizing individuality. The real spirit, real, involves the heart, temperament, etc. Consequently, there are two sides, the universal and the actualizing individuality. The real spirit, real,